in Jiangzhou, at the pinnacle of the technology building in the city center. I cannot recall the reasons for leaving home. I found myself, in a haze, at my former workplace, unexpectedly encountering an old classmate from years past. I sought refuge with him, but his situation was dire. Their dormitory was situated in a dilapidated church, shrouded in darkness and dampness, with a floor littered with pits and scarcely a bed to spare. I expressed my desire to leave, yet he implored me to stay. The church contained but a single school desk, upon which he laid a pair of jeans and a shirt, urging me to rest there until dawn, when I could venture out to seek employment. I inquired about his recent life, and he sighed, turning away to wipe away a tear from his eye. I told him, "Brother, wait for me. Once I achieve success, I shall surely take you away from this place." "Yes, please continue." As I departed, I seemed to pass by the house I once rented, stopping at the first shop on the corner. Inside, bags of Sichuan peppercorns were stacked high, and a petite yet strikingly beautiful girl, clad in an apron, busily toiled away, beads of sweat upon her forehead. I felt as though I had seen her years ago. She was lovely and industrious. I yearned to approach her, but my pride held me back. After leaving, I donned an exceptionally dapper suit and strolled through the streets once frequented by migrant workers, all eyes upon me, with envy radiating from the onlookers. Yet, despite traversing every street, I could not find that pepper shop again. Li Zifeng rose and inquired, "How long has this dream troubled you?" The customer remarked, "3 consecutive days I have been plagued by this dream. In it, my classmate prevents me from leaving the church, insisting that I must sleep at that desk, where the clothes and pants are drenched. I glimpsed the pepper shop only once, and thereafter, no matter how hard I searched, I could not find it again." "No," came the response. A silver needle was inserted into the customer's spine, and a drop of crimson fluid seeped from the puncture. The assistant, Zhao Xingyue, used a straw to collect the blood, delicately dripping it into the left eye of Li Zifeng, who lay flat. The customer widened their eyes and inquired, "Did my classmate die?" "What did it happen?" "4 days ago, at the Shiqiao Reservoir he drowned." The customer pressed further, "What about the little girl from the pepper shop? Why can I never find her?" Nodding, the customer glanced back at the sign above the shop as they exited. Dream Interpreter. This establishment was not owned by Li Zifeng, but rather by his master and distant relative, Chao Qingfeng. The two of them made their living through dream interpretation and the sale of various ghost-catching tools. They even offered personal assistance in capturing spirits, albeit at a steep price, rendering it inaccessible to the average person. The shelves were laden with yin-yang rulers, willow wood, protective mirrors, 5 coins, chalk lines, and talismans, essentially a comprehensive arsenal for ghost hunting. Every dream they interpreted was unfailingly accurate, and none who purchased ghost-catching tools from them encountered any further supernatural occurrences. Customers flocked daily, forming long lines, and to alleviate congestion, the two conspired to raise their prices and limit their clientele to 10 individuals per day. Consequently, ticket scalpers even transitioned to this trade, arriving at dawn to queue outside. "Which number is it now?" Li Zifeng inquired of the lady beside him, who was Zhao Xingyue, a recent university graduate seeking employment during her internship, aspiring to be an assistant to a dream interpreter, motivated by her desire to encounter ghosts and notion both amusing and perplexing. "Brother Feng, I believe she is the 9th, Zhao replied. A stately woman, elegantly clad in a form-fitting dress, adorned with black stockings and perched upon red stilettos, glided past the screen and took a seat opposite Li Zifeng. "Master, I have recently experienced a dream. Could you please interpret it for me?" "Proceed," he responded. "Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" Li Zifeng closed his eyes softly, avoiding any gaze upon the woman. She shifted her delicate form, pouting, "Of course, I desire the truth. You men are all fond of embellishments. Humph." "Oh, that hurts quite a bit," she exclaimed, clutching her chest with a fearful expression. Li Zifeng spread his hands. "Then perhaps I shall opt for a falsehood instead." "Do not. I wish to hear the truth," she insisted. Li Zifeng retrieved a silver needle, and before he could insert it, the woman arched her waist and gasped. Li Zifeng, his expression darkening, remarked, "I am merely disinfecting with alcohol swabs. We haven't even commenced yet." His technique was swift and nearly painless. In an instant, he inserted and withdrew the needle, a single drop of crimson bead forming on the fair expanse of her back. Zhao Xingyue allowed the blood to drip into Li Zifeng's left eye. A flush of red and white washed over his face within mere seconds. He trembled, straightened his posture, and squeezed the blood from his left eye. "Are you certain you wish to hear the truth?" "Indeed, I do. Please tell me," the woman urged, grasping Li Zifeng's hand and shaking it eagerly, while Zhao Xingyue looked on with palpable disdain, thinking to herself that this was undoubtedly a promiscuous individual. What are you talking about?" The young woman, with her expression of bewilderment, could easily win the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress this year. Li Zifeng replied, "If the truth comes to light, your husband may not merely be slaying you in his dreams. Do you grasp my meaning? Are you out of your mind?" The young woman, flushed with anger and embarrassment, retorted. Li Zifeng rose to his feet, his hands clasped behind his back. "Here, regardless of whether you're a notorious thief or a mere petty criminal, whether you're trafficking arms or peddling drugs, from high-ranking officials to common folk, if you seek precise analysis, you must speak the truth to me. You are insane, truly insane." The young woman slammed down 1,000 yuan and stormed off in a huff. Zhao Xingyue, hearing a customer question Li Zifeng for the first time, could not help but inquire further. "Brother Feng, what you said earlier was not true, was it?" Li Zifeng paused, then replied, "It was the truth. The world cannot bear the truth, merely covering their ears while stealing the bell." Zhao Xingyue gazed at him with admiration and asked, "Brother Feng, is it true what they say about you? That you can see ghosts and even capture them?" Chapter 2. The Doll of Skin. Remember, to become a master of dream interpretation, one must adhere to 3 fundamental principles. The first principle is this. Li Zifeng paused momentarily. Never believe that ghosts exist in this world. And what of the other 2 principles? I shall disclose them later. For now, please attend to the 10th customer. Li Zifeng remained seated in his rocking chair when a middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, sporting dark sunglasses and a scruffy beard, entered. After passing through the screen, he removed his sunglasses and calmly took a seat on the small stool. Without lifting his gaze, Li Zifeng inquired, "What is your request? Are you here to exorcise spirits, purchase items, or seek dream interpretation?" "Dream interpretation," the man replied. "Most patrons who visit here do so for the purpose of deciphering their dreams. After all, not everyone encounters ghosts on a daily basis. What a stroke of luck would that be, if ghosts roamed about nightly, terrorizing the living. What dream did you have?" Li Zifeng rose, preparing his silver needles. The man squinted slightly and replied, "I cannot quite recall." "Then why come for dream interpretation? Is this not merely a disruption?" Li Zifeng halted his actions and questioned. The man grinned, saying, "I have heard of your prowess. Your interpretations are remarkably accurate, and I wish to test that." "Must we proceed in such a manner?" the man asked. Just as Li Zifeng was about to respond, he restrained his emotions, pondering, what if this fellow had dreamt of something that defies interpretation? If I were to draw blood for an answer, what consequences might ensue? What outsiders do not know is that at the inception of this dream interpretation establishment, the owner, Zhao Qingfeng, had clandestinely established 4 rules regarding what should not be interpreted. What are these 4 prohibitions? First, if one dreams of being murdered but can never discern the face of the assailant, do not draw blood for an answer. Second, if one dreams of their family being annihilated, with all members deceased save for one corpse wearing a smile, it must not be interpreted. Third, if one dreams of returning to their childhood while caring for a black cat, encountering deceased relatives, and conversing with the dead, yet cannot discern their words, such dreams should also remain unanswered by blood. Fourth, and perhaps most crucial, this rule is shrouded in mystery even for Li Zifeng, as his master and cousin has never divulged it. Merely stating that the time has yet to ripen. Li Zifeng nodded, acknowledging that this dream was indeed peculiar, yet did not breach any taboos, thus posing no significant issue. That it felt as though the customer had no blood within him. For no matter how he pierced, blood did not flow. This Li Zifeng stood motionless, Realizing that his signature method had faltered, he had never encountered such a situation before. The silver needle had certainly penetrated. Yet no blood emerged, akin to piercing the body of a mere doll. No reaction whatsoever. Could it be that the man suffered from anemia? Or perhaps some other blood-related ailment? Li Zifeng remained silent, while his mind whirred like rapidly meshing gears, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. What I desire, Li Zifeng scoffed dismissively, to seek lost memories, and a dream that you shall never unravel. The man's words sent a shiver down Li Zifeng's spine, a chill that gripped him. Each of his friends had been met after the age of 20, including Zhao Qingfeng. Li Zifeng had long sought to uncover this blank space in his past. Zhao Qingfeng had endeavored to assist him in dream interpretation, yet had found himself powerless, unable to pinpoint the key. Previously, Li Zifeng had consulted numerous neurologists, probing into the myriad possibilities surrounding his amnesia. Regardless of whether it is a car accident, a severe blow, an illness, or even a craniotomy, in Li Zifeng's current memory, he has never experienced such circumstances. He is uncertain if he has consumed something peculiar or if he has been affected by some neurotoxin. Over the years, Li Zifeng has been tirelessly searching for his memories. More importantly, he fears the prospect of future amnesia, terrified of forgetting his future wife and children. The bearded man stated. He said that as long as you assist me, he will certainly help you. His fragmented memories serve as his Achilles heel, leaving Li Zifeng in a state of turmoil. Hesitatingly, he said, "Please leave an address, and I will seek you out once I have come to a resolution." As the bearded man departed, Zhao Xingyue was about to close the door when a young man outside implored, "Beautiful lady, please let me in, I beg you." Zhao Xingyue replied, "But our dream interpreter has rules. We only accommodate 10 individuals each day, and today we are already full. Please return tomorrow. After today, I might never recall this dream again. I do not wish to forget it." Truly, that Li Zifeng turned to look, and the sight of the young man outside with tear-filled eyes was genuinely pitiful, prompting him to wave his hand and say, "Xingyue, let him in." The dream interpreter has their own set of regulations, known as the 3 principles and 4 prohibitions, which must not be breached. The rule of only receiving 10 individuals daily is not an absolute. It is simply to avoid exhaustion. Today, Li Zifeng made an exception for the first time. The 11th individual was a young tailor, of similar age to Li Zifeng, who was not articulate. After Li Zifeng offered him a few words of encouragement, the young man seemed lost in thought before softly stating, "I was walking alongside the girl in the yellow vest. I patted her on the back and smiled, advising her not to hunch over at such a young age. I recall her slightly bashful smile as we strolled along the path outside the factory, which was bordered by what seemed to be a lotus pond, adorned with emerald green leaves." And then, Li Zifeng intentionally lowered his voice. Zhao Xingyue, perplexed, thought to interject, as this was a place for dream interpretation or exorcism, not a venue for existential musings. Just as Zhao Xingyue began to speak, Li Zifeng gestured for her to remain silent, indicating that it was of no concern, while simultaneously offering the young tailor a cigarette, saying, "You are in great pain, but do you know, I truly envy you." Both lit their cigarettes, and Li Zifeng continued, "That girl, you perhaps still have her contact information. In my view, her circumstances must be dire. Otherwise, you would not be having such a dream." The young tailor looked astonished, disbelief apparent in his gaze directed at Li Zifeng, that he replied, "She married a man 9 years her senior, who brazenly sought out mistresses. When she decided to divorce, she discovered she was pregnant, and now her daughter must be around 2 or 3 years old. She was so cherished when she was with me. I cared for her deeply." Sigh. The young tailor lowered his head, his face contorted, tears streaming down his cheeks. Li Zifeng patted the young tailor's shoulder and said, "Brother, every dream you have experienced has allowed you to relive a moment. That is enough." The young tailor remained silent for a while, slowly taking a few puffs of his cigarette before suddenly looking up and exclaiming, "I understand now. I truly understand." Overcome with joy, the young tailor wept with happiness, as if he had finally found clarity, and left with a lightened heart. Zhao Xingyue remarked, "Brother Feng, can't you interpret dreams without extracting his blood?" This sensation, those who understand will naturally comprehend, while those who do not will find it impossible to articulate. Li Zifeng extinguished his cigarette, and sighed. Everyone has a past, and every individual bears regrets. Time cannot be reversed, and neither can dreams. To relive moments in another realm, to once again possess someone, though such dreams may bring tears, They are undeniably beautiful. Unfortunately, Li Zifeng is bereft of his past that he strives to recover what has been lost. Firmly believing that something of great significance must have transpired within the recesses of his absent memories that he yearns to discover whether, within those lost recollections, he once knew a certain maiden or perhaps encountered a tale worthy of remembrance throughout his life. Lost in thought, Li Zifeng suddenly rose and declared, "Xingyue, the shop will close tomorrow. Accompany me to seek out that bearded man." Zhao Xingyue's mouth formed a perfect S. She exclaimed, "Brother Feng, what prompted this sudden decision to assist him? That bearded fellow does not seem like a virtuous person. The tasks he assigns you are surely challenging." Li Zifeng nodded, acknowledging the difficulty. "Indeed, it will be arduous, yet I shall still extend my help." Zhao Xingyue tilted her head and inquired, "Why is that?" Li Zifeng straightened his index finger and replied, "Remember the second principle of dream interpretation. Do good deeds without questioning the future. And what about the third principle?" Zhao Xingyue pressed. Li Zifeng shot her a disapproving glance. "Your curiosity is rather overwhelming, akin to the inquisitive blue cat of 3,000 questions that I shall reveal it to you later. For now, we must close up for the day." That evening, Li Zifeng noticed an unread message on his phone, one received several days prior. That a smile crept across his face as he regarded the screen. In truth, Chao Qingfeng was the true master of dream interpretation. And Li Zifeng had merely acquired a fraction of his skills. That it was precisely for this reason that Chao Qingfeng could maintain an air of superiority before clients, yet exhibit warmth among friends. Most men, it seemed, possessed a similar duality, aloofness in public and playfulness in the company of companions. The following day, with the shop temporarily closed, Li Zifeng led Zhao Xingyue to the address of the bearded man. They arrived in a dilapidated old district, where the buildings were in dire disrepair and had long been slated for renovation, yet remained untouched. The peeling walls and dimly lit corridors stood in stark contrast to the vibrancy of the city center. Li Zifeng surveyed his surroundings before leisurely stepping into the corridor, clapping his hands to activate the motion sensor lights, revealing the bearded man waiting at the corner, having anticipated Li Zifeng's arrival for quite some time. The bearded man's home was heavy with an ominous atmosphere. The layout was inherently poor, and despite the lights being on, the interior felt oppressive. Li Zifeng was met with a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine as he inquired, "What can I assist you with?" The bearded man replied, "Save someone." He hastily ushered Li Zifeng into the bedroom, where a chaotic scene unfolded before him. On the disheveled bed lay an elderly woman. Her hair sparse, her face lined with deep wrinkles, and her hands withered like those of a desiccated bird. Though labeled as elderly, she resembled a lifeless husk. Her eyes glimmered with a murky hue, and trails of tears lingered at the corners. It was evident she was barely clinging to life. "I am not a doctor, and possess no knowledge of how to save her," Li Zifeng stated flatly, his voice devoid of emotion as he gazed at the frail woman. Suddenly, with a thud, the bearded man knelt on the floor, gazing up at Li Zifeng with pleading eyes. "Mr. Li, that sage declared that only a dream interpreter can save my mother. You know how to rescue her." Li Zifeng hastily assisted the man with a scruffy beard, remarking, "There are numerous dream interpreters beneath the overpass, charging 10 yuan per session, and their accuracy is quite commendable." The bearded man replied earnestly. "Mr. Li," with a sigh, Li Zifeng inquired, "If I help you, will I truly be able to find what I seek?" The bearded man nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, that esteemed individual has proclaimed that as long as you assist me, he will endeavor to locate you." In truth, Li Zifeng was aware of the method for salvation. 2 years prior, he had witnessed Chao Qingfeng undertake a similar course of action. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Zifeng resolved to extend his hand in aid, for even if the bearded man deceived him, at least his intentions were to save a life. The second principle of the dream interpreter is to perform good deeds without inquiring about the future. The steamed buns were prepared this morning. They may not be hot, but they are quite soft. Is that acceptable?" the bearded man cautiously asked. Li Zifeng nodded and instructed, "Ensure all your doors and windows are securely shut. Place a piece of charcoal by the edges of every door and window, as well as by the toilet, the drainage system, and the ventilation ducts," while directing the bearded man in his tasks. Li Zifeng produced 3 steamed buns, peeling back a small portion of the outer skin, then pricking his middle finger with a silver needle to extract 3 drops of blood, which he let fall into each of the buns. Chapter 4. The blind girl. Li Zifeng stated, "These 3 buns must be fed to your mother at precisely 12 midnight tonight. The first one at 3:30 in the morning, she should consume the second. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the third do not exceed the allotted times. Otherwise, she will not survive, do not blame me. The bearded man nodded solemnly. Li Zifeng continued. Tonight, there may be someone knocking at your door. Do not inquire who it is, regardless of how they knock or what they say. Pretend you do not hear them, and do not open the door, do you understand? The bearded man nodded again with utmost seriousness. Li Zifeng concluded, ensure the doors and windows are tightly secured, and do not move the charcoal until before noon tomorrow. As Li Zifeng prepared to leave, he noticed tears glistening in the bearded man's eyes, who knelt before him once more. Li Zifeng waved his hand impatiently, declaring, a man's knees should only touch the ground before heaven, the earth, and his parents. Do not kneel easily. Conduct yourself like a man. Upon exiting the corridor, Zhao Xingyue had been waiting outside for quite some time. The moment she spotted Li Zifeng, she rushed over, asking, Brother Feng, did you truly assist him? Li Zifeng nodded in affirmation. For free? She inquired further. Li Zifeng nodded once more. While money may hold significance, there are certain matters that Li Zifeng values far more than wealth. Brother Feng, speak to me honestly. Can you truly exorcise spirits? Zhao Xingyue asked playfully, whispering, I just leaned by the window and overheard your conversation. You must be exorcising spirits, right? Li Zifeng locked eyes with Zhao Xingyue and reiterated, remember the first principle of the dream interpreter. Never believe that there are ghosts in this world. During the years he spent learning from Chao Qingfeng, he indeed encountered numerous supernatural events. Yet Li Zifeng preferred not to dwell on such matters, for they held no significance. Everyone has their own preferences and pursuits. And Li Zifeng's lifelong quest is to uncover the memories he has lost and to unravel a peculiar dream that no one has been able to decipher. Chao Qingfeng, as a renowned dream interpreter, harbored a peculiar obsession with collecting bizarre dreams. He meticulously documented every strange, eerie, or inexplicable dream in hopes of achieving breakthroughs in dream interpretation. However, the dreams of Li Zifeng were unlike anything he had ever heard or seen, and they remained an enigma that could not be unraveled in a short span of time. As he wandered through the ancient streets of the old town, Li Zifeng reminisced about the arduous years when he and Chao Qingfeng first embarked on their journey of struggle. Those were truly challenging times. They were obscure, lacking trust from others, and lived on nothing but steamed buns. Now, with their names resounding, they had naturally accrued wealth. The wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within him, akin to an old scar being reopened after many years. Aimlessly meandering through the old town, he suddenly heard a woman's voice bellowing, Why hasn't your salary been paid yet? I haven't received rent for 3 months. This is not a charity shelter. If you can't provide the money today, don't blame me for being unprincipled. Turning the corner, Li Zifeng spotted a girl clad in tight jeans, her hair tied back in a ponytail, her head bowed in silence, holding a cane in one hand and a bag of steamed buns in the other. Opposite her stood a corpulent woman, her face lined with excess flesh, hurling accusations at the girl with wild gestures. The girl timidly replied, I understand. As soon as my salary comes in, I will pay you back immediately. Today, how many people are waiting to rent my place? If you can't come up with the money, pack your things and leave. Don't blame me for being harsh. You young people only know how to squander your money, unable to even pay rent, yet you still feed those stray cats. You must be quite indulgent. These words struck a discordant note with Li Zifeng. Though he was a laid-back individual, indifferent to matters that did not concern him, the woman's words were particularly offensive. Did young people not have any pride? There are unspoken rules and conflicts. One ought not to strike below the belt or reveal personal shortcomings. It was rather excessive. Li Zifeng approached and inquired, How much is the rent for this place? The woman hesitated, then, noticing his well-tailored attire, replied, Are you looking to rent? Just wait a moment. Once this girl moves out, there will be an available room, fully furnished, with 24-hour hot water. Li Zifeng flicked away his cigarette. But, no, I simply want to know how much it costs for the room the girl is renting. 6,000 a month, with a 3-month deposit. Don't worry, I'll make her leave right now. The woman turned, ready to chastise the girl once more. Li Zifeng hurriedly interjected, Wait, I'm interested in that room. Here's the deal. I'll rent it for 6 months. But you don't need to kick her out. I have to travel to the United States for business, so it would be fine for her to stay there during my absence. A bit of company is beneficial too. That moment, he knew he had to maintain a composed facade, subtly portraying himself as a wealthy individual. the kind that possessed great affluence. The landlady's expression shifted rapidly, and she nodded. Ah, very well, young man. You certainly seem capable. That suit of yours is from a brand I don't recognize, but I've seen it sold in the most expensive department store in the city. Correct? Impressive. Had it not been for his visit to assist a friend that morning, Li Zifeng would usually don such fine garments. As the landlady departed, the girl, taken aback, said, "Thank you. But why are you helping me?" Her gaze remained fixated in one direction, her eyes unblinking. Li Zifeng subtly waved his hand in front of her. Her large, watery eyes did not flinch at a blind person. Li Zifeng was nearly astounded. How could such a beautiful girl be blind? Li Zifeng recounted, "A few years ago, when my cousin and I first embarked on our entrepreneurial journey, we resided in the old city, impoverished to the extent that we could scarcely afford a meal. Much like you, we subsisted on steamed buns. Our landlord would incessantly berate us, accusing us young people of having money only to squander it on online gaming, that we were scolded mercilessly, made to feel less than human, like frightened mice retreating at the sight of the landlord." Thus, it was not that Li Zifeng was embodying the spirit of Li Feng. Rather, he was moved by his surroundings and could no longer bear the sight of the landlord's sour expression. The blind woman lifted the bag in her hand, stating that the leftover buns were purchased at a bargain, not for her consumption, but to feed the cats. That as she spoke, she tapped her cane and walked slowly forward, with Li Zifeng trailing behind, inquiring, "Do your family members feel at ease with you being out?" The blind woman lowered her head and murmured, "I have no family. Oh, I am sorry." The blind woman led Li Zifeng into a narrow alleyway, which culminated in a heap of tattered cardboard boxes. Upon hearing the sound of her cane striking the ground, a dozen or so feral cats of varying shapes and colors sprang forth, some sitting, others lounging, meowing incessantly. As the familiar sound of the cats reached her ears, a faint smile graced the blind woman's face as she gently remarked, "With the renovation of the old city, garbage is now collected and disposed of in boxes, leaving them with nowhere to scavenge for food. Did I come to feed them every morning and evening?" That it appeared that the landlord's wife was speaking the truth, prompting Li Zifeng to ask, "I understand your kindness, but if you can barely afford rent, why do you still care for their well-being?" Chapter 5. The eccentric night walker. The blind woman knelt down, tenderly stroking the ravenous stray cats, softly stating, "Animals possess a spirit. If you treat them well, they will reciprocate." This group of feral cats, no fewer than a dozen, jostled together to snatch the buns the blind woman had discarded. Li Zifeng remarked, "Feeding them daily must incur quite an expense." The blind woman acknowledged, "Indeed, but cats are different from humans. They only require 2 meals a day. I also have a job as a music teacher at a private school on Louis Road." "What?" Li Zifeng exclaimed, nearly wide-eyed with astonishment that a blind person can be a teacher. His curiosity piqued. He then asked, "I've heard that private schools offer generous salaries. Why haven't you been paid for 3 months?" The blind woman's gentle caress of the kittens faltered, and she quietly replied, "Actually, salaries have been dispersed on time. However, one of the girls in my class has leukemia, and I initiated a fundraising campaign." "How much was raised?" Li Zifeng inquired. The blind woman, displaying a hint of disappointment, responded, "Very little. That I donated all my savings because that little girl is exceptionally bright and learns any piece of music swiftly. I don't want her to leave this world at such a young age. She deserves to grow up and experience the beauty of life." Li Zifeng stood frozen, at a loss for words. Such character was truly deserving of respect. In his dream interpretation shop, many young women sought counsel on how to find a man with a house, a car, and millions in savings. Li Zifeng would always succinctly respond, "Dream on. Everything exists in dreams." Disenchanted with love, he felt that society had become excessively pragmatic. This indeed left one speechless, for ultimately, it was their own choice. As for the blind girl, Li Zifeng was instantly filled with profound admiration. Gazing into her eyes, he couldn't help but lament the unfortunate fate of such clear and pristine orbs, reminiscent of a spring or a mirror. "You are indeed a wise young lady. Otherwise, how could you possibly be a music teacher?" The blind girl replied, "I truly understand many instruments, yet I cannot recall where I learned them. It seems I often suffer from amnesia." Li Zifeng scratched his head in confusion. "You learned them yourself, yet you don't remember?" "I find myself unable to recall many past memories, nor do I understand the reason for my blindness, but I can still vividly envision the world in my mind. Houses, streets, pedestrians, the sky." The blind girl turned her face towards the heavens, a smile gracing her lips. Wait. The smile on her face gradually froze as Li Zifeng pressed on. You can't remember most of your memories. Yet you happen to know so much about instruments. Indeed, she said. Doesn't it sound incredible when expressed aloud? Hee. I have never shared this with anyone else. You may consider it a jest. Her voice was as melodious as a chime, crisp and delightful to the ears that I in astonishment. Li Zifeng stole another glance at the blind girl, realizing that there existed someone in this world who was akin to him, unable to recall many past events, yet possessing a wealth of knowledge in her mind, as if she had lived many years. Upon reaching her doorstep, their gazes met for a fleeting moment. Although Li Zifeng was aware that she could see nothing, he instinctively averted his eyes and stammered, You've arrived home, right? That is it. Convenient. For me too. The blind girl let out a soft chuckle, covering her mouth with her hand, and teasingly asked, Are you hoping to come in for a glass of water? Why does this scenario feel so familiar? Li Zifeng hurriedly waved his hands. No. I am a respectable person. No. You're a respectable person too. I simply wish to obtain your contact information, if that is all right. The more he spoke, the more tangled his words became. He clasped his hands together, rubbing them nervously while casting furtive glances around, never daring to meet the blind girl's gaze. She nodded. Sure, add me on WeChat. Li Zifeng was even more astonished, exclaiming, You use WeChat? I thought you seemed like someone from the last century. Are you not aware of voice input technology? He chuckled awkwardly as she was about to depart. The blind girl assured him that she would repay the rent he had lent her. Li Zifeng was indifferent to the few thousand yuan. His mind was preoccupied with the thought that perhaps there truly existed someone in this world who shared his experience of missing certain memories. Was it some peculiar ailment, or had she encountered something extraordinary? Li Zifeng resolved that he must inquire further with the blind girl when he had the chance. The next day unfolded as usual, with 10 customers, neither more nor less. Just as he was preparing to close for the day, an 11th individual walked in. This person was clad in a gray long robe, wearing round-framed sunglasses and a gentleman's hat. Resembling someone from the Republican era that we only serve 10 customers per day. We are closing today, Li Zifeng said, swinging his hand to shut the glass door. With a grin, he added, No matter how long you've adhered to this rule, today you must serve the 11th customer. Li Zifeng was taken aback. Yesterday, a burly man had barged in like a challenger, and today this eccentric character seemed to follow suit. What was happening lately? Had he inadvertently offended someone? Li Zifeng scrutinized the eccentric figure before him, recalling the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, and thus remarked, Well then, please come in. Once the eccentric entered, he tossed aside his long coat and settled himself. Removing his round-framed sunglasses, he got straight to the point, stating, My name is Ku Yixing, and I am here specifically to assist you. Li Zifeng remembered what the bearded man had said the previous day. This eccentric must indeed be the so-called expert he had mentioned. He instructed Zhao Xingyue to brew a pot of fine tea, and after closing the shop door, Li Zifeng inquired, Do you possess a method to help me recover my lost memories? While he spoke, he discreetly assessed Ku Yixing, noting his frail physique, high cheekbones, and small eyes. He stood upright like a thin stalk in a rural field, so emaciated that a gust of wind could easily carry him away. Ku Yixing produced a photograph from his pocket and said, Take a look at this. The photograph featured 7 individuals, all donning steel helmets and wielding submachine guns. However, the image was quite aged and had become somewhat blurred with moisture, allowing only 3 faces to be discerned. Mud and blood smeared across their features, yet their gazes remained resolute. The identities of the remaining 4 were entirely indiscernible, and the backdrop was a primeval forest. The individual at the center bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Zifeng. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. He sensed that this person in the photograph must indeed be himself. That he hurriedly asked, Where did you acquire this? And what comes next? Chapter 6. The rank of Major Ku Yixing spread his hands, replying, There is no next. All I could ascertain is that the person in the middle is named Ma Jun, holding the rank of Major. As for this photograph, it was taken by an American war correspondent back in the day, and I came upon it by chance. Li Zifeng furrowed his brow and questioned, Is this your notion of assistance? Perhaps this individual merely bears a resemblance to me. What significance does that hold? How can this aid me in recovering my lost memories? Ha. You seem rather impatient. Do you not? Are you aware that there exists a portion of humanity that is inherently dull-witted or afflicted with blindness, deafness, or physical disabilities? But do you know the reason behind such conditions? Ku Yixing observed Li Zifeng with keen interest. As if this was more of a test, Li Zifeng squinted, pondering for a long while before stating, Xingyue, you may clock out for the day. Please ensure the door is secured upon your departure. With a clang, the iron gate was drawn down, plunging the room into darkness. The two men sat still in the shadows, each maintaining a tranquil composure. Li Zifeng had learned more than just dream interpretation from Chao Qingfeng. Today he felt he had encountered the true subject of his inquiry. His cousin once remarked that a person possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits, akin to chromosomes. One cannot have too many or too few. Those who are inherently strange must lack at least one. In the darkness, Ku Yixing smacked his lips and remarked, well said. Have you considered that your continual loss of memory may be due to the absence of a soul? Li Zifeng jolted in surprise and countered, impossible. Lacking a spirit would at best lead to deafness, or at worst, mental impairment. I appear to be mentally impaired. Could it be that someone has been repeatedly substituting one of your souls? Ku Yixing inquired further. Li Zifeng shook his head, admitting he had no knowledge of such a possibility. Yet, he refrained from refuting it, for he firmly believed in the existence of extraordinary individuals. And Chao Qingfeng was undoubtedly one of them. Qiaxing remarked, to ascertain your identity, I am but one step away. I require your blood. Li Zifeng hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately extended his finger, stating, so be it. Qiaxing was unceremonious, taking Li Zifeng's finger into his mouth, biting down to draw blood, and after a moment, he said, no mistake here. I cannot claim to know much, but at the very least, you are older than I am. Are you aware of my age this year? Why do you say that? In the darkness, Li Zifeng's eyes gradually discerned Qiaxing's outline. Because the commander in the photograph is you. You are Major Ma Jun from the Expeditionary Force. Li Zifeng suddenly straightened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible, Qiaxing replied. I have examined the relics of Ma Jun and tasted the blood upon them. There is no error. You and I are not of the same ilk. While you determine blood through DNA technology, I rely solely on taste. With a thud, Li Zifeng collapsed into the chair, pondering why he envied the little tailor. He had said that each dream a person pursues is akin to living anew. Li Zifeng might have lived numerous lives, yet he continuously lost memories, even feeling that everything he now experienced was a memory imposed upon him by others, rather than his own genuine experiences. Li Zifeng exclaimed, wait, first tell me how you know the secret I carry within me. I have never spoken of it to anyone. He speculated that if Qiaxing's words held any truth, then he must know the man he once was. Apart from Ma Jun, who had he been before? That is of no concern to you. Qiaxing rose and, in the darkness, deftly located the doorknob. As he pulled the door open, light flooded the room, allowing Li Zifeng to clearly see his finger, bitten and bleeding, which had mysteriously healed over time. Who was I before? Have I taken a life? Committed evil? Do I have a wife and children? How long have I truly lived? When will the next amnesia strike? Or the next death arrive? The door slowly descended, the light within being gradually consumed, and darkness enveloped Li Zifeng once more. The year he met Chao Qingfeng, he was 21. They had fought fiercely over a bond, leaving each other bloodied, but ultimately shook hands in reconciliation. After one night, Li Zifeng's wounds healed completely, while Chao Qingfeng's cheeks swelled like that of a pig. That time, Chao Qingfeng told Li Zifeng that by following him, he would assuredly feast on abundant delicacies. Li Zifeng also mentioned his frequent memory lapses, hoping that if he forgot this brother, the brother would still remember him. Thus, aside from Chao Qingfeng, no one else was privy to this secret of his. Li Zifeng considered calling Chao Qingfeng, but recalled that his old friend was a wanderer, often traveling abroad, and even changing his phone number. In addition to his recurrent amnesia, Li Zifeng frequently experienced a peculiar dream, an enigma that no one could decipher. However, after encountering Qiaxing, his long-standing sleep patterns abruptly altered. In his dreams, he transformed into a strange figure, hoarse of voice and hunched in posture. Li Zifeng found himself in a dream, journeying towards a nameless mountain, accompanied by a monk who was slender and dark-skinned. The monk covered a distance of 60 li with each step, while Li Zifeng managed only 35. Eventually, inexplicably, they wandered into a town. Li Zifeng stepped onto a long bench that floated upon the drainage system, swiftly drifting deeper into the town, yet he could never catch up to the monk. Upon awakening, he was drenched in perspiration. As a dream interpreter, he faced a significant drawback. He was incapable of deciphering his own dreams. For the blood he had dripped into his left eye proved utterly fruitless. Most of those tricks were merely for show. Dream interpretation required an understanding of other psychology and behavior, allowing one to articulate the appropriate responses, which usually yielded accurate insights. Moreover, it necessitated staying informed about current events and familiarizing oneself with various societal figures. As such knowledge was invaluable. However, Li Zifeng recognized that there existed a certain breed of dream interpreters endowed with remarkable abilities, such as Chao Qingfeng, whose interpretations were not mere fabrications but stemmed from his unique talents, skills that Li Zifeng had yet to acquire. In the latter part of the night, unable to sleep, Li Zifeng sat at the edge of his bed, lighting a cigarette. After much contemplation, he concluded that all he could do was await news from the side of Kaixing. The only proactive lead appeared to be the recently acquainted blind woman. She had mentioned her own memory loss, and from her description, their situations bore similarities. Yet, he could not rule out the possibility that she had suffered an accident, a brain ailment, or ingested something peculiar. The intricacies of the brain were profound, governing every aspect of a person's existence. Li Zifeng had pondered whether humanity universally regarded the brain as the most intelligent organ, commanding all bodily functions. But have you ever considered that it is the brain that asserts its own importance? Are we truly vibrant individuals, or merely puppets manipulated by the brain? Chapter 7. The reason behind the Water Ghost's murders let us entertain the notion that we are not human, at least not living beings. Everything we perceive through our eyes, hear with our ears, and taste with our mouths. All sensory experiences are mere transmissions from our brains to is it possible that we are not alive at all, but rather lifeless corpses lying on hospital beds, our heads filled with wires. Perhaps we do not even possess physical bodies, existing solely as a brain immersed in a container. Our spouses, children, vehicles, homes, culinary delights, and all that we encounter daily could simply be stimuli transmitted into our brains by a cerebral wave machine. In his quest to recover his elusive memories, Li Zifeng's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts. He even began to wonder whether this very notion he had conceived was a deliberate message from his brain. Perhaps he was becoming somewhat neurotic, but he was genuinely eager to reclaim his memories. He wished to meet the blind woman to inquire further about her circumstances. If their experiences aligned, perhaps he could glean some clues from her dreams or blood. At dawn, Li Zifeng donned a dapper suit and set off towards the old city, but on his way to locate the blind woman, he unexpectedly encountered an eccentric customer. It was an elderly man. Well past his 60s, dressed relatively neatly in a white tank top, oversized shorts, and green flip-flops, sporting a typical Mediterranean hairstyle, complete with a balding crown. Behind him trailed a small black dog, which abruptly positioned itself directly in front of Li Zifeng. Taken aback, Li Zifeng had yet to utter a word when the old man inquired, "You are a dream interpreter, are you not?" The old man's voice was deep and hoarse, lacking in vigor. Li Zifeng replied, May I ask what brings you here?" As the old man extended his hand, out of courtesy, Li Zifeng clasped it, only to feel an unexpected sharp pain in his palm. Yet upon inspection, there appeared to be no visible injury. The old man introduced himself. "I am Chunzhou as I have aged. I find myself frequently dreaming, and the dreams are quite peculiar, yet remarkably accurate. I have a particular dream that I would like your assistance in interpreting. If you would be so kind." Generally speaking, dreams are not typically accurate. Li Zifeng chuckled lightly and said, "So, you are Uncle Chen? Unfortunately, I have prior engagements at the moment. Would you be willing to come to my office tomorrow instead?" The reputation of Li Zifeng as a dream interpreter was already quite prominent, certainly not that of a mere street performer charging 10 yuan a session. However, the majority of this notoriety could be attributed to Chao Qingfeng. Was this not an opportune moment? Li Zifeng felt no urgency about the matter. Rather, a sense of discomfort lingered in his heart. He proposed, "How about this? You find a cool spot nearby, perhaps a KFC or a McDonald's, and I will certainly seek you out once I have concluded my business. Sound agreeable?" "Agreed." Uncle Chen nodded and departed with the small black dog. Li Zifeng pondered. Why did the little black dog not follow its owner? The dog barked a few times at Li Zifeng before finally turning away. Li Zifeng scratched the back of his head, feeling perplexed, and continued on his way. Having walked but a few paces, he suddenly heard a creaking sound, followed by the sight of a broken utility pole crashing down towards the ground. The concrete, weighing over 100 pounds and imbued with tremendous force, thunderously struck the earth just 2 or 3 meters away from him. The concrete shattered, sending small stones ricocheting against Li Zifeng's legs, causing a sharp pain. With a gulp, Li Zifeng felt his throat constrict as he swallowed hard, frozen in place, momentarily dazed by shock. Had he walked any faster, would he have been reduced to mere pulp? To say the least, survival would have been out of the question. That black dog died on the aged street, aside from a few strands of grass swaying in the breeze beside the wall. There was nothing else to be seen. The blind girl could wait. Li Zifeng sprinted back in the direction he had come from, ultimately finding the old man at a crossroads. The old man, seemingly having found a disposable cup from somewhere, was currently offering water to the small black dog. "Have you finished your business?" Uncle Chun did not lift his gaze, his voice still low and lacking energy. Li Zifeng swallowed again, his heart racing, still unsettled by the prior incident, and crouched down to ask, "Uncle Chun, you doubt?" Li Zifeng knew what he wanted to inquire about, yet struggled to find the words. Uncle Chun brushed the dust off his hands and remarked, "I have heard that you seem to have established 3 fundamental principles for dream interpretation, the second being do good deeds and do not inquire about the future. Is that correct?" Li Zifeng nodded vacantly. Uncle Chun set down the paper cup and fixed his gaze upon Li Zifeng, stating, "First, allow me to share with you a dream I had a few days ago that I dreamt of a young man dressed in a suit, looking quite dapper, who was walking along an old street in the city. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of a certain girl. He was eager to see her and had prepared various topics to discuss with her. Thus, he was not paying careful attention to the path ahead. The young man approached a precarious electric pole on the verge of collapse. As he did so, 2 sparrows perched upon it took flight, their minuscule force serving as the final straw that broke the camel's back. The pole snapped, crashing down upon the young man's head, resulting in immediate death, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Chunbo paused, leaned forward slightly, and quietly inquired, "Is my dream accurate?" On this sweltering summer day, a cold sweat trickled down Li Zifeng's back. Initially, he had no intention of saving you, although you lack many memories and suffer greatly. He found solace in the dream interpretation rules you established. However, consider this. Does a normal person lack blood within their body? Avoid excessive contact with such individuals. Otherwise, you may lose your life. Do you understand? Chunbo emphasized the last word. Li Zifeng lowered his head, a look of remorse crossing his face that he merely sought to reclaim his lost memories. Li Zifeng envied others who had parents, a spouse, children, first loves, work experiences, and rich life histories that I possess nothing. I am in agony. Chunbo replied, "I am aware, which is why you have aided certain individuals, as they promised to help you recover your memories." Li Zifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Chunbo continued, "Have you heard of water ghosts? Children swimming in rivers are seized by water ghosts that drown them, allowing the ghosts to be reborn. The deceased then become water ghosts, perpetuating the cycle by drowning the next victim. You should comprehend the moral of this tale that if you save their lives, you may endanger your own. Last night, I had Xiao He delay you by 3 seconds in a dream, ensuring you are now squatting before me. The debt of saving a life is unforgettable." Li Zifeng expressed his gratitude with a bow, yet he could not help but harbor suspicions about the enigmatic Chunbo. Who was he truly? Chapter 8. The insect soul. Chunbo waved his hand, stating, "I merely believe that your good intentions should not lead to your demise, nor do I wish to witness a virtuous person fall victim to deceit. If Ku Yixing seeks you out again, you may converse with him, but do not trust him blindly, or he may bring about your ruin." Li Zifeng noted down Chunbo's contact information. While Chunbo mentioned he had unfinished business and would return once it was completed, in the meantime, Li Zifeng was to remain at the company and continue its operations as usual. Chunbo departed, leaving Li Zifeng in a state of bewilderment. Throughout one's lifetime, one may encounter approximately 29.2 million people, with the probability of 2 individuals falling in love being a mere 0.49. Yet, regardless of how slim the chances, those destined to meet will inevitably do so and ultimately unite. This phenomenon is known as fate, an inexplicable and elusive connection. Li Zifeng pondered. Does she harbor a secret of mine? What could our relationship be? Could we be lovers, both suffering from amnesia? Upon returning to the company, Li Zifeng resumed his work, with dream seekers continuously arriving, each recounting bizarre and extraordinary dreams. Some spoke of envisioning a grand Buddha coming to life, waving at them and declaring the land as theirs for the building of a house. Others dreamt of purchasing a goldfish, which bore a flower on its belly, continuously shedding pearls, Dreams are devoid of logic yet traceable. It all depends on one's interpretation. After a couple of days, Ku Yixing returned to seek out Li Zifeng, still the 11th customer. Li Zifeng once again welcomed this customer who exceeded the limit of patrons. My dear brother, over the past few days, I have sought the counsel of numerous acquaintances. In the southwestern part of our city, there exists a village known as Heiyu Village. It is said that within this village resides an extraordinary individual, a sage of sorts, who, in his youth, traveled extensively through Southeast Asia and possesses knowledge of many lost arts. When you find the time, I urge you to accompany me on a visit. Perhaps he can unveil the reasons behind your amnesia. Ku Yixing still dons his round-framed sunglasses and a flowing long robe, seemingly unperturbed by the heat, though indeed, I have never witnessed Li Zifeng breaking a sweat. When do you intend to make this journey? Ku Yixing replied. I am available at any moment. It merely depends on your schedule. By the way, allow me another taste of your blood. I will spend the next few days searching for your past relics to ascertain how long you have lived and whether you have any descendants. Li Zifeng let out a cold laugh and stated, My blood may appear ordinary to the eyes of the common folk, yet to individuals like you, it is a treasure. However, should I offer it to you, it could shorten my lifespan. Ku Yixing was taken aback, declaring that such a notion was implausible, citing various examples, but Li Zifeng remained resolute, insisting he would not allow him to taste it again. Eventually, Ku Yixing grew somewhat irate and impatiently asked, Do you still wish for my assistance? Li Zifeng recounted the events of the day in detail, omitting any mention of Chunbo, referring only to a peculiar-looking individual. In conclusion, he questioned, Last time, I provided 3 drops of blood to the mother of the bearded man, saving her life, and I also offered you a mouthful of blood, nearly costing me my own life. Would I dare to offer you my blood again? Ku Yixing scoffed. Absurd. A random person from the street speaks to you, and you take his words as truth merely because he saved your life? Have you considered that he might have come to harm you? Li Zifeng remained unconvinced. If a power line is on the verge of snapping, would not the electrician responsible for that area receive word? If notified, they would promptly replace it. Yet, it evidently broke, nearly crushing you. Was that not sudden? You mentioned that dog saved your life. Once separated from its owner, can it still understand and heed commands? Li Zifeng was rendered speechless. Ku Yixing continued. That strange man informed you that 2 sparrows fluttered away just before the power line broke. If he was not beside you, how could he possibly know about the sparrows? Moreover, how could he accurately predict when the line would snap? Ridiculous. If such a divine being existed, he would have long since become the wealthiest person in the world. Beyond that, there exists only one type of person who can comprehend the language of beasts and command numerous animals. Li Zifeng inquired. Such as a tamer. Humans can tame horses, tigers, lions, and elephants, rendering these ferocious creatures exceptionally obedient. This is the skill of a tamer. Ku Yixing dismissed him. A tamer? That is but a trivial remnant of ancient culture. Merely the level of street performers. The truly formidable individuals are not called tamers, but rather insect souls. Li Zifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Insects possess souls as well? Ku Yixing regarded him with disdain and replied, And what of dream interpreters? You can only spout nonsense to deceive the ordinary folk. Every being in this world possesses a spirit. How could insects lack souls? What of spouting nonsense? Some seek solace for their souls, while others act as spiritual guides. Where there is a market, there is demand. To illustrate, the large Kong of Widow Wang next door lies idle. Is it not also simply lying there? The peculiar individual predicts in advance the path you shall take, manipulating the limbs of the electric pole, with the sole intention of rescuing you at the critical moment. Would you not feel a sense of gratitude? Would you not heed his words? After all, this is indeed a matter of life and death. Little do you realize that the most sophisticated deception in this world is to first assist you, only to later bring about your ruin. When a person has gained your deepest trust, even if they were to shoot you, you might merely consider it an accidental discharge. In the short term, the only method to rapidly gain trust is through an act of saving one's life. A cold sweat began to bead on Li Zifeng's back. His head spun, and the world around him seemed to whirl, making it difficult for him to maintain his footing. Ku Yixing spoke in a chilling tone. He has at least manipulated the black dog, sparrows, and some insects. As for the rest, I have not witnessed it firsthand, so I dare not make rash conclusions. Li Zifeng interrupted. Enough? You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a moment. Just as Ku Yixing was about to exit, Li Zifeng suddenly raised his head and asked, Wait, I know a blind woman. You are aware. Our situations are similar. Do you think our encounter was also orchestrated by someone? I cannot ascertain. Ponder it yourself. Should you decide to go to Heiyu village, feel free to call me at any time. Ku Yeshing was always like this, indifferent to matters that did not concern him. Li Zifeng's eyelids twitched incessantly. He sensed that this was not a fortuitous occurrence. Who exactly was that bearded man? Did he truly lack blood within him, or was it merely that his blood was too scarce? Why, after being assisted, did he encounter such a series of bizarre events? First, there was Ku Yeshing, who knew the secrets surrounding Li Zifeng, and then there was Chun Bo, who, in the old town, saved Li Zifeng's life just as he was nearly struck by a falling pole. Yet, as Ku Yeshing had just articulated, how could Chun Bo have predicted everything with such precision? So accurate it was, as if he had rehearsed it all himself. Chapter 9. Scarborough Fair. Li Zifeng dialed Chao Qingfeng's mobile number once more. Only to find it disconnected, he nearly cursed in frustration. This old acquaintance's contact information had vanished entirely. The more one engaged in idle chatter, the less likely they were to be unreachable when needed. Yet, it was Li Zifeng's oversight. He had never anticipated that following Chao Qingfeng's departure, he would face such an array of strange occurrences. Had he known, he would never have helped that bearded man. At that moment, Li Zifeng found himself devoid of anyone to confide in, and an overwhelming sense of despondency surged within him, wrapping around his entire being like a vine, gradually suffocating him. He perused his contact list again and hesitated for a moment upon seeing Zhao Xingyue's phone number, but ultimately dialed her, inviting her to dinner. Li Zifeng held no ulterior motives. He simply sought someone to converse with, to ease his mind. Nothing more. Having never taken a girl out for a meal before, he thought it prudent to choose a decent place. Thus he hailed a cab and took Zhao Xingyue to a rather upscale Western restaurant in the city center. Seated by the window, Zhao Xingyue was as excited as a child, exclaiming, "Wow, when I was in school 4 years ago, I never dared to imagine that one day I would be dining here." Li Zifeng chuckled. "For years ago, you and I were still gnawing on steamed buns. Keep striving." Engaging in conversation with Zhao Xingyue is merely a trifling exchange of trivial matters. This young girl has a penchant for inquiring about the arcane and the mysterious, subjects that Li Zifeng is rather reticent to discuss. Have you ever encountered a drug dealer who incessantly boasts about the quantity of drugs they've sold? Li Zifeng gazed out the window, still feeling an emptiness that was distinct from loneliness. Loneliness merely yearns for companionship, whereas emptiness is uncertain of who could provide it. It craves a person of comparable intellectual depth, someone with whom meaningful dialogue can be shared, and from whom resonance can be felt. Suddenly, a melodious piano tune emanated from a corner of the Western restaurant, where no one had been seated prior to his arrival. Li Zifeng turned his gaze to find a girl in a white dress, her cascading hair flowing as her fingers danced across the piano keys, producing a breathtaking melody. The pristine white of her dress and the jet black of her hair formed a strikingly beautiful contrast that he had never witnessed before. The enchanting music drew the attention of all present towards her silhouette, as her delicate fingers twirled gracefully over the keys, the ethereal sound cleansing the souls of the listeners, gradually wafting throughout every corner of the restaurant. "Are you heading to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Please send my regards to someone residing there." Li Zifeng's attention remained fixated on that figure, gradually succumbing to a reverie. In the distance, snow-capped mountains loomed, while a gentle brook babbled beneath his feet, and 2 fawns bent down to drink at the river's edge. Across the stream stood a barefooted woman in white, her back turned to him, dancing amidst the clouds and mist. This was a dream he had experienced before. Li Zifeng had once desired to traverse that river within his dream, yet upon entering the water, he would invariably plunge into an abyss of eternal darkness, never catching a glimpse of her face. Remaining oblivious to the identity of that woman he yearned to know. As the last notes of Scarborough Fair faded, the restaurant erupted in enduring applause, compelling Li Zifeng to rush forward the moment that figure turned around. Both were momentarily frozen in place, caught in a tableau for 3 to 5 seconds. Is at you? Li Zifeng queried once more. "How did you come to be here?" The blind woman smiled sweetly, responding with nonchalance. "I'm here working part-time. I have debts to repay, and I must find a way to earn more, lest I pay with my flesh." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zifeng felt his cheeks flush, scratching his head in confusion. "How did you recognize me? Each person carries a unique scent. I can detect the distinct aroma of tobacco on you. Perhaps you should smoke less. Li Zifeng retrieved a pen and paper from his belongings, leaning against the piano as he swiftly scribbled a few lines, folding the note and presenting it to the blind woman, saying, as a devoted listener, "I offer you a gift." The blind woman, feeling the note, expressed with regret, "Alas, I cannot see what is written on the paper myself." Li Zifeng promptly interjected, "That remains to be seen." However, as Chao Qingfeng once said, "Old chap, a woman's anger requires no justification." This meal may have been a failure, but the serendipitous encounter within that failure was undeniably a success. That night, Li Zifeng once again found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream. In this surreal vision, he was still perched upon that rickety stool, floating over the town's drainage system. He spotted a young girl tending to cattle and yearned to inquire for directions, to unravel the mystery of his whereabouts. However, Li Zifeng soon realized he remained hunched and stooped, his voice still rasping as he reached up to caress his cheek. He discovered his visage was grotesque, abhorrently ugly. Contemplating this, he ultimately could not summon the courage to approach the girl and ask for guidance. As he prepared to leave, a filthy wildcat, clutching a small black snake in its mouth, pursued him relentlessly. Upon catching up, the cat released its grip, causing the snake to tumble to the ground, transforming into a leather whip. Grasping the whip, Li Zifeng felt the long stool beneath him begin to ascend towards the mountains, guiding him to a desolate graveyard. Startled, he awoke in a state of drenched perspiration, pressing his hand against his forehead. His brow furrowed in disarray. What an utterly illogical dream, Li Zifeng pondered. Why, after assisting the bearded man devoid of blood, had he encountered such an array of bizarre individuals and experienced these strange dreams? The two dreams, inexplicably intertwined, seemed to defy chance. If he were to dream again, would those previous visions converge once more? Who lay buried in that forsaken graveyard? Could this be some form of metaphor or omen? Might it relate to the memories he had lost? With a throbbing headache threatening to fracture his skull, Li Zifeng shook his head to dispel his thoughts. He had endured several nights of peculiar dreams, never having enjoyed a moment of restful slumber. The quest for answers had become imperative at this rate. He feared he might descend into madness. Uncle Chun had warned him against excessive contact with the enigmatic Ku Yeshing. Yet Ku Yeshing had labeled Uncle Chun as highly suspicious. Li Zifeng resolved to maintain connections with both, carefully balancing trust and distance. That he believed that extraordinary individuals existed in the world, with Chao Qingfeng being one such figure. Thus, he made the decision to accompany Ku Yeshing to Blackfish Village, hoping that the master might offer assistance. The following morning, Li Zifeng summoned Ku Yeshing, who made it abundantly clear that to receive his aid, a drop of blood would be required. No more, no less, as Sima Qian once stated, all under heaven bustle for profit, a sentiment that remains timeless. Ku Yeshing was no selfless benefactor. He had his own agenda. This arrangement was preferable, for if someone approached him without desire or need, he would hesitate to accept their assistance. Establishing a clear transactional relationship was far more comprehensible. Li Zifeng inquired, "When shall we depart?" Ku Yeshing replied, "At any time." "Then let us set off now. Time waits for no one," Li Zifeng insisted, eager to resolve this matter swiftly. To facilitate their journey to Blackfish Village, Li Zifeng opted for a budget-friendly Havel H6. Practical and unpretentious. Ku Yeshing regarded it with disdain, to which Li Zifeng retorted, "This vehicle is quite sophisticated. The young men in the village who drive such a car need not worry about finding a partner." When the two arrived at Blackfish Village, guided by their navigation, they were met with a scene that left them both feeling rather awkward. The affluent abound, as evidenced by the entrance of Heyu Village, where an array of BMWs, Mercedes, and Audis are parked, with a Bentley further down the way. It seems that any vehicle worth less than 500,000 would feel out of place here. As for Qian, he pretended not to hear Li Zifeng's comments. Are these magnates visiting Heyu Village solely for the renowned master? One can only hope that this master is not a mere charlatan. Otherwise, it would be a regrettable waste of time. Qian remarked, "I have heard that this master possesses quite an eccentric temperament, so it would be wise to speak little." Li Zifeng nodded in agreement. Engaging the handbrake before alighting the vehicle and strolling towards the eastern end of the village. There, he encountered 4 humble tile-roofed houses, slightly detached from the rest of the village, with several portly middle-aged gentlemen congregating outside, engaged in animated discussion. "What are these gentlemen up to?" Li Zifeng approached courteously, producing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Offering one to each point, one of them interjected, "Please do not cut in line. We have been waiting for quite some time." Li Zifeng mused to himself. A true master should be above the trivialities of worldly allure, unaffected by the superficialities of life. The sight of these balding tycoons awaiting this master seemed rather dubious. As evening descended, it finally became their turn. Li Zifeng sauntered across the courtyard, stepping over the threshold and encountering an elderly man with disheveled hair, clad in tattered garments, seated cross-legged on a mat woven from corn husks. His hair resembled withered grass, obscuring a significant portion of his face, revealing only a hint of his chin. "Greetings, master," Li Zifeng began, but the master raised his hand without lifting his gaze, commanding, "You may leave." Standing before the master, Li Zifeng felt a flicker of anxiety as the master gestured towards the mat by his feet, indicating for him to take a seat. Once settled, before Li Zifeng could utter a word, the master, trembling with excitement, queried, "How many years has it been since we last met? You still appear so youthful." Taken aback, Li Zifeng scratched his head and replied, "Master, this is our first meeting, isn't it? You do not recall me?" The master leaned forward slowly, parting his hair from the center of his forehead, as if unveiling a curtain, gradually revealing his gaunt cheeks. Li Zifeng's eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to stumble backward. He steadied himself, gazing at the old man in horror, stammering, "No, I do not remember." The old man's visage bore no flesh, merely a layer of darkened skin, resembling a desiccated corpse, his features sunken, skin clinging to the bone. With faint impressions of teeth visible beneath his lips, deep-set eye sockets housing tiny orbs, akin to dried longan, and ears shriveled into a tight mass, seemingly devoid of moisture for ages. He resembled not a living being but rather a corpse. Interred long ago. Do you remember someone named Ingshur? The master persisted, undeterred. Li Zifeng again shook his head. However, he suspected that Ingshur might indeed be this master's name, from what he had learned. Ingshur had never divulged his name to any visitor, all of whom referred to him simply as the master. "Please help me close the door," Ingshur uttered in an exceedingly faint voice. Li Zifeng rose to comply, also switching on the light within, casting a dim, warm glow under which the two men sat cross-legged across from one another. Ingshur inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" The response was laden with anguish. "I am unable to recall my past memories, and it torments me that I yearn to marry, to bear children, to establish a family and a career, that I long to explore the myriad of beautiful experiences this world has to offer. Yet I hesitate, fearful of causing harm to others. That I wish to recover my lost memories, and more fervently, to discover a remedy for my amnesia." Ingshur nodded and replied, "Over 70 years ago, someone entrusted me with a certain object, which I wish to present to you." Li Zifeng hesitated, saying, "That may not be appropriate. It belongs to another, and I do not wish to receive unearned gifts." Ingshur shook his head solemnly, stating, "People can be both distinct and the same. I find myself at the brink of exhaustion." As he spoke, Ingshur reached into his garment, rummaging for a considerable time before extracting a creature, roughly the length of a finger, writhing slowly to a worm. Li Zifeng was uncertain of what Ingshur held. It appeared to be a black strip resembling beef jerky, yet it was clearly alive, moving languidly. "Accept this. It may bring you pain. Perhaps you should smoke a cigarette," Ingshur suggested, retrieving a box of inexpensive cigars and lighting one with a match before offering it to me. Li Zifeng took a couple of puffs, finding it harsh. The unfiltered smoke stung his throat. "Is that person outside your friend?" Ingshur inquired again. "I suppose so. He learned that you might possess a solution to my amnesia, which is why I accompanied him." Ingshur's voice grew faint as he cautioned, "You must not lack such friends in the future, yet you cannot place your full trust in him. Do you understand?" Li Zifeng nodded. Ingshur continued, "After my demise, devise a means to sever my left arm. Upon my bone, I will inscribe the way to aid you in recovering your memories." Li Zifeng was taken aback. After Ingshur's death? What a jest! Who knows how much longer he might live? He could linger for another decade, or even 4 or 5 decades more. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, Li Zifeng nodded in acquiescence. Ingshur slowly bowed his head, murmuring, "It has been over 70 years. I am weary of life and of waiting. Fortunately, I have seen you once more before my end. Please, do not leave just yet. Stay until afternoon. Will you?" Li Zifeng nodded and rose, expressing his gratitude before taking his leave. As he opened the door, he was struck by the blinding sunlight, instinctively raising a hand to shield his brow. There he beheld Ku Yeshing, whose dark circles betrayed exhaustion, asking, "What were you doing in there?" Li Zifeng casually closed the door behind him while responding. "I merely exchanged a few words with the master, a couple of words. You two could converse all night," Ku Yesheng retorted, visibly displeased, recounting how he had endured a sleepless night outdoors, plagued by numerous mosquito bites that itched unbearably. Li Zifeng chuckled, "Are you daft? I was inside for merely half an hour." As he spoke, Li Zifeng glanced at his watch, only to be jolted into stillness. The watch read Thursday, 6:40 in the morning. He had entered around 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening. How could it be Thursday morning at 6:40 upon his exit? Had he inexplicably lost 12 hours? Impossible. The concept of traversing time and space exists. Yet it remains unattainable at present. During those lost 12 hours, what exactly transpired? What experiences did I endure? The watch malfunctioned. That cannot be right. Li Zifeng tapped the watch case and muttered, "My $2.50 Peppa Pig digital watch comes with a 3-month warranty promised by the owner." He scratched his head, pondering deeply, but aside from a few exchanges with Ingshur, nothing else seemed to have occurred. The piece of black meat that Ingshur intended to give him was never handed over. He merely allowed Li Zifeng to smoke a cigarette. Could it be that the smoke contained hallucinogenic substances? What if, after taking that puff of cigar, I succumbed to a hallucination? I didn't lose 12 hours. Perhaps I fainted the moment I inhaled the first drag, and when Ingshur roused me, he merely reignited another cigarette to feign the appearance of my initial smoking. As Li Zifeng mused aloud, goosebumps prickled his skin. "What are you mumbling about? Just give me a drop of blood. I can hardly endure it any longer." Ku Yesheng's cheeks darkened, his whole being trembling slightly, as if he were succumbing to a severe craving. Li Zifeng extended a finger and said, "Help yourself." Ku Yesheng bit into Li Zifeng's middle finger, licked the blood that flowed forth, and upon smacking his lips, exclaimed, "Wait, this isn't your blood." Li Zifeng was nearly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? "Blood that flowed from my body cannot possibly belong to you." He nearly laughed. Was this not the height of absurdity? Yet Ku Yesheng insisted earnestly, "No, the blood is indeed from you. But it is no longer your previous blood. The current blood cannot assist me." No sooner had he uttered these words than he collapsed to the ground, trembling even more violently, resembling someone gripped by a severe addiction. Li Zifeng grew anxious and quickly crouched down to support Ku Yesheng, asking, "Is there any way to save you? Please tell me." Just as Li Zifeng was about to carry Ku Yesheng away, he recalled Ingshur's warning. Ingshur had advised him not to leave before noon, and at the time, he had assumed Ingshur wished to keep him there for lunch. But now, reflecting on it, wait, Li Zifeng, with Ku Yesheng on his back, stood frozen in place, deep in thought. Did Ingshur know that during our half-hour conversation, an entire night had already passed outside? Li Zifeng's breathing grew heavy, and goosebumps erupted across his body. Could it be that my blood was manipulated by Ingshur, that he replaced all of my blood? What purpose could this serve? We were complete strangers. Even if he did not wish to assist me, there was no need to harm me. Was there? Who was a friend, and who was an enemy? Everything remains uncertain. Li Zifeng felt he could not leave just yet, deciding to remain until noon. Ku Yesheng stated, "There is a way, but it is not easy. I require the blood of a virgin, either female or male, at least 3 drops." The sky was still early, and many had yet to awaken, aside from the rooster at the village's edge crowing from the treetops. There was only a stray dog roaming the village. With so few people around, it was a daunting task to find a virgin. In the eerie courtyard of the deceased, there stood a grapevine. Li Zifeng placed the emaciated Kai Xing beneath its shade and hurried toward the center of the village. By chance, he caught sight of a rather plump young girl, perhaps around 18 or 19 years of age. Holding a lunchbox in her hand, he mused to himself, surely, one with such a countenance would not be involved in early romance. As Li Zifeng trotted alongside her, flashing his broad smile, he inquired, "Hello, beautiful, I wish to." However, he quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I merely wish to ask if your daughter's still a virgin." The girl was taken aback and retorted, "Pa, cretinous lecher." Immediately, she turned on her heel and dashed away, disappearing from his view. Li Zifeng, with a face full of dismay, thought to himself that he had not intended to offend, and besides, he did not possess such a crude taste. He called out, "I am here to rescue a friend who is so frail he resembles a mere reed." The young lad paused, then pointed in the direction of the deceased's residence, saying, "Are you referring to that scrawny fellow? I just saw him at the village entrance." Emerging from the master's abode, lying on the ground and chatting jovially with the master's dog that I thought the master had enlightened him. Why does he now require saving? Goodness, could he be insane? Chatting with a dog while lying on the ground. This revelation gave Li Zifeng pause. He inquired of Kai Xing. Old Kwa, don't you find living in such a manner exhausting? Li Zifeng firmly believed that Kai Xing was no ordinary individual. Could it be that he had stealthily entered the deceased's room earlier? Seeking a way to forget his memories, Li Zifeng deemed it inappropriate to expose this notion and chose to remain silent for the moment. After a lengthy pause, he managed a wry smile, stating, "It seems we are indeed two unfortunate souls, one yearning to forget, the other striving to remember. It is akin to some wishing to lose weight while others desire to gain it, a true conundrum." Chapter 012. The resurrection of the dead. Kai Xing remarked, "The master's renown exceeds my expectations." Before Li Zifeng could respond, a furious villager pointed at the two of them, shouting, "It is them." Startled, they froze in place, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The last visitor before the master's demise was none other than him. He is the one who caused the master's death. Let us take him down. A throng of villagers swiftly encircled them, wielding shovels and rakes, clearly intent on their destruction. Wait a minute. When I departed this morning, the master was in good health. How could he have suddenly died? Li Zifeng exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes widened as he glanced at Kai Xing, pondering, could it be that he took advantage of my absence to harm the deceased? As the villagers closed in, Li Zifeng hastily raised his hands, declaring, "Hold on. We are honorable individuals, here to seek the master's wisdom." Among the crowd, the same plump girl stepped forward, indignantly pointing at Li Zifeng and exclaiming, "Nonsense, he is nothing but a foul lecher. He harassed me this morning." Li Zifeng nearly collapsed to the ground. It seemed there was no way to cleanse himself of this accusation. Kai Xing whispered from behind him, "Delay them. The longer, the better." Though unclear about Kai Xing's motives, Li Zifeng resolved to comply, addressing the villagers. "Firstly, I did not bring about the master's demise. I hold great respect for him. Secondly, it is unjust for the many to bully the few. Such behavior lacks integrity. If you truly seek to vent your frustrations, let us abide by the rules of the martial world and settle this in a one-on-one duel." It was a face-off, and no one was allowed to breach the rules. A one-on-one duel it was, with neither party willing to back down. The crowd erupted in excitement. Li Zifeng let out a cold scoff. After all, he had once left Chao Qing Feng with a battered visage, and there was reason behind that. Casting a sweeping glance, Li Zifeng pointed at a woman, exclaiming, "You, the one who shouted the loudest, the cucumber-chewing matron, stop munching and step forward." The cucumber-chewing matron was momentarily taken aback, clutching a stone mortar weighing over 100 pounds, hoisting it onto her shoulder while continuing to shove cucumber into her mouth, asking, "What's the matter?" Li Zifeng scanned the crowd again, raising his hand to call out, "You there, the elderly gentleman with reading glasses and a cane, so brazen, step forward." The old man trembled as he approached, removing his glasses and discarding his cane, gritting his teeth. The buttons of his shirt strained against his muscular frame. Li Zifeng narrowed his eyes and said, Not you, but that short fellow, the one who's 5 feet and a half-inch tall. Stop craning your neck. It's you. Step forward." The crowd parted, allowing Li Zifeng to see the short man sitting cross-legged on a grinding stone. Upon standing, he revealed a height of at least 6 feet 3 inches. The atmosphere grew tense. Li Zifeng stood in silence for 2 seconds before tilting his head, declaring, "I have always held those who are insincere in the utmost disdain. Sit down." He surveyed the crowd once more, pointing at a small puppy that had just learned to walk, shouting, "That little pup thinks it can bite me. Does it? Come on. I've tolerated you long enough. Come bite me." Suddenly, a Tibetan mastiff, nearly reaching the chest of an adult, charged forth from the crowd, barking with such ferocity that it seemed to unleash a sonic boom. "Hey, whose dog is this? Fasten it up." Li Zifeng crossed his arms, stating, "None of you appear capable of a fight. You are all but a collection of the old, weak, and infirm. I cannot bring myself to bully you. So I hereby declare that today's duel is cancelled." The sound of police sirens echoed from outside the village, and Li Zifeng suddenly realized that Ku Yeshing had orchestrated this delay because the police had been called. Once they arrived, safety would be assured. It was, without a doubt, a brilliant strategy. As he boarded the police vehicle, a tumult of emotion swirled within him. Why did the unfortunate die just after he had arrived? And it was highly likely that he had altered Li Zifeng's very essence. Now, not only had he become a murderer, but his blood could not save Ku Yexing in a heartbeat. He had plunged from paradise to hell. leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Only after Li Zifeng was detained did he learn that the villagers were furious because the master had donated all his earnings over the years. The village's community center for the middle-aged and elderly, the roads, all were funded by the master. Though generous, he had never bestowed personal wealth to prevent certain individuals from becoming indolent. A day later, the preliminary autopsy report revealed that the master's muscles had severely atrophied. His body fat was less than 1%, and his weight was less than that of a 7-year-old child. Rather than being considered a living being, he was more accurately described as a corpse, a desiccated body that had perhaps endured for countless years. This inquiry has left me momentarily speechless. After all, the two had exchanged only a few brief sentences. Regardless of how slowly those words were spoken, it was implausible that they could have conversed throughout the entire night. Li Zifeng could only fabricate some benevolent lies, claiming the master was an enthusiast of military history. Discussing World War II, the Battle of Stalingrad, the Normandy landings, the Battle of Changsha, and so forth, he fervently assured that when he departed in the morning, the master was alive and well. However, the next statement from the police officer rendered Li Zifeng utterly dumbfounded. According to the preliminary autopsy report, the master had passed away the previous evening, around 6:41 p.m. It struck Li Zifeng like a bolt from the blue. Had the master died last night? If that were the case, their all-night conversation was certainly impossible. Yet, when Li Zifeng had pushed open the door to leave, it was already past 7 in the morning, and the master had evidently still been alive at that time. This lost 12-hour span, setting aside what transpired during that period, raised an insurmountable question. If the man had died, how could he still have spoken? Li Zifeng quietly inquired, could the autopsy report possibly be erroneous? The police officer paused, then replied earnestly, "Young comrade, such a thing is beyond error. The law will not wrong any innocent individual, nor will it spare any villain." Once the detailed autopsy report was released, confirming the master had succumbed to heart failure, Li Zifeng was exonerated. Ku Yesheng arrived at the police station to retrieve Li Zifeng, and as Li Zifeng closed the car door, his first question was, "Old Ku, let me ask you this. If a person's heart has ceased to beat, can they still utter a few words as if they were alive?" This question caught Ku Yesheng off guard. To which he replied, "I truly do not know." On the journey back, Li Zifeng pondered. The deceased had left behind a message, indicating a method for retrieving memories inscribed upon his left arm bone. Surely, he could not have etched this method onto his bone while alive. Could he? That would be excruciating. If it were to be carved posthumously, then how could one carve after death? One cannot rise from the grave. Can they? Chapter 013. The youthful mass. The deceased was laid to rest in a field outside the village, surrounded by vast wheat fields, an expanse of emptiness. Should Li Zifeng dare to wield a shovel and dig up the grave, he would surely be met with hostility from the villagers. However, this matter could not be easily divulged to others. When Ku Yesheng inquired, Li Zifeng vaguely stated that the master had no knowledge of how to recover memories. Ku Yesheng took this quite seriously, declaring, "In that case, I shall conduct further investigations to see if there are alternative methods. Await my news." Unable to contain himself, Li Zifeng directly asked, "Old Ku, when I was helping you find blood, you met with the master, correct? I wish to inquire why you were smiling and speaking to a dog. Are you perhaps a tamer of beasts?" "No. Wait. A soul of insects. I never accused the master of being your doing." "So what does it mean when you converse with a dog?" Ku Yesheng laughed in exasperation, retorting, "Who the hell told you I was speaking with a dog? I was nearly at my limit, devoid of strength to walk, and when I collapsed to the ground, that dog in the yard came over to lick my face. I merely smiled and remarked, 'Who would have thought that in my final moments?' I was accompanied not by her, but by a dog. Who is she? What concern is it of yours?" Li Zifeng was momentarily rendered speechless. "Stop the car. I shall alight here." After parting ways, Li Zifeng reflected on Ku Yesheng's words. Realizing that perhaps he had overthought the matter, the answer has now emerged, yet new questions have arisen. How might one acquire the left arm bone of the deceased? Suddenly, Li Zifeng recalled Qinbo, a soul of the insects, who surpassed even the beast tamers in prowess, capable of commanding a multitude of creatures. If the words of Kai Shing were to hold any truth, enlisting Chun Bo to manipulate mice to excavate tunnels in the fields and infiltrate the coffin of the deceased to retrieve the left arm bone would indeed be feasible. However, Li Zifeng hesitated to contact Qinbo, for he lacked any trustworthy allies. Following the appearance of the scruffy bearded man, both Kai Shing and Qinbo sought out Li Zifeng, yet they merely hurled accusations at one another. Li Zifeng felt that none could be easily trusted, and thus resolved to confront the deceased. only to remember that the deceased was no longer alive. Yet, the answer regarding the arm bone remained. And from the implications in the deceased's words, it seemed he and Li Zifeng had an acquaintance, though Li Zifeng could not recall him at all, suggesting that his lost memory spanned far beyond a mere few years. The arm bone of the deceased bore the weight of all Li Zifeng's future wagers, and he was unwilling to face defeat. He needed to ascertain with absolute certainty that Qin Bo was trustworthy before reaching out to him. The excruciating pain surged through him like a parched earth cracking, radiating from his abdomen to the entirety of his being. Bewildered, Li Zifeng exclaimed, "Who are you?" The figure, donning a youthful mask, coldly replied, "Your blood is of no use now. You must die." Li Zifeng clutched at the dagger and retreated abruptly, delivering a swift kick to the assailant before turning to flee. Yet, the assassin pursued relentlessly, evidently intent on murder. Li Zifeng realized he could not go to a hospital. Fearing he might be silenced before even reaching the operating table, that he made his way toward the labyrinthine old district, recalling that the most concealed alleyway where he had once fed cats with the blind woman lay there. Enduring agonizing pain, he scaled walls in a desperate bid to staunch the flow of blood. By the time he reached a gathering place for feral cats, he could no longer move. That an icy chill enveloped him. And for the first time, he felt the proximity of death. Curling into a corner, he trembled, his gaze fixated on the alley's entrance, terrified that a figure with a youthful mask might suddenly materialize. A few stray cats approached and nestled beside him, seemingly offering warmth. Li Zifeng recalled the blind woman's words. Animals possess a spirit, treat them kindly, and they shall reciprocate. He gently stroked the head of a small cat. Exhaling weakly, alas, in my final moments, I am not accompanied by a beauty or the likes of Chao Chi Feng, but rather by a throng of grateful strays. Overwhelmed, he could bear no more and, in a haze, slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps Li Zifeng had not yet fully succumbed to death, for he dreamt once more. This time, as he plunged into the water, he found himself buoyant, floating atop the surface as he swam towards the opposite bank. The barefooted woman continued to dance gracefully. Her back turned to him, but he smiled in the water, summoning his strength, and was on the verge of reaching her, the very moment when Li Zifeng was about to reach the shore. A sharp pain surged through his ankle. Glancing down, he was taken aback to see an old woman with a pale complexion and crimson lips suddenly emerge from the crystal-clear stream. With a broad smile, she grasped his ankle and began to pull him downward. Li Zifeng struggled to kick her and to grasp her hair, but she had already dragged him beneath the water. Breathless, his lungs felt as if they were about to burst. After several desperate attempts to escape, just as he was about to breach the surface, her smile abruptly vanished. Her neck began to split open from the throat, revealing a gory abyss, resembling a vast maw lined with sharp fangs, which lunged toward him. Li Zifeng kicked violently, only to hear a muffled groan that seemed not to emanate from the old woman but rather from a young girl. Yet, the excruciating pain in his abdomen compelled him to open his eyes. He beheld a snow-white ceiling, pristine bed linens, and a desk nearby adorned with a lamp, a pen holder, and neatly arranged lesson plans. Sitting beside the bed was a woman, the blind girl, who was pressing one hand against her abdomen, her face reflecting a hint of pain. Upon noticing Li Zifeng had awakened, she immediately inquired, "You've been rambling incoherently and sweating profusely. Were you having a nightmare? Is this your home? Did you save me?" Suppressing the agony in his belly, Li Zifeng turned his gaze around the room. He glanced down at the stitched wound and asked, "Did you perform the surgery on me?" The blind girl shook her head and replied, "No. I have a student whose parent is the head of surgery at the central hospital. I called him for assistance." Words caught in his throat for what felt like an eternity. Li Zifeng finally whispered, "Thank you." Many years ago, he had wandered the countryside like a madman, filthy and destitute, taking refuge in a dilapidated temple. During that time, a kind-hearted monk had offered him the last half of his bread. While the monk himself went hungry, Li Zifeng had asked the monk why he would help him, to which the monk had imparted a lesson that remained etched in his memory. Chapter 014. The Undying. The Buddha said, "To ferry others is to ferry oneself." Li Zifeng understood that helping others is akin to aiding oneself. That he pondered. Had he not been so meddlesome? Had he chosen to disregard the blind girl and allowed that innkeeper to cast her away? It would not have concerned him. Why should he care for her fate? Yet, had the blind girl truly been sent away, he might have found himself dead in a dumpster that very night. A smile of resignation spread across Li Zifeng's face. Fate and destiny are mysteries known only to the heavens, but the principle of aiding others as one would oneself remained steadfast in his belief. Thus, at the inception of the Dream Interpretation Company, Zhao Qingfeng established 4 prohibitions, while Li Zifeng set forth 3 guiding principles. The second being, do good deeds without inquiring about the future. Could the monk in his dream, who traversed 60 miles in a single step, be the very same monk who had provided him with sustenance all those years ago? Was this merely a reflection of that past? Li Zifeng remained uncertain. At that moment, he was consumed with a desire to repay the blind girl, to honor the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him. However, before that, he sought to unravel the identity of the boyish figure in the mask. Even if he could not seek legal retribution, he needed a means of self-defense. The figure had uttered a chilling proclamation: "Your blood is of no use. You must die. Why blood is of no use? What, then, is its purpose?" Li Zifeng murmured softly, as a flash of insight raced through his mind. The Nightwalker. Previously in Heiyu village, Kaixing remarked that Li Zifeng's blood had changed, no longer being his own. It was impossible for Li Zifeng's blood to save him now, yet despite this, Kaixing still had other means of survival. To kill Li Zifeng solely for this matter seemed rather unworthy. Li Zifeng made a call to Chen Bo, specifically inquiring about this issue, albeit avoiding the crux of the matter. Li Zifeng questioned, "My blood? What is different?" Unbeknownst to Li Zifeng, Zhao Qingfeng's daily antics were filled with humor, rarely touching upon serious matters. Although Li Zifeng was somewhat mentally prepared, hearing Chen Bo's words inevitably instilled a sense of dread within him. Indeed, Kaixing was not merely human, at least not an ordinary one. Chen Bo countered, "That doesn't make sense. Why would they kill you if you are of no use? If they did, you would lose your memories again." "Wait," Li Zifeng exclaimed, "Chen Bo, do you mean to say that as long as I remain alive, I will not suffer memory loss? Conversely, my memory loss is precisely because I had died before. By this reasoning, should Li Zifeng die now, all memories concerning his dream interpretation clients, the blind girl, Zhao Qifeng, Zhao Xingyue, and the entirety of this city would vanish. He might still bear the name Li Zifeng and continue to exist in this city, yet he would become an entirely new individual. Devoid of memories, Li Zifeng pondered. Is my identity as Li Zifeng a result of my previous self's demise? Given Li Zifeng's capacity for rapid healing, one could speculate that if he were to sustain a fatal injury and succumb to death, his vital signs would cease. However, shortly thereafter, his wounds would begin to mend, and he would revive, yet all recollections would dissipate, leaving him unaware of his identity. Starting anew, a chilling thought struck Li Zifeng: the concept of unending life. Immortality is not terrifying. What is frightful is the prospect of perpetual death and rebirth without ever knowing who one is. How excruciating would that be? Chen Bo interrupted Li Zifeng's musings, stating, "I cannot assure you that your memory loss is solely due to your death. I am merely speculating, and such conjectures should not be taken as fact. All right, Chen Bo, I've been rather busy lately. Once I wrap up, I'll treat you to Heida." Li Zifeng ended the call, and a fathomless scheme began to take shape in his mind. The central figure of this plan was none other than Kaixing. Chen Bo had mentioned that individuals like Kaixing, after having obtained Li Zifeng's blood, must continuously acquire it. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. After Li Zifeng and Kaixing met with Yingshi, Li Zifeng's blood underwent a transformation, rendering it incapable of aiding Kaixing that very night. Li Zifeng fell victim to an assassination attempt by the child mask. Perhaps, concealed beneath the mask, lay Kaixing's visage. Could it be that this sequence of events was a result of Kaixing realizing that Li Zifeng's blood could no longer assist him, prompting him to dispatch the child mask to eliminate Li Zifeng? Should the assassination succeed and Li Zifeng perish, he could potentially be reborn as Zhang Feng, Lu Feng, or Zhao Feng. His body would resemble a reset machine. Memories erased, blood restored. Beginning anew at that point, would not Li Zifeng's blood return to its original state, continuing to hold the potential for aiding Kaixing? As Li Zifeng pondered the fact that although he had lost his memories with death, his blood remained his own, he wondered how the manipulation of his blood by Yingshi could be washed away with death and the loss of memory. The establishment of the Suicide Squad by the Expeditionary Forces to scout the Japanese Army's stronghold in Myanmar was undoubtedly a clandestine affair. How had Ku Yeshing managed to procure those photographs? The machinations orchestrated by Ku Yeshing sent shivers down Li Zifeng's spine, leaving him drenched in cold sweat that a chill ran down his body as goosebumps erupted all over. And with his hands cradling his head, he murmured, "How many times have I been killed? How many times had Ku Yeshing feigned ignorance after Li Zifeng's amnesia, employing various tactics to deceive him into giving up his blood?" Li Zifeng felt akin to a tree, with Ku Yesheng represented as the worm burrowing within it, unable to consume the tree outright, yet patiently siphoning its essence while awaiting its growth, reflecting on the entire incident. Li Zifeng recognized that it all stemmed from his assistance to the bearded man. When the bearded man claimed that Ku Yesheng could help him, it was perplexing how Ku Yesheng, who had yet to know Li Zifeng, was aware of his quest for memories. This posed a significant question. When Ku Yesheng opened the door to Ingshir's room that morning and discovered Ingshir's lifeless body, why did he withhold this information? Opting instead to wait until midday to revisit Ingshir with Li Zifeng, this too was a mystery. Furthermore, amidst the enigma of his memory retrieval, Li Zifeng was beset by a series of bizarre dreams, each containing its own hints. Gripped by a splitting headache, he lamented, "How deep a vortex have I become ensnared in? I should never have assisted that bearded man. My kindness was misplaced." Chapter 015. Unearthing graves after parting ways with Chao Chi-feng. Li Zifeng felt like a headless fly, ensnared in a web of manipulation. He feared not the mockery of others, but the specter of death. The moment he opened his eyes in the blind woman's dwelling, he resolved never to die again, at least not to lose his memories of her. Every time he beheld her withered visage and her frame as thin as a reed, the phrase restless spirit echoed in his mind. Now, when Ku Yesheng spoke, Li Zifeng responded with indifference, dismissing any summons to witness newfound discoveries. No one is a fool. He lit a cigarette and inquired, "Have you lost faith in me?" In truth, Li Zifeng had never truly believed him. His desperation to reclaim his former memories had rendered him a puppet, foolishly dancing to another's tune. Thus, he resolved to trust no further words from Ku Yesheng. Ku Yesheng argued, "But your blood has changed. Your body may also undergo transformations. Do you not wish to address this issue?" Well said. Upon returning from recuperating at the blind woman's home, Li Zifeng took the initiative to visit the central hospital for blood tests. Undergoing a dozen examinations, his blood was found to be in excellent health, with all indices balanced. Li Zifeng contemplated this matter. As long as his blood remained untainted, he cared little for any transformations. Surviving was all that truly mattered. Upon hearing the words spoken by Ku Yesheng, Li Zifeng became ever more convinced that he was scheming to take his life. Should he perish, it was likely that all his memories would be erased anew. As long as he ensured his own safety, Ku Yesheng would find himself at a loss, judging by the frequency with which Ku Yesheng sought him out and the changes in his appearance. It was evident that he was nearing his breaking point. His complexion, already dark, appeared even more gaunt and fragile. He seemed like a mere wisp of a being, his countenance dull, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Li Zifeng, wishing to dismiss the matter, declared that he had lost interest in recovering his memories, suggesting that embracing ignorance could be rather pleasant. After all, as Zheng Banxiao once said, it is rare to be muddled. Undeterred, Ku Yesheng pressed on, inquiring, "What if you had done something earth-shattering in the past?" Li Zifeng, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, "As an ordinary citizen like myself, what could possibly be earth-shattering? If I had never taken a life or committed a crime, I would consider myself fortunate." Regardless of what Ku Yesheng said, Li Zifeng chose to ignore him, which infuriated Ku Yesheng to the point of storming out. Yet, before his departure, he left behind a chilling remark, "Just you wait. I will make you believe every word I have spoken." Li Zifeng nodded, feigning indifference. "Sure, when I feel like searching for my memories again, I will definitely reach out to you." However, Ku Yesheng's demeanor served as a wake-up call for Li Zifeng. The prior avoidance of conflict was merely due to the change in his blood, which prompted Ku Yesheng to send a masked assassin after him. Now that they were at odds, it was certain that he would not obtain Li Zifeng's blood easily. He would likely resort to even more insidious tactics. Currently residing at the company, Li Zifeng knew this arrangement was untenable. The two were locked in an unspoken battle. He could not afford to be complacent and needed to devise a plan. His thoughts turned to two individuals, Zhao Chi-feng and Chen Bo. Zhao Chi-feng had changed his phone number without informing Li Zifeng, displaying a troubling level of trust. Only Chen Bo seemed capable of assisting him. Yet Li Zifeng found himself conflicted about whether to seek him out. After careful consideration, he reasoned that since Ku Yesheng had been slandering both of them, if Ku Yesheng was truly intent on eliminating him, Chen Bo would likely not betray him. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," held some truth. After much deliberation, Li Zifeng resolved to contact Chen Bo, but he insisted on witnessing him unearth the remains of the deceased in person. After all, he could not afford to be deceived. He called Chen Bo, inviting him to a hot pot meal at Haidi Lao, to which Chen Bo readily agreed. Upon their meeting, Li Zifeng approached him and said, "Chen Bo, you saved my life last time, and I have been eager to express my gratitude. Chunbo replied. Oh, come now. There's no need for such formalities. You're being too courteous. Li Zifeng uncapped a bottle of Matai and filled Chunbo's glass, starting with inconsequential topics before broaching the main subject. Yet, he could not reveal everything outright. He needed to weave a lie of his own, as it would be unjust to allow others to deceive him while he remained honest. A white lie, after all, is not excessive. As the evening progressed with drinks and dishes, Li Zifeng retrieved an envelope from his pocket, stating, Chunbo, I wish to repay your life-saving grace with this small token. Chunbo was taken aback, saying, Are you looking down on me? Li Zifeng quickly waved his hands in protest. No, please don't be upset. Chunbo, here is the situation. I have a friend whose grandfather has passed away. He holds his grandfather in the highest regard and wishes to retrieve the body for safekeeping at home. However, his parents are opposed to it, so he can only resort to secretly exhuming the grave. As Chunbo was stuffing mutton into his mouth, he nearly spat it out in astonishment, exclaiming, What on earth is this? What kind of ridiculous obsession is this? Are you intending to turn your grandfather into a specimen and hang him on the wall? Li Zifeng nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, I too am perplexed as to why he harbors such a peculiar fascination. Later, when I expressed my inability to comply, he mentioned that his grandfather frequently visited him in dreams, pleading, My dear grandson, while I do not expect you to excavate my remains, at least take my left arm as a keepsake. Chunbo inquired, Is this customer of yours? Li Zifeng affirmed with a nod. Patting the envelope, This 30,000 isn't from me, but from that very customer. Initially, I was reluctant to take on this business, but declining would tarnish my reputation. Then I thought, Chunbo, you possess the ability to foresee calamities and fortunes, to discern life and death. Hence, I wish to trouble you. Chunbo, clearly unimpressed by flattery, retorted, What talents do I possess? I'm merely an old man living off handouts. However, I understand your words. Young people value their pride. You cannot undertake this task, yet you cannot refuse it either, which is why you thought of me, correct? Li Zifeng nodded vigorously, raising a glass of Maodai to refill Chunbo's cup. After their meal, Chunbo, while picking his teeth, said, All right, I shall assist you in this endeavor, but I cannot accept the entirety of this sum. You have contributed as well, so let us split it equally. Unable to argue against him, Li Zifeng withdrew 15,000 and asked, When shall we set off? That customer specified the sooner, the better. Chunbo replied, In such a hurry, we can leave shortly. Upon Li Zifeng explaining the situation, Chunbo realized the grave difficulty of the excavation and suggested, Let us head over today and commence the digging at night. This Chunbo was indeed peculiar. He brought Li Zifeng to the gravesite without any tools, merely carrying a small cloth bag to prevent Chunbo from discovering that the new grave belonged to the master of Blackfish Village. Li Zifeng refrained from taking him into the village, and they walked over only after nightfall. From a distance, they pretended to be farmers inspecting their crops, seated by the roadside smoking, as Li Zifeng pointed at the solitary new grave under the moonlight, stating, That is the one. In Chapter 16, Snake Coil Mountain, Chunbo handed Li Zifeng a portion of prepared white rice and pig's head meat, instructing, According to tradition, we must pay our respects to avoid attracting misfortune. He then cautioned, Why the haste? What time is it? If someone sees us digging, it would be tantamount to courting death. Li Zifeng thought to himself, This old man, at his age, wouldn't seriously take up the shovel himself. Would he? Sitting by the roadside, he was tormented by mosquitoes. The countryside was rife with them, especially since there was a large ditch to the west of the new grave, teeming with mosquitoes, comparable to 10 reinforced divisions. In the midst of a drowsy slumber later that night, Chunbo roused Li Zifeng, announcing it was time to dig the grave. Excitement bubbled within Li Zifeng at the prospect of obtaining the arm bone of the deceased, finally uncovering a means to address his amnesia and retrieve his lost memories. Upon their arrival at the grave, Chunbo tilted his head and asked, Where are the offerings? Li Zifeng was taken aback. Glancing at the grave, realizing that the 2 bags were entirely empty, he exclaimed in disbelief, I distinctly placed them here. Surely, the dead haven't emerged to consume them, have they? As the conversation reached this point, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, Li Zifeng distinctly observed a series of footprints beneath the grave, extending outward from its edge. However, these were not his footprints. Li Zifeng had approached from the east, yet the footprints emanated from the grave towards the west. Could it be that Ingshur had truly crawled out of the grave? Chunbo leaned closer to the mound, grasping a handful of fresh earth, only to suddenly encounter a small patterned snake that hissed and flicked its tongue, startling him into a stagger, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. Chunbo muttered under his breath, "Snakes coiling up the mountain. What are you two doing?" Just then, a beam of flashlight sliced through the darkness from the village, illuminating the two men, who were taken aback and fled, not daring to pause until they reached the town. Chunbo swallowed hard, glaring at Li Zifeng. "Did you deceive me?" Li Zifeng, though startled internally, maintained an expression of calm, replying, "What have I deceived you about?" Chunbo pressed his hand against his knee, slowly sitting down on the curb, stating, "That new grave is merely old soil. There are numerous small cavities within, harboring a multitude of snakes." "Is that normal?" Li Zifeng responded. "The aura of the deceased is quite potent. Snakes are cold-blooded creatures that favor cool, shady places. There's nothing amiss." Chunbo retorted coldly, "Nonsense." I glanced briefly, and in the part 1 excavated alone, there were at least 4 or 5 small snakes. There's a saying called snakes coiling the mountain, which indicates that only those with considerable prowess can attract so many snakes after death. Such a grave should not be disturbed lightly. Today, I helped you excavate this grave. Tomorrow, those snakes might slither into my B.E.D.O. You believe that? Chunbo's voice was icy while Li Zifeng chuckled. How could that possibly happen? Chunbo, resolute in his decision, turned to leave, but Li Zifeng interjected, "Perhaps you are not as formidable as I imagined." Unexpectedly, despite his usual resistance to flattery, Chunbo was provoked by Li Zifeng's taunts. He glared, declaring, "I simply do not wish to meddle in so many affairs. Do you understand?" Li Zifeng remained silent, and Chunbo continued, "It's just a grave. Surely I can dig it up." "Wait here." Li Zifeng sensed that Chunbo intended to utilize his ability to control insects and animals to assist in this excavation. His heart raced with anxiety. The humorous of Ingshur concealed significant secrets, and Li Zifeng earnestly hoped Chunbo would expedite the process. Chunbo discarded his bag and plopped down onto the sofa, seething with anger. "I shouldn't have saved you in the first place. There is no corpse in that grave." "What?" Li Zifeng exclaimed in shock. "That's impossible. I witnessed." He nearly divulged too much. Li Zifeng had indeed seen the body of Ingshur being carried out by villagers, laid in his yard, covered by a large white cloth, with a coroner confirming the death. The body must have been buried. But wait, who could have hidden Ingshur's body? Chunbo, are you certain you excavated it? Li Zifeng narrowed his eyes. His mind was on the verge of exploding, grappling with the question. Had Ingshur deceived him, or was it Chunbo who had lied? Or had someone else intervened, altering all the plans? Could it be that Ku Yixing had acted prematurely? Yet, he remained unaware of the secrets hidden within Ingshur's humerus. If Ingshur was indeed deceiving Li Zifeng, what advantage would he gain? The death of Ingshur is undoubtedly certain. Even the forensic expert has verified it. How could he possibly come back to life after being buried? It is inconceivable. And thus, deceiving Li Zifeng serves no purpose. But what of Chunbo? If this were indeed the case, what could possibly be the thoughts and intentions of that individual? Li Zifeng, in his fury, merely wishes to hurl insults. Initially, he was not in a hurry to excavate the bones of Ingshur's arm, but after the harsh words from Kai Shing, and with the fact that he had yet to repay the blind girl, he took a perilous step and sought Chunbo's assistance. Yet now, he has not even laid eyes on Ingshur's corpse. The sole clue that could aid Li Zifeng in recovering his memories has thus been severed. In a fit of rage, Li Zifeng sat on the hotel sofa, all his plans in tatters, all his hopes extinguished. Chunbo, equally incensed, had toiled throughout the night without even glimpsing a body. And what was the point of discussing Snake Coil Mountain? Chunbo departed, leaving Li Zifeng alone in the hotel, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Li Zifeng felt as though his hair was beginning to fall out. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Chapter 017. Qingshan Cemetery. Who is it? Li Zifeng called out. This is a hotel. I just checked in last night, and am leaving in the morning. You must have the wrong person. The manager merely handed Li Zifeng an envelope and departed. The envelope bore no writing, and seeing the manager's irresponsible demeanor, Li Zifeng decided to adopt a similar attitude and tore open the envelope. Inside lay a blank sheet of paper, upon which was written, "Add WeChat XXX to see what you wish to see." Li Zifeng laughed in exasperation. It seemed he had encountered a solicitation for services. The audacity of such business practices was bewildering. Was it truly necessary to be so convoluted? Would it not be simpler to slide a small card under the door? As he sought an outlet for his frustration, Li Zifeng contemplated adding this WeChat account to deliver a scathing rebuke. Upon adding the contact, before he could utter a word, a picture was sent from the other side. The image was dark and indistinct, but as Li Zifeng enlarged it, he barely discerned an elderly man bent over, standing before a grave. Wait, is that not Qinbo? As he magnified the photo further, it became clear it was indeed Qinbo, and the angle of the photograph matched the position where Li Zifeng had previously Saturday. This cannot be right. Li Zifeng sent a question mark in response. What could Qinbo have seen at the grave to frighten him so? The other party ignored Li Zifeng's inquiry and instead asked, "Did you not wish to seek your memories? Did you not desire the arm bone of that corpse?" A shiver ran down Li Zifeng's spine. The more secret of the matter, the more it seemed to be common knowledge among others. What on earth were these individuals plotting? Goosebumps spread across Li Zifeng's body as he demanded, "Who are you? Does it matter who I am? I can assist you in recovering your memories, but only on the condition that you obey my instructions. You will do as I say. Understood?" Li Zifeng finally comprehended that from the moment he began his quest for memories, he had already become ensnared in this vortex, with no chance of escape. This deal, it seems, left him with no options, did it? Precisely. Tomorrow afternoon, purchase a bouquet of bird of paradise and go to the outskirts cemetery to find a tombstone. I will inform you of its location then. At Qingshan Cemetery, in the 34th row, beginning at the 16th tombstone, place the bird of paradise before the tombstone and bow 3 times. Upon receiving this WeChat message, Li Zifeng's temperament was decidedly unyielding. While he was uncertain of the nature of foreign customs, he recognized that the Chinese tradition of bowing to heaven, the earth, and one's parents, in addition to prostrating before others, was something that most would find difficult to accept. After all, Li Zifeng was no pushover. Arriving at the Qingshan Cemetery, he sought out a particular gravestone, initially intending to discern the identity of the illustrious individual it commemorated. To his surprise, he discovered that while all the surrounding tombstones bore the names of the deceased, this particular stone was entirely nameless and devoid of inscription, a blank slate. Most interred here were affluent citizens of the city, with some even having their illustrious family histories or notable achievements etched into their gravestones. Yet this stone remained pristine and unadorned, neglected and unvisited. National heroes are eternally revered, a fact that remains unquestionable at any time. Although the individuals buried here may not have any direct connection to him, they nonetheless commanded respect. The hillside of Qingshan was adorned with a multitude of closely packed and orderly gravestones. In their final moments, even amidst suffering, these individuals surely harbored cherished memories. Observing their serene repose, nestled against the green mountains and subtly accompanied by the melodies of birds, it seemed that death was not a frightful prospect. At least in the memories of these departed souls, they remained steadfast in the belief that they had truly lived. Li Zifeng gently placed a bouquet of paradise birds at the base of the gravestone and knelt down. Performing 3 earnest bows. "That I know not who you are," he murmured, "but your unnamed deeds deserve my admiration. Even if, after my passing, no one acknowledges me, there are still matters that must be attended to in life." Rising, Li Zifeng departed resolutely. Upon returning to the Dream Interpretation Company, Li Zifeng sent a WeChat message. "Now can you tell me, where is the winning corpse's bones?" The initial customers seeking dream interpretations were concerned with mundane trivialities, lacking any urgency. However, by the 10th patron, Li Zifeng distinctly noted the customer's pallid demeanor. From the time he cued to entering the shop, he maintained a sullen expression. The young man, likely in his early 20s, radiated an air of defiance. Upon entering, he did not take a seat but stood directly before Li Zifeng, inquiring, "I had a dream and wish for your assistance in interpreting it, but I do not have much money. Is there any way you could reduce the fee or allow me to defer payment?" Zhao Xingyue interjected. "The sign inside states clearly, no credit is extended. Please refrain from asking." Li Zifeng raised his hand to interrupt her. Turning to the young man, "I am not motivated by greed. Yet there are protocols in our line of work. I can discern from your eyes that you are quite eager to uncover the meaning of this dream. Am I correct? If you pay half now, I shall cover the remainder for you. What say you?" The youth, filled with youthful bravado, hesitated for a moment before reluctantly managing to utter a single word. "Thank you." Li Zifeng smiled, for this young fellow bore a striking resemblance to himself from 7 or 8 years prior, when he scavenged for food on the streets, resolutely refusing any offerings from passers-by. Was this not the essence of youthful folly? Even while starving, One must maintain their dignity. Who among us has not experienced such a phase of youth? Thus, Li Zifeng understood him well. What peculiar dream have you encountered? Speak slowly. Chapter 018. Death in Dreams. It turned out that the fear of death within dreams was palpably real. Brother, in all my years, this is the first time I have experienced such a dream. Even now, I feel overwhelmed with terror, struggling to escape its grasp. Li Zifeng inquired. Did you perish in your dream? The young man rolled his eyes, contemplating. Indeed, I did. I was shot dead by a prison guard. Li Zifeng further probed. Were you able to discern the appearance of the guard? Unrelenting, he continued. Think carefully. Have you encountered or recognized those two guards in your waking life? Reflect on their faces. The young man's brow furrowed in deep concentration. Lowering his head in a tangle of thoughts, he replied, I truly cannot recall that I can vividly see the gun they held, yet their faces remained shrouded in a haze. The young man appeared utterly bewildered. But seeing Li Zifeng in meditative silence, he chose to take his leave. Zhao Xingyue asked, Brother Feng, do you think he is feigning a mundane dream because he can't afford to pay? Li Zifeng shook his head, finding that notion rather trivial, for the young man's dream touched upon the four unresolved mysteries set forth by Chao Qingfeng, the first being the dream of one's own murder, wherein the assailant's face remains obscured. Such dreams must never be interpreted through blood. However, Li Zifeng preferred not to elaborate, lest Zhao Xingyue, the inquisitive young lady, bombard him with endless questions, as she was particularly fond of such inquiries that he merely stated. The culmination of such a dream is invariably death, that if the dreamer dies within the dream, they shall surely awaken. What is so peculiar about this? If you die in a dream, it is only natural to awaken. Is it not? The 10th customer did not count, thus allowing for one more patron today. However, there was no one left in line outside. Li Zifeng seized the opportunity to send a message to a mysterious individual. Tell me, where can I find the remains of the deceased? Dream interpretation? Zhao Xingyue greeted him with a bright smile, her youthful exuberance evident as she scurried about. This was one of her commendable traits. Regardless of the type of customer, she always welcomed them courteously. Yet, when faced with unreasonable clients, she could swiftly change her demeanor, exhibiting a clear distinction between affection and disdain. That I seek him. Ku Yeshing pointed a single finger at Li Zifeng, who responded, Indeed, dream interpretation necessitates my involvement. She is merely an assistant. Ku Yeshing scoffed. I grant you this final opportunity. If you wish to reclaim your memories, follow me. I assure you, I will lead you to them. The master of Heiyu village has perished, but there are others who can assist you. In this world, there exist individuals with extraordinary abilities, as you well know. This was indisputable, akin to Chao Qingfeng, who could peer into the past memories of others merely through their blood. Regardless of how distant those events may be, as long as they had transpired, he could uncover them. Once, Chao Qingfeng had aided the police in solving a protracted case of rape and murder. But for the sake of the victim's safety, it had never been made public. Only Li Zifeng was privy to this information. Certainly, there were exceptional individuals, yet Li Zifeng remained resolute in his distrust of Ku Yeshing. With vacant eyes and round sunglasses perched upon his nose, Ku Yeshing departed. Zhao Xingyue remarked, That person is rather peculiar, emaciated like a reed. Could he possibly be a heavy drug user? Li Zifeng chuckled. Those who come here for dream interpretation are all quite eccentric. There is nothing surprising about it. Brother Feng, I heard you are unable to retrieve your past memories. Zhao Xingyue began her barrage of questions once more. Li Zifeng remarked, Here we go again. I intentionally deceived him. Amnesia is merely a symptom of senility. I appear to be an elderly man in his 80s or 90s. As he spoke, Li Zifeng deliberately hunched over and coughed twice, causing Zhao Xingyue to tremble with amusement. Meanwhile, there was no news from the mysterious figure, and Li Zifeng pondered, There is no need to rush. The more anxious one becomes, the easier it is to fall into a trap. Patience is key. As long as I remain alive, I shall not suffer from amnesia again. Therefore, ensuring my personal safety is paramount, and everything else can be set aside for the time being. The following day, he opened his establishment as usual. Once all 10 customers had departed, that familiar face reappeared before Li Zifeng's eyes. Evoking genuine annoyance, he turned to Zhao Xingyue and declared, Close the door and end the day. However, the man dressed in a long robe and sporting round-framed sunglasses had a different opinion, cheerfully responding, Little brother, I trust you have been well. Li Zifeng retorted, Are you done yet? I have no desire to recover my memories. Is that clear? Please, go as far away as you can. Ku Yeshing appeared momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, before eventually saying, "Did I not mention last time? Allow me to assist you in retrieving your memories from when you enlisted. Perhaps something will come back to you. For quite some time, I have been gathering information on your behalf. How can you simply refuse my help?" Li Zifeng exchanged a glance with Zhao Xingyue and replied, "The master from Black Fish Village has passed away. Are you still planning to take me to White Fish Village, Blue Fish Village, or Purple Fish Village?" "Yes, I understand there are many masters, but I utterly refuse to believe it. Is that acceptable?" Ku Yeshing was once again left bewildered, exclaiming, "Blackfish Village? What master are you referring to?" Li Zifeng chuckled mockingly. "Oh, so you are pretending I have amnesia, are you? What are you talking about? After I left last time, where did you go?" Ku Yeshing's expression was genuinely perplexed, as if he had become an outsider in this narrative. Li Zifeng, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, waved his hand and commanded, "Xingyue, show him the surveillance footage from yesterday." Chapter 019. Green blood. When Ku Yeshing beheld the footage of himself, he slammed his palm down on the coffee table with a resounding crash, shattering the glass surface into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. Startled, Zhao Xingyue quickly took refuge behind Li Zifeng, clutching his shirt tightly, peeking out with a mix of fear and curiosity. "Who the hell is this?" Ku Yeshing roared, trembling with rage. Li Zifeng squinted slightly. "Isn't that you? Ridiculous. Look at how he walks, so feeble. Observe his expression while speaking. His lips constantly curl upward. How could that possibly be me?" Li Zifeng's mind raced, gears turning furiously in his head, contemplating the veracity of Ku Yeshing's words. Could this Ku Yeshing be feigning such a stance to erase all memories of their previous visit to Blackfish Village? The motive was glaringly obvious, to restore Li Zifeng's trust in him. That if that were the case, it was indeed a test of acting skills. Li Zifeng decided to play along, stating, "Perhaps I have been deceived as well. Last time, you brought me a photograph, correct? According to your narrative. Since then, you have not sought me out. Indeed, the man with the beard is a brother to me, bound by life and death, and though I yearn to assist him, I find myself powerless. You have saved his mother's life, and not only does he express gratitude, but so do I. Thus, I am here to aid you. In recent days, I have been scouring through your prior records. Take a look for yourself." Ku Yeshing tossed the folder he had clutched under his arm onto the ground before Li Zifeng. Within the folder lay several aged photographs and a stack of documents, too many for Li Zifeng to peruse in one sitting. He opted to examine only the black and white pictures. The first photograph depicted a man wearing an American helmet, hands on hips, grinning broadly against the backdrop of a military camp. The second captured him seated at a dining table, with a Western restaurant in the background and the faces of two foreigners. The third showed him covered in dirt, seated on the ground, wiping the dust from the barrel of a gun with the corner of his clothing. The individual in the photographs bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Zifeng. However, he was uncertain if it was indeed himself. That he inquired, "What stories lie behind these photographs? Pray, enlighten me." Ku Yeshing pointed to the stack of documents and replied, "Ma Jun, born in 1918, was selected in 1936 to join the private armed tax police regiment established by Song Zi-1, subsequently receiving advanced military training and becoming well-versed in American weaponry. Following the outbreak of the War of Resistance, he participated in the Battle of Songhu, where the troops were scattered and reorganized, and he entered the 38th Division of the Nationalist Army. In 1942, he accompanied the Chinese Expeditionary Force to the front lines in Burma. I have yet to uncover the detailed account following that, but it is likely connected to the previous photograph, the establishment of the 7-man assault team of the Expeditionary Force, known as the Death Squad. You were indeed the leader of this squad, having attained the rank of major at that time." Li Zifeng queried, "What was the specific purpose of the 7-man assault team established by the Expeditionary Force?" Ku Yeshing shook his head. "I have yet to ascertain that information, and it may prove difficult to uncover, as it pertains to military secrets of the time. Until the official declassification, the likelihood of finding such information is exceedingly slim. You have no idea the effort I expended to procure these documents for you to..." Li Zifeng muttered softly. "Could it be that I have truly been deceived? Are there indeed two Ku Yeshings? The one before me is the first, who, after showing me a photograph of the Expeditionary Force, never sought me out again. Could the Ku Yeshing who led me to Heiyu Village be an imposter?" A chill coursed through him. If that were the case, who was the Ku Yeshing that brought him to Heiyu Village? Oh my goodness, who was the person that sought you out yesterday? Zhao Xingyue clutched Li Zifeng's arm tightly, cowering behind him, no longer daring to face Ku Yixing. This was no mere case of disguise. Could one truly alter both visage and form? If one could transform to resemble an entirely unfamiliar individual, Zhao Xingyue could conceive of no other explanation but that of a specter. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that Ku Yixing was weaving a web of lies. Feigning innocence, that he could easily pretend to be oblivious, to have just uncovered that someone was impersonating him. Such deception could be enacted by any extra in Hengdian, earning a meager sum of 80 yuan a day without meals. And they could perform it flawlessly. How can I trust you? Li Zifeng asked. The desolate night walker turned his gaze around. He pondered for a considerable time before finally uttering, I harbor a secret. One that no other soul in this world knows besides myself. Yet, even if others were to learn of it, it would serve no purpose that I divulge this secret to you, so you may discern which version of me is the true essence. Li Zifeng nodded in agreement. Xingyue, please step out and procure 2 cups of cola for me. Li Zifeng fumbled through his wallet. Before he could retrieve any money, Zhao Xingyue pouted in discontent, exclaiming, You always send me away, Feng Ge. I detest you. Li Zifeng scratched his head, responding, Well, some matters are best kept from you for your own good. You are still young. In time, you shall comprehend. Off you go. And remember, no ice. Upon Zhao Xingyue's departure, Li Zifeng remarked, You may proceed. The desolate nightwalker promptly rolled up his sleeves, brandishing a small dagger, and inflicted a deep cut along his forearm, causing a stream of blood to surge forth, only to reveal a shocking green hue. You. Li Zifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered anyone whose blood was green. In his mind, such a condition could only indicate poisoning or a grave illness, akin to a terminal affliction. Do not inquire about the reason for the color of my blood. Simply remember that it is green. There exists no other individual like me, or at least, I believe there is none, for no one shares my unique experiences. The desolate nightwalker lowered his sleeves, the green blood continuing to trickle down, resembling a viscous plant fluid, unpleasantly adhering to the ground. Li Zifeng, taking a knife to his own finger, drew the nightwalker's arm closer, allowing their blood to mingle, and their wounds healed in near synchrony. All right, I believe you, but heed my warning. Should we cross paths again, I shall stab you first. If green blood flows, our conversation shall continue, but if it is red, or if no blood emerges at all, I will not be so courteous. Agreed. I must continue my search for your records, for post-war. Your documentation is virtually non-existent. I have utilized numerous connections, yet I cannot uncover even a trace of your history. You are either deceased in battle or reported missing by the military. In any case, there has been no news of you for the past 60 to 70 years. I can only imagine what you have endured. Li Zifeng inquired. What shall we do now? Let us proceed in this manner. I will continue my investigation into your records. As for ways to recover your memories, I currently have no solutions. All I can do is attempt to unearth what remains of your past documentation, hoping that upon reviewing it, something may trigger your recollection. I believe this to be the most effective means of aiding your memory retrieval. Li Zifeng nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Leaving behind the dossier, the desolate nightwalker turned to depart, observing his stride, which exuded vigor. One could hardly reconcile this lean figure with the frail being encountered earlier. The previous incarnation of the desolate nightwalker appeared feeble, almost staggering in his gait. Yet, this newfound vigor may also have been a guise. However, one undeniable aspect remained. The nightwalker's complexion was remarkably vibrant, an attribute that could not easily be feigned. When truth masquerades as falsehood, and falsehood pretends to be truth, the distinction between the two becomes a labyrinthine enigma, compelling one to adopt a stance of cautious belief tempered by skepticism. Just as he found himself ensnared in this unfathomable conundrum, engulfed in bewilderment and helplessness, a familiar figure materialized before him. It could be said that this was the silhouette that Li Zifeng had long yearned for. A dashing man appeared, sporting aviator sunglasses and clad in a sharply tailored Armani suit, his hair impeccably slicked back, and his shoes polished to a mirror finish. Upon arriving at the entrance of the dream interpretation shop, Li Zifeng exclaimed joyfully, Cousin, perhaps due to the wearying journey, Chao Qingfeng's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Although he was pleased, he lacked vigor. Calmly, Chao Qingfeng entered the shop, settled into a chair, and casually crossed his legs, inquiring, Cousin, What's the situation? You seem quite flustered. With me here, everything will be all right. Li Zifeng, brimming with urgency, felt an overwhelming desire to unload the recent tribulations he had faced, yet his words tumbled forth in a disordered and unclear manner. Chao Qingfeng chuckled. Ah, dear cousin, do not panic. Let me sample your blood. I shall ascertain what you have encountered lately. It was then that Li Zifeng recalled Chao Qingfeng's unparalleled ability. By tasting another's blood, he could witness their experiences. Hastily, he pricked his finger, and without further ado, Chao Qingfeng began to sip. After a moment, he nodded and remarked, indeed quite intricate. The matter concerning the corpse from Heiyu village is remarkable. Cousin, do you believe that the figure known as Qianxing is a single individual or two? Li Zifeng had a plethora of questions, far too many to pose all at once, so he could only address them one by one. After some contemplation, Chao Qingfeng replied, difficult to ascertain. Presently, there is nothing that can distinctly differentiate. In any case, should he seek you out again, exercise caution. Is there anything else you need to attend to? Li Zifeng inquired further. Upon hearing this, Chao Qingfeng rose, readjusted his sunglasses, turned to wave goodbye to Li Zifeng, and exited the shop. In that moment, Li Zifeng distinctly perceived a change in Chao Qingfeng's demeanor. His previously pallid complexion regained some color, and he strode away with renewed vigor, disappearing from Li Zifeng's view in an instant. Yet, Li Zifeng remained standing at the entrance, as if petrified, staring unmoving at the elevator. Zhao Xingyue, with a hint of childish petulance, had been awaiting Li Zifeng's arrival to coax her, but upon seeing him remained still for an extended period. Seemingly entranced, her curiosity was piqued. Stealthily, she approached him and suddenly called out, Brother Feng. Oh my! Li Zifeng jolted, nearly collapsing to the ground. Hee, I always thought Brother Feng feared nothing. Yet here you are, startled. Zhao Xingyue teased, playfully sticking out her tongue as if to avenge her earlier neglect. Li Zifeng's heart raced, and as he regained his composure, he began to ponder the unsettling nature of it all. He could not help but question, what had his cousin experienced abroad? These matters eluded him, and he realized he must embark on a quest for answers, meticulously sifting through the mists of uncertainty to uncover the hidden hands at play. Days passed in relative tranquility, and whether the enigmatic Qianxing was a genuine threat or not, he had not made any further appearances. Still, Li Zifeng felt an inexplicable oddity lingering in the air, the source of which he could not articulate. On that day, just after he had bid farewell to a customer, he lifted his gaze and was taken aback to see Zhao Qingfeng standing at the entrance of the shop. With a hint of delight, he exclaimed, Old friend, have you finished your tasks? Indeed. Although Zhao Qingfeng's complexion remained pallid, his demeanor appeared exuberant, yet it was evident that he was forcing a smile, a sentiment that was not lost on Li Zifeng. And even Zhao Xingyue could perceive it. Li Zifeng waved his hand, not to address Zhao Qingfeng, but to instruct Zhao Xingyue. Xingyue, please fetch 2 cups of cola, without ice, correct? Zhao Xingyue shot an exasperated glance at Li Zifeng and interjected. Li Zifeng scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Upon entering, Zhao Qingfeng did not take a seat on the sofa, but instead stood directly before Li Zifeng, inquiring, Old friend, have there been any unusual occurrences lately? Li Zifeng replied, None, his tone flat as though discussing someone else's affairs. Zhao Qingfeng seemed taken aback by Li Zifeng's attitude and cautioned, Be careful, I sense that these people do not come with good intentions. Last time, I failed to see clearly, but this time, let me taste your blood again so I can discern who is truly fixated on you. Oh, alas, I almost forgot. I wanted to show you a Rolex Submariner. It's splendid, but regrettably, I forgot to bring it. Zhao Qingfeng lamented repeatedly. Li Zifeng rolled up his sleeves, grasped a dagger, and declared, No matter, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This time, I shall offer you a bit more blood. But you must pay attention. With that, he made a swift motion towards his wrist, but just as the blade was about to slice into his skin, it abruptly twisted, the tip aimed at Zhao Qingfeng's abdomen. The suddenness of the act was electric. The dagger darted like a nimble serpent, swiftly piercing Zhao Qingfeng's flesh with a soft thud. Old friend, you. Zhao Qingfeng's face displayed utter disbelief, while a smile gradually crept onto Li Zifeng's previously impassive visage. His eyes narrowing as he remarked, Indeed, I guessed correctly. Chapter 021. Mijiaoyuo with a soft plop, the dagger was withdrawn. Although Zhao Qingfeng clutched his wound, Li Zifeng could distinctly observe that no blood flowed from the injury. Zhao Qingfeng's pained expression gradually reverted to calmness, no longer feigning agony as he gazed at Li Zifeng with serenity. If I am not mistaken, you are the one orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, aren't you, old friend? Li Zifeng deliberately emphasized the term old friend. Zhao Qingfeng grinned. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to take a bit of your blood. Is that too much to ask? Li Zifeng pointed towards the janitor outside the door, stating, the shoes she wears are quite inexpensive and hold no significant value to her. Yet, simply because they are not precious, you expect them to be given freely to you? What kind of logic is that? Astonishment? You shall have plenty of things to astonish you in the future. Zhao Qingfeng bellowed angrily, raising his hand to strike Li Zifeng's chest before turning to flee. The force of his strike was unimpressive. It was evident that this time he had not acquired any blood, his constitution deteriorating. Li Zifeng surmised that his blood must be akin to a drug for him. Once addicted, it is nearly impossible to break free. Ceasing its acquisition would lead to torment at best and demise at worst. Thus, this individual resorted to various ruses to extract blood. According to this line of thought, one might speculate that Li Zifeng's encounter with Qiangxing in Heiyu village, along with that of the Tongzi mask and the earlier reference to Zhao Qingfeng, all point to false identities. They are, in fact, the same person. It is even possible that Chun Bo is also this individual, although he has not directly revealed any thirst for blood, thus rendering his suspicion relatively minor for the time being. Li Zifeng, already in a state of agitation, exclaimed, how many times must I reiterate the first principle of dream interpretation? Always. He sighed deeply and continued, he is indeed not human, yet he is far from being a ghost. So what is he? A creature of demons and spirits, a mountain sprite, or a wild beast? Zhao Xingyue had long harbored a desire to witness a ghost firsthand, and had persistently inquired of Li Zifeng, who consistently evaded her questions with various excuses. After eavesdropping on their conversation, she confronted him directly. Seeing Li Zifeng's intent to continue obfuscating the matter, Zhao Xingyue could no longer contain herself. Li Zifeng lit a cigarette, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. What he is, I cannot say for certain. You know, my wounds heal rapidly, and you may also be aware of my unique physiological mechanisms that resist aging. How long have I maintained this appearance? Even I am unsure. Would an ordinary person experience such a phenomenon? Conversely, does this mean I must be a ghost? Not necessarily. Perhaps you have already passed away, and for many years, you simply remain unaware of it. Zhao Xingyue's childish temper flared once more, with a wry smile. Li Zifeng replied, Xingyue, as a young girl untouched by the world's complexities, my reluctance to share certain truths is solely to protect you from danger. Do you understand? Enough with your childish antics. Our customers will be arriving shortly. Gather your composure. Thus, Li Zifeng concluded the discussion, sinking into the sofa while drawing on his cigarette in silence. In ancient times, there existed a legend of a plague that ravaged the land, claiming countless lives and leaving the populace in despair. Some lost their nearest and dearest, while others were bereft of their beloved, enduring immense suffering. Unable to bear the torment inflicted upon humanity, Mo Jilal descended to the mortal realm, taking on human form to manifest as the cherished ones of the afflicted, bestowing them with renewed hope and the will to survive. However, Mo Jilal held no desire for the adoration of mortals. While traversing the world, he adopted the name Mijialuo. True to his name, he became a source of bewilderment, capable of transforming into any individual, regardless of age or gender, provided that he could offer hope to the living. The common folk, unaware of his true essence, thus referred to him as Mijiao. Li Zifeng pondered. That individual possesses abilities akin to Mijialuo's, yet lacks his benevolence. Such a capacity for transformation is indeed a double-edged sword. How should I respond? Based on the current circumstances, Qiangxing does indeed exist and is genuinely assisting Li Zifeng, albeit without actively demanding blood, merely aiding him in his quest for information on 2 occasions. The Qiangxing who ventured to Heiyu village, along with the assassin and the Tongzi mask, raises the greatest suspicions and undoubtedly points to Mijialuo, with Chun Bo being a secondary concern. As for the mysterious figure on WeChat, they are likely not Mijialuo, for Mijialuo has the ability to alter his physical form and thus has no need to fabricate a mysterious identity. That would be an unnecessary complication for him. This is a situation Li Zifeng has never encountered before. He is only aware of the malevolent spirits spoken of in legends, which require the vital blood of the living to materialize. But such notions are mere fables, unworthy of credence. The emergence of this mysterious entity, Mijiuo, has indeed left Li Zifeng in a state of acute distress. Are there truly spirits and deities in this world? If they exist, they remain ever elusive to the eyes of humanity, leaving our hearts shrouded in doubt. Conversely, if they do not exist, then calamities and misfortunes are inevitable, and mankind is left to evade them as best as they can. Having previously clashed with the counterfeit Qian, who sought to assassinate him under the guise of a mask, and now having discerned the true nature of Mijiuo's abilities, Li Zifeng feels an urgent need for caution. He has effectively severed Mijiuo's access to his blood, and he understands that from this point forward, vigilance is paramount. Any slight anomaly in those around him necessitates immediate verification, for his life may hang in the balance. As he contemplates these matters, his phone suddenly vibrates, heralding a message from WeChat. Upon reading it, his countenance pales in shock. You are in grave danger. Having unraveled his capabilities, he finds it increasingly difficult to obtain your blood. Thus, eliminating you becomes his only course of action. Upon your demise, he will resort to various schemes to acquire your essence. The more he obtains, the stronger he becomes. One day, when his powers surpass yours, it will be the day of reckoning, and you shall be plunged into eternal darkness, never to glimpse even a sliver of light again. That a chill runs down his spine. This enigmatic figure is far more formidable than he had anticipated. What seemed to be a solved enigma has only grown more intricate. The identity of this mysterious person, whether friend or foe, remains uncertain, yet their abilities are reminiscent of the mythical thousand-mile eye and wind-hearing ear. Instilling a profound sense of dread, I know nothing of Mijiuo. I merely wish to convey that you are in peril. Chapter 022. The Secrets of Heaven. Li Zifeng exclaimed urgently, then tell me, where on earth is the remains of the Yingshi Baigu? Frustration coursed through him. I have no memories and dare not move recklessly, caught in your web of manipulation. That if you truly wish to assist me, reveal to me the location of the Yingshi Baigu at once. Yet again, the mysterious figure fell silent, leaving Li Zifeng to slump back against the sofa, utterly defeated, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. Mere minutes passed before his phone buzzed once more, jolting him back to attention. Very well. If you genuinely seek to reclaim your memories, I shall disclose the whereabouts of the Yingshi Baigu. But be forewarned, that place is fraught with peril, and you may very well meet your demise if you venture there. Indeed, I am aware that you fear not death, for you are an immortal. Your body can resist aging and heal wounds. Of this I am certain. However, you may have overlooked a crucial detail. Should you perish, upon your revival, your memories will once again dissipate, leaving you in ignorance of all. Destined to scavenge like a beggar until your intellect gradually matures, allowing you to function as a normal human being. Li Zifeng let out a profound sigh, tilting his head back, tears streaming down his cheeks for the first time, as he confronted the true essence of helplessness. So, do not rush. Such matters cannot be hurried. When the time is right, I shall guide you on what to do. For now, all you need to do is wait. At this moment, amid such turmoil, it would be impossible for anyone, let alone Li Zifeng, to maintain composure. Anxiety is an inevitable companion. Li Zifeng inquired, can you not tell me what I am waiting for? Could you provide more details? This situation is rather awkward. I did not expect this mysterious individual to be so forthright in his speech. The 3-day waiting period was rather vexing, but fortunately, at the dream interpretation shop, I encountered a myriad of people and a plethora of dreams each day, which proved to be quite intriguing. Particularly on the 3rd day, a customer shared a dream that was exceptionally captivating. His dream was not a recent one, but rather one from 2 years prior. However, every event that transpired within that dream has come to fruition over the past 2 years, prompting him to seek the guidance of a dream interpreter. Li Zifeng nodded, encouraging him to continue. Oh dear, I feel quite uneasy about this. I inadvertently disturbed someone's nest, causing the demise of 2 little swallows, and I feel a pang of guilt. Subsequently, I found a girlfriend who was perfect in every way, and we have been together for over a year. Yet, despite our efforts, she simply cannot conceive that we visited the hospital numerous times and tried countless medications, all to no avail. That I even consulted a urologist, and it turned out to be unrelated to me. It is merely a dream. One ought not to take it too seriously. As soon as Li Zifeng finished speaking, the man shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, no, what I just shared with you was a dream, yet it is also reality. And the reality is even more terrifying. This revelation piqued the interest of both Li Zifeng and Zhao Xingyue, particularly Zhao Xingyue, the diligent onlooker who would not let any opportunity to observe passerby. Zhao Xingyue inquired, "What happened in reality? Do tell us quickly. Our brother Feng is exceptionally skilled, known in the community as the second-best dream interpreter in the world." Both Li Zifeng and the customer were taken aback, simultaneously asking, "Then who is the best in the world?" "Why, it is Boss Zhao, of course. He is the most formidable," Zhao Xingyue declared proudly. Li Zifeng shot her an exasperated glance. The young lady was clearly still displeased and was intentionally teasing him. However, Li Zifeng did not take offense. In terms of both sentiment and logic, Chao Qingfeng indeed deserved the title of the world's best in the field of dream interpretation. "Come now, continue. What occurred in reality?" Li Zifeng prompted. The customer sighed. In reality. Wait a moment. I haven't finished the dream yet. You interrupted me. Where was I? Yes, regarding the inability to have children, you went to see a urologist. And it was unrelated to you. Zhao Xingyue mischievously reminded him. The customer nodded repeatedly, saying, Right. I went to see a urologist. Then I pondered, should I perhaps burn some incense and pray to a Buddha? I took my partner to a temple whose name escapes me. Anyway, in the dream, that temple was quite peculiar. You know the kind of nest that swallows make from mud? Li Zifeng was taken aback and nodded. Yes, I know. What about it? Well, that temple had a lower level made of bricks, but the upper hall was entirely covered in mud, fashioned in a way that resembled the little bumps atop the head of the Tathagata. Much like a swallow's nest, Zhao Xingyue stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, while Li Zifeng also suppressed a smile, quickly pinching his thigh to contain his amusement. I was curious about what kind of temple this was. It was utterly bizarre. When I entered with my partner, I saw a master with his back to me, his head bowed, seemingly engaged in some task that I intended to approach for a closer look. But my partner firmly held me back, refusing to let me go near. I expressed to my partner, Please, let's not bicker. We are here to seek the guidance of the master. What is there to fear? Yet, she stubbornly refused to relent, insisting on preventing my passage. We found ourselves embroiled in a dispute, and as the conversation grew increasingly verbose, I succinctly summarized our predicament, remarking on the rather impressive nature of our argument. Li Zifeng interjected, saying, If I am not mistaken, in this dream, you ultimately did not witness what the master was doing. Am I right? Chapter 023. Personal topics. The customer exclaimed, Oh my friend, how remarkable. Truly, you live up to your reputation as a renowned dream interpreter across the nation. I hadn't even finished speaking, and you had already deduced it. Li Zifeng shook his head, responding, It is not mere speculation that I have heard others speak of such dreams. If I am correct, the events you have encountered in reality over the past 2 years closely mirror those in your dreams, albeit with slight variations. Am I right? Oh my goodness, a true master indeed. The customer, in a fit of excitement, grasped Li Zifeng's hand and continued, Master, my girlfriend is wonderful in every way, except that I shall speak candidly. She has suffered 2 miscarriages. I have lost the chance to become a father twice. We have spent a considerable amount of money on hospital visits, yet to no avail. Someone informed me that the dream interpretation company on the top floor of the technology building is the most formidable. With masters possessing vast knowledge, Zhao Xingyue produced a drop of blood and let it fall into Li Zifeng's left eye. In mere seconds, Li Zifeng rose, using eye drops to cleanse his eye, while stating, What I am about to convey to you may have been said by others countless times, and you are free to choose to disregard it. Please, I will heed whatever the master has to say. The customer, albeit somewhat verbose, was undeniably a good man, genuine and family-oriented. Indeed, these words are often echoed by physicians. Master, is there anything else? He inquired earnestly. Every family has its own burdens to bear. Allow me to interpret your dream, and the reasons will become clear. You have earned money and constructed a new house. This is a good omen, as the appearance of a swallow's nest signifies fortune. Subsequently, you found a girlfriend. However, the swallow's nest continuously sullies your space, causing you irritation. Yet, you did not destroy it, indicating your kind heart. This mirrors your experiences with children in real life. They are mischievous and prone to trouble, inevitably causing frustration. As for your mother, she destroyed the swallow's nest, resulting in the death of 2 swallows. In a certain sense, you might interpret this as her having thwarted your future children. Thus, your girlfriend has experienced 2 miscarriages. When you consider the reality of their strained relationship, characterized by frequent arguments or anger during her pregnancy, do you believe this is beneficial for the child? My previous silence on this matter stemmed from my desire not to burden you with the causal connections. Now, I simply wish to convey my profound understanding of your difficulties. It would be wise to communicate more with your mother and your girlfriend, for every family has its own struggles, overcome with emotion. The customer suddenly knelt to the ground, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly extraordinary. Allow me to bow before you." "Ah, please, spare me." Li Zifeng quickly assisted him, while Zhao Xingyue erupted into laughter, her demeanor lively and animated. Before departing, Li Zifeng solemnly advised, "Dreams are ephemeral and elusive. Do not place excessive reliance upon them. They may serve as a spiritual refuge, yet they should not monopolize your existence. In the realm of reality. Remember this. No one compels you to perform good deeds, but refrain from engaging in malevolence. Ultimately, virtue and vice will be duly rewarded. You are a good person, and thus, you shall be rewarded in kind. Trust me." "Very well. When my child is born, you must certainly attend the full moon banquet." The customer, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded in agreement as Li Zifeng smiled and replied, "No problem, but do good deeds without questioning the future. Have faith that your business will flourish." Once the customer departed, tranquility enveloped the shop once more. Li Zifeng idly manipulated a compass on the shelf, while Zhao Xingyue gazed dreamily, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, there was a moment when I found you incredibly handsome. Like a firefly illuminating the pitch-black night, so bright and exceptional. Why not come over to my house tonight? My parents are away, hee." Zhao Xingyue shot a scornful glance at Li Zifeng, muttering, "Loser, go live your life with your fifth girl." 3 days later, heavy rain fell. Li Zifeng stood before the glass door, lighting a cigarette as he surveyed the entirety of Jiangzhou City. The rent for the Sci-Tech building was exorbitant, particularly for the top floor, where other tenants included electronic and real estate firms. Ordinary businesses would hesitate to rent such spaces. Yet, the view from here was undeniably splendid. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. And sometimes the thoughts that arise can be profound. The mysterious individual was indeed correct. 3 days later, it had begun to rain heavily. Whether it was a forecast or mere intuition, it demonstrated the person's meticulous nature. Li Zifeng extinguished his cigarette and called, "Lao Ku, come here for a moment." Ku Yesheng, puzzled, approached Li Zifeng, and just as he arrived, Li Zifeng unexpectedly drew a dagger and thrust it towards Ku Yesheng's abdomen. Ugh! Ku Yesheng doubled over, extracting the dagger as a stream of thick, green blood oozed forth. "You truly remembered my words," he grimaced, "but could you avoid stabbing vital areas next time? It's quite dangerous. You can stab my arms or legs, but only if you promise to treat my wounds." Li Zifeng sliced his finger, allowing blood to flow, and Li Zifeng retrieved the file at the edge of the wind. While Ku Yesheng remarked, "In the year 1943, amidst the wild mountains of Hubei province, a man-eating creature was discovered, known as Zhengyan. It frequently descended from the hills to feast upon humans, leading to the mysterious disappearances of local woodcutters. Numerous human bones were found at the mountain's foot. Subsequently, troops were dispatched to eradicate it, but to no avail. No. Examine these red-headed documents closely. This matter has been meticulously concealed. The final photograph reveals a split skull, with a creature adorned with a multitude of eyes growing upon its abdomen, crouched on the ground devouring a wild boar. That wild boar was no small beast, yet when compared to Zhengyan, it appeared as mere child. Surely, this photograph cannot be doctored. Li Zifeng inquired. Ku Yesheng emphatically pointed to the beginning of the document, stating, "These red-headed files span over 60 years, compiling countless pieces of evidence. Do you think they jest with you? And what use do these documents serve me?" Ku Yesheng glanced at Zhao Xingyue, then back at Li Zifeng, who replied, "No matter, please continue." Regarding such a remote forested environment, although many areas have developed significantly, there remain vast stretches of territory largely devoid of human presence. Encountering a creature of the supernatural sort may not be entirely implausible. What do you imply? I propose that you and I venture into those wild mountains in search of Zhengyan, and together we can vanquish it, utilizing its brain matter to cure your amnesia. What do you think? As soon as Ku Yesheng finished speaking, Li Zifeng erupted into laughter, a naïve and dismissive chuckle. "So you have come to amuse me. Unless you are part of some clandestine department dedicated to investigating and suppressing such peculiar phenomena." striving to eliminate these unseen mountain demons to prevent public panic. Is that not the case? Ku Yeshing remained silent. Li Zifeng continued. The classified military data you have uncovered, if not backed by some military authority or the orders of a secretive department. I find it difficult to believe you could have accessed such information. I am beginning to suspect that you are rather extraordinary, Ku Yeshing replied. Xingyin indeed exists. Its brain matter may not necessarily cure your amnesia, but there is a possibility that I will say no more on the matter. You are entirely free to decline that I will not coerce you. Li Zifeng set down his teacup and stood, declaring, eliminating threats to the public is not something I oppose. The dilemma lies in the fact that Xingyin is notoriously vicious. Who knows what powers it possesses? As mere mortals, should we encounter it, we would likely be torn to shreds that I have no desire to meet my end. Ku Yeshing refrained from further conversation, collecting the documents and repacking them into the folder. Rising to depart as he left, he remarked, then wait a while longer. I have other means and shall return to seek you out. Very well, no problem. Xingyue, please see Mr. Ku off. There's no need, Ku Yeshing replied, departing without a trace of emotion. Ultimately, such perilous endeavors hinge upon a matter of leverage, much like the decision not to betray, perhaps merely due to an insufficient bargaining chip. Zioxingyu just had her eyes feasted upon and leaned in to inquire, Brother Foam, is it true that monsters exist in this world? Li Zifeng, taken aback, responded, isn't the Xingyin one of them? Surely, the documents cannot be erroneous. For decades, countless photographs have been captured of it that I suspect there have been attempts to hunt it down in the mountains, but Xingyin is too formidable, and it has evaded destruction. Furthermore, it dares not venture into the bustling city. Otherwise, the matter would have escalated long ago. Zioxingyu chirped excitedly, as if she had discovered a new world. Li Zifeng shook his head and remarked, you are still too naive. Just because it's on a red-headed document, does that guarantee its authenticity? I could stroll into any copy shop and for a mere $1, print you any kind of red-headed document you desired as for the authenticity of photographs. In this technological era, consider those images shared in your social circle. They have been edited to the extent of resembling inflatable dolls. Would they still resemble you? Oh, Brother Foam, why do you speak like that? Haven't you seen the comments praising my large eyes and goddess-like aura? Some even say I resemble Maggie Chung. Spare me. Your social circle? Just a bunch of desperate losers. Why would you take their words to heart? Zioxingyu, displeased, retorted, aren't you a loser too? I'm not desperate, Li Zifeng replied, raising his hands in surrender. Wow. Brother Foam, sometimes I truly question whether you prefer men. Zioxingyu smacked her lips, her expression hinting at lingering curiosity. Li Zifeng waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this banter. Go fetch me a Coke. No ice. Just as Zioxingyu stepped out, Li Zifeng received a WeChat message stating, the person you have been waiting for is Qian. He will guide you in your quest to find Xingyin. This endeavor will undoubtedly be perilous, but it is advisable for you to undertake it. You must eliminate Xingyin. This creature must be vanquished that I wish to kill it myself, but I lack the capability. You may proceed, but choose a time 9 days hence, as assistance will be available. Then Li Zifeng remained silent for an extended period before suddenly exclaiming, you must be Qian, playing mind games with me? This statement suggested that the mysterious individual possessed the ability to foresee the future. 5 minutes later, another message pinged, again from the enigmatic figure. The moment Li Zifeng glanced up, he was struck dumb. Chapter 025, The Assassination of Zioxingyu. With her left hand grasping 2 small bags, one containing a Coke and the other fries, held her iPhone 6 in her right hand. Noticing Li Zifeng's wide-eyed stare, she asked, what's wrong? Li Zifeng continued to gaze at her, and after a moment, she suddenly clutched her chest, blushing as she said, Brother Foam, could you be a bit more subtle? It's quite common to wear low-cut outfits. You shouldn't look at me like that. It's rather embarrassing. You. Zioxingyu's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of anger, she stomped her foot, flinging the Coke towards him before turning to leave. From the series of messages from the mysterious individual, it appeared he might possess the ability to predict the future, or perhaps he lurked nearby. But who could he be? Someone who could observe everyone so calmly. That seemed implausible, leaving only the possibility of foresight. Such individuals could not exist. If they did, one ought to buy them 100 lottery tickets tomorrow. You are indeed remarkable, that I shall refrain from inquiring about your identity, and instead ask, why must one first seek the Xingyin and the Yingshibi bone? The crux of Li Zifeng's concern does not lie in the Ying Shibi bone, but rather in the question, will I perish? I do not wish to die. I do not desire to lose my current memories. Nor do I wish to start anew. With a sigh, Li Zifeng dialed the number of Zhao Qingfeng, only to be met with the familiar message that the line was disconnected. This old friend had vanished without a trace. That night, Li Zifeng experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, he found himself as a frontline soldier, facing relentless enemy fire. The bombardments were fierce, sending mud flying from the trenches, while shells rained down like droplets of rain. Littering the ground with shattered corpses, Li Zifeng noticed that Zhao Qingfeng had failed to evade the incoming shells, instead crouching by the trench's edge, peering through binoculars at the enemy's position. Curling into himself, Li Zifeng tore away at that hand, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Brother, I shall do my utmost to piece together your remains. I will avenge you." Above, enemy planes continued to circle, unleashing hundreds of kilograms of aerial bombs. Rendering the soldiers too terrified to move, Li Zifeng closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, as Zhao Qingfeng was reduced to mere powder. "Old friend," Li Zifeng shouted, suddenly sitting upright. Gasping for breath, he turned on the bedside lamp. Feeling his face was damp, when he touched it, he realized tears had already cascaded down his cheeks. That it is not unusual for one to weep in dreams that evoke deep emotions or pain, often waking with traces of tears in the corners of their eyes. Yet, this dream felt unervingly real to Li Zifeng, as if it had just transpired. He pondered whether this could be an omen, a portent that Zhao Qingfeng might be in peril. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he immediately shook his head in denial, for dreams and reality are fundamentally distinct. Although the unfolding of dreams is indeed intertwined with one's subconscious and thoughts, they remain dreams and should not be entirely relied upon to predict reality. Such reasoning is flawed. However, dismissing this notion does not negate the existence of inexplicable coincidences and phenomena in this world. He could only hope for Zhao Qingfeng's safe return. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 8 days had elapsed. With the onset of the rainy season, the downpours became frequent, resulting in fewer customers. Whenever there was a lull, Zhao Xingyue would chatter incessantly about demons and monsters, a topic Li Zifeng found unappealing, often redirecting her to fetch some cola. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Li Zifeng instructed Zhao Xingyue to leave for the day while he tidied up some documents, preparing to extinguish the lights and depart. Yet, upon hearing the sound of high heels echoing in the corridor, he paused, glancing towards the door. Moments later, Zhao Xingyue reappeared at the entrance, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, I just encountered someone." "Guess who it is?" With a playful tone, she insisted. "No. Guess again." Aside from Zhao Qingfeng, Li Zifeng was not particularly familiar with many others. So he inquired, "Is it the blind woman I happened to meet? Come here. I'll tell you." Zhao Xingyue beckoned, leaning close to Li Zifeng, covering his ear with one hand, and giggling. "It's me." A soft chuckle escaped him. A blade over a foot in length lunged fiercely towards Li Zifeng's heart. In that fleeting moment of pain, Li Zifeng's eyes widened, and he immediately grasped the weapon with both hands, allowing the sharp edges to slice through his fingers. Determined that the long knife must not pierce his heart, for that would spell his demise. "That is at you, Megaluo." Li Zifeng gritted his teeth. Zhao Xingyue smirked darkly. "Yes, it is I." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she forcefully pushed the hilt, driving the blade deeper, perilously close to his heart. "Stop. I will give you my blood, right now." A true hero does not fall victim to immediate peril. The so-called righteousness is often merely an artistic facade of bravado. In such moments, a rational individual instinctively contemplates self-preservation. Zhao Xingyue coldly retorted, "Too late." With that, she prepared to thrust the blade entirely through him. Gritting his teeth, Li Zifeng delivered a powerful kick to the edge of the table. Propelling himself backward as the blade was withdrawn, a spray of crimson erupted, tracing a sanguine arc through the air. The wound healed swiftly, and with an impassive expression, Zhao Xingyue leaped towards Li Zifeng, brandishing the blade. Li Zifeng unsheathed the dagger he always carried, engaging Zhao Xingyue in fierce combat. After several exchanges of blows, he realized that no blood flowed from her body. Yet, Zhao Xingyue, gradually losing her strength, was visibly enraged, yet powerless. Having squandered this precious opportunity, Megaluo would find it exceedingly difficult to attempt another assassination of Li Zifeng. However, endowed with his unique, transformative abilities, Megaluo refrained from taking reckless risks and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Wait for it. I have ways to deal with you." He then turned and fled from the rooftop through the escape passage. Li Zifeng, unburdened by worries, was not afraid of Megaluo's retaliation. Just as he settled into his seat, he suddenly thumped his forehead in alarm, exclaiming, "Not good." In Chapter 026, The Ghost Catching Business, Li Zifeng had inadvertently mentioned the term blind girl, and Megaluo, with his peculiar and rare abilities, might impersonate Li Zifeng to threaten her. Realizing this, Li Zifeng quickly sent a message to the blind girl. "I will treat you to dinner tonight." As evening descended, a long dew drizzle fell from the brooding clouds. Li Zifeng donned a suit and took an ebony umbrella. Heading to the blind girl's residence to avoid drawing the attention of Megaluo or any lurking conspirators, he donned a black mask. Rainy days often led to traffic jams, and while waiting at a traffic light, Zhao Xingyue suddenly called, saying, "Brother Phone, a customer urgently needs to contact you." The phone number was genuine, and Zhao Xingyue appeared to be authentic as well. Megaluo likely lacked the audacity to impersonate someone twice in quick succession. Moreover, having engaged in combat, Megaluo sensed that despite his unique abilities, his fighting prowess did not match Li Zifeng's. His only recourse was a surprise attack. Regardless of urgency, the dream interpreter had their own protocols, and he would have to come to the shop tomorrow. Li Zifeng ended the call and shifted into drive. Just past this traffic light, his phone rang again. Zhao Xingyue once more. He chose not to answer. His focus was solely on the blind girl's safety. He needed to protect her before Megaluo could reach her. Yet the incessant ringing of Zhao Xingyue's phone left Li Zifeng in a state of bewilderment. The clientele he typically attended to merely sought dream interpretations, matters of little gravity. After all, he was not a physician tasked with saving lives. In cases of severe illness, immediate action was paramount, with no regard for the hour. However, Zhao Xingyue's obstinate demeanor suggested that this situation was likely atypical. "Hello, what is the matter?" Li Zifeng inquired. Zhao Xingyue responded in haste. "Brother Phone, please don't hang up. I have a customer here. I'll let them speak to you." "Master." "Oh, master, I beseech you, please save me." "Where are you? I will come to fetch you." "You must help me." The voice on the line was hoarse, continuously pleading for aid without disclosing the nature of the crisis. Li Zifeng's heart sank. He was at a loss. After all, he and Zhao Qingfeng had toiled for 6 or 7 years in their business, with scarcely any encounters involving ghost apprehension, and each instance had been handled by Zhao Qingfeng. To be frank, Li Zifeng had no knowledge of what a ghost looked like. Tales varied widely, yet no one had ever witnessed one in reality. Judging by the urgency in the caller's tone, it seemed highly probable that they were in dire straits. Yet he lacked the ability to capture spirits, and with Zhao Qingfeng absent, he was at an impasse. "Master, please speak. I am utterly terrified. Today, I traversed the entirety of Jiangzhou City, and people say that you are the only one capable of capturing ghosts. The rest are charlatans. Please do not ignore me." It was evident that this customer was in a state of extreme agitation. Difficult to calm. Li Zifeng stammered. Our ghost catching services are quite costly, and we require payment up front. Considering the price, I would recommend seeking a more affordable ghost catching company. What do you think?" It was indeed a rare approach to business to push a customer away. Upon hearing this, the customer eagerly replied, "All right. Money is no object. I will sell a property immediately." Li Zifeng was taken aback. It seemed this individual was a property speculator, likely possessing numerous assets and ample funds. "No, we have rules in place. Regardless of whether you seek a dream interpretation or ghost catching, we only attend to 10 clients a day. We cannot accommodate more." "Perhaps you could." The customer interrupted with a desperate exclamation. "Master, please don't do this. This is a matter of life and death. Saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tier pagoda. You must help me. I will serve you as a humble servant. I implore you. I will kneel and bow before you." The sounds of frantic knocking echoed from the phone, revealing that this client was indeed at their wits' end. "Sir, please do not resort to such extremes," Zhao Xingyue urged from the other end of the line. Outside, the rain fell softly, and the distant traffic lights were shrouded in mist, creating a hazy panorama. The rhythmic sound of flashing hazard lights punctuated the air, and the windshield wipers occasionally swept across the glass, momentarily clearing the view, only for it to be obscured once more by the downpour. The inability to see the road ahead mirrored the uncertainty of the future's outcome. After a while, Li Zifeng picked up his phone and sent a voice message to the blind woman. "I sincerely apologize. I have an urgent matter to attend to tonight and that I may not be able to make it. Also, if I do come, you must ask me what I gave you that day by the piano. Please do not provide any hints. If I cannot answer, do not acknowledge me. All right? Having obtained the blind woman's understanding, Li Zifeng thus made a phone call, instructing Zhao Xingyue to swiftly escort the customer to the technology building, specifically to the Dream Interpretation Company, for it was only within the confines of the store. Specifically on the top floor of the technology building, that Li Zifeng felt a sense of security. Should anyone attempt an assassination here, escaping would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge. After all, who could leap from the 30th floor? Upon returning to the store, he had just propped his drenched umbrella at the entrance when a portly middle-aged man burst forth, dropping to his knees before Li Zifeng. With a sigh, Li Zifeng found himself disconcerted by such displays of subservience. What era was this? The power of wealth is formidable, yet it is character that garners true respect. A man may be impoverished, but he must possess integrity. Quickly rise, Li Zifeng urged. What is the matter? Speak slowly. As he scrutinized the customer, he noted the man's slightly balding head and his attire, which consisted of luxurious casual wear. Li Zifeng was unfamiliar with the brand, yet recognized the emblem depicting a figure on horseback playing golf, indicative of an expensive clothing line. Master, the man began, I am Qianqi. Recently, my home has been plagued by a malevolent spirit. This wretched specter bears a face covered in sores, as if it has just clawed its way out of the grave. Its upper body is riddled with holes, and its left arm is nearly severed, connected by only a shred of flesh. The stench is overwhelming. You must save me. Li Zifeng frowned. I will certainly assist you. But please, do not panic. Take your time and explain clearly, if you would. Well, what happened next? Li Zifeng inquired. Did you not reside with your mother? Qianqi shook his head. No, my mother finds city living unbearable. She claims that although the house is spacious, it feels stifling, surrounded by strangers. It's akin to imprisonment. Life in the village suits her better, where she can cultivate her beloved peonies, raise a few chickens, and keep a yellow dog. Especially after my father's passing, she seldom visits the city. With a bitter smile, Qianqi continued, business has been overwhelming. I simply cannot spare the time. Nevertheless, I ensure she lacks for nothing, sending her money each month to keep her well-fed and well-clothed. And then you encountered this vile spirit? Qianqi nodded vigorously. Yes, my mother sensed something was amiss and did not sleep soundly. One night, while in a daze, she heard the chickens clucking and quietly opened the window. To her horror, she glimpsed a black face riddled with holes, mere inches away from her own, separated only by a thin screen. Li Zifeng raised a hand. Enough. The subsequent events are yours to recount without further elaboration. Xingyue, prepare the silver needles. The spectre's head bore a sunken eye, resembling a shriveled sack of flesh dangling from its face, while the other eye socket was shrouded in darkness. The left side of its face was completely caved in, the jaw fractured, exposing the large teeth beneath the ear. Were this creature alive, it would find it impossible to eat. Surely spilling food as it chewed. It clutched the small chickens, ravenously gnawing on their flesh, only for the remains to spill forth from its abdominal cavity. Yet still, it meticulously gathered the corpses of the chickens. Then he approached the windowsill, quietly leaning over the gap in the window, lowering his head to peer inside, as if he had discovered the room to be empty. Slightly disheartened, he departed, slipping away through the sewer, coalescing into a dark, rotting mass that wriggled out. This scene truly astonished Li Zifeng. He had never encountered such a thing before. That moment, if one were to assert that they were not ghosts, it would remain an enigma as to what exactly they were. Upon seeing Li Zifeng awaken, Qianqi remarked, the knowledgeable elders in the village say this is called the noon-killing ghost, which only appears at midnight, killing without consuming. Hence, the numerous corpses of dead chickens and dogs in the ditches outside the village. Li Zifeng, while cleansing his eyes with eye drops, replied, it's hard to say. He was uncertain about the nature of this ghost, and even more doubtful about its formidable abilities. Given his own capabilities, would he risk an attempt to capture the ghost, only to be met with a fatal counterattack? It was evident that Qianqi was certainly not a Mijiaoyuo, nor was the noon-killing ghost one, confirming that this was indeed a haunting incident. Whether the dream interpreter's esteemed reputation could be preserved hinged entirely on this occasion. Li Zifeng was inclined to refuse. He had no desire to earn such money, but what excuse could he use to decline? Master, Qianqi softly called out, rousing the dazed Li Zifeng. I have not heard of this ghost either. It must be quite formidable. My fees are rather steep. Qianqi, assuming Li Zifeng was hinting at wanting more money, hastily added, "All right, just name your price, and I shall consider it." Li Zifeng replied, "This at least." It's rather awkward to articulate. Li Zifeng straightened two fingers. With a thud, Qianqi knelt before Li Zifeng, tears streaming down his face. "Master, I won't hide the truth from you. I can afford 2 million. But you mustn't do this. To save a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. Please, make it a bit cheaper. Even half would suffice." Li Zifeng was taken aback. He initially intended to ask for 300,000. As their store's monthly revenue was exactly that, this task was rather complex, warranting a month's earnings. However, reconsidering, he thought it best not to be overly greedy and decided on 200,000, though he felt somewhat embarrassed to voice it. Little did he know, Qianqi clearly operated in large business dealings, likely discussing contracts in the millions. In the realm of business, fingers poised for negotiations often began with 7-figure sums. This revelation nearly caused Zhao Xingyue's eyes to pop out. It was faster than robbing a bank. Yes, it is not easy for anyone to earn money. How about a 30% discount, making it 600,000? Li Zifeng found it difficult to engage in opportunistic exploitation. Yet earning a bit more was still advantageous. What if he needed to seek medical treatment abroad in the future? The advanced medical equipment and exorbitantly priced services overseas required substantial funds. It was impractical to expect free treatment simply by kneeling. The world is always pragmatic, and one ought to be realistic as well. Chapter 028. The noon-killing ghost as the vehicle traversed the highway. Zhao Xingyue was filled with excitement, attempting several times to inquire about various matters from Li Zifeng. However, seeing him with closed eyes and silent, she felt hesitant to say much more. When they stopped at a service area, Qianqi went out to buy drinks. Zhao Xingyue remarked, "Brother Feng, I admire you immensely. You earned 600,000 in the blink of an eye." Li Zifeng shook his head and remarked, "Do not constantly fixate on how much money you can earn. If you excel at this task, that is commendable. If you falter, you might even lose your life. The amount of money one can earn is directly proportional to the risks one must endure. If that were not the case, why would the most lucrative endeavors be enshrined in the Constitution?" Zhao Xingyue was perplexed, prompting Li Zifeng to continue. "You mentioned that you previously worked part-time at a restaurant as a waitress, earning just over 2,000 yuan a month, correct? The number of individuals capable of carrying trays and washing dishes is overwhelming. If you do not take the job, there is a line of people ready to replace you. Yet, on a larger scale, can you create an atomic bomb? No one can, except for you. Thus, you are destined to earn more than others. This is what we refer to as capability. That if your only skill is hard labor, then you will only earn a laborer's wage. However, if you possess a unique and unparalleled skill, you will earn what others cannot. Do you understand?" Zhao Xingyue nodded enthusiastically. "Brother Feng, I understand. I will study dream interpretation diligently and aspire to become the most formidable dream interpreter." Li Zifeng nearly choked on a sip of mineral water, struggling to regain his composure as Zhao Xingyue hurriedly patted his back. "Xingyue, you may not have grasped my point that I share this with you to inspire you to study hard, to leverage your knowledge in school, and to strive to be distinct from the crowd. Cultivate your independent thinking." Zhao Xingyue mischievously replied, "I know. Every parent educates their children to study diligently because they recognize that education is the shortcut to success and prosperity. Therefore, I will work hard to gain admission to university, earn a substantial income, and provide a good life for my parents." Li Zifeng nodded in approval, understanding that grasping this concept was essential. Dream interpretation is not as simple as you might envision, and earning money is not as easy as you think. Anything related to making money is inherently challenging, so you must always remember to remain grounded in your endeavors. In truth, Li Zifeng was not one to be overly sentimental. He simply did not wish to see a blossoming young girl blinded by the allure of wealth, nor did he want to contribute to the proliferation of shallow, materialistic girls. It was only after Zhao Xingyue's fervent pleas that he agreed to take her along, with the stipulation that once they reached the countryside, she refrained from incessantly asking questions, or he would not take her on future excursions. Upon returning to Qianqi's hometown, they arrived in a slowly developing village, where roads were unpaved and streetlights were non-existent, save for a few scattered homes flickering with the colored glow of television screens. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, a pack of wild dogs gathered around, barking incessantly at the trio. Qianqi waved them away, saying, "Shoo, go away." After driving off the wild dogs, Qianqi opened the iron gate of his family home, which stood out as the most respectable dwelling in the village. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a strong metallic scent of blood and discovered that 4 chicks had perished in the enclosure. Qianqi appeared slightly panicked, cowering behind Li Zifeng and whispering, "Master, this is it. That killing spirit is likely to return at noon. How shall we deal with it?" "Xingyue, you should go with him," Li Zifeng instructed. Zhao Xingyue was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? Brother Feng, is this how you intend to take me along? I can barely find my footing here, and you're sending me away already." Li Zifeng primarily feared his inability to subdue the malevolent spirit. If Zhao Xingyue and Qianqi remained here, their safety would undoubtedly be at risk, which prompted him to urge their departure. However, upon witnessing Zhao Xingyue throwing a childish tantrum and refusing to leave, Li Zifeng resignedly declared, "Then you shall stay. Mr. Qian, please depart first." Prior to this, Li Zifeng had observed through Qianqi's blood that the vengeful spirit invariably emerged from the sewer around 2 o'clock at midnight. The first thing it would do upon entering was approach Qianqi's mother's bedroom, peering inside from the window. Contemplating this, he cryptically instructed, "Xingyue, join me in capturing the ghost that I must ensure your safety. But you must promise to obey. Thus, you will sleep in Qianqi's mother's bedroom tonight. Remember, face north with your back to the south. Do you understand?" In rural tradition, the sleeping posture is significant. Typically, one's head points north or east, but never south, as facing south is associated with the burial of the deceased. Zhao Xingyue clenched her tiny fist, brimming with excitement, and inquired, "Brother Feng, will the vengeful spirit truly come at midnight?" "Yes, just follow my instructions and do not turn your head. I will be hiding by your bedside. Understood?" "Understood, understood." Zhao Xingyue nodded vigorously, seized the key, and dashed into the room in the blink of an eye. It was midnight. Li Zifeng's phone buzzed insistently in his pocket. To facilitate the ghost capture, he had silenced the device, but upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Zhao Xingyue calling. "Brother Feng, please come in. I have something to discuss with you," she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Upon entering the bedroom, Li Zifeng leaned over the bed and softly asked, "What is it?" Outside, the moon hung full and luminous, its light filtering through the sheer curtains and casting a pallid glow upon the bedding. Occasionally, shadows of drifting clouds obscured the moonlight, creating a somewhat desolate ambience. "Brother Feng, I'm a bit scared. Perhaps you could sleep on the bed as well?" Li Zifeng shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "You insisted on coming despite my warning, and now you claim to be afraid. This disrupts my plan to capture the ghost." As Zhao Xingyue opened her mouth to protest further, a sudden cacophony erupted from the courtyard as the chickens clucked frantically. Li Zifeng was startled, and then he noticed a writhing mass of black flesh materializing on the wall under the moonlight. Realizing it was too late to escape the bedroom, he swiftly pulled back the covers, concealed himself beneath them, and embraced Zhao Xingyue from behind, furrowing his brow as he whispered, "Shoo, do not move. The vengeful spirit has arrived." In the cocoon of the blankets, Zhao Xingyue trembled violently, while Li Zifeng held her tightly and grasped her small hand, providing her with psychological comfort. Outside, a series of grating sounds echoed, reminiscent of nails scraping against an iron pot, an unsettling noise that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Zifeng remained oblivious to the spirit's intentions and dared not turn his head. As the cacophony gradually subsided, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, intensifying with each passing moment. Li Zifeng's heart sank as he quietly retrieved a talisman from his pocket. The talisman bore inscriptions invoking the powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. According to Chao Qingfeng, this was a talisman of the Taoist 6 Ding and 6 Jia, typically in high demand, with many customers purchasing a couple to ward off evil spirits. He could only hope it would prove effective on this fateful night. Having just completed the incantation, a sudden chill swept over Li Zifeng, compelling him to glance over his shoulder. To his horror, a mass of dark flesh squeezed through the security window, landing with an unsettling thud before coalescing into a humanoid form that lunged at him. "Who are you? I will kill you." The malevolent specter spoke, its voice distorted by a ruptured throat. Li Zifeng strained to comprehend its words, and in an instant, he rolled over and kicked the creature squarely in the chest, sending both of them tumbling outwards. Zhao Xingyue let out a piercing scream, throwing off the covers in a bid to escape. "Don't panic," Li Zifeng shouted. With a sharp clap, he attempted to flick the light switch with one hand. But the room remained shrouded in darkness. as if the switch had suddenly malfunctioned. The only illumination came from the moonlight pouring in through the window, casting an eerie glow upon the malevolent spirit. Zhao Xingyue fled the bedroom, while Li Zifeng grasped the 6 Jiao talisman and dashed forward, pressing it against the specter's forehead. Yet, to his dismay, it proved utterly ineffective. The creature yanked the talisman away and stuffed it into its gaping maw, crunching it with a grotesque noise before swallowing it whole, only for it to emerge again through a gaping hole in its abdomen. The specter's stomach must have harbored an acid unlike any other, for the talisman was reduced to a viscous puddle upon its expulsion. Li Zifeng felt a shiver of dread course through him. What manner of monster was this, impervious to his spells? As the specter roared and charged at him, he drew his dagger, evading in the darkness while zeroing in on its already fractured left arm. With a swift and forceful swing, he severed the limb, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. He swallowed hard, realizing he had truly awakened a formidable evil. The specter howled in rage and lunged once more, its body resembling a mass of putrid flesh that disintegrated in midair, enveloping Li Zifeng. He felt a searing pain in his arms as if they were being scorched by flames. Gripping a chunk of rotting flesh, he wrenched the specter off him, hurling it to the ground. The confined space of the bedroom hindered his movements, prompting him to burst through the door and flee into the courtyard. Unrelenting, the specter pursued him, intent on ending Li Zifeng's life. Under the moonlight, his face paled, for he realized the talismans he carried were utterly useless. What manner of fiend was this? No one could provide an answer. Yet, it did not possess the ethereal quality of the malevolent spirits of legend. If it had, he might have been left to his fate. Grievances have their origin, and debts have their payers. What has this family done to offend you? Speak, or do not blame me for my wrath. Li Zifeng attempted to communicate with the specter, recalling that it had yet to claim any lives, merely preying upon the village's livestock. Perhaps he could negotiate. The specter appeared sluggish and dim-witted, tilting its head in confusion for a prolonged moment before managing to croak out, I am just. Only those 3 words were discernible. The rest faded into incoherence, swallowed by the wind due to its damaged throat. Communication seemed futile now. Pointing a trembling finger at Li Zifeng, the specter stammered, Who are you? The slaughtering ghost laughed, a chilling sound akin to the creaking of a windbox fanning a fire, evoking an unsettling sensation. Suddenly, his body curled into a tight ball, transforming into a thick, black mass approximately 2 meters in length, resembling a python. With astonishing speed, it lunged toward Li Zifeng, binding him tightly before he had a chance to react. With a thud, Li Zifeng fell to the ground. Straining to lift his head and gaze at the monstrous entity with a human head atop the serpent's body, sending shivers down his spine, Li Zifeng was bewildered as to how this creature's body and bones had contorted so. But the sight of that head, perched upon the snake-like form, was undeniably spine-chilling. The floating head of the slaughtering ghost glided past Li Zifeng's back and moved to the front, declaring, Interferers shall perish. Just as the slaughtering ghost opened its gaping maw to devour Li Zifeng whole, much like a python swallowing its prey, he understood that should he be consumed, the potent gastric acid would reduce him to a mere puddle of flesh. In an instant, he reached into his waist and retrieved a small dagger, measuring over half a foot in length. This dagger had been acquired by Chao Qingfeng during a trip to Tibet. Discovered by chance in the hands of an elderly blacksmith, that it was said that the blacksmith's ancestors, while tending sheep, frequently lost lambs, prompting them to carry this dagger into the darkness of night, where they encountered a cave and slew a malevolent beast. Thus, the dagger was passed down through generations, reputed to ward off evil and calamity. The dagger bore the name of that very beast, Mo Yang. Li Zifeng had always kept this dagger close, prepared for unforeseen circumstances, although he had never encountered a ghost until this very moment when all seemed lost. However, Li Zifeng found himself ensnared by the serpent's body, severely limiting his range of motion. With great effort, he managed to draw the dagger and, with a flick of his wrist, struck at the slaughtering ghost's black flesh. The initial stab elicited a pained cry from the creature, causing its entire serpentine form to convulse as if jolted by electricity. There was hope. Gritting his teeth, Li Zifeng plunged the Mo Yang deep into the slaughtering ghost's flesh, causing it to lose its strength and collapse to the ground. Reverting to its human form, seizing the opportunity, Li Zifeng mounted the creature, thrusting a knife into its heart, tearing away its mask, and gritting his teeth as he declared, In your next life, do not be reborn as a ghost. Ah, it's you. The slaughtering ghost exclaimed in shock, reaching out in desperation. Chapter 030. Xiaoyi, it is often said that ghostly tales are rife with deception. After the Mo Yang pierced the slaughtering ghost's heart, its body began to decompose rapidly, as though doused in sulfuric acid. The black flesh corroded at an alarming rate, oozing pools of viscous black liquid beneath it. Li Zifeng chuckled coldly. Indeed, it is I. What other sinister schemes do you wish to enact? Ghostly words are not to be trusted. Who knows what tricks the slaughtering ghost might have in store? Li Zifeng pressed the dagger further into its heart, pinning the creature to the ground, rendering it unable to morph or escape. If he maintained this pressure for but a moment longer, the creature's body would inevitably dissolve into a putrid sludge. U.U.A.R.E.M.A. June. How can you still be so young? The slaughtering ghost's sunken, hollow eyes and decaying, rigid face betrayed no expression. Li Zifeng retorted, Humph, trying to play tricks on me. My name is Li Zifeng, not? Just as he uttered these words, Li Zifeng suddenly froze, a sense of familiarity washing over him at the mention of the name Ma Jun, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After a brief moment of realization, he recalled, yes, Kai Shing had mentioned that when the expeditionary force established the death squad, the captain was named Ma Jun. Wait. Li Zifeng lowered his head and asked, do you know the former me? Ma Jun, please let me go. The body of the Shashingui had decayed to the size of an infant, leaving only a head and a half torso, while its limbs had completely rotted away. With a soft hiss, Li Zifeng drew forth the demonic ram dagger, cradling the Shashingui's head in his arms, demanding, speak quickly. How do you know I am Ma Jun? Blood continued to drip from the Shashingui's half-torso, or rather, a black viscous liquid that constituted its flesh. Perhaps the power of the demonic ram was simply too overwhelming to staunch the Shashingui's injuries. I in agony. The Shashingui lamented, I am nearing death. I beseech that I implore you for one thing. Li Zifeng dared not interject, fully aware that the Shashingui could perish at any moment. He hurriedly nodded. Speak swiftly. The Shashingui tilted its head, expelling a mass of tangled grass from its mouth, saying, you must give this to Tio Xiaoyi. Tell her that I have always yearned for her, but I am too hideous to face her. Li Zifeng nodded repeatedly, urging, quickly, tell me who I was. What have I experienced? Unable to contain himself, Li Zifeng shouted. As the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his thoughts grew. Observing the Shashingui's body gradually dissipating, he suddenly remembered that his blood had the power to heal, and hastily bit into his fingertip, letting his blood drip into the Shashingui's mouth. Indeed, the Shashingui's body ceased to decay, yet it remained with only half a chest cavity and a decaying head. Gasping for breath, it managed to utter, Ma Jun, you saved me twice, first redeeming my flesh, and second, redeeming my soul. Thank you. The Shashingui's head drooped, motionless thereafter. Li Zifeng swallowed hard, picking up the tangled grass that the Shashingui had expelled, and peeling back an outer layer. He discovered a ring intricately woven from the roots of dogtail grass, masterfully crafted to resemble a peony. A remarkable feat indeed. Brother Feng, did you kill him? Zhao Xingyue peeked from behind the door, her little head emerging. Li Zifeng remained silent, lost in contemplation. The Shashingui, knowing its demise was imminent, had understandably spoken only of what mattered most to it in its final moments, which was that individual named Xiaoyi, rather than the past of Li Zifeng. Regrettably, it had not been able to retract its words in time. Alas, Li Zifeng struck the ground with his fist, sighing deeply. He murmured, it seems that Kai Shing's investigation was not in vain. I indeed was once named Ma Jun. The Shashingui remarked on my youthful appearance after seeing me. Just how long have I lived? In the latter part of the night, upon meeting Qianqi, Li Zifeng cast aside the snakeskin bag in his hand, stating, the Shashingui is dead. Master, truly a master, so extraordinary. Qianqi let out a sigh. Incessantly flattering. Li Zifeng raised his hand to interrupt him, inquiring, do you know someone named Xiaoyi? Qianqi was taken aback and replied, how would I know? There are many named Xiaoyi. Li Zifeng pressed on. Is there anyone in your family named Xiaoyi? After a moment of contemplation, Qianqi responded, yes, my mother is named Xiaoyi. Why do you ask? Li Zifeng contemplated the grass ring in his pocket and said, if it's convenient, please take me to meet your mother. Qianqi agreed. All right, I need to visit her at the hospital anyway. I'll drive you there. The trio arrived at the inpatient department of the city center hospital. Upon entering the ward, they found Qianqi's mother awake. Qianqi said, Mother, This is the master who helped us eliminate that malevolent spirit. You can continue to live in our hometown and raise your chickens and cultivate peonies. Qianqi's mother appeared to be at least 80 years old. Despite her wrinkled visage, she exuded an undeniable noble aura, suggesting she must have been a strikingly beautiful woman in her youth. She managed to muster a faint smile and nodded at Li Zifeng. Unsure of what to say, Li Zifeng simply took the grass ring from his pocket and offered it to her, asking, "Annie, do you recognize this?" Qian's mother squinted, inspecting it for a while, and exclaimed, How is this possible?" She looked up at Li Zifeng, asking, "Where did you get this?" Then, lowering her head, she muttered, "This can't be. It's impossible. Indeed, the Shaoyi mentioned by the malevolent spirit must be Qianqi's mother." With this realization, Li Zifeng said, "Boss Qian, Xingyu, why don't you step outside and close the door? I have a few words to share with Auntie." The two were momentarily taken aback. Although unaware of Li Zifeng's intentions, they complied and left, shutting the door behind them. Li Zifeng continued. "That malevolent spirit told me before he perished to give this to Shao Yi. He wished to see you, but feared his appearance would frighten you." Qian's mother covered her face with one hand, her eyes gradually reddening. Chapter 31. A promise from 70 years ago. The elderly woman was quite advanced in age. Her tear ducts seemed to have diminished, and although her eyes were crimson, not many tears fell. Li Zifeng could sense her profound sorrow from the atmosphere. True grief is not marked by loud wails, but by silent tears. Gazing at the grass ring, Qian's mother could no longer contain herself, collapsing onto her knees and sobbing for a long time. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she leaned down again, using a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Li Zifeng quietly exited the ward, where the two had been waiting for some time. Just about to enter when Li Zifeng advised, "Let Annie have a moment of solitude. Let us leave." Qianqi remarked, "Master, I will transfer that money to you tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight. I've arranged a hotel for you." Li Zifeng nodded and departed, walking down the neon-lit street, unable to suppress a deep sigh that in this life. To have someone who has cared for you for decades truly leaves one without regrets. Pure love has always existed. It simply has not been discovered by anyone. That is all. Brother Feng, you can no longer deceive me, can you? If you dare to claim that there are no ghosts in this world, let us see how you explain that. Zhao Xingyue drew closer, once again chattering incessantly. Li Zifeng remarked, "Ghosts, such intriguing entities. The ancients could describe them in various forms, ephemeral and elusive, capable of soaring through the skies or vanishing into thin air. They could even engage in matters of the heart with mortals. Yet, must we assume that the words of the ancients are invariably true? We refer to it as the killing ghost. Does that necessarily make it a ghost?" In truth, Li Zifeng harbored doubts about whether that being was indeed a ghost. The term ghost is merely a nebulous concept, its definition unclear to anyone. It is certainly different from humans. Yet does being dissimilar to ordinary people automatically classify one as a ghost? Li Zifeng recalled his own ability to resist aging and the remarkable speed of his wound healing. That too is not human, but does that make him a ghost? Clearly, it does not. Upon arriving at the hotel, Li Zifeng was taken aback. Qianqi, a wealthy mogul worth at least several tens of millions, had actually booked a room for the two of them, and a king-sized bed at that. This situation was rather awkward. Perhaps in Qianqi's view, the notion of assistance is trivial. As long as a man is successful and wealthy, having a woman by his side means he can possess her whenever he desires. His secretaries likely share such convoluted relationships. However, for Li Zifeng, Zhao Xingyue was merely an assistant. That it's a 5-star hotel. Don't waste it. You stay here while I step out to attend to some matters. Li Zifeng instructed before departing. Zhao Xingyue stomped her foot in protest. "Brother Feng, you." The rest of her words went unheard, as he had already exited the elevator and settled in the hotel lobby. He yearned to call the blind girl but hesitated, fearing he might disturb her rest, especially since it was already 4 in the morning. Yet, not contacting her left him feeling as though something was gripping his heart, creating a sense of unease. This is the nature of humanity. When one desires to accomplish something, it lingers in the mind, compelling one to eventually see it through. Li Zifeng sent a message to the blind girl. "Are you asleep? It's quite late. Don't you have class tomorrow?" He was astonished when she replied with a laughing emoji followed by, "Tomorrow is Saturday. It's the weekend, hee hee." Rapidly processing the information, Li Zifeng made a decision and texted, "Shall I come see you? Come on over." He hailed a cab and headed toward the old town. For reasons unknown, the towering buildings and luxurious hotels felt unfamiliar. Yet upon entering the old town, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over him, perhaps because he and Xiao Qingfeng had once traversed this very path. Humans often harbor sentiments tied to places, evoking memories through sights. Upon reaching the blind girl's home, he found her tending to an injured stray cat. Despite the pain, the little feline did not resist her gentle ministrations. Li Zifeng inquired, "What are you doing?" The blind girl, applying iodine to the cat's wound, replied, "It's quite mischievous, always getting hurt. I'm just cleaning it up." Li Zifeng remarked, "You, what did I tell you earlier tonight?" The blind girl paused, startled, and asked, "What is it?" "I said, if I see you, you must first ask about what I gave you that day at the Western restaurant." Li Zifeng admonished. The blind girl chuckled and shook her head. "Is it necessary?" Her words caught Li Zifeng off guard, prompting him to retort, "Is it not? The scent that clings to each individual is utterly unique. I can instantly discern the aroma of tobacco that lingers about you, along with your distinct essence. Are you fearful of others impersonating you to take advantage of me?" The blind girl wore a semblance of a smile, tilting her head toward Li Zifeng, despite her inability to see. This rendered Li Zifeng momentarily speechless. To dispel the awkwardness, he scratched his head and inquired, "Then tell me, what scent do I possess?" "You," she replied. "A whiff of sweat. What were you busy with for the first half of the night? You ought to hurry and take a bath." The blind girl giggled, her laughter ringing like a bell. It was only then that Li Zifeng recollected his fierce struggle against the killing spirit, becoming soiled with the blood of the slain, mingled with his own perspiration. Indeed, quite an unpleasant odor. After emerging from his shower and stepping into the bedroom, the blind girl frowned slightly, feigning displeasure as she remarked, "Though I cannot see, could you at least put on a pair of trousers?" Li Zifeng's face flushed with embarrassment, stuttering, "No, you see." He quickly retrieved a towel to wrap around his waist and asked, "How did you know? You lacked the scent of laundry detergent while moving about. Only the fragrance emanating from your body remained, indicating that there were no coverings." Li Zifeng scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, Impressive, truly impressive." In an instant, he transformed into a master of awkward conversation. The blind girl tilted her head and teased, "What? Are you contemplating taking me under your wing?" Li Zifeng stammered, "No, not at all. I merely wish to assist you in purchasing something." "You are certainly not that kind of girl," the blind girl playfully countered. "And why am I not that kind of girl? I too yearn to be taken care of, but the price for such indulgence is exceedingly steep." Li Zifeng, intrigued, asked, "Oh, what price? Pray, enlighten me." "A lifetime's worth." The blind girl meticulously tended to the wounds of a small cat, which, despite its agony, extended its tongue to lick her fair fingers. Li Zifeng fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the occasional meow from the small cat breaking the silence, leaving the gradually brightening night sky outside as the sole companion. Li Zifeng sat at the head of the bed, leaning against the pillow, contemplating. Although the blind girl could not see, she possessed an extraordinary ability beyond that of ordinary individuals. She could detect unusual scents. Thus, the transformation abilities of the killing spirit would hold no weight before her, as she could discern the truth from deception through scent alone. Strangely, the blind girl seemed akin to the divine being of myth, Tithing, who excelled in hearing, while she excelled in smell, each with their respective strengths. If she could capture the killing spirit even once, with her unique olfactory perception identifying his scent, then regardless of how the spirit might change thereafter, she would likely recognize him at the first encounter. Wouldn't that effectively thwart the spirit's cunning schemes? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Zifeng vigorously shook his head. This was absolutely out of the question, and no one should be allowed to take such risks. Especially not the blind girl. He had yet to repay the debt of gratitude owed to her. How could he impose such peril upon her? "The dawn is approaching. You should rest for a while. I will call for you when the time comes," the blind girl said softly as she sat at the writing desk. Ever since the assassination attempt by the masked boy, Li Zifeng has been unable to sleep soundly, often wishing he could keep his eyes open even while resting. However, it is only in the abode of the blind girl that he can truly let down his guard and relax completely. Even after a few hours of slumber, he awakens feeling invigorated. Today marks the 9th day of his appointment with the mysterious figure, and on this day, Li Zifeng is to venture into the wild mountains of Hubei with Ku Yexing to seek out and eliminate the elusive Xingyan. At noon, Ku Yexing called to inquire if they could proceed, to which Li Zifeng agreed. Ku Yexing arrived in a Passat to pick him up, Before departing, Li Zifeng instructed Zhao Xingyue, for the next few days, do not accept any dream interpretation requests. After all, you have yet to reach that level and should not speak carelessly. Furthermore, for those seeking charms, compasses, or other tools, the prices are clearly marked. You may handle it as you see fit. Zhao Xingyue was quite displeased. She had initially wished to accompany them, but she recognized her position as an employee and refrained from expressing her frustration. Though reluctant, she nodded in agreement on the road. Ku Yeshing inquired with great interest. I've heard that your dream interpretations are remarkably accurate, and your dream interpretation company is the most renowned in Jiangzhou, correct? Li Zifeng waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a hollow reputation. No. A hollow reputation requires people to believe in it to be established. The fact that people do believe indicates there is some truth to it. Hence I trust you possess genuine skill. Ku Yeshing stated earnestly. Li Zifeng smirked derisively, waving his hand to dismiss further discussion. As they drove along the highway, boredom inevitably set in. Just as Li Zifeng was about to doze off, he heard Ku Yeshing ask, I had a dream that has kept me tossing and turning, robbing me of sleep throughout the night. I have endured it for quite some time, yet I cannot forget the vividness of that sensation. Would you assist me in interpreting it? It seemed that this fellow's earlier flattery had a purpose. He wished to delve into dream interpretation, but was too shy to ask directly, opting instead to butter Li Zifeng up. Li Zifeng chuckled, Old Ku, just say what you need to. It goes like this. I dreamt I was living in a cylindrical building, which seemed to have 3 stories. One evening, an old classmate from elementary school came to visit, bringing his wife and child along. I thought it was a good thing after so many years apart, so I let them stay on the ground floor. However, as night fell, I began to feel increasingly anxious. Go on to in the evening. I found myself engulfed by an inexplicable fear, unsure of what exactly I was afraid of. I had no spouse or children, merely existing alone, yet the fear clung to me. Residing on the 2nd floor, I felt an overwhelming urge to descend to the 1st, haunted by the thought of losing something within my home. There was a classmate of mine, notorious in his youth for his poor reputation. He was the kind of individual who pilfered money from neighbors, snatched pens from classmates, and stole snacks from others. Truly a habitual thief. Parents frequently approached the school regarding his antics, and naturally, no one wished to associate with him. In later years, I encountered him twice. He was working as an internet sales manager, earning a meager salary that barely sufficed for his own sustenance. I exchanged a few words with him and even offered him a cigarette. Yet our interaction was fleeting and devoid of substance. I could not fathom why he had suddenly taken residence in my home. That night, my anxiety escalated. I longed to venture downstairs, but found myself unable to locate the staircase. The entire corridor on the 2nd floor was shrouded in darkness, as if the staircase had vanished entirely. In a state of desperation, I contemplated jumping from the balcony of the 2nd floor. Yet as I crouched at the edge, fear paralyzed me. The height of the building felt insurmountable. Li Zifeng squinted, sensing something amiss, though he refrained from interjecting. With no other options, I decided to navigate my way through the building, ultimately arriving at a large factory, one reminiscent of military-industrial facilities from the 1970s and 1980s. If you recall, that I leapt onto the roof of this factory, where I spotted a concrete pillar at the edge, thicker than a telephone pole. My initial intention was to slide down the pillar, but it was ensnared with coils of electrical wiring, akin to the perimeter fences of a prison, and was further adorned with thorns, which deterred me from climbing it. Adjacent to the military factory were 2 others, all 3 connected, and I made the leap from one roof to another. The neighboring roof also bore a concrete pillar, yet it too was entangled with wires and thorns, rendering me unable to descend. Just then, I heard someone calling for me from below. Peering over the edge, I saw my mother, who was calling my childhood name, beckoning me to descend alongside the factory's drainage pipe. However, the pipe was far too slender, and I feared it could not support my weight, so I hesitated to lower myself. At this moment, Li Zifeng interjected, So, you ultimately did not manage to descend, correct? How do you know? Chapter 33, An Incomprehensible Quirk. Li Zifeng waved his hand dismissively. No matter, please continue. Kaixing continued. My mother persistently encouraged me from below, urging me to come down. I understood the likelihood of that occurring was minimal, and I repeatedly called out to her, asking her to take a break. Yet, she remained silent, continually searching for something, desperately seeking a means for me to proceed. Eventually, I awoke, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort, though I could not articulate the source of my distress. Can you help me decipher this dream? Li Zifeng nodded. This dream is not difficult to interpret. It serves as a harbinger, emanating from the depths of your subconscious, compelling you to behave and think in such a manner. Kai Xing inquired. Does it require my blood? Not at all. Li Zifeng shook his head, ignited a cigarette, and remarked, if I am not mistaken, throughout these many years, in both your dreams and your reality, you have never encountered the thief classmate you speak of. Ku Yixing nodded in agreement. And Li Zifeng continued, such students can be found in every school, every class, in the past experiences of every individual. Some engage in petty theft but grow out of it, while others remain unchanged, ultimately ending up in reformatories. In truth, the classmate you dream of is not merely a thief. Rather, they symbolize an undesirable presence encroaching upon you. This suggests that, on a subconscious level, you are aware of your imprudent choices and friendships. Although consciously, you may be oblivious or perhaps feigning ignorance. Ku Yixing scratched his head and replied, imprudent choices and friendships? I hardly have any friends. Then that is a matter for you to ponder. Li Zifeng stated, as he opened the car window and flicked away the ash. He added, moreover, you dreamt of your mother, who tirelessly sought ways to assist you in descending from the rooftop of the factory. This requires no speculation. Every mother in this world is remarkable, loving their children unconditionally and without reason, regardless of whether you are 20, 30, or even 80 years old. As long as you are alive and your mother is alive, you will always remain a child in her eyes. When one feels vulnerable, their subconscious often recalls that person who offers them a sense of security. Perhaps, during your childhood, your mother cherished you deeply? Ku Yixing remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Does this dream imply that I have no way out? In my moment of despair, I thought of my mother, yet she cannot help me, can she? Ku Yixing suddenly inquired. Li Zifeng was taken aback and replied, based on the progression of the dream, that seems to be the implication. If I am not mistaken, your mother has already passed away. Hasn't she? Yes, from kidney failure. She passed away 2 years ago, Ku Yixing candidly recounted. Without evasion, Li Zifeng remarked, your life will unfold according to your own path. Consider dream interpretation merely as a means of conversation and distraction. Do not take it too seriously. However, the insights I shared about your dream are worthy of your contemplation. Ku Yixing offered a non-committal hum, choosing not to elaborate further. The journey to Hubei required only 5 to 6 hours. With a brief respite at a service area, the two took turns driving until they ventured deep into the mountains, observing the unfamiliar winding roads and the faintly lit village in the distance. Li Zifeng sensed that the reality might differ from Ku Yixing's account, as he was certain that some truths had been withheld. During their trek, Ku Yixing navigated without a GPS, effortlessly traversing the route, a feat unimaginable for a newcomer. Li Zifeng refrained from probing further, adhering strictly to the mysterious instructions given, knowing that protection awaited him in the shadows. Upon arriving at an unfamiliar small mountain village, Ku Yixing halted the vehicle, rubbing his stomach, and said, we are almost there, and I am quite hungry. Let us disembark and have a meal. Beneath the sprawling branches of a grand locust tree, 2 individuals casually ordered a selection of dishes at a quaint restaurant. The proprietor, a warm-hearted middle-aged man, was quite down to earth. He mentioned that at the foot of the mountain, there lay a small river where the fish were particularly delectable, suggesting they give it a try. Li Zifeng expressed interest in ordering, but Ku Yixing waved him off, saying, no, I want to eat. Ku Yixing, feeling a surge of indignation and ready to retort, was interrupted by Li Zifeng's cheerful voice. Ah, old Ku, I'm treating you today. To his delight, the deep-fried little fish, coated in egg yolk and flour, released a tantalizing aroma the moment they were tossed into the hot oil, causing Li Zifeng's mouth to water profusely even before tasting them. When the proprietor brought the dish, he couldn't resist complimenting Li Zifeng, saying, young master, you have discerning taste. Do try it. It's exquisite. Li Zifeng, disregarding any notions of decorum, swiftly grasped the tail of a fish, tilted his head back, and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring it with delighted enthusiasm. Old Ku, you must have a taste. He deliberately placed a golden fried fish onto Ku Yixing's plate. However, before it could settle, Ku Yixing swiftly picked it up with his chopsticks and flung it to the ground. A small yellow dog, kept by the proprietor, approached cautiously, glanced at the two, and quickly snatched the fish into its mouth before scampering away. Li Zifeng exclaimed, old Ku, what on earth are you doing? Don't you like fish? Ku Yixing, sullenly focused on his rice, only picked at the vegetables before him, avoiding all meat dishes, particularly fish, which he seemed to recoil from as if it were repulsive. Li Zifeng found this peculiar. While some individuals genuinely disliked meat due to personal preference rather than customs or beliefs, he had never encountered someone with such a profound aversion to fish that they would discard it onto his plate in a fit of anger. After they had eaten their fill and settled the bill, Li Zifeng could not resist inquiring, "Old Ku, do you truly dislike fish?" Ku Yixing's mood appeared somewhat softened as he nodded in silence. "But why? Fish is so delicious. Think of how many great figures enjoyed it. It's highly nutritious. Just look at you. So thin you resemble a bag of bones. You ought to eat more. Should you mention fish one more time, I swear I will end you." Ku Yixing slammed the brakes, and the car screeched violently, the tires leaving a long black mark on the ground. Had it not been for the seatbelt, Li Zifeng might have been hurled from his seat. The vehicle finally came to a halt, the hazard lights flashing incessantly, a rhythmic ticking pervading the cabin. They exchanged glances, neither speaking, until Li Zifeng finally squinted and said, "Fine, I respect your wishes." Though he uttered those words, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, for he recalled a particular tale. Chapter 034. The Heart's Flesh. Strictly speaking, it was not merely a tale, it was a ghost story. In his days as a beggar, Li Zifeng had often found himself under the open sky, wandering from place to place, gathering experiences and knowledge. In one village, there was an old man who delighted in telling stories to children. Li Zifeng, too, cherished these narratives, often crouching at the back, hands clasped, leaning against a great tree, listening intently like a child. The old man harbored no disdain for the beggar, whose appearance was unkempt and filthy. Rather, he regarded this beggar as his most devoted listener. For others, the tales he recounted were mere childish fables, dismissed by adults as unworthy of belief, yet this ragged adult clung to every word. Thus, the old man never shooed him away. On the contrary, he would deliberately raise his voice, ensuring the beggar could hear him more clearly. He spoke of a distinguished young lady from the Republican era, a figure whose very mention conjured notions of romance, though the reality was far more intricate. This young lady seldom ventured beyond her home, but due to the tumultuous times and her family's decline, she found herself at odds with powerful adversaries, leading to her family's ruin. In her flight from danger, she sought refuge in a remote mountain village. Being a woman of refinement, she was not of the same ilk as the village maidens. She excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and possessed a profound understanding of literature and propriety. It was expected that she would look down upon the villagers. However, a young man in the village had also been influenced by Western culture. Having ventured out early to pursue work-study opportunities and received a Western education, the collision of their ideas sparked a flame, inevitably drawing them together. Yet this young man was an idealist, witnessing the chaos and devastation that plagued his country. With his medical skills rendered useless, he set aside his scalpel to take up arms. On the eve of his departure, he went fishing by the river, hoping to prepare a sumptuous meal for his beloved wife before he left. However, after hours of waiting by the riverbank, he caught not a single fish, leading him to despair, as if the river held no fish at all. As twilight approached, and he prepared to leave, he noticed an elderly man passing by, a fishing basket slung over his shoulder. Perhaps he too was an aficionado of angling, for he could not resist taking a few steps closer and inquiring, "Have you caught anything?" The old man continued, "While you sat here this afternoon, did you speak to anyone?" The young man paused, pondering what one might say while alone by the river. Yet, reflecting on the day's events, he realized he had indeed been murmuring to himself, contemplating his future plans. "Not much," he replied. The old man, bent with age and nearly unable to straighten his back, approached the young man with great difficulty. Finally settling beside him, "You see, fish possess life," he began, "and all living things possess a certain spirit. Tell me, how can a poor fellow like you expect to catch fish without reason, especially those that are delectable? What makes you deserving of such a catch?" The young man was taken aback by this notion, realizing that fishing might indeed depend on one's means. Perhaps only the wealthy were entitled to catch fish, while the impoverished were doomed to failure. He shook his head, thinking the old man was misguided. Yet the elder continued without hesitation, stating, "Humans have life, just as fish do. You desire to consume its flesh, while it yearns for your bait, correct?" The young man nodded. Comprehending the old man's perspective, the elder continued, "You cannot only think of your own desires without considering what the fish seeks. That is blatantly unjust. Therefore, If you wish to catch a fish, especially the one you desire most, you must invest something of yourself. Sacrificing a small piece of your own flesh as bait, and I assure you, you will succeed. The young man, astonished, exclaimed, "To catch a fish, must I truly offer my own flesh as bait? Surely not. Even a seasoned angler would not resort to such extremes. That would not be dedication, but sheer folly." The elderly man waved his hand with a smile and said, "Ah, young lad, I surmise you are yearning to catch that fish. You have been sitting here all day without food or drink. Your desire to catch this fish is palpable, is it not?" This sentiment rang true. Although the youth had received a Western education, he was still profoundly impoverished. He earnestly wished to prepare the most sumptuous meal for his beloved before departing. Yet he could not afford meat, and was left to fish from the river instead. Time was fleeting, and he implored, "If you trust me, cut a piece of your own flesh for bait. If you fail to catch anything, you may throw me into the river or take a piece of my flesh instead. What say you?" The old man's playful smile faded, and each wrinkle on his face reflected a seriousness that was undeniable. Fueled by youthful bravado, the young man felt that sitting idly all day without a catch was simply unacceptable. After all, it was merely a piece of flesh. What did it matter? He brandished his small knife, ready to act. But the old man interjected, "Wait, that piece of flesh must come from your heart." "From my heart?" the youth questioned, puzzled. "Yes, indeed, from your heart." Gritting his teeth, the young man resolutely carved a piece of flesh from the skin above his heart. Enduring the excruciating pain as he affixed the morsel to the hook, as soon as he cast it into the water, the fishing rod tightened, and with a swift pull, a hefty carp weighing over 2 pounds was caught. At that moment, the young man could hardly think of the pain in his chest. He thanked the old man profusely, placing the carp into his bamboo basket and preparing to rush home. Yet the old man called out, "Ah, ah, ah, it is not finished yet. You have caught it, but do you intend to eat it?" The youth, nearly incensed, patiently replied, "If I have caught it, why would I not eat it? What effort would that be for nothing?" The old man chuckled, "Of course you may eat it, but tell me, does it not hurt to carve a piece from your own flesh? Surely it does. And if you take a bite from the fish, will it not feel pain as well?" The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully and continued, "Whether you choose to eat it is your prerogative. I cannot decide for you. However, this dish is meant for your beloved, and I believe you ought to inquire if she wishes to partake. Do you not think?" The young man paused, shaking his head. "Ah, my beloved, I have toiled greatly to catch this fish. Why would I release it? You have endured much with your frail constitution, surviving on my meager fare. Tonight, I shall prepare a hearty fish soup to nourish you." Observing the youth sharpening his knife with determination, his beloved wore an expression of sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, she gracefully seated herself beside him, wrapping her arms around his right arm, and softly asked, "Before you kill the fish, may I ask you something?" "What is it that you wish to ask?" the young man replied, continuing to hone his blade. She began, but the words caught in her throat. She bit her lip and swallowed hard, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she held them back. Unaware of her distress, the youth persisted in his task. Unbeknownst to them, the old man was not merely a man, but the mountain deity of the land, fully aware of their intertwined fates. In that imminent moment of parting, only one could emerge alive. But why was this so? During her flight, this noblewoman encountered a female master. Fortuitously one well-versed in the arcane arts due to her insider knowledge, in her quest for vengeance, the noblewoman had long since bartered her life for power. Thus, when the young man crossed her path, unbeknownst to him, she had already been a specter, dead for a considerable time. Her pursuit of the young man was not fueled by romantic inclinations, but rather a belief that his intellect and culture could be harnessed to bolster her chances of retribution. However, the skills she had acquired were predicated on the exchange of lives, her own corporeal form to exact vengeance. Unexpectedly, after uniting with the young man in matrimony, she found herself gradually captivated by him, experiencing a selfless love that yearned to give everything to a result. She relinquished her intention to kill him and consume his flesh. Unbeknownst to her, this transformation rendered her ghostly powers ineffective. She genuinely fell in love with the young man, becoming the very essence of his heart. This explains why the old man insisted that the young man must use his heart to catch the fish. The so-called koi was, in truth, a mere illusion, a representation of the young man's heart rather than an actual fish. Yet, this heart also embodied the lady's soul that if the fish were not consumed, the young man's noble quest would lead to his inevitable demise. Conversely, should he partake, his life would be spared, but the lady's spirit would be irrevocably shattered. Thus, at the moment the young man used his heart to catch the koi, one of them was destined to perish. The lady, unable to bear the thought of harming her husband, concealed herself in the bedroom during the fish's slaughter, experiencing a sharp, tormenting pain in her chest as the koi perished. She could no longer suppress the flow of blood from her lips. When the meal was served, its aroma wafting through the air, the young man called out, "My lady." She emerged, composed and seemingly unfazed, rallying her spirits to say, "You must depart tomorrow. Eat well tonight. When you go to war, do not rush ahead. Remember to stay behind the lines." Tears glistened in her eyes as she discreetly wiped them away, revealing her tragic past, yet omitting the grim truth that one of them must die. She simply hoped that, in the future, the young man would gain the strength or opportunity to eliminate a certain minor warlord, avenging her family's ruin. In truth, this individual was hardly a warlord, merely a defeated commander with a ragtag army. The young man clenched his teeth, striking the table with a resounding fist, causing the dishes to tremble. "That I will certainly kill him," he declared. That on the following morning, as the young man departed, the lady stood on the hillside, casting a final glance at his retreating figure before closing her eyes and smiling, her form gradually dissipating. Years later, the young man achieved great military success, establishing a formidable presence. During one of his campaigns, he eliminated the lady's adversary, a significant act of vengeance. However, upon his triumphant return, he was met with a scene of desolation at home, where cobwebs clung to every corner. Frantically, he searched every nook and cranny, ultimately discovering a yellowed letter hidden beneath his pillow. "Originally, I intended to take your life to avenge my father's death, yet I have come to realize that you are a person of great ambition. I cannot deprive you of your existence, for your life holds far greater significance than my own desires. I cannot ruin a man who may achieve monumental deeds for the sake of my selfish vengeance. Farewell. I may remember you, or perhaps I shall forget you. However, the image of you clad in a Zhongshan suit when I first encountered you at the village entrance will forever be etched in my memory. For all eternity." The letter was lengthy, and the youthful individual from that time had now entered middle age, slumped on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Years later, as he led a group through a mountain village, a small girl at the village entrance gazed intently at him in his Zhongshan suit, her smile strikingly familiar. Thus, Li Zifeng has always recalled this version of the tale with clarity, though the children of that time merely regarded it as a story, never taking it seriously. Li Zifeng, however, foolishly inquired of the old man whether it was true. He firmly believed the story to be real, but setting aside the ghostly narrative for now, the peculiar aversion of Kai Shing to fish raised Li Zifeng's suspicions. While eccentricities are commonplace, to the extent of anger at mere mention suggests a deeper story behind it. As the vehicle ventured down a narrow path, ultimately reaching a dead end, Kai Shing halted. Li Zifeng surveyed the towering mountains and the crescent moon hanging above, and asked, in the dead of night, to confront the Xingyan, "Just the two of us, with 4 hands? If it's a contest of numbers, we truly stand no chance." That I have researched much about Xingyan. You may have seen his photographs. His arms are exceedingly robust, are they not? Kai Shing tilted his head in inquiry. Li Zifeng nodded. Kai Shing continued, "In fact, what he possesses isn't merely 1 arm, but rather a phenomenon that may represent 2 or even 3 arms fused together. In other words, he could possess 4 or 6 arms emerging from his shoulders. And his head resembles a pumpkin, round and flattened, significantly larger than that of an average person. I suspect he has 2 skulls, but the fusion was unsuccessful, resulting in his current grotesque form." Li Zifeng suddenly became intrigued and asked, "Could Xingyan possess 2 brains, for instance, 1 male and 1 female, engaging in a romance with himself?" Chapter 036. The Origin of the Demon Goat. Kai Shing grinned broadly, clapping Li Zifeng on the shoulder, saying, "Young brother, your imagination knows no bounds." Li Zifeng inquired, "Where shall we sleep tonight?" Kai Shing retrieved 2 large mountaineering backpacks from the trunk and tossed them onto the ground, stating, "We shall venture into the mountains, seeking a suitable location to set up camp and await Xingyan." This plan was hardly ingenious. It was merely a matter of waiting for the hare to come. Aside from that, there seemed to be no alternative. After the 2 men pitched their tent and crawled into their sleeping bags, Li Zifeng asked, "Old Ku, what business are you in?" Kai Shing poked his head out from his sleeping bag and replied, "I merely bide my time, living off my wits." A leaf floated down from the canopy above, landing before Li Zifeng. He picked up the leaf stem, idly swaying it, and remarked, "Hey, old Ku, what is your relationship with the bearded man?" "I merely assisted him, saving his mother's life. She is not your mother, after all, is she? Why are you so wholeheartedly helping me?" Ku Yixing Dao replied, "I claim to be promoting a spirit of selflessness." "Do you believe that?" "To be honest," Li Zifeng chuckled, "I certainly do not. You are not merely idly passing your time." "Precisely," Ku Yixing continued, "my assistance to you ultimately serves my own interests. By saving you, I hope you will rescue me in turn." Suddenly lowering his voice, Ku Yixing revealed his innermost thoughts. "So tell me, what can I do for you? How can I save you?" Li Zifeng inquired with curiosity. Ku Yixing turned over, nestled within his sleeping bag, and looked up at Li Zifeng. The crease on his forehead deepened as he spoke. "To kill Xingyan would be to aid me. I am unable to do so, but you can. Rest now. Tomorrow we shall search for Xingyan's traces in the mountains. His footprints are quite large. If he leaves any, they will be easily recognizable. I hope this matter concludes swiftly." Ku Yixing then zipped up the tent, preparing to sleep. Li Zifeng also closed the tent, curling up in his bedding while scrolling through his phone. Despite being deep in the mountains, the signal remained strong. He attempted to send a message to the mysterious figure, asking, "I have arrived in Hubei and am sleeping on Xingyan's territory. Is that a bit too audacious? Do not sleep too soundly tonight. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Li Zifeng was taken aback and quickly typed, "Will Xingyan launch a surprise attack tonight? Who knows what formidable powers this entity possesses? Should I be caught off guard, it would surely lead to my swift demise, even causing Yama to laugh uproariously." "What about the navel?" Li Zifeng probed further. The mysterious figure responded with a sweating emoji, stating, "Each time Xingyan consumes a person, an additional eye grows on H." Uncertain of how long he had been lost in thought, Li Zifeng succumbed to a drowsy slumber, in the stillness of the night. He found himself in a dream where he accompanied a blind girl on a shopping excursion. She could not see the styles of clothing. It was Li Zifeng who selected the garments for her. He chose a pair of form-fitting jeans complemented by a pristine white sweatshirt, which, when donned, accentuated her beauty and evoked a surge of youthful exuberance. There exists a saying, "Flowers bloom for those who appreciate them, and people adorn themselves for those they cherish." Although the blind girl could not perceive her appearance, she tirelessly tried on various outfits, eager to present herself beautifully for Li Zifeng. After their shopping spree, they sat together on a bench by the roadside. Summoning his courage, Li Zifeng stammered, I want a kiss." The blind girl chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Kiss what?" "Kiss you, if that's all right," Li Zifeng boldly replied. The girl let out a delightful laugh. "Why don't you try it first?" Elated, Li Zifeng tilted his head and leaned in for a kiss, only to be met with the peculiar sensation of the girl's face being sticky. As if coated in a layer of glue, he touched his lips and remarked, "Is your makeup perhaps a bit?" Just as the words left his mouth, a sudden realization struck him. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by a thick, black leg, resembling a water barrel, standing ominously at the entrance of the tent, and the zipper had inexplicably been unfastened. Alarmed, Li Zifeng thought to himself, "This is bad," drawing his magical dagger. He lunged at the foot of the stout black leg. The foot, with only 3 massive toes, appeared to be at least a size 48, and as he struck, his dagger felt as though it had met solid stone, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. With a low growl, the tent was suddenly upturned, and Li Zifeng looked up to see a towering figure, at least 1.90 meters tall, a brawny black bear, extending its massive hand towards him. Its arms appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of 3 or 4 limbs twisted together, and its belly was enormous, reminiscent of an exaggerated beer belly, dotted with dozens of blinking eyes. "Xingyan is coming," Li Zifeng shouted, executing a backflip to evade the attack. At that moment, Ku Yixing sprang from the tent, drawing a steel wire from his wrist, and leapt atop Xingyan's head, swiftly wrapping it around the creature's neck and pulling back with all his might. "Brother, aim for its eyes." Chapter 037. The Underground Prison. Despite his frail appearance, Ku Yixing's explosive strength was formidable. He secured Xingyan tightly with the wire. Li Zifeng leapt up and, with a swift thrust, plunged the magical dagger into Xingyan's left eye. A spray of blood erupted, splattering across Li Zifeng's face. Xingyan let out a furious roar, stomping the ground with such force it seemed poised to shatter the earth. Casting Ku, while Li Zifeng executed a swift maneuver, rolling over and evading beneath the leg of Xingyan. The latter's massive physique resembled that of not just one, but perhaps two or even three individuals compressed into one, that his calves were severely bent, suggesting that his legs could hardly stand upright. Yet, despite this, the strength in his legs was formidable. Notably, numerous eyes had sprouted along his calves, indicating Xingyan's penchant for violence. Having narrowly escaped that strike, Li Zifeng attempted to pierce Xingyan's thigh with his magical spear. But the coarse, thick hide of Xingyan resisted the assault. That it was evident to Xingyan that these two were not mere villagers. Their prowess indicated they had come prepared. Although Xingyan was as large as a bear, he was not foolish. Recognizing his inability to engage them in a battle of strength, he broke free and sprinted towards the mountain summit. Long having dwelled in the wilds, the thorns and brambles that grazed his body elicited no pain. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night, leaving the two behind. With a sigh of relief, Li Zifeng allowed his taut nerves to relax, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "Damn it. That creature silently stood before my tent, and even unzipped it if I'm not mistaken. I even kissed his calf. Ugh, how revolting." A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he collapsed to the ground. Tightly closing his eyes in the darkness, he envisioned a grim underground prison, filled with hundreds of innocent civilians and over 20 prisoners of war. Daily, Japanese soldiers would arrive, taking one or two civilians away to an unknown fate. He saw himself bowing and gesturing to translate for the Japanese officers. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted outside the prison, prompting the Japanese troops to assemble and engage in combat. He hid within a bunker, peering through binoculars to catch a glimpse of 6 or 7 soldiers clad in the uniforms of the Chinese Expeditionary Force, charging through the dense forest towards him. At the forefront was a soldier wielding a 60mm bazooka, an advanced weapon for its time, specifically designed to target Japanese tanks and machine gunners entrenched within bunkers. The following soldiers surged forward, breaching the underground prison. Moments later, a deafening explosion rocked the prison, causing its collapse. Additionally, Xingyan was depicted stealthily attacking villagers, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent. Yet, he did not consume fleas. How has he survived for so long? Having taken so many lives, he has encountered the Japanese army, journeyed to Myanmar, and astonishingly, he even spotted me through a telescope. Who on earth is he, and who am I? Li Zifeng spoke with such rapidity that he himself might have been unable to discern his words. Ku Yeshing, upon observing this disarray, immediately crouched down to offer solace. Little brother, do not panic. What troubles you? Speak slowly, do not rush." Witnessing Li Zifeng's frantic demeanor, Ku Yeshing felt a surge of fear. If the man had not yet met his demise, it would be disastrous for him to lose his composure, for their plans would unravel. After all, their relationship was one of mutual benefit. The absence of even one party before the task's completion would be catastrophic. Li Zifeng seized Ku Yeshing's shoulders with both hands, his eyes wide with urgency as he demanded, "Old Ku, who exactly is Xingyan? Have you ever spoken the truth to me? Little brother, tell me. What did you see just now?" Li Zifeng shouted, "Let us not dwell on that for now. You mentioned that Xingyan's cerebral fluid might aid in my quest for memories. Tell me honestly. Was that merely a fabrication of yours, or did someone relay that to you?" Suddenly, Li Zifeng pressed a dagger against Ku Yeshing's throat, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely, as if sensing the slightest misstep would result in dire consequences. "Who is this formidable figure, taller than you? Speak." Ku Yeshing shook his head and replied, "This eminent individual is a reclusive old professor, a specialist in neurology, who graduated early from the Tokyo Imperial University and later pursued further studies at Stanford University in the United States. Beyond that, I wish to say little more, for even if I divulged everything, it would serve no purpose for you. You would still remain in the dark regarding his identity. That I merely wish to ascertain what you truly witnessed." Li Zifeng lowered the dagger, speaking softly. "He did not deceive you. Whether it be Xingyan's blood or brain matter, it indeed holds the potential to aid me in retrieving memories, for Xingyan encountered me over 70 years ago." What images did you perceive within Xingyan's memories? Chapter 038. Hidden dangers. Li Zifeng himself could not fathom why, but ever since he had acquired the blood of Chao Qingfeng, he had inherited a semblance of Chao's abilities, though not to the same extent. Chao Qingfeng could perceive the actions of others with remarkable clarity, capable of observing every moment from years past, even the most mundane activities hidden away in a restroom. Li Zifeng, however, could only glimpse fragmented scenes. As he had absorbed Xingyan's blood, the images he beheld were merely reflections of Xingyan's perspective. experiences that Zheng Yan had lived through, he understood that Zheng Yan was a malevolent figure, having committed heinous acts alongside the Japanese forces, including the violation of local women in Myanmar. During the advance of the daring expeditionary forces, Zheng Yan had remained holed up in a bunker, never venturing outside. The events that followed were obscured from his view. All he knew was that Zheng Yan had once gazed through a telescope from within that bunker, but the distance was too great, compounded by the movement of several expeditionary soldiers through the jungle, rendering their faces indistinct. Zheng Yan had managed to catch a glimpse of only two individuals, however, according to the information gathered by Qian Xing. That individual must undoubtedly be Li Zifeng. Regrettably, the other members of the suicide squad were obscured in their appearance, and their identities remain unknown. The majority of the memories retained by Zheng Yan have dwindled to mere images of him hunting beasts in the mountains over recent years. Li Zifeng clenched his fists and declared, "This Zheng Yan has committed unspeakable atrocities. The crimes he has perpetrated in China and Myanmar are enough to warrant 100 deaths. Yet before I can extinguish his life, I require his blood to delve into the depths of his mind, in hopes of uncovering any remnants of information pertaining to myself." Li Zifeng harbored an unsettling suspicion that matters were far from straightforward. Firstly, the Qian Xing before him had procured records of Li Zifeng's military service from over 70 years ago, yet all documentation post-war was conspicuously absent, leaving a void regarding what Li Zifeng had truly experienced during the conflict. Furthermore, prior to arriving in Hubei, the boss Qian Qi had enlisted Li Zifeng for ghost hunting. The malevolent spirit encountered at 2 o'clock had also claimed to have seen Li Zifeng and mentioned the name Ma Jun, a detail that could not have been fabricated. All the critical elements pointed unerringly towards the war that transpired over 70 years ago, prompting Li Zifeng to ponder the nature of his past experiences. Why, after more than 70 years since the war, was he now confronted with so many bizarre occurrences and peculiar individuals? And why could he not recall any memories from his past? As the night wore on, Li Zifeng found it difficult to slumber. He rested his head upon his hands, gazing vacantly at the starry sky outside the tent, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. There was undoubtedly a pair of unseen hands orchestrating everything from the shadows, though their intentions remained unclear. Eventually succumbing to a restless sleep, he awoke the following morning to discover 2 cryptic messages on his phone. On the mountain peak at your 9 o'clock, there lies a cave where Zheng Yan is recuperating. Remember, to ensure Zheng Yan's complete demise, you must incinerate his corpse, otherwise he shall rise again. Whether Qian Xing was aware of these matters remained uncertain, and Li Zifeng chose to remain silent about it. After tidying up and replenishing his supplies, he accompanied Qian Xing to the mountain peak in search of Zheng Yan. Li Zifeng appeared somewhat bleary-eyed, evidently having not rested well the previous night, while Qian Xing exuded vitality, pointing towards the mountain peak. Within the jungle, Zheng Yan is bound to leave clues. Let us follow the trail and strike while he is weak and wounded. What say you? I am amenable, Li Zifeng responded. The two traversed along the ridge line, laboriously navigating through the overgrown thicket, with Qian Xing wielding a long knife to carve a path through the dense underbrush. The ascent proved challenging, and after more than 3 hours, they finally reached the halfway point. Following the lead provided by the mysterious messenger, they sought out the cave where Zheng Yan was purportedly hiding. It would take at least another hour to reach it. Though the wild mountains were not particularly vast, the terrain was arduous. Just as they were about to take a moment's respite, Li Zifeng suddenly sensed something amiss and urged, "Old Ku, lift your foot." Qian Xing, taken aback, inquired, "For what purpose?" "Lift it so I can have a look." Qian Xing complied, sitting down to raise his leg. Li Zifeng furrowed his brow as he observed the tread pattern on Qian Xing's shoe, which differed noticeably from the footprints imprinted on the ground. Instantly, he exclaimed, "This is not right. Someone has been here today." As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Xing hastily lowered his head to search for footprints. However, aside from the peculiar print discovered by Li Zifeng, there were no other clues to be found. The two of them crouched beside the footprint, scrutinizing it closely. From its size, they inferred that the individual was likely taller and heavier than either of them, certainly not of a diminutive stature. "Old Ku, in this desolate wilderness, aside from the two of us foolishly attempting to eliminate Zheng Yan, do you think any other fool would wish to jeopardize their own life?" Li Zifeng glanced around, utterly perplexed. Kai Xing replied, "It shouldn't be the case. The only people likely to be here are local villagers gathering herbs or chopping wood. There shouldn't be anyone else. Yet, look at this footprint. It's made by military combat boots, absolutely not the mark of a local villager. Could there be another group intent on eliminating Zengyan? The two exchanged a glance. Both startled, Li Zifeng suggested. Could it be the professor you mentioned? Has he dispatched a second wave to kill Zengyan? Kaixing responded decisively. Impossible, he is not that bored. What benefit would there be for him in killing Zengyan, who would undertake an endeavor that offers no advantage? Suddenly, Li Zifeng recalled something the mysterious figure had once said. When he came to eliminate Zengyan, someone would be secretly protecting him. Could this be the ally the mysterious figure spoke of? Yet, this ally remains excessively enigmatic. Yet to reveal themselves, time is of the essence. We must ascend the mountain swiftly. If we delay until Zengyan regains his strength, we will no longer be his match, Kaixing urged, prompting them to proceed. Before Li Zifeng could rise, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, and a hidden arrow grazed their shoulders, embedding itself with a thud into the tree trunk behind them. It was a homemade crossbow bolt. The sound of its release had gone unheard, perhaps due to distance or the addition of a silencing device. Tethered to the arrow's end was a strip of white cloth. Li Zifeng retrieved it and unfolded it, revealing the message. Proceed southwest for another 2 kilometers. There lies a cave, marked by 2 stones, where Zengyan resides. That a spark of realization ignited in Li Zifeng's heart. Could it be that the mysterious figure had come to aid me personally? The words on the cloth mirrored almost exactly what the mysterious figure had said. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that the mysterious figure had taken action themselves, as they had no need to personally involve themselves in this affair. That it was likely another individual, and judging by their actions, they appeared to be an ally rather than an adversary. Had that crossbow bolt been aimed slightly higher, it could have pierced both their hearts, yet the shooter had not done so, lending some credibility to the message. After deliberation, the two decided to follow the directions to locate Zengyan. Half an hour later, a crescent-shaped cave indeed came into view. The formation of this cave was exceedingly rare. An ancient tree, centuries old, thrived upon a sloping hillside. Perhaps due to incessant rain or wild beasts burrowing, the soil beneath the tree's roots had been hollowed out. The cave's entrance was a tangle of branches, clearly revealing the intricate network of the tree's roots, which likely extended underground for dozens of meters. The figure known as Zengyan has taken advantage of a ready-made cavern. Despite the old tree above, whose branches leaned precariously, it could stand for several more decades without issue. Beneath the ancient tree lies a heap of white bones. A closer inspection reveals a mix of human and beast remains, with the number of human skeletons being relatively few, merely 3 or 4, and severely decayed due to the passage of time. One can only ponder how many lives Zengyan has consumed over the years, both human and animal alike. If he continues his rampage, not only will the local populace suffer, but the exotic creatures here will inevitably face extinction at his hands, murmured Ku Yxing. Li Zifeng replied. What more is there to discuss? We must confront him. Regardless of anything else, we shall be acting on behalf of justice. Upon hearing that the cavern might be filled with miasma, the two covered their mouths and noses with black cloth, illuminating their path with a flashlight as they cautiously entered the cave. Even with their faces concealed, the pair could detect a potent earthy odor, mingled with a foul stench wafting from the depths of the cavern, provoking a sense of nausea. It is unfathomable how Zengyan has endured life in such an environment, seemingly buried daily in a cloud of toxic gas. One must possess immense fortitude to withstand such conditions. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from deep within the cave, prompting the duo to extinguish their flashlight and crouch. Li Zifeng, in a hushed tone, murmured, "Has Zengyan discovered our presence?" It is common knowledge that when a flashlight beams into the eyes of a cat or dog at night, their eyes shine brightly. However, this is not the case for humans. Most individuals instinctively close their eyes or shield them with their arms when confronted with a bright light. Yet, Ku Yexing's eyes emitted an eerie green luminescence. He remarked, "Do my eyes glow? You must be mistaken. Zengyan has likely not noticed us yet, or else he would have ambushed us by now. Let us proceed." With that, Ku Yexing led the way, with Li Zifeng closely trailing behind. Losing sight of his companion's eyes, they ventured deeper into the cave. The space opened up, and they shielded the flashlight's beam, allowing the light to filter through their fingers, dimming its intensity. Li Zifeng sensed that the cave walls were inscribed with words. He widened the gap between his fingers to better examine the inscriptions, revealing 3 characters. "I am guilty." As he released his grip on the flashlight, the light flooded the cavern, illuminating the walls, which were densely covered with the same three characters. I am guilty. These words occupied every inch of the cavern's interior, overwhelming the sight of the two men. They were left in utter disbelief. The time and perseverance required to inscribe such words were beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. The sheer volume of text could rival that of a substantial tome. What could Xingyan have possibly sought to achieve by writing these three words in his solitude? Ku Yixing speculated. Could this individual have realized his wrongdoings and spent these years in remorse? Yet, the issue remains that even if he acknowledges his guilt, he must still face death. His transgressions are unforgivable. Li Zifeng stated, if remorse holds any weight, what need have we for law? This fellow was likely a sycophant to the Japanese army during the Second World War, a translator who guided the invaders to save his own skin. When the aggressors arrived, he fawned over them, acting as their lackey. Now that we have driven the invaders away, does he finally realize his errors? Qian nodded and said, indeed, eliminate him. No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling wind arose, and an inexplicable gust surged from the depths of the cave, blinding the two men in the haze. They beheld a colossal black figure charging towards them. Be careful, Li Zifeng exclaimed, pushing Qian aside, only to be caught off guard by the shadow, which collided with him violently, sending him hurtling back against the stone wall. Upon hitting the ground, Li Zifeng felt as though his insides were in turmoil, and with a sickening cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing in a heap. Xingyan clutched his head with both hands, bending low and then straining to rise, his abdomen adorned with countless eyes blinking furiously in a display of utmost fury. Qian sprang up, intent on attacking Xingyan's eyes, but as he leaped into the air, Xingyan swung his hand with force, seizing Qian and effortlessly hurling him against the cave wall. With a resounding crack, Qian let out a pained scream as his right arm bent at a grotesque angle, brutally broken by Xingyan's might. Lying on the ground, Qian writhed in agony, curling up and clutching his shattered limb, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Xingyan cast a sidelong glance at Li Zifeng and slowly approached, each step causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Li Zifeng wished to retreat, but there was no escape. Behind him loomed a wall of rock, inscribed with the words, I am guilty. Xingyan stood before him. He mumbled, is it you? Chapter 040. Commander of the Expeditionary Force Xingyan was overwhelmingly powerful. Previously, Li Zifeng and Qian had managed to injure him, perhaps because he had no intention of killing them then. It might have been out of curiosity, or perhaps he had spent so many years hidden in the mountains, yearning for human interaction. Thus, Xingyan stood before Li Zifeng's tent, unhurried in his approach. Had he chosen to strike then, he likely would have decapitated Li Zifeng without hesitation. Now, Xingyan still did not make a move, and Li Zifeng sensed a glimmer of hope for survival, narrowing his eyes and asking, you have seen me, haven't you? Xingyan slowly sat down, his immense size making it laborious. He squatted heavily, sending dust swirling into the air. Why do you still appear so youthful? Xingyan was no ordinary being. His form seemed a grotesque amalgamation of numerous corpses, and his vocal cords were likely different from those of normal creatures. His speech resembled the howling of a hurricane, difficult to decipher at this moment, whether he genuinely wished to converse or merely feigned small talk to buy time. It was advantageous, for Xingyan's combat prowess was simply too formidable. He had no intention of attacking earlier, but now, revealing his true capabilities, Li Zifeng and Qian appeared as mere novices in his presence, utterly outmatched. Li Zifeng understood he could not defeat him. He could only hope to prolong his survival for as long as possible. Xingyan's left arm grotesquely split into 3 or 4 appendages, reaching towards his own head in a disturbing manner. Li Zifeng focused intently, observing the numerous wrinkles on the flesh at the back of Xingyan's head, many of which were decayed, with 1 or 2 patches already infested with maggots. Perhaps as the maggots writhed, Xingyan felt an itch on his scalp or neck, prompting him to scratch. The sight made Li Zifeng feel nauseous. Yet he managed to suppress it. After Xingyan finished scratching the area plagued by the maggots, he inquired, can you tell me how to become a normal person? I am in great pain. I recognize my wrongs. I am guilty that I do not wish to continue living like this. The maggots consume my flesh, while nightmares torment my soul that I exist neither as a human nor a ghost. I often think of my family, of my grandfather. Gradually, Xingyan lowered his head, and it was then that Li Zifeng discerned the horrifying truth. His head was indeed that of 2 individuals. Their conjoined forms an unsettling failure of fusion. 3 eyes grotesquely adorned his face, and his head resembled 2 mutated grapes melded together. Most striking was the close-up revelation that Xingyan's body was a patchwork of various organs. Shells clung to his face. A segment of bullhorn protruded from his abdomen, and at the bend of his leg, there was a male appendage, alongside a deer tail on the top of his foot. It was unclear what bizarre ability allowed him to amalgamate such disparate elements into his being. However, it seemed Xingyan's capabilities were rather deficient, resulting in a haphazard and monstrous fusion. Li Zifeng's mind raced, contemplating what to say next while hoping to extract some intelligence from Xingyan about past events. It's easy to wish to become a normal person. You can merge with many things, yet you cannot truly become one of them. Can you? Xingyan nodded in affirmation. Li Zifeng swallowed hard, sensing that Xingyan did not harbor intentions to kill him at that moment. And continued, "You were once a normal person. What led you to become like this?" This question struck at the heart of the matter, a pivotal point of inquiry. Xingyan tilted his head, as if pondering a distant memory, his short neck restricting the angle, resembling a sideways glance. Li Zifeng instinctively leaned back. A wave of goosebumps washed over him as the realization dawned. Xingyan had spared him the previous night because he had once been Xingyan's captor. And they were both Chinese. Li Zifeng had shown him mercy back then, which explained Xingyan's escape last night. They had underestimated Xingyan's prowess. Upon entering the cave today, it became evident that should Xingyan wish to kill them, it would be as effortless as crushing a chick. Li Zifeng pressed on. A 7-man suicide squad from the expeditionary force could bring down such a formidable Japanese defense. Xingyan remarked, "No, within that death squad, there exists a sharpshooter whose weapon I cannot identify, yet his prowess is unparalleled. The guards at the prison entrance fall victim to his marksmanship, none daring to show their faces. To do so would be to invite death. This allows the remaining members of the assault team to advance, armed as they are with Thompson submachine guns, their firepower exponentially surpassing that of the Japanese Type 38 rifle. They are also laden with numerous American grenades, enabling them to breach the underground prison. Can you save me? I implore you. Grant me this reprieve once more. I am willing to toil endlessly to atone for my transgressions, if only you would consent." Xingyan exerted every ounce of strength to twist his body, once again kneeling before Li Zifeng. "Very well, irrespective of your past deeds, promise me you shall refrain from further indiscriminate slaughter, and I shall devise a means to assist you." "Understood." Li Zifeng perceived that whether the words were falsehoods or heartfelt truths, stabilizing Xingyan and preserving his own life was paramount. Xingyan barely nodded. A sudden whoosh resounded, and a crossbow bolt, unknown from whence it came, struck him squarely in the forehead. The moment Xingyan fell, he erupted with fury, entering a frenzied state as dark liquids surged from his body. Chapter 041. The eerie skeleton. Xingyan's visage bore only 3 eyes, the most crucial of which he employed to observe all that surrounded him. Point 1 had been blinded by Li Zifeng the previous night, and today, a hidden arrow had taken out the most vital one. Igniting Xingyan's wrath, Li Zifeng widened his eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation, and swiftly turned to evade. Xingyan, disregarding friend or foe, lashed out indiscriminately, a colossal foot crashing down upon the spot where Li Zifeng had just stood, creating a deep crater. From the shadows, several more arrows whistled through the air, targeting Xingyan's head. Point 1 of them pierced the last remaining eyeball on his forehead, rendering him utterly blind. In a wild frenzy, he roared and sought to obliterate everything in his path. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zifeng dragged the gravely injured Ku Yuxing and fled towards the cave's entrance. Suddenly, a figure clad in black, masked and armed with a crossbow strapped to his arm, charged at Xingyan. Upon reaching him, he drew a blade over a foot in length from his lower back, and with a Li Zifeng let out a deep sigh. Initially, he intended to inquire further about the events of that year, but the black-clad man acted with such decisiveness that he left no room for Xingyan to escape. Although Li Zifeng harbored thoughts of ending Xingyan's life, he felt that now was not the appropriate moment. Before he could finish his sentence, the black-clad man sheathed his blade, wiped the blood from the edge on his pant leg, and turned to vanish into the shadows, disappearing into the depths of the cave. "Lao Ku, how are you faring?" Li Zifeng supported Ku Yuxing, whose face was contorted in pain, lacking even the strength to cry out. Ku Yuxing's lips were ashen as he uttered, "Hurry, take me to the hospital." Li Zifeng hoisted Ku Yuxing onto his back, noting that he weighed no more than 100 or so pounds. As a middle-aged man, this weight seemed rather light. He rushed down the mountain, drenched in sweat and too fatigued to rest, placing Ku Yeshing in the passenger seat before driving to the nearest hospital. Several hours later, after Ku Yeshing had undergone surgery, the doctors emerged from the operating room, each one visibly shaken. One of the attending physicians discreetly pulled Li Zifeng aside and asked, "Is this patient a relative or friend of yours?" Li Zifeng nodded, replying, "He is a friend of mine. I recommend that your friend undergo a comprehensive examination because." The physician hesitated, and Li Zifeng understood his implication, stating, "It's all right, doctor, please, speak candidly." The doctor nodded, "I understand. His skeletal structure is completely different from that of a typical human. You may not be familiar with this, so allow me to provide an analogy that might clarify. When you consume fish, are you aware of fish bones? They possess a semi-transparent quality, being quite fragile." Li Zifeng nodded in comprehension. "Your friend's bones resemble fish bones in that they are semi-transparent, allowing visibility of the marrow within. His skeletal structure is exceedingly brittle. You must ensure he exercises caution and avoids any severe injuries. Particularly heavy-labored, you understand." Despite the physician's extensive experience, he could not fathom why a living individual would exhibit such peculiar blood and bone structure. Yet he conveyed all his uncertainties to Li Zifeng. Grasping the doctor's hand, Li Zifeng expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you. I will ensure he gets further examinations." Once the Li Zifeng, perplexed, inquired, Ku Yeshing shook his head and replied, "No, you have misunderstood. The professor is not assisting you. He is aiding me, and I require your support. Therefore, I sought advice from the professor to subsequently assist you. You understand. The professor did not inform you that Zhang Yan is formidable. We are no match for him." At this point, Li Zifeng's emotions were evidently stirred, as the matter at hand was a matter of life and death. Ku Yeshing continued, "He is a professor, not a deity. He does not possess omniscience. The information and resources he can provide me are limited. For the rest, we must rely on ourselves, mustn't we?" Li Zifeng nodded, preparing to lower his head to eat, when suddenly his phone in his pocket rang. Upon checking, he saw a very familiar number. Chapter 042. The Gathering of Heroes. "Hey, little brother, what have you been busy with lately?" A voice emerged, exuding a smoothness that suggested the speaker was quite the tactful individual. This person, named Fu Shanha, worked at a funeral home, dealing with the deceased, ensuring they were dressed appropriately for burial. If it were a woman, some makeup would be applied for dignity. Such were the nature of his duties. Thus, he often experienced bizarre dreams, making him a frequent visitor to dream interpreters, and he received a discount of 20% each time he sought guidance. "Shanggu, are you busy these days?" Li Zifeng casually responded while fiddling with the noodles on his chopsticks. Fu Shanha replied, "Busy? Who doesn't have deaths occurring daily? Hey, little brother, are you free right now? If not, come by the funeral home. I've encountered a bit of a situation." Fu Shanha's tone suddenly turned serious. Li Zifeng, growing impatient, retorted, "What is this situation? You business folks always speak in half-truths. That I'm not inquiring about market prices. Why not just lay it all out in one breath?" Fu Shanha chuckled awkwardly. "Little brother, a female corpse was brought to the funeral home. Goodness, she still looks alive. You just referred to her as a female corpse. How can she still be alive? Isn't that contradictory?" Li Zifeng questioned. "Indeed, it is contradictory. The family claims she died in a car accident several days ago. By the time she was delivered, her body had already stiffened, and we couldn't even dress her properly. Her expression was one of agony at the time of death, yet when we began to apply makeup, her face bore no expression, almost as if she were smiling slightly." Li Zifeng laughed dismissively. "You people revel in frightening yourselves, though I am not in your line of work and lack understanding of such matters. When a person dies, their muscles lose strength, reverting to their original form, resulting in a naturally expressionless visage. What you perceive as a smile is merely your overactive imagination, or perhaps the skill of your makeup artist is simply too proficient. Yes, when alive, one must pursue wealth above all else. However, this time, he is hosting at the Gathering of Heroes, making quite the investment. The Gathering of Heroes is the premier restaurant in the city, a place ordinary folks seldom indulge in. With a minimum expenditure starting at $8.88, and it can escalate to $18.88, $28.88, or even higher with hidden menus, provided one has the means. Li Zifeng was acutely aware of Fu Shanha's character. This individual never spoke a single honest word. Utterly ignorant of the very concept of truth, he suspected that something must have transpired within the funeral home. Yet Fu Shanha, constrained by pride or other motives, found it difficult to articulate, and thus resorted to discussing the matter in person. What for? Ku Yeshing inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Ku Yeshing was in pain. Although Li Zifeng's blood could swiftly heal his wounds, it could not mend his bones in a short span of time, perhaps indicative of some inherent peculiarity in his nature. The dwelling of Zheng Yan was exceedingly simple, merely a naturally formed cave, where centipedes and scorpions frequently crawled across the rocky floor. His sleeping quarters consisted of a slanted stone slab, the original color of which had long since faded, having been stained black by the fluids from years of Zheng Yan's repose upon it, almost developing a patina. Aside from that, the only items discovered within the cave were a wristwatch from over 70 years ago and a Japanese military canteen. No other clues were to be found. The walls of the cave bore the inscribed words "I am guilty," perhaps an expression of his desire for atonement or a reflection of his overwhelming suffering and the sins he believed had led him to this state. The question remained, what had he encountered, what experiences had he undergone, to become so? The military canteen was left behind in the cave, while Li Zifeng took the wristwatch with him, aside from this solitary timepiece. No other valuable items were uncovered. Zheng Yan's remains lay exposed within the cave, while countless ants feasted upon his decaying flesh, indulging in what was undoubtedly a grand feast for such minuscule creatures. As Li Zifeng prepared to exit the cave, he suppressed his nausea and, using his fingers, dipped into the viscous fluid within Zheng Yan's cranial cavity, tasting it with the tip of his tongue. Indeed, no further visions emerged. As previously stated by Chao Qingfeng, the blood or any bodily fluids of the deceased could no longer evoke their memories. Zheng Yan was undoubtedly dead, perhaps a creature that had inadvertently led him to clues. Now extinguished, who was the man in black? Why had he acted so decisively, killing Zheng Yan and departing without a second thought? Who was he, and what brought him here? After much contemplation, the only person Li Zifeng could think of was the enigmatic figure. Chapter 043. The Resurrected Corpse. The mysterious man. It could only be him, for the mysterious man had previously assured Li Zifeng to proceed without worry, but to return only after 9 days, by which time he would have assistance. Li Zifeng had been pondering the identity of this ally, whose skills were extraordinary, wielding a blade so keen that it dispatched Zheng Yan with effortless precision. Such prowess was not typical of an ordinary individual, and it seemed only the mysterious man could possess such capability. The crux of the matter was that this operation remained unknown to outsiders, with the sole third party aware being the mysterious man himself. Surely, he had no need to intervene directly. If it were indeed the mysterious man, what connection might he have with Li Zifeng? Ku Yeshing, taken aback, turned to Li Zifeng and said, "I have no particular plans. I will simply live as I must out. If there's nothing else, I can help you inquire about ways to recover memories." Li Zifeng nodded slightly, hesitating to speak at this moment. His thoughts were consumed with the desire to find the remains of Yingshi's arm bone, the one who had initially led Li Zifeng to Heiyu village. The withered Yeshing was nothing but a fraud. He was, in fact, Mijiao. Given that he was Mijiao, it was likely that his guidance in the quest for memories was unreliable. Yet, curiously, Yingshi had encountered Li Zifeng before and claimed to have left a method for uncovering memories on his left arm bone. In the midst of truth and deception, which should one believe? Originally, this endeavor seemed fabricated, yet the individuals encountered along the way were undeniably real, rendering it quite perplexing. Li Zifeng speculated that perhaps Mijiao intended to maintain the Fade flawlessly, not revealing any weaknesses too readily. Thus, he had indeed sought out the master, Yingshi, engaging in a form of genuine deceit by taking Li Zifeng on this quest for memories, all the while extracting Li Zifeng's blood as part of his scheme. "Old Ku, do you know of Heiyu village?" Li Zifeng suddenly inquired, startling the drowsy Ku Yeshing in the passenger seat. He shifted in his seat and replied, "I've heard you mention it before." Li Zifeng pressed on, "Have you been there?" Ku Yeshing shook his head and responded, "No, but I've heard there's a master in Heiyu village, quite formidable. Many wealthy businessmen from other provinces drive there to seek him out." Correct? With Yingshi now deceased, the only clue remaining was his left arm bone. Upon returning to the city, both men were exhausted. Yet, the moment Li Zifeng parked, he extracted his phone to message the mysterious figure, asking, "Can you give me Yingshi's arm bone now? I've followed your instructions, bowing to the nameless tombstone, and I've done as you asked, even killing Zheng Yan. Whatever you command, I shall comply. Yet you still withhold it from me. Are you toying with me?" Everyone has their breaking point. Li Zifeng's memories were like a vast curtain, just beginning to part, revealing glimpses of color, and he was eager to discover what lay hidden beyond. However, to seek assistance inevitably results in subjugation, and this feeling of constraint was particularly stifling. Li Zifeng chuckled in frustration, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Yet the mysterious figure's words held truth. The facts were as they were. Leaving no room for argument. Resigned, Li Zifeng swallowed his indignation and asked, "When will you provide me with Ingshir's armbone?" "Patience," came the reply. "When the time is right, I shall deliver it to you." After mentioning the name Fu Shanha, the attendant escorted Li Zifeng to an upper room. Upon entering, he found Fu Shanha had been waiting for quite some time. The man was middle-aged, gaunt, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of the 1980s, a style that might have suited stars like Andy Lau or Leslie Cheung. Yet on Fu Shanha, it seemed rather lowbrow, perhaps due to a slight disparity in attractiveness. Moreover, he appeared as though he had not slept for days, dark circles under his eyes making him resemble a panda. "My brother," he exclaimed, "let's dispense with pleasantries and start with 3 shots." A bottle of Wulianya, priced over 1,000, was already opened. This time, Fu Shanha had truly invested heavily, enough for several dream interpretations. Li Zifeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not try to persuade me with your usual tactics. I shall drink what I ought to, but do not expect me to down a single drop of what I shouldn't tea." Fu Shanha touched his nose with a sheepish smile and said, "Indeed, my younger brother speaks wisely. I stand corrected, and I shall punish myself with a drink." With that, he tilted his head back and drained a small cup of liquor, leaving not a drop. Setting down the cup, Fu Shanha leaned against the back of Li Zifeng's chair and whispered, "You see, my brother, we have taken on a task, have we not, to apply makeup to that female corpse." "Oh, how peculiar." When the corpse was brought to us, her face was covered in blood. It was truly unsettling that we had a novice who had just joined us for a day, and upon seeing her, he couldn't bear it and quit. That I had to send someone else in. And you know what happened next? Li Zifeng turned his head and replied, "I suspect you are trying to amuse me." "Are you discussing business or recounting a tale?" Fu Shanha responded, "What troubles you, my brother? You seem quite agitated. How about I treat you to a session at Liangzi Foot Massage, a pseudonym, to ease your mind?" With a loud thud, Fu Shanha suddenly knelt on the ground. "Then notify her family to take her for cremation," he added, with a face as glum as a bitter melon. Fu Shanha lamented, "I have already informed them. But that number is just a deadline. Damn it. Is there some sorcerer or deity trying to play tricks on me? Boss Chow is absent. You must help me." All right. You may inquire as you wish." Chapter 044. Jadeite Villa. Li Zifeng raised a chopstick and asked, "Speak honestly. Did you merely touch that female corpse?" Fu Shanha's eyes widened as he smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "My brother, as a small business owner, do you think I lack women? Would I be so shameless? I truly only pinched her once." Li Zifeng further inquired, "How long has the corpse been here, and when did the incident occur?" He then asked, "Where is the corpse now?" Fu Shanha replied, "I do not know. I took her to the funeral home, and who knows where she is gone now." Just as he was about to wave his hand to smack his thigh, Li Zifeng, like lightning, seized Fu Shanha's wrist mid-air and said, "If you are to smack anything, let it be your own thigh, all right?" "Ah, yes, indeed." Fu Shanha chuckled nervously. "You mentioned that the corpse is dead, yet still warm?" Li Zifeng's expression grew serious. Fu Shanha leaned in closer and whispered, "Yes, her entire body is warm, almost like a living person, except for her feet, which remain cold. What do you think we should do, brother?" In truth, Li Zifeng had no desire to get involved. As he had stated before, he was not in need of money, and this matter seemed unrelated to his quest for memories. However, out of a sense of obligation and considering that it might prove useful in the future, he thought it wise to avoid offending anyone unnecessarily. "Very well, you shall drive me to the funeral home shortly." After a light meal, the two stood up and headed to the funeral home. Upon entering, they searched around, even inspecting the cremation furnace, but they found no trace of the female corpse. However, the odor emanating from the crematorium was unbearable for Li Zifeng. An old, limping man served here. Perhaps his long-standing association with the deceased had taken a toll. Li Zifeng observed that the man's complexion was ashen, devoid of color. Perhaps it was merely the effect of the lighting. In any case, this old man exuded no trace of vitality whatsoever. Li Zifeng inquired, "What are you afraid of? She hasn't consumed you, has she?" Fu Shanha sighed, "My dear brother, when one is not personally affected, it is easy to remain indifferent. Since it hasn't happened to you, of course, you are untroubled. That I cannot claim to be excessively wealthy. but I am certainly far better off than the average person. The money I have earned remains unspent. I have no desire to meet my end. Just as he extinguished the screen, a WeChat message arrived, and upon opening it, he found it was from the blind woman. You claim to be a dream interpreter. Correct. I had a dream, a particularly beautiful dream, and I wish to share it with you. If you have the time, I will come find you. No, it's not convenient for you to seek me out. Wait until your weekend or when you have some free time, and I will come to you. Alright. As Li Zifeng tucked his phone into his pocket, a smile graced his face, a silly grin akin to self-amusement. A manifestation of beautiful longing steeped in fantasy. The car descended into the underground parking garage, and Fu Shanhe turned to him, saying, "Brother, we have arrived." They took the elevator straight to the 15th floor, where Fu Shanhe nervously opened the door, peeking inside like a mouse, glancing left and right. Li Zifeng seized the collar of his shirt, yanked him aside, and confidently strode into the room. Fu Shanhe's home was decorated in a minimalist style, modern and simple. Although he was unmarried, the place was quite tidy, likely due to regular visits from cleaning services. Li Zifeng surveyed the space, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, and after inspecting the kitchen and bathroom without finding anything unusual, he settled onto the living room sofa, crossing his legs. "How do you turn on the television?" he asked. Fu Shanhe cautiously switched on the TV, casting wary glances around. "Brother, why not forego the television and search for something else? You seem rather frightened. Where have you been sleeping these past few nights?" Li Zifeng asked with keen interest. Fu Shanhe replied, "I went to a club. It operates 24 hours, fully lit. That I would find a technician. Spend 2 or 3 hours, and then sleep directly in the lobby. I refused to believe she would dare seek me out there." Fu Shanhe was indeed clever, knowing to choose a bustling venue. Li Zifeng said, "All right, since that is the case, let us discuss the price. I won't ask for much. For this transaction, I will charge you 30,000 yuan, which I believe is reasonable." This. Fu Shanhe hesitated, considering haggling. Li Zifeng continued, "Tonight, give me the key. Please, listen to me. My dear brother. Tea is not for an elder brother to advise you. Your demeanor towards Boss Chow is markedly different. Just look at how adept he is at conducting business. His words are always palatable." Li Zifeng remarked, "I simply do not wish to compromise my integrity to appease others. It is in my nature to be this way. And perhaps you find it distasteful? You seem to have a low tolerance for such things." Yes, you are absolutely right. My brother. I suppose we shall have to endure a little discomfort tonight." Li Zifeng reflected that perhaps asking Qianqi for 300,000 was rather excessive. Yet it was, after all, his inaugural venture into the realm of ghost catching. Who could predict the outcomes? He could always return a portion of it in a few days. Fu Shanhe departed, changing into a fresh set of clothes, and hastened to the Blue Coast Club, where he had ascended to the status of a supreme VIP client, virtually treating the place as his second home. All the foot massage therapists adored him. Whenever he arrived, he would invariably indulge for no less than 3 hours, ensuring a lucrative affair. Before retiring for the night, Li Zifeng opened every door in the room, even deliberately leaving the outer security door ajar, choosing to sleep in Fu Shanhe's bedroom. If that female corpse truly intended to harm Fu Shanhe, she would surely return tonight. Li Zifeng retrieved his phone and sent a text to Zhao Xingyue. "Come to the Emerald Mountain Villa community now. Enter their monitoring room. Whether to seek employment or engage in casual conversation matters not. Just remain there and keep a close watch. If a woman enters the elevator of Building 4 and ascends to 1501, remember to call me. Once connected, let it ring 3 times before hanging up." Chapter 045. The long-haired female ghost. Would you like to personally accompany me in capturing ghosts? To be candid, the reason Li Zifeng summoned Zhao Xingyue was that he, too, harbored fears. Who does not fear death? We all possess but a single life. Li Zifeng was apprehensive of falling into a deep slumber or being unable to manage the female corpse, hence his request for Zhao Xingyue to monitor the surveillance. Serving as a precautionary measure, Li Zifeng was accustomed to his own bed, and the sudden change of environment left him tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Fu Shanhe's bed was large and soft, with 2 boxes of condoms haphazardly placed on the bedside, indicating that he had entertained numerous women at home. After what felt like an eternity of restlessness, Li Zifeng finally succumbed to a deep slumber. To prevent himself from sleeping too soundly, he had set an alarm to ring every 2 hours. The arduous journey to Hubei in pursuit of vanquishing the Zhang Yin had indeed been exhausting. And this sleep was particularly sweet. In his dreams, Li Zifeng found himself seated on a long bench beside a small lake with the blind woman. The lake was teeming with vibrant red koi. Unafraid of human presence, tossing food into the water would cause them to swarm eagerly. To delight the blind woman, Li Zifeng had specifically purchased a bag of fish food, guiding her on where to throw it. Although she could not see the koi, she could hear the splashes as the fish leaped up to snatch the food. The blind woman expressed, "I long to see what these koi look like. They must be extraordinarily beautiful, no?" Li Zifeng responded with a smile. "Indeed, there is a magnificent red one, and another that is black and white. Look at that one. It's golden." He pointed out the koi in the water to the blind woman. As she leaned forward to gaze into the water, Li Zifeng suddenly noticed in his reflection that the blind woman's face had morphed into that of another woman, one he had never encountered before. In a state of utter shock, Li Zifeng lifted his gaze towards the face of the blind woman, only to discover that the woman beside him was not the blind maiden at all. With a cry of disbelief, he exclaimed, "You are Miji Aluo?" Suddenly, a tightening sensation gripped his neck in the darkness, and as he widened his eyes, he beheld a shadow looming over him, riding upon his form. Though the hands that grasped him were as smooth and warm as jade, they were akin to iron clamps, firmly constricting his throat. The true entity had arrived. Li Zifeng kicked forward, driving his knee into the back of the female corpse, producing a dull thud as he toppled her onto the bed's edge. With a swift motion, she rolled to the floor, and he struck the circuit switch, illuminating the room. Before him stood a woman, her face heavily coated in foundation, her lips of vivid crimson, with eyes fixated on Li Zifeng. Beneath her cascading hair, she wore a form-fitting red trench coat, and her legs were adorned with stockings. "Who are you?" Li Zifeng demanded, drawing the magical ram dagger from his lower back, bending forward in inquiry. The woman in red remained silent, extending her arms, her fingernails elongating into deadly talons as she lunged towards him with alarming speed. It was less of a leap and more akin to flight. She executed no bending of her legs, yet possessed astonishing agility, reaching Li Zifeng in the blink of an eye, her hands poised like lethal blades aimed directly at his heart. Li Zifeng sidestepped, seizing the corpse's shoulder with one hand and forcefully pushing down, flipping her onto the ground. He mounted her back, gripping her neck with his left hand while raising the dagger with his right, poised to plunge it into her heart. However, to his astonishment, the woman's hair began to writhe of its own accord, like countless iron tendrils, ensnaring his hands and wrapping around his neck. With a clatter, the magical ram dagger fell to the floor as the corpse rolled over, her hair enveloping Li Zifeng like a dark cocoon, lifting him into the air. Struggling for breath, his eyes widened as he caught a glimpse of the ghastly visage of the female specter through the strands of hair. He had truly underestimated her. He was no match for this woman in our as the hair tightened its grip. Li Zifeng's face turned crimson. If this continued for another 30 to 50 seconds, he would surely perish at her hands. Yet, the more he struggled, the tighter the hair constricted, and in that moment, his body began to float towards the corpse. A sinister smile crept across the corpse's expressionless face as she opened her crimson lips. Poised to lick his fair neck, a mere touch of her tongue sent waves of unbearable pain coursing through him, her tongue resembling that of an old cat, covered in barbs, scraping his flesh as if it were being torn away. Just as the corpse prepared to bite down, a shadow darted through the doorway, launching itself with a kick that struck the corpse's head with a resounding crack, snapping her neck in an instant. "Old cousin," Li Zifeng shouted in joyous disbelief. The newcomer was none other than Chao Qingfeng. The corpse's hair surged once more, her head twisting back into position, ready to ensnare Chao Qingfeng, in a flash. Chao Qingfeng drew a flexible sword from his waist, his movement swift as lightning, radiating brilliance as he cleaved through the serpentine strands of hair, rendering them into disarray before they could even reach him. The female corpse was taken aback, her feet suddenly propelling her forward, skimming along the ground. It was at that moment that Li Zifeng discerned the truth. The corpse was not flying, but rather her foot strength was exceedingly formidable. She was incapable of walking, as if her legs were fused together, thus she could only advance by leaping, much like a zombie. However, with each bound, she could cover an impressive distance. "Cousin?" Li Zifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Rising to his feet, he prepared to embrace Chao Qingfeng, but before he could act, he abruptly seized the magic ram dagger, coldly inquiring, "What did we steal the first time we met?" Chao Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head as he replied, "Damn it, how many years has it been? Why are you asking this? Speak." Li Zifeng suddenly pressed the dagger against Chao Qingfeng's throat, leaving him thoroughly startled. He hurriedly exclaimed, Hey, cousin, don't panic, don't panic. Let me think. How about you ask a different question? Something a bit easier. Zhao Qingfeng furrowed his brow in deep thought, his anxiety mounting as he anxiously tapped his hand on his back. Just as Li Zifeng was about to lose his patience, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly shouted, "Half a cake." Chapter 046. The Temporal Lobe Project. Cousin, I have encountered an overwhelming number of events recently. With a thud, Li Zifeng collapsed to the ground. Zhao Qifeng stepped forward, using his index and middle fingers to dab at the fresh blood on Li Zifeng's wound, bringing it to his lips for a taste. In an instant, it felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, his mind jolting, inundated with countless images. Indeed, cousin, Li Zifeng asserted, I believe we are no ordinary individuals. That killing specter who perished at my hands, along with the Xingyan and the corpse from Blackfish Village, they all recognized me. This dates back over 70 years, Zhao Qingfeng replied. It seems your unique abilities indeed have a profound origin that I shall make time to help you investigate further. By the way, cousin, what progress have you made during your recent trip abroad? Li Zifeng inquired as he sat on the edge of the bed, tilting his head. Zhao Qifeng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the bedroom. Gazing outside as he shook his head, I visited Germany, met with that expert. There has been some progress, albeit minimal. We must continue to wait. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled. You should rest at home for a couple of days. You must be exhausted from your travels, Zhao Qingfeng continued. My cousin is just like that. You wouldn't know. He was quite foolish as a child. People deceived him, and after being tricked so often, he naturally became distrustful of others. Am I right? Fu Shanhe chimed in. It's much more pleasant doing business with you, little brother. Leaving everything aside, your words are well measured and agreeable, Zhao Qingfeng replied. Oh, not at all. Business is challenging. There's no need for family to make things difficult for one another. Right? Fu Shanhe concurred. Indeed, little brother. Can you handle that female corpse? Fu Shanhe added. Wasn't it 30,000? Zhao Qifeng retorted. Oh, I've already mentioned that my cousin is a fool. He doesn't understand the market. This corpse is a foot-chopping ghost, having died from the agony of having her feet severed die in death. She seeks a surrogate to take her. Fu Shanhe's face had turned the color of pig liver as he remarked. Brother, this. Li Zifeng nearly burst into laughter. When it came to the art of nonsense, Zhao Qingfeng could claim second place, for no one would dare to assert they were first. Fu Shanhe was like a mute eating bitter herbs. Unable to express his troubles. Li Zifeng, though blunt in his speech, made no further demands, offering a flat rate of 30,000. Zhao Qingfeng's words were mellifluous, but the price he quoted was one that made even Fu Shanhe reluctant to haggle. Whether Zhao Qifeng was speaking truthfully or not, Fu Shanhe, being an outsider, could hardly discern. This sort of business, to put it plainly, was nothing more than extortion. The price was set as they pleased, and it was up to Fu Shanhe to accept or decline. He mused that he would rather deal with the blunt-tongued individual instead. 50,000, and it would be delivered by afternoon. With a face as bitter as a melon, Fu Shanhe departed, for he cherished his own life more than anyone else. Oh dear, Xingyue, your words are as sweet as ever. Let me sample the lip balm you've applied today. You're so annoying, Zhao Xingyue retorted. Her cheeks flushed. Li Zifeng, in the upper compartment, shook his head that he knew he could never emulate Zhao Qingfeng's personality and way of doing things. Each person has their own character, and there is no right or wrong, no good or bad. One simply needs to be true to oneself. In the afternoon, the two of them sat by the window, discussing recent events. Zhao Qingfeng sipped his Tiguanyin tea, his expression grave as he said, Old friend, that German expert has a unique plan that can stimulate the temporal lobe of the brain. He claims that amnesia does not truly exist. The temporal lobe is responsible for processing memory. Everything you have experienced can be understood as gold coins. Your temporal lobe acts as a safe, and when one seeks to retrieve past memories, they must unlock the safe with a password. The problem lies in forgetting that password, rendering one unable to access their own safe and recover those memories. This metaphor was quite apt. Yet both of them were not well versed in the intricacies of brain neurology. Li Zifeng inquired, how much longer must we wait? Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, unable to say. Anyone capable of devising such a plan is either a genius or a madman. I do not wish for you to take risks. Let us wait a bit longer until we can ensure absolute certainty, and then I will take you. In my memories. Have you seen that mysterious figure, the Mijiaoyuo? Li Zifeng asked again. What about that enigmatic person? Do you perceive him as friend or foe? Zhao Qifeng replied, at present, this individual does not seem hostile. I suspect he is merely plotting a larger scheme, with you as his pawn. I sense that the situation is far more complex than it appears. We must hasten our efforts to recover your memories. Li Zifeng sighed deeply, gazing at the entirety of Jiangzhou City outside the window. If only I were an ordinary person, I could simply accept my amnesia. After all, no one knows who I am, a common citizen. Yet, ironically, I do not age, and my blood can still heal others. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent but bears the burden of wealth. Now, it seems countless shadowy figures are watching me. By the way, old friend, how do you intend to deal with this foot-slicing ghost? Zhao Qingfeng paused, then burst into laughter. What foot-slicing ghost, if she were truly a ghost? You and I would have perished at her hands last night. I have a brilliant strategy for dealing with her. Can you distinguish between a genuine ghost and a fake one? Li Zifeng solemnly inquired. At this moment, he too was curious about the existence of ghosts in this world. Chapter 047. Mercenaries. Zhao Qingfeng retracted his playful smile, his chiseled features reflecting a sense of bewilderment for the first time as he gazed out the window and remarked, "Can we discern? But do you still remember the 3 principles we established?" Li Zifeng nodded and replied, "The first principle. Never believe that there are ghosts in this world. Indeed, regardless of whether they are ghosts or not, do not treat them as such. If one cannot overcome this psychological barrier, we will not last long in this profession. Then are we not deceiving ourselves?" Li Zifeng questioned. Zhao Qingfeng patted Li Zifeng's shoulder, his tone laden with significance. "Old friend," Zheng Banqiao once said, "it is rare to be muddled." The two exchanged glances for a prolonged moment before simultaneously nodding. When it comes to Zhao Qingfeng's abilities, they are indeed remarkable. It is often said that to be legendary, one must be distinct from the ordinary. In his hands, no dream interpretation has ever been inaccurate, and he can effortlessly capture spirits. The title of Dream Interpreter is one that Zhao Qingfeng has rightfully earned. Prepared for this encounter, Zhao Qingfeng had procured a bagua mirror, which he hung directly above the bed to suppress the heavenly gate position. He also readied a chalk line and meticulously inspected the entire bed by lifting the sheets and bedding, alongside a handful of talismans in his possession, should the long-haired female corpse return. He would ensure her spirit is thoroughly dispelled. In a moment of idleness, Zhao Qingfeng sent a message to Fu Shanhe, startling him while he was receiving a massage at the Blue Coast. Upon checking his phone, Fu Shanhe instantly rolled his eyes. "Brother, does Blue Coast offer that kind of service? Damn it. Does this look like a ghost hunting expedition?" Zhao Qingfeng responded with a laughing emoji, clarifying, No, after a long journey. "I simply want a proper massage. Just call for a session. I'll guarantee the safety of the therapist, so rest assured. Pick one that's a bit pricier." In truth, Fu Shanhe was unaware that Zhao Qingfeng's choice of therapist was not merely for relaxation. He was validating a hypothesis, eager to uncover the peculiar abilities of the so-called long-haired female corpse. Ghosts are but fabrications. At least no one has ever witnessed their true form or nature. Can they fly or vanish? No one knows for certain. Within the general populace's understanding, ghosts are believed to pass through walls or possess others. But who can say what unique abilities true spirits may possess? By selecting this female therapist, Zhao Qingfeng aimed to ascertain whether the long-haired corpse would attempt to possess her during their intimate interaction, potentially claiming her life. Half an hour later, the therapist arrived. Typically, those qualified for in-home services were not lacking in attractiveness. Zhao Qingfeng smiled and said, "Sister, thank you for your hard work. Please do your best. I can handle it. Here's a tip." He extracted 300 yuan from his wallet and placed it on the bedside. Much to the delight of the therapist, who thought she had encountered a wealthy patron, as the massage oil was applied to his back, she inquired softly while seated atop him, "Brother, what do you do? Why does your body?" Zhao Qingfeng lay on the pillow, feigning disinterest, and replied, "Those gunshot wounds and scars, don't pay them any mind." The technician inquired, "Brother, I heard that there is fighting in Syria. Are you one of those?" "What is it?" "Ah, mercenaries." Zhao Qingfeng chuckled, snorting dismissively. "The meager pay of a mercenary is hardly worth my attention. That a man should strive for self-reliance. My life is devoted solely to the cause of my country." "Brother, are you comfortable?" The technician remarked. "During training, we were taught to engage with customers. It's better to converse a bit. Otherwise, the atmosphere becomes dull and clients may drift away." Zhao Qingfeng understood this well and nodded. "Yes, quite comfortable. Do apply a bit more pressure. And if anything feels amiss, simply stand up and make your exit." The technician, taken aback, questioned, "Brother, you aren't being pursued, are you?" Zhao Qingfeng laughed heartily. Those who dare to pursue me have already met their demise at my hands. While others might dismiss him as boasting, the technician sensed the truth in his words. For while the tongue may deceive, the scars that crisscross his back and the bullet wounds piercing his chest are undeniable. In a country where firearms are prohibited, one would find it exceedingly difficult to acquire even a hint of gunshot wounds. The technician surmised that he must indeed be a fugitive. The massage lasted for 60 minutes. Yet the long-haired woman never arrived. Perhaps, in some way, Chao Qingfeng had drained her vitality, rendering her reluctant to make an appearance. Once dressed, the technician requested his signature. Chao Qingfeng then extracted 500 yuan from his wallet and handed it to her, saying, "You know, I enjoy conversing with strangers. There are many things I'm hesitant to voice, but before strangers, I can momentarily lay aside my fade. Thank you for your efforts. Please accept this." After deducting her commission, the technician would only earn a few dozen yuan from this visit, so encountering such a wealthy patron was unexpected. Earning 800 yuan for an hour's work felt more gratifying than robbery. "Brother, why not add another hour? I can massage you a bit longer. Anywhere else is fine too." Chao Qingfeng paused, looking at the technician, who slightly lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. No, I cannot bear it." Perhaps another time. He then slipped an additional 200 yuan into her hand. As she departed, the technician requested Chao Qingfeng's WeChat, promising that should he visit the Blue Coast, he could count on her for impeccable service. Money, the root of all evils, is often a coveted desire for many. Chao Qingfeng, however, was not particularly inclined towards it. His primary interest lay in observing whether the long-haired specter would attach herself to the technician during her visit. It appeared that the specter had no intention of making a move. Whether she had been injured or lacked the ability remained uncertain. With the technician gone, Chao Qingfeng refrained from sleeping, contemplating how he might assist his cousin in regaining lost memories. While deep in thought, he heard someone push open the door. It was unlatched, allowing easy entry. Leaning forward, he called out, "Who is it?" "Brother, someone has added an extra hour for you." The technician, brushing her hair back, appeared somewhat exhilarated. Chao Qingfeng replied, "What is going on? Is it that Fu Shanhe?" "Brother, come on in." The conversation was brief, and the technician removed her outer garment before lying down beside him. Zhe Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, suddenly sensing that something was amiss with this technician. Chapter 048, Long and Short Legs. However, he did not expose her. Instead, he smiled and asked, "So, what services do you offer this time?" The technician knelt beside Zhe Qingfeng, her legs together, and whispered, dreaming in Wonderland, fishing for the moon beneath the sea, and, wait, let's skip the frills and get straight to it." Zhe Qingfeng reclined on the bed, gazing at the technician with a smile. The technician replied, "Brother, don't be hasty. Let's start with the back service first, and then we'll attend to the front." "All right." Zhe Qingfeng acquiesced, laying down with his right hand naturally slipping beneath the pillow to grasp the hilt of a soft sword. He was, after all, merely a mortal, albeit with some exceptional abilities. However, he could not see behind him, so he relied on the glass mirror at the head of the bed to observe the technician behind him. Yet, he needed to remain discreet about it. This technician, unlike the previous one, spoke little. It was unclear whether she had said too much earlier or was simply in a good mood. Her service was evidently earnest and vigorous, frequently venturing to sensitive areas. "Brother, how's the pressure?" she inquired. Zhe Qingfeng responded, "The pressure is just right. It's..." Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a sharp sound from behind, the swish of a dagger slicing through the air. Zhe Qingfeng widened his eyes and, in a swift motion, turned and kicked toward the technician's thigh, while simultaneously drawing his soft sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leaning against the headboard, Zhe Qingfeng coldly remarked, "You have a bit of skill, don't you? Now tell me, what grievances do you have with Fu Shanhe? If we can resolve it, I shall let you go. If not, either I will kill you, or you will kill me, understood?" Despite the urgency, Zhe Qingfeng leisurely lit a cigarette, his demeanor incredibly arrogant. "My grievances with him are none of your concern. Meddlesome fools deserve death." The technician retorted sharply, her face pale with anger, as she lunged at him with the dagger. Zhe Qingfeng clapped his hand on the bed, leaping into the air, wielding his soft sword to slash several times, piercing the skin of the technician's right wrist, causing her face to contort in pain as the dagger fell to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the soft sword quivered, resembling a silver serpent, instantly coiling around the technician's neck, poised at her vital point. "Is this all you can do?" Zhe Qingfeng remarked. pinching his cigarette with the other hand and casually flicking off the ash. The technician gritted her teeth, declaring, "You cannot kill me. If you do, you will regret it?" "Oh, that piques my interest. Pray tell, why should I not kill you?" Li Zifeng replied, retracting his soft sword and holding the cigarette with his left hand. The technician glanced around, seemingly steeling herself, before leaning close to Li Zifeng's ear and whispering, because her voice was so soft that Li Zifeng instinctively leaned forward. "Because you are a fool," before the words had fully escaped her lips. A bony spur shot toward Li Zifeng's heart, her movement swift as lightning, leaving him startled. He reached for the spur with his left hand while his right swung the soft sword. The technician grinned malevolently. This was her plan all along. The spur was not meant for assassination. It was lined with numerous barbs and grooves designed to embed in flesh and induce rapid blood loss. Hiss! Xiao Qingfeng's left hand was instantly pierced, resembling a wasp nest as blood gushed forth in torrents. His right hand, wielding a soft sword, trembled perilously, nearly slipping from his grasp. He executed several swift strikes aimed at the technician's neck, but she deftly evaded his assault, resulting in a tense stalemate between the two. The technician raised the bloodied bone spur above her head, tilting her head back, her mouth agape as she extended her tongue, allowing droplets of blood to fall into her mouth. Compared to that fool, your blood is still lacking in potency. I shall not indulge you," she declared, wiping her blood-stained lips with her sleeve before turning to retreat. Xiao Qifeng remained rooted in place, having no intention of pursuing her. Instead, he squinted and murmured, "So this is not the long-haired female corpse, but rather a Mijai Luo. In their initial clash, it was clear that Xiao Qifeng had been bested. However, he had deliberately held back. During the confrontation with Mijai Luo, he discerned that this entity possessed no extraordinary abilities, save for one remarkable trait. She seemed akin to the true specters of legend, capable of shape-shifting and assuming the forms of others. As long as Mijai Luo did not merge with the walls, had he pursued her moments ago, he could have slain her or inflicted grievous injuries that she could not easily recover from. Yet, Xiao Qingfeng did not wish to resort to such measures. Instead, a smile crept across his face as a comprehensive plan gradually crystallized in his mind. The following day, Xiao Qingfeng informed Fu Shanhe that the long-haired female corpse had not appeared. Fu Shanhe was displeased and remarked, "Brother, this is akin to arranging a meeting with an online acquaintance. You express willingness to meet. We dine and watch a movie. The room is booked, yet you inform me that your monthly visitor has arrived. Is this not a waste of emotional investment?" Xiao Qifeng retorted, "When the hell does that monthly visitor arrive? Can you control it? Her legs are attached to a female ghost. If she chooses not to come, what can I do? Can you not seek her out and slay her?" Fu Shanhe, gripped by fear, insisted that the long-haired female ghost must be dealt with. Xiao Qingfeng, in a nonchalant manner, replied, "No problem, just add an extra 100,000. Then perhaps not. We shall continue to wait. Here are the keys to my house. Rest assured, stay as long as you wish. Until the ghost is vanquished, I shall cover the utilities during this time." "All right, master. A few days ago I dreamt that one leg was longer than the other. My right leg was a bit longer, while my left was quite short. I had to use a brick to elevate my left foot when buying shoes, or else I could not stand upright. Later, I spotted several red buckets in the mall, resembling those old country-style urine buckets. You know?" Li Zifeng nodded and urged, "Continue." The mall was vast, impressively adorned, yet the area where I stood lacked any trash bins, only those red buckets. And not a single customer was in sight, just me trying on clothes. There was only one sales assistant amidst the sprawling expanse of the mall, just the two of us, indeed. "You can't recall the rest of the dream, can you?" Li Zifeng softly inquired. Chapter 049, Eagle Eye. The customer nodded, and Li Zifeng waved his hand, signaling Zhao Xingyue to draw blood with a silver needle. After a drop of fresh blood fell into his left eye, he rose to cleanse his eyeball with eye drops and remarked, "Your monthly income is not particularly high, yet the things you desire are priced so exorbitantly that they captivate you, compelling you to gaze longingly each time you pass by." "Ah," the customer stared blankly, nodding. "You have fixated on a particular garment, to the extent that it occupies your thoughts. It permeates your memory palace like air, saturating your world of dreams. Upon inspection, I noted that the price tag on that piece of clothing is 2,888, which is equivalent to half a month's salary for you. You wish to purchase it, yet hesitate, for you must also provide for your girlfriend. You are quite generous when it comes to buying her clothes, often indulging her, though your girlfriend is remarkably understanding. The customer exclaimed in awe, "Impressive, master. How did you know that garment costs 28.88, and that I hesitate to buy it?" "This is truly astonishing." Li Zifeng smiled. It is often said that men should be a bit ruthless with themselves. Life is but a fleeting moment, and time is ephemeral. Each day lived is a day spent, whether by the richest or the poorest. Time is impartial, offering no more and no less to anyone. The crux of the matter lies in navigating life in a manner that brings satisfaction and joy. Indeed, no one desires to wear a frown all day. The customer readily agreed. Li Zifeng then stood and said, "Allow me to interpret your dreams. From your blood, I can discern that you hail from a rural background, striving alone in a foreign land, and have established a small hot pot shop, which is no small feat. I deeply admire your tenacity. The red bucket you encountered in your dream is a remnant of your childhood memories. You may have harbored a disdain for this bucket, yet it was a constant presence in your life. Perhaps you wish to replace it but lack the means to do so. This signifies a lingering regret embedded deep within your memories, so profound that you might not even recall it until I mention it. This garment symbolizes your childhood aspirations, akin to longing for a toy gun that you never obtained. Years later, the absence still stings with regret. Thus, the red bucket serves as a metaphor for your unfulfilled desires, where past and present regrets coalesce. You are aware of your anguish, which prevents you from leaving the marketplace. It embodies your confusion. And within the dream, you struggle to make decisions. As for your legs, the discrepancy in their length may simply be that your girlfriend is resting on your left leg while you sleep. The customer scratched his head and said, "My girlfriend is quite clingy. Despite being in her 20s, she behaves like a little girl, needing me to soothe her to sleep, and insists on draping her legs over me, or else she can't rest." However, regarding that red bucket, I recall it vividly. In my childhood, my family was poor and we lacked a proper toilet. In the dead of winter, it was impractical to venture outside, especially in the bitter cold of the snowy ground. We kept a bucket in the house, initially red, but it faded with use. It was an eyesore, and I always disliked it, yearning to replace it. However, my parents, being farmers, were reluctant to spend money on what they deemed a useless item. Perhaps this has contributed to my lingering discomfort. Master, you truly possess remarkable insight. It is truly not a case of empty reputation. Indeed, you are absolutely right. I shall go purchase it at once. The customer left in high spirits, and Zifeng clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Old friend, splendid. From now on, you shall be the esteemed proprietor of this establishment. Come now, do not jest. Have you dealt with that female specter?" Li Zifeng inquired, taking a sip of tea and tilting his head. Zifeng approached, seated himself, and took a cigarette in his mouth, offering one to Li Zifeng as well, before lighting it and saying, "She did not appear, but I did encounter someone you would least wish to see." "Who?" "Mijialuo." Li Zifeng gritted his teeth and replied, "That scoundrel. First, he disguised himself as Qian to deceive me into going to Heiyu village, then transformed into a youthful mask to attempt my assassination, and has even impersonated you and Xingyi. In short, he has masqueraded as anyone who could get close to me." Zifeng crossed his legs and remarked, "Such a character, I can tell at a glance, is someone who dares to engage in any mischief besides good deeds. Old friend, I have a plan to capture him alive. Just wait, this fellow has his uses." "Not yet. I shall inquire further." Li Zifeng pulled out his phone, ready to send a message to the mysterious person on WeChat, when Zifeng snatched the phone, pressed the button, and spoke. "Old mate, I know not who you are, but I am Zifeng. If you too are one who scrapes a living in this line of work, you may have heard of me. It is said that it is better to resolve enmities than to exacerbate them. We do not seek to claim the bones of the dead without cause, and benefits will certainly accrue to you. However, I only hope you refrain from causing trouble, for should I pursue you to the ends of the earth, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Damn, that bastard. I have questioned him for so long, and he ignored me entirely, yet you utter a single sentence, and he immediately reveals his name." Li Zifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Zifeng flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Old friend, do you know why I regard you as my sole brother in life and death?" Li Zifeng shook his head. Zifeng's expression turned serious as he said, "Because you are genuine. You are unlike the scoundrels of this society, who speak one way and act another. I detest such individuals with all my being. You, however, are sincere, and it is precisely because of your authenticity that you seem out of place in this world. You struggle to integrate and have but a few friends, for you too abhor the dross of society." Li Zifeng gently nodded. I, on the other hand, am different. Though I too despise these people. We must eat. We must fill our bellies. I must be smooth-tongued. I must mingle with these hypocrites. I must integrate into this society. Otherwise, we cannot survive. You are a noble lady sitting in a grand hall, while I am a wretch who has been ground down by society time and again, forced to wear a forced smile. Li Zifeng lowered his head, saying, "Thank you, old friend. You owe your life to me, and yet you express gratitude. You are truly humbling me." Feng patted Li Zifeng on the shoulder and continued, "Just like this Hawkeye. His manner of working is akin to the undercurrents of society. This is the unspoken rule. He will not state it outright, but is waiting for your subtle hint or a direct revelation. He desires benefits, much like how a superior never explicitly asks for gifts, yet you must be proactive in remembering and executing it. Otherwise, you will find it exceedingly difficult to ascend. Li Zifeng is utterly oblivious to the intricacies of social maneuvering, and he harbors no desire to comprehend them. There exist individuals like him in society who toil tirelessly yet receive little reward, primarily due to their inability to sweeten their words or master the art of flattery. Most critically, they lack the inclination to learn such skills. Boss Zhao truly is remarkable. I have learned much." Zhao Xingyue stood in astonishment as the words of this fledgling university student left her utterly captivated. Cradling her chin in her hands, she gazed longingly and remarked, "It is said that older men possess a certain charm, and it appears to be true. Boss Zhao, do you happen to be single? Would you not desire a girlfriend who is not only well-endowed but also understanding, obedient, and not overly clingy?" "Hey, Xingyue, do not say such things. I am attracted to M.N. Li Zifeng's eyes widened in surprise, his expression betraying a mix of emotions. Chapter 050. The Phantom of the Underworld. Zhao Qifeng waved his hand dismissively and rose, picking up his iPad to take a seat at the counter, where he began to watch Captain America, the First Avenger, with considerable enthusiasm. The volume turned up rather high. Zhao Xingyue approached with a cup of tea and inquired, "Boss Zhao, why do you enjoy watching Captain America so much? If my memory serves me right, you must have seen it over 20 times by now. Don't you ever tire of it?" Zhao Qifeng nodded, stating, "I am quite fond of this story." Captain America narrates the tale of a frail soldier who, after undergoing experimental enhancements, transforms into a super soldier. With newfound strength, speed, and endurance that far surpass ordinary humans, he earns glory in World War II as Captain America, ultimately facing his nemesis, the Red Skull, after plunging into the sea and being encased in ice for 70 years. He later joins the Avengers. However, these plot points are not the focus of Zhao Qingfeng's fascination. In recent days, he has been experimenting with various ghost hunting tools, including traditional talismans, yin-yang rulers, protective mirrors, and charms. However, he suspects these items may prove ineffective, as most are merely products of marketing. While people believe in their efficacy against spirits, no one has ever truly encountered a ghost, nor do they know how to capture one. This requires innovative thinking. To expedite the resolution of this business venture, Zhao Qingfeng has taken to sleeping at Fu Shana's residence each night, while Li Zifeng eagerly awaits the return of the long-absent Ku Yeshing. A torrential downpour ensued, with ominous clouds shrouding the sky and thunder reverberating through the air. From the top floor of the technological building, the sound of rain cascaded loudly, and through the window, Li Zifeng could see sheets of rain cascading from the heavens to the earth. He prepared a fine pot of tea and settled by the window, awaiting Ku Yeshing's arrival. As the door swung open, Li Zifeng did not lift his gaze and inquired, "Do you bring any new intelligence this time?" "Indeed," Ku Yeshing replied, settling cross-legged opposite Li Zifeng. He raised a small teacup, drained it in one gulp, and nodded appreciatively, "Excellent tea. This upcoming endeavor is fraught with danger, yet I believe it is worth attempting." Ku Yeshing spoke softly. Li Zifeng opened his hands and asked, "Do you have any materials or images?" "Continue," he urged. "Regarding the information about the water ghost, my knowledge is quite limited. Survivors of its attacks have claimed that it possesses a row of backward-facing spines along its back, resembling fish fins, yet its form appears distinctly male. Its body is adorned with intricate patterns of a grayish-white hue, and its skin is smooth, akin to that of a fish. When it emerges, a brilliant light emanates from the lakebed, leaving those who behold it in a state of dizziness, weakness in their limbs, and even bouts of nausea. It has the ability to stir the waters, creating deadly whirlpools that ensnare any swimmers nearby. Based on these accounts, I deduce that this entity should not be referred to as a water ghost. Rather, it ought to be called a water monster." Li Zifeng inquired, "What connection does this water monster have with my quest for memories?" Ku Yixing poured a cup of tea and refilled Li Zifeng's cup, stating, "This is the crux of the matter. There exists a local legend that I shall succinctly recount at a true incident once transpired in that region involving a child who was both exceptionally clever and notoriously mischievous. He amassed considerable wealth while also aiding the local populace in their financial endeavors. However, his nefarious deeds led to a complex mixture of affection and animosity from the community. Over time, as tensions escalated, the inevitable conflict erupted, resulting in the tragic demise of the child's parents. In his anguish, he beseeched the local deities for redemption and subsequently retreated into the depths of the mountains. 7 days later, he emerged, transformed into a state of extreme foolishness, yet possessing a kind heart. Initially, the villagers suspected deceit, but gradually came to realize that his intellectual decline was genuine. And then, subsequently, the villagers who once despised him began to reminisce about his remarkable talent for generating wealth. After all, their own incomes had dwindled following his transformation, leading to a decline in their quality of life. Thus, they sought to extract his former acumen for profit, yet he retained no memory of his past. Recalling only fragmented remnants as a result, some believed he had offered his memories to the deities, who had taken away both his cunning and his malevolence. The water monster I mentioned resides in the very lake where the child's wisdom and wickedness were relinquished. Consequently, when the water monster first appeared, the villagers firmly believed it to be the manifestation of the deity the child had once worshipped. It was thought that the child's memories and abilities for wealth generation now resided within the monster, which was both clever and malevolent, reminiscent of the child's former self. Attempts to eliminate it had been made, but those skilled in swimming perished. Eventually, fear prevailed, and no one dared to confront the water monster, choosing instead to avoid discussing it altogether. Li Zifeng remarked, "Are you suggesting that we must once again confront the water monster?" Ku Yixing nodded, affirming this notion. The various legends may be fabrications, yet the core of this matter is undeniably real that I have investigated. And indeed, there was a child who, after retreating into the mountains for 7 days, emerged exceedingly clumsy. The reason remains a mystery. Moreover, the water monster is a tangible entity, existing in reality and exhibiting strange qualities. The professor informed me that slaying this water monster and extracting its spinal fluid would aid in the restoration of your memories, as you rightly pointed out. This endeavor is fraught with difficulty. While we may be able to evade terrestrial threats, the water monster dwells in the depths of the lake. We are humans, not fish, and engaging it in its aquatic domain presents a formidable challenge. Much like in the journey to the west, when encountering Sha Xing and capturing the sea monster, Sun Wukong typically refrained from entering the water, instead delegating the task to Zhu Beiji, who, as the former marshal of the Heavenly Canopy, commanded an army of 100,000 water soldiers and possessed excellent swimming skills. While Sun Wukong excelled in terrestrial combat, his prowess diminished in aquatic environments. Mingxun, Chapter 051. The Water Monster of Yunnan. Mingxun, Li Zifeng mumbled, struggling to comprehend the name of this water creature. Ku Yi remarked, "This is precisely the formidable nature of the water monster. It is said that it can conjure illusions akin to mirages. Those washing clothes by the river might occasionally glimpse coins floating on the water's surface, while swimmers may find themselves enchanted by visions of beautiful women in the lake's depths. These are mere illusions, designed to lure individuals step by step toward their demise, a descent into hell, which is why the locals of Yunnan refer to it as Mingxun." This undertaking indeed left one perplexed and indecisive. After all, during the previous mission to slay the Zhengyan, there had been a plethora of data gathered over time, providing a solid understanding of the foe. Yet this time, they were to pursue Mingxun based solely on a singular, authentic legend. The adage goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." But they were wholly unfamiliar with Mingxun, and the prospect of engaging it in its own watery domain rendered their chances of success nearly non-existent. Li Zifeng inquired, "Old Ku, do you have any suggestions?" Ku Yi replied, "It is not I who seeks to uncover memories. I am indifferent. I go, Old Ku. That is an odd statement. I too am not necessarily intent on rediscovering memories. Nor do I particularly care." Li Zifeng responded. Ku Yi shook his head and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Do you know, my initial assistance to you stemmed solely from a sense of obligation, for you aided my dearest brother by saving his mother. My brother fears neither heaven nor earth. His loyalty to brotherhood surpasses all. Should I find myself in peril, he would risk his life for me, disregarding the words of all others, save for his mother. His father passed away when he was very young. His mother raised him with great difficulty, a truth he is well aware of. Thus, I sent him to seek your help, and you obliged. Those 3 drops of your blood not only ensured his mother's safety, but have also restored her health. Which brings me considerable solace. Recognizing you as a good-hearted individual, I resolved to assist you. However, as I observed your quest for memories unfold, it became evident that you must have been an extraordinary person or have accomplished something remarkable in your past. Do not deceive me. I know you yearn to reclaim your former memories. Perhaps you even encountered a girl who left an indelible mark on your life. To be frank, words can be deceptive, but the heart never lies. Whether driven by curiosity or some ulterior motive, Li Zifeng was genuinely eager to unravel the mysteries of his life over the past 70 years, the experiences he had, and the people he had met. With the crux of his inquiry being the reason behind his resistance to aging. Very well, I shall contemplate this and provide you with a response in the coming days. Meanwhile, Chao Qingfeng had also been assisting Li Zifeng in the search for memories, albeit through a more scientific approach, aiming to delve into the workings of the brain. This quest necessitated consulting neurological experts worldwide, an endeavor that, due to its financial implications, led to the establishment of a dream interpretation shop. Regarding this ancient tradition, which harbors an air of mystique, Zhao Qifeng holds reservations. He is neither a complete skeptic nor an unwavering believer, for these matters elude his grasp. One should not deceive the mountains, nor should one deceive the waters. Embarking on a quest to slay the water monster seems far more formidable than the pursuit of the Xingyan. I fear that the difficulty of this endeavor will be greater, and I dread the notion that should you perish, all memories of me, your old cousin, would fade away, rendering it rather unfortunate. Zhao Qingfeng let out a heavy sigh. Li Zifeng bowed his head, contemplating for a long while. Before swiftly drawing a small knife from his waist, he rolled up the sleeve of his left arm and, with several decisive strokes, carved the character Zhao into his flesh. Cousin, you. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the wound from which blood flowed. Yet rapidly healed, he was utterly astonished. If I should die, upon my resurrection, please remind me that we are the best of brothers. Li Zifeng's words faded. He glanced down at his left arm, where the incision had completely mended, leaving no trace behind. Alas, Li Zifeng sighed deeply, raising his beer to drink it in one go. Zhao Qingfeng refilled Li Zifeng's glass and said, I understand your pain. A person devoid of memories feels as though they have never truly lived, perpetually caught in a dream. I wholeheartedly support your quest for recollection. I empathize with you. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with something to take along. Have you slept? Li Zifeng inquired. Why are you still awake? It's Friday, and tomorrow is the weekend. I'm doing laundry. What about you? Shall I come find you? Come on over. Upon arriving at the blind woman's home, they were greeted by the fragrance of laundry detergent. Indeed, the scent of lavender. Hearing the blind woman softly hum a nursery rhyme, Li Zifeng remarked, It's evident that you are in good spirits. Li Zifeng chuckled silently, taking a seat at the bedside. From now on, you need not donate your monthly salary. You can keep it for yourself. The blind woman remained silent, prompting Li Zifeng to continue. In your leisure time, indulge in some good food to enhance your quality of life. Eating steamed buns all day is rather dismal. By the way, the last time you passed by my place, why didn't you come in for a visit? The blind woman, while hanging clothes, suddenly spoke. Li Zifeng was taken aback, asking, When was that? Startled, he leapt from the bed, inquiring, When did this occur? Just a couple of days ago, she replied. The blind woman shook her head. I didn't hear you speak. No. Do you not remember what you said? This isn't mere amnesia. It resembles senile dementia. Li Zifeng panicked. It seemed that Mijialuo indeed harbored intentions regarding the blind woman. If he were to abduct her as leverage against Li Zifeng, it would pose a significant challenge. I must say, that wasn't me. Do you believe it? Li Zifeng squinted. The blind woman responded, Perhaps it was another individual engaged in international business, coincidentally seeking to rent a place. It seems rather fortuitous. This is no trivial matter, Li Zifeng declared, dialing Zhao Qifeng to relay the situation in brief. Upon hearing the account, Zhao Qifeng said, Rest assured, my cousin, you can confidently pursue the water monster. I will take care of matters on your side. The two, difficult to distinguish in appearance, nonetheless bore a clear age difference. Li Zifeng had lived over 70 years, placing him in the elder generation. The blind woman playfully remarked, Who is your sister-in-law? Though her words suggested indifference, her cheeks betrayed her with a blush. Chapter 052. The Blood Marrow Elixir. Despite being in his 70s, Li Zifeng's heart remained as naive and exuberant as that of a young lad. He subscribed to the notion of love that thrives on pure conversation, devoid of physical contact. He had sought the blind woman countless times, and they had shared a bed on a few occasions. Yet they never even touched hands. That it was as if they shared an unspoken understanding, a profound connection of souls. This night was no different. Cousin, for this expedition to find the water monster, you must take this with you. In a critical moment, drink it, Zhao Qingfeng instructed, patting the box. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Li Zifeng inquired. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Zhao Xingyue, who replied, Xingyue, go and buy 0.2 cups of cola, without ice, right? Zhao Xingyue shot them an annoyed look before turning to leave, adding, be careful. I might just bring you 2 cups of sewer cola from the restroom. As Zhao Xingyue departed, Zhao Qingfeng cautiously opened the locked box. Upon its opening, a chilling mist escaped, swirling around like ethereal fog. Once the haze dissipated, he revealed a syringe filled with a vibrant red liquid. After closing the box, Zhao Qingfeng cautioned, if you find yourself in danger, drink this. However, for the most effective and rapid results, it is best injected directly into your bloodstream. What is it? A stimulant? Li Zifeng asked, tilting his head. Do not concern yourself with the specifics. My dear cousin. I trust you will trust me, and I assure you, I have no intention of causing you harm. However, I must clarify, once this substance is injected into your body, you may experience temporary rigidity in your limbs, but it will quickly subside. Your physique may alter, or it may not, yet your strength will undoubtedly amplify. Is it truly that potent? Li Zifeng expressed his astonishment. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, emphasizing that this was not the crux of the matter. The critical point is that it may have side effects. Your voice might change, you could develop a thick chest of hair, and you may frequently experience sweaty feet. The most alarming, albeit least probable, consequence is that you might lose your ability to resist aging. What? Li Zifeng struggled to process this information, pondering the nature of such a formidable drug, potent yet fraught with peril, a true double-edged sword. Presenting a dilemma. My dear cousin, I do not give you this to harm you. In a moment of utmost importance, this could indeed save your life. Once you inject it, your physique will transform. Tearing an opponent apart with your bare hands will be within your grasp. However, as I mentioned, side effects are inevitable, and we cannot predict which will manifest. The likelihood of losing your ability to resist aging is exceedingly low, hence it is worth keeping on your person. What is this elixir called? Li Zifeng inquired. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a moment before responding. If it must bear a name, you may call it the blood marrow elixir, or alternatively, the blood emerald elixir. They are one and the same. My dear cousin, how I wish you could partake in this venture. Once we have resolved matters with Fu Shanhe, shall we embark together? Li Zifeng felt reassured by the presence of his cousin, believing that with him by his side, all would be well. Zhao Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said, now, let us send a message to Eagle Eye. What should we say? Zhao Qingfeng picked up his phone and replied, hey, my friend, though I do not know your identity, I am aware that you possess the extraordinary ability to perceive many things, much like the legendary Thousand Mile. Therefore, I wish to discuss a matter with you. There is an individual here who requires your protection. What benefits do you seek? Feel free to express your desires, and we shall have a conversation. 10 milliliters, just the kind of vessel used for blood tests in hospitals, 2 vials. In principle, that is not an excessive amount. Li Zifeng inquired. I can provide you with blood, but how can you ensure my personal safety? Tilting his head, Li Zifeng asked, my dear friend, my blood is unlike ordinary blood. Can we truly place our trust in this Eagle Eye? Zhao Qingfeng considered for a moment before responding. I have faith in him. Why? Because he is not our adversary. If he were more powerful than us, he would not resort to such tactics. He would simply seize what he desires. To put it in perspective, you are akin to serum, while those who covet your blood are akin to individuals afflicted with a deadly poison, desperately seeking your serum as an antidote. So, with someone stronger than you need to go around in circles, it would be far simpler to take action and snatch it away. Li Zifeng nodded in agreement. Zhao Qingfeng continued. Mijialuo employs his unique skills to deceive you of your blood. Eagle Eye utilizes his own talents to observe many places, thereby manipulating or assisting you. They are merely leveraging their strengths, none of which are particularly formidable. Otherwise, you and I would already be in grave danger. That makes sense that if they truly intend to play tricks on us, pushing everyone to their limits would be detrimental for all. Li Zifeng resolved to spend the next 10 days searching for the water monster, reasoning that it should suffice, although he hoped Eagle Eye would honor his word. Still, Li Zifeng found it somewhat unsettling. Zhao Qingfeng's decisiveness on the matter seemed rather abrupt, yet his analysis held merit. Li Zifeng stated, starting tonight, we shall both stay at Fu Shanhe's residence. Once we handle the long-haired female ghost, I will notify Ku Yeshing. And together we shall venture to Yunnan to seek the mythical Mengshun in the local lakes. Zhao Xingyue was much like this, childish in temperament, displaying her feelings openly, which might seem offensive to some. Yet it was also a reflection of her sincerity. This authenticity was what attracted Chao Qingfeng to her, leading him to select her as his assistant in dream interpretation amidst many others. Chao Qingfeng exclaimed, "Ah, my dear brother, what are you doing? This is too formal, too formal. I cannot accept this." Although he said as much, the money had already been received and swiftly tucked away into his pocket. His words expressed refusal, yet his heart was honest. Li Zifeng nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain himself. This particular maneuver was one he would never master. "Brother, as we hunt ghosts tonight, remember one crucial thing," Chao Qifeng suddenly proclaimed. Chapter 053. The little hand of the deceased Sun Fu Shan had trembled all over, nearly collapsing to the ground, and said, "Brother, what is it? Please do not frighten me." Chao Qifeng assured him, "As long as you heed my advice, there should be no significant issues. Tonight, you will sleep in the bedroom while my brother and I lie beneath your bed. If that female ghost returns, take this jar of blood and sprinkle it on the doorknob. Then, you can flee outside and lock the door behind you. Do you understand?" While conversing, Chao Qifeng retrieved a small jar from his pocket, filled to the brim with fresh blood. Whether it was the blood of a black dog remained uncertain. In any case, it was undoubtedly a novel artifact he had meticulously researched, regardless of whether it was a black cat or a white cat. As long as it could catch mice, it would be a good cat indeed. Fu Shana nodded repeatedly, affirming, "No problem, no problem. If it weren't for the time constraint, I would weld the door shut myself. Today, no one is leaving." This notion was indeed ruthless, reflecting just how terrified Fu Shana had been by that long-haired female ghost. The situation had escalated to a point of no return between the two, with one of them destined to perish. Upon reaching the outdoor night market, they ordered some skewers. Chao Qingfeng remarked, "Tonight, in order to catch ghosts, we must refrain from drinking. For this ghost-catching endeavor, I will require a helper." Li Zifeng inquired, "Am I not capable?" "Of course you are," Chao Qingfeng replied, "but I need a helper with special abilities. He need not be human." Chao Qingfeng smiled mysteriously. Li Zifeng was taken aback and leaned in, asking, "Cousin, are you looking for another ghost to assist us?" "Ha, you'll find out shortly. You are familiar with this person," Chao Qingfeng said, raising his skewer to clink it against Li Zifeng's, savoring the flavors. Seeing his composed demeanor, Li Zifeng ceased to inquire further. Half an hour later, a familiar voice called from behind, "Ah, Boss Chao, how long has it been since we last met?" "Shenbo." Chao Qifeng responded, "It has been many years since our paths crossed." Somewhat familiar, somewhat familiar," Chunbo replied, making himself at home as he sat down and began to munch on the skewers. Li Zifeng asked, "Do we need Chunbo's assistance to catch ghosts?" In truth, Li Zifeng felt a twinge of wariness, uncertain if Chunbo was a transformation of the elusive Megaluo. Given their previous experiences, he presumed Chunbo was not, yet caution was imperative. Chao Qingfeng confirmed, "Yes, we require Chunbo's help in this matter." Noticing Li Zifeng's skepticism, Chunbo quickly smiled and said, "Little brother, allow me to explain. The last time I assisted you in retrieving the corpse's arm bone was truly unexpected. Boss Chao informed me that a formidable figure named Eagle I was obstructing our efforts. Otherwise, how could I have possibly failed to obtain that bone?" Li Zifeng replied, "I am aware of your abilities. Being a bug spirit capable of manipulating flora and fauna, commanding the beasts of the jungle. However, such skills seem unnecessary for ghost catching, do they not?" The last remark was directed at Chao Qifeng. Chao Qifeng waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, cousin, Chunbo's talents are far more intricate than that. Shall I have him demonstrate a trick for you?" Upon finishing his words, Chao Qingfeng exchanged a knowing glance with Chunbo before Li Zifeng could comprehend. He felt a hand patting his palm. Looking down, he was startled to the point of nearly losing his composure. A detached hand, resembling a crab, scuttled across the table, simultaneously tapping Li Zifeng's hand. Li Zifeng exclaimed, "Chunbo, are you a magician? Is this hand not yours?" Chunbo chuckled softly. "It can be considered mine, yet it is also not mine. The notion of manipulating flowers, birds, insects, and fish, or commanding the myriad beasts of the jungle, is simply unattainable. Such prowess is rare. A tamer may direct tigers and lions, yet this requires extensive training. My ability to assist you in unearthing the remains of Ying's arm bone did not rely on mice, but rather on this very hand." The surrounding diners remained oblivious to this peculiar situation, and no panic ensued. Zhao Qingfeng remarked, "My dear cousin, I have traversed the land, forging connections with remarkable individuals, all in an effort to assist you in reclaiming your memories. For this ghost-catching endeavor, we require Qinbo's skills. Li Zifeng could no longer contain himself. He had no desire to become a mere guinea pig. He could not keep secrets and felt compelled to voice his doubts. Qinbo, when you aided me in searching for Ying's arm bone, you failed to find it. What was the meaning of your bowing at the grave?" Qinbo was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Li Zifeng to uncover the truth. After a brief pause, he replied, "At that time, I was unaware. Later, someone informed me that the individual shared my plight, both of us being lost souls. After his death, I was to dismember his body, which is hardly the path of a gentleman. I repented, hence my kneeling. Is it truly that simple?" Li Zifeng pressed. Qinbo nodded earnestly, affirming that it was indeed that simple. The atmosphere grew tense, highlighting the contrast between Li Zifeng and Zhao Qingfeng. Li Zifeng's unwavering integrity made it difficult for him to feign ignorance or charm others, which some might label as emotional ineptitude, often leaving others at a loss for words. Zhao Qingfeng, however, lightened the mood with a laugh. "The past is but a wisp of smoke. It is of little consequence. Come, let us enjoy the meal." The casual address of little Li startled Li Zifeng, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. "Years ago, I once possessed the hand of a butcher and the hand of a courtesan. I wandered the earth, impoverished yet content. Over 30 years ago, I fathered a child with a wandering woman who later vanished, leaving the child to perish from starvation. When I buried him, I took one of my son's tiny, adorable hands. Whenever I miss him, I gaze upon it as he spoke. A pale, childlike hand emerged from Qinbo's collar, resembling a snow-white crab, and crawled onto his shoulder, nestling into his left hand. The delicate fingers grasped Qinbo's index finger. I cherished the sensation of my son's small hand clasping my finger. In those days, I was still youthful and robust." Qinbo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 054, Male Bones and Female Ghosts gazing at the fair little hand. Li Zifeng felt no fear. Instead, a wave of compassion washed over him. He softly inquired, "May I touch it?" Qinbo nodded. "Of course. My son will surely appreciate your kindness." Li Zifeng gently caressed the back of the small hand, which playfully flipped in response. Were an outsider to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be appalled, deeming Qinbo a pervert for severing his son's hand and keeping it by his side. One cannot help but wonder what methods Qinbo employed to imbue that hand with vitality. Thus, whenever he reminisced about his son's visage and laughter, he could gaze upon him and converse with him. This, perhaps, is the reason he felt no solitude despite years of wandering. Every life that strives to survive is a tale of legend, and every individual's experiences could fill volumes. The small hand nestled in Qinbo's palm darted swiftly into the sleeve, vanishing in an instant. Fu Shanhe nodded slightly and entered the bedroom, leaving the door unlocked for the convenience of the others. The three remained in the living room, exchanging idle chatter, and time passed swiftly. During this interval, Zhao Qifeng incessantly inquired about any progress from Qinbo, while Li Zifeng wondered if Qinbo possessed the ability to see and hear from afar. Why did he persist in questioning him? Unexpectedly, around 2 o'clock in the morning, when fatigue had begun to envelop them, Qinbo suddenly jolted awake. He gently tapped the two others and whispered, "In 1 minute, the female ghost will ascend. Prepare yourselves." Fu Shanhe had already succumbed to slumber, his snores resounding like thunder. The three immediately dispersed, retreating into their predetermined positions, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Moonlight streamed through the balcony, casting a haunting pallor. Li Zifeng concealed himself behind the curtain, fixated on the entrance. Approximately a minute later, the crimson security door creaked open, and a woman clad in a flowing red garment leaped gracefully into the room. Her movements were low and soundless, yet her speed was remarkable. Under the ghastly glow of the moon, a robust hand suddenly scuttled across the floor, akin to a crab on a hot skillet. Hastily reaching the door and creeping along the frame to escape, with a resounding click, the door was locked from the outside. The female ghost, upon witnessing the pool of blood, appeared utterly horrified and recoiled in fright. Seizing the moment, Zhao Qifeng drew his flexible sword from his waist, took a gulp of blood, and with a swift motion, spat it onto the blade before leaping forth to engage the ghost in combat. Qinbo, lacking the stamina, orchestrated the movements of the hand from behind, while Li Zifeng sprang from behind the curtain, brandishing a magical dagger to join the fray. Although the ghost was formidable, she had yet to master the art of flight. Otherwise, they would have found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Zifeng retrieved a specially prepared talisman, waiting for the opportune moment to affix it to the ghost's back. The ghost let out a piercing scream. Her body enveloped in smoke and trembling uncontrollably. She manipulated her long hair to tear off the talisman, her face growing even paler, exhaling icy breaths with each gasp. Zhao Qifeng shouted, "Seize the opportunity to strike." The two pressed on relentlessly, flanking her. This time, Zhao Qingfeng's specially crafted artifact was deployed in succession, leaving the ghost defenseless until, ultimately, they ensnared her with a prepared blood net. The ghost writhed within the net. But no matter how she struggled, escape was futile. That a sizzling sound echoed, reminiscent of flesh frying in hot oil, as icy vapors billowed from her form, releasing a pungent chemical odor. In a short while, her shape began to dissipate, leaving behind nothing but a skeletal remnant. By heavens, what a feat! As the door to the bedroom swung open, Fu Shanhe, impeccably dressed, clapped his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, the foremost dream interpreter of Jiangzhou is not merely a title of empty renown. I am truly in awe." He then approached the skeletal remains and delivered a fierce kick, spitting disdainfully as he cursed, "Damn it, you still dare to threaten me. Do you not see who stands before you today? Money, swiftly transfer it, or I cannot guarantee she will not be revived." Zhao Qingfeng wiped the blood from his soft sword and sheathed it. Fu Shanhe nodded vigorously, grinning, Yes, rest assured, not a single coin will be lacking." Li Zifeng crouched down to examine the skeleton closely, suddenly noticing an inscription along the spine of the female corpse. "Those who kill me shall surely be killed," he inquired with a hint of significance. "Old Fu, could it be that this female specter was slain by you in life? Otherwise, why would she relentlessly seek your life?" Fu Shanhe shot him a glare, waving his hand. "Brother, one must not speak carelessly. I am a law-abiding citizen and cannot be falsely accused of murder." Zhao Qingfeng chuckled. "Indeed, how could our elder brother possibly commit murder? Even if he had the intent, he surely lacks the courage. Wouldn't you agree?" Fu Shanhe nodded in agreement. Zhao Qingfeng retrieved a snakeskin bag, placing the skeletal remains within, and led the two out. Once downstairs, he placed the remains in the trunk, stating, "Let us proceed to Blue Coast for a foot massage." Li Zifeng remarked, "So it is true that there are inscriptions on the bones. I now believe that the remains of Ingshi must contain information that could aid in recovering my memories. Ingshi is certainly a remarkable individual. He must be far more formidable than this female specter, without a doubt." While driving, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly interjected, "Ingshi is a master. This female specter is not a true ghost. The inscriptions were carved beforehand, and only later did the specter manifest. Oh, my dear cousin, I find this difficult to comprehend. Could you clarify?" Zhao Qifeng took 2 cigarettes, lighting them simultaneously, then handed one to Li Zifeng, saying, "This is a male skeleton, yet it appears feminine. Do you not find that peculiar?" Both Li Zifeng and Uncle Chun were utterly astonished. Discerning between men and women is something even children understand. Yet, identifying the gender of skeletal remains is likely a skill reserved for forensic specialists. Zhao Qifeng continued, "In our encounters with the female specter, she rarely speaks. Does that not strike you as odd?" Li Zifeng asked, "Cousin, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Chapter 055. Super Soldier. It is quite simple. This is not a ghost at all. A master has meticulously prepared a skeleton, creating a being from it. It is as straightforward as that. Zhao Qingfeng opened the window and flicked the ash from his cigarette. "What?" Li Zifeng and Uncle Chun were left agape, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. "Can such extraordinary abilities truly exist in this world?" Zhao Qingfeng remarked. "There are certain matters you may have heard of, or perhaps remain oblivious to. During the Second World War, Hitler subscribed to mystical beliefs and sent individuals in search of what were deemed relics of divine significance. Even Tibet in China was the destination of clandestine military expeditions. Whether this is truth or mere speculation is not the crux of our discussion. Numerous nations were engrossed in the pursuit of superlative initiatives and the formation of formidable legions during that tumultuous period." Li Zifeng nodded, indicating his slight familiarity with the subject. He mentioned the American 101st Airborne Division and the tax police force led by Song Ziwen in our country, which could be characterized as elite special forces of that era. Renowned for their high cultural standards, advanced equipment, and rigorous training regimens. However, these facts are accessible and not particularly shrouded in mystery. Both Germany and Japan, and even the United States, have explored what could be collectively termed as super soldier programs. I am unsure of the success of the American endeavors, but the results from German and Japanese research are notably evident, suggesting a collaboration between them. Beyond this, I possess scant knowledge. I have merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. In the aftermath of the war, whether the defeated nations destroyed their classified documents remains uncertain. Yet, transforming a corpse into a living being may have seemed implausible at the time. However, if such top-secret information has persisted to this day, evolving through countless upgrades and revisions, it might indeed become feasible. Qiao Qingfeng's discourse left the two in a fog of confusion. Li Zifeng could grasp a fragment of it and inquired, "Does this relate to the female ghost we captured?" "Indeed," Qiao Qingfeng replied, tilting his head. "The talisman I employed to vanquish this female ghost is not rooted in Taoist incantations, nor is it black dog blood, or any net steeped in such liquid. The substance smeared upon it is a concoction provided by a German acquaintance of mine." Li Zifeng exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean the German neuroscientist?" "Yes, precisely," Qiao Qifeng affirmed. To speak candidly, his great-grandfather was an extraordinarily famous physicist who participated in a clandestine initiative. After more than 70 years post-war, spanning 2 to 3 generations, it can hardly be deemed a secret anymore. He has mentioned it to me in passing. His interests lie not in the super-soldier research, but rather in the intricacies of human neural pathways. The wealth of information was overwhelming, leaving Li Zifeng momentarily unable to process it. Qiao Qifeng continued, "As for the origins of this female ghost, I cannot ascertain them with certainty. That I can only speculate that she is likely a male corpse, which has been subjected to some unique method to manifest as a female specter. This method could be an enhanced version of the top-secret materials related to the super-soldier program from the Second World War. Or it might stem from certain malevolent practices in Southeast Asia. For now, I hesitated to conclude which it might be. A profound silence enveloped the vehicle, as neither could further the conversation. After finishing their cigarettes and flicking away the remnants, Qiao Qingfeng whispered, "Old friend, after years of investigation, I have gradually gathered some clues that I suspect that your unique abilities, intertwined with your experiences, may indeed connect you to the super-soldier program of yesteryears." "Is that possible?" "It is," he assured. "Consider what skills you possess. The ability to resist aging may not be the crux of the matter. Rather, the essence lies in the notion that one might achieve immortality. Even upon death, resurrection is a possibility, as your cells possess an extraordinary capability to instantaneously mend all wounds. However, should you return to life, you would be devoid of all memories. Let us suppose that you are a Japanese soldier, and for the sake of argument, a member of the Kamikaze Corps. After your demise, you are resurrected, stripped of your memories, and prior to this, indoctrinated with a plethora of thoughts proclaiming you as a kamikaze participant, unbeknownst to you that you have ever perished. In your revived state, you would repeatedly charge into battle, facing death time and again, living again and again, entirely unaware of the countless times you have met your end, even oblivious to the fact that you had died at all." Li Zifeng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Under normal circumstances, such words would astonish him, yet after witnessing and experiencing the memories of Zheng Yan, he found this notion entirely plausible. From Zheng Yan's recollections, he glimpsed himself leading a commando squad to obliterate the underground defenses of the Japanese army, where numerous prisoners of war were likely held, possibly for the purposes of live experimentation. However, Zheng Yan's memories were limited. He could not access the most confidential secrets of the Japanese defenses, for he was merely a subordinate, unable to witness their experiments, thus rendering this aspect uncertain for the time being. Nevertheless, Zheng Yan had mentioned that it was a laboratory, and although he had never laid eyes upon it, he surmised it might be akin to the infamous Unit 731, as many corpses were often discarded from the rear mountains. Now, let us hypothesize that the Japanese army conducted experiments on prisoners of war or civilians within their underground defenses to develop a super-soldier program. Should they succeed, they could potentially replicate batch after batch of super-soldiers using serums or powerful cells, which would indeed pose a grave danger. It seems imperative that I seek out my memories. I must uncover what I have experienced over these years and ascertain how I came to possess this ability of immortality." Li Zifeng declared through gritted teeth. The three of them arrived at the Blue Coast, where they summoned 3 technicians, who proceeded to massage their feet while engaging in idle chatter. Li Zifeng remarked, "Today, we owe a debt of gratitude to Uncle Chun for securing the door. The female specter had no chance of escaping." Qiao Qingfeng chuckled. "Uncle Chin's talents extend far beyond this. He possesses a unique ability that I find quite admirable." Uncle Chun waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, it's merely a parlor trick, really nothing to write home about." "Not at all," Qiao Qingfeng interjected. Uncle Chin's extraordinary skill lies in his ability to predict the immediate future by approximately 1 minute. Do not underestimate that minute. In critical moments, it is sufficient to alter the order of the world. Uncle Chin quickly countered, No, it's not that impressive. I can only foresee a small portion of my surroundings, a mere trick. Li Zifeng nodded. Indeed, that was quite remarkable that it appeared that when Uncle Chin first encountered him, the dream he predicted was indeed real, as was the breaking of the telephone pole, not a result of Uncle Chin's manipulation, but rather his foresight, which allowed him to use the small black dog to delay Li Zifeng's time. Otherwise, his head might have been crushed. The 3 technicians listened in a daze, and a young woman among them inquired, Big brother, what are you discussing? Is it a game? Chao Qingfeng chuckled. Indeed, little sister, we are quite formidable in the game. I am the leader of the top guild on this server, but if you wish to play, consider leveling a healer class, and I shall guide you to greatness. Brother, you are so wealthy. That watch of yours must be a Rolex, right? Nearby, a beautiful young woman technician was pressing on Li Zifeng's feet. Yet her gaze was fixated on his watch. It was a Rolex green submariner, which Chao Qingfeng had specifically purchased for Li Zifeng during his travels abroad. Li Zifeng replied, somewhat bewildered, Sister, in terms of age, I might indeed be much older than you. In terms of appearance, I would consider myself your younger brother. The technician's expression fell abruptly as she retorted, Do I really look that old? How rude. Li Zifeng scratched his head, realizing that his emotional intelligence was rather low. Unable to charm women with casual banter like Chao Qingfeng. He sighed and shook his head. Yes, it is indeed a Rolex. You have a keen eye, sister. Chao Qingfeng grinned. Li Zifeng deadpanned. Yes, a Rolex, purchased from Taobao for 19.9, shipping included. TCH. Li Zifeng could clearly sense the technician's diminishing enthusiasm as she began to half-heartedly continue her work. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Zhao Xingyue's urgent voice, Is Boss Chao there? We have a serious situation. Chapter 056, Death Prediction. What happened? Speak slowly. Li Zifeng steadied himself and inquired. Zhao Xingyue hurriedly explained. There is a strange individual squatting at our company's entrance in the dead of night, insisting that we interpret his dream that he refuses to leave without it. Chao Qingfeng, listening intently, remarked, What is the building security doing? They are utterly useless. They can't drive him away, and they can't handle him physically. Reporting to the police is unnecessary. He is quite troublesome. Moreover, he claims that if you do not interpret his dream, you will not survive for more than 10 days. Death is certain within that time frame. Zhao Xingyue spoke rapidly, causing Li Zifeng and Chao Qingfeng to exchange glances, their brows furrowed in silence. Chao Qingfeng stood up, patting Uncle Chin's shoulder, saying, I've already settled the payment. Take your time to enjoy, including a late-night snack. The two hurried towards the technology tower. This building housed numerous staff, with some programmers working late into the night, ensuring that the lights remained aglow throughout. Encountering such a customer could tarnish their reputation, particularly if it disturbed other companies. On the way, Li Zifeng remarked, Let us hope he isn't a complete fool. Chao Qingfeng laughed heartily. Are there not enough fools in this world? My friend, you know I have a penchant for collecting bizarre dreams, strange dreams, and uncanny dreams that I genuinely hope this fellow has conjured a truly unique dream. Upon arriving at the technology tower, they rushed to the top floor, where they found a drunken man slumped at the company entrance, his eyes bleary and reeking of alcohol, the scent detectable from a distance. Zhao Xingyue stood at a distance, yet her gaze remained fixed on him. She nodded, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Boss Chao, you are truly wonderful. Two individuals approached the inebriated man, bending down to scrutinize him closely. The male, appearing to be in his 40s, was not particularly disheveled, yet his drunken state rendered him a spectacle of disgrace. His hair was tousled, his clothes were coated in dust, and he wore a pair of black sneakers, one of which was missing its shoelace. Occasionally, saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth, and a small patch of dried blood marred his forehead. Zhao Qingfeng lowered his voice, remarking, Could he possibly be insane? Li Zifeng shook his head. No, individuals with violent tendencies are generally kept under supervision. They typically do not wander freely. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled heartily. My dear friend, do you know why I say you are genuine? It is because you consistently take every word spoken by others seriously, failing to discern whether it is jest or earnestness. Thus, I say you are sincere. Deep within, you are earnest with everyone. Humph, calling me insane? It matters not. The drunken customer suddenly let out a cold chuckle, revealing that he was not truly asleep, but merely resting his eyes. The two men crouched down, and Zhao Qingfeng asked, So, if you don't interpret my dreams, Will we perish within 10 days? The drunkard, without raising his head, replied, Indeed, within 10 days, you shall surely die. Instantly, Zhao Qingfeng's playful spirit ignited. He rolled up his pant leg to make himself more comfortable and asked with keen interest, Pray tell, how shall I meet my demise? Trying to extract information from me, it is not that simple. To learn how you will die, you must first refuse to interpret my dreams, but I do not intend to frighten you. The opportunity is singular. Once you decline, even if you know your fate, you cannot escape it. That is destiny. The drunken man leaned against the glass door, casting a sidelong glance upward. Li Zifeng opened the glass door to the company, pushing aside another to say, Let us converse inside. After assisting the drunkard into the office, Li Zifeng poured him a glass of warm water and handed it to him, saying, Drink this. It will ease your discomfort. Furthermore, if you wish to interpret dreams, do not hesitate to speak. I will assist with any that can be deciphered. However, if you are merely here to cause trouble, I will not tolerate your nonsense. Do you understand? Li Zifeng's words were always succinct and to the point. Zhao Qifeng waved his hand, indicating his desire for more amusement, and whispered, My friend, do you know what is most entertaining about conversing with two types of people in this world? Which two? Zhao Qingfeng cupped his hand over his mouth and leaned closer to Li Zifeng's ear. The foolish and the inebriated. Li Zifeng chuckled. So you are indirectly suggesting that all drunks are fools. Am I correct? Zhao Qifeng paused, then retorted, Did the clever ever succumb to intoxication? A truly astute individual, even in the face of adversity, would never seek solace in alcohol, for that is an ostrich mentality, self-deception. What good does drunkenness serve? It merely offers a fleeting escape. Those who aspire to achieve greatness, even in failure, will find other means to adjust their mindset. They may indulge in drink, but they will not drown their sorrows. Let us not debate this. I cannot match your arguments. Li Zifeng understood that when it came to twisted logic and reasoning, Zhao Qingfeng was inexhaustible, and this fellow possessed a remarkable command of language. With an exceptional talent for persuasion, had he been born in tumultuous times, he would undoubtedly have emerged as a hero leading a rebellion. Regrettably, he was born in modern times and became a dream interpreter. Had it been otherwise, with his eloquence, he would surely have risen to become a distinguished leader in the realm of pyramid schemes. The inebriated man sipped hot tea, feeling somewhat more at ease, and then lifted his head to say, I had a dream. In that dream, I witnessed a car accident. Noticing the drunken man's intent to converse earnestly, Li Zifeng pulled up a chair and seated himself across from the inebriate, calmly urging, Pray, elaborate in the dream. I found myself standing on a grand avenue, or rather, it should be termed an outer ring, for I also glimpsed an elevated highway bustling with vehicles. The locale felt familiar, as though I had been there before, yet the city eluded my recollection that I couldn't fathom why I was present in that place. As I scanned my surroundings, I saw pedestrians lining the sidewalks, waiting for the traffic light. When the green light illuminated, the crowd began to cross the street that I stood amongst them, oblivious to my whereabouts and uncertain of my destination, so I followed the throng across the road. However, as we traversed, I sensed something amiss. All the pedestrians were not gazing ahead but rather fixated on the middle of the road to the left. I too turned to look, yet there was nothing to be seen in the road center. Continue, Li Zifeng nodded. What did you see? The drunken man abruptly stated, You ought to inquire about that, for the driver who was struck and killed was you. What? Li Zifeng furrowed his brow. The driver who perished in your dream was me? The inebriated man nodded earnestly. Li Zifeng pressed further. May I ask, have we met before? Or do you recall seeing me anywhere? Given Li Zifeng's amnesia concerning past events, he deemed it prudent to inquire. The drunken man replied, We are not from the same place. I hail from another province. How could we possibly know each other? At this juncture, Zhao Qifeng, who had remained silent, shifted his attention and began to listen intently. Li Zifeng remarked, You do not recognize me, yet you dreamed of me being killed? Upon uttering these words, he glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and inquired, Cousin, could such a thing be possible? Zhao Qingfeng asked, My good fellow, before you confirm anything, may I inquire seriously, are you sober now? The drunken man squinted, and though his disheveled visage suggested inebriation, his eyes sparkled with clarity. A gaze that belied his state. A drunken individual's eyes could never possess such sharpness. Li Zifeng further questioned, Sir, focus on my face, scrutinize it closely and confirm, was the driver you saw killed in your dream truly me? The drunken man chuckled coldly, saying, I need not look. I already know it is you. This raises a perplexing conundrum. How could one who neither knows Li Zifeng nor has ever encountered him, yet distinctly witness him being struck down in a dream? wherein the inebriate's mind lay the recollection of Li Zifeng's features. It is not uncommon to dream of strangers. Li Zifeng had once encountered a laborer who sought dream interpretation, possessing a rather delicate dream of a rather intimate nature. Certainly, the term spring dream is a colloquial expression, and according to the interpretations of dream analysts, it falls under the category of sexual dreams. The reason for delving into dream analysis is that the laborer yearns to inquire whether he can locate the woman from his dream. He states that this woman holds no tangible impression in his waking life. Perhaps he has merely caught a fleeting glimpse of her, or perhaps she is a figment of his imagination. An idealized woman. Nevertheless, that spring dream has left an indelible mark on his memory, and he is desperate to uncover the truth, willing to spend lavishly on dream interpretation, despite being merely a laborer of modest means. Li Zifeng, using his own blood to decipher the dream, seeks to unearth memories intertwined with the dream's narrative, ultimately identifying the woman as a nurse from a private hospital. This nurse is indeed strikingly beautiful. Adorned in black stockings, exuding a sensual and captivating allure, the laborer had only caught a peripheral glimpse of her, perhaps not paying much heed at the time, yet a seed has been sown in the palace of his memories. Being without a girlfriend and in the throes of youth, his spring dreams are entirely understandable. Li Zifeng, having witnessed his dreamscape, finds that the content is neither vulgar nor difficult to articulate. Rather, it embodies a longing for affection, a desire for care, and a hope to escape solitude. In the dream, although the nurse is clad in black stockings, her legs are distinctly visible through the sheer fabric, slender and fair. After Li Zifeng concludes his explanation, the laborer remains silent for an extended period, eventually inquiring about the nurse's contact information. Li Zifeng responds cryptically. The nurse is 29 years old, married, and has a daughter. She is 10 years your senior. With a husband and child, what will you achieve by finding her? Li Zifeng had never been swayed by the emotional turmoil of others' dreams during his interpretations. Yet, that profound solitude resembled a formidable hurricane. When it held forth, we appeared so insignificant. This particular dream remained etched in Li Zifeng's memory, for he gleaned a wealth of knowledge from it. Notably, it illuminated the notion that, in the tapestry of daily existence, individuals we believe we have never encountered may, at times, manifest vividly in our dreams. Even if we cannot recall their features, within the realm of dreams, they appear astonishingly vivid. However, this phenomenon must rest on the premise that the dreamer has indeed crossed paths with that individual. Nevertheless, some matters defy conventional logic. Zhao Qifeng, intrigued, retracted his playful smile and inquired earnestly, "And then, this dream of yours must have a continuation. Otherwise, you would not have sought us out, would you?" The inebriated man replied, "I sense your abilities should be more formidable. Your assertions are entirely accurate." Li Zifeng nodded and remarked, "He is my cousin, and in a sense, my mentor. Please, continue." The inebriated man continued, "I found myself on a bustling street, engulfed by fear, yet I noticed the passers-by wore expressions of indifference, as if they had seen nothing amiss. They merely glanced at a lifeless body before resuming their journey. I thought to myself, after all, I do not know the deceased. It bears no relation to me, so I shall move along as well. Just then, someone unexpectedly tapped me on the shoulder from behind." Chapter 058. The Dream of Marriage. Zhao Qifeng and Li Zifeng nodded in understanding. The inebriated man continued, "However, the little girl said, if you do not collect the body, you shall perish. If you do not wish to die, your family must die. To be honest, there was a moment when I felt a tinge of fear, and I awoke within the dream. In retrospect, I realized it was merely a nightmare, a product of my own imagination. It was just a dream. After all, what significance does it hold? Is it not so?" He then dismissed it. At this juncture, the inebriated man's tone suddenly grew somber. He slowly bowed his head, and Li Zifeng faintly heard him sobbing quietly. Both were momentarily taken aback, and Li Zifeng softly inquired, "Sir, would you please continue? The following day, my wife was involved in a car accident at a crossroads. When I arrived, I found myself kneeling at that intersection, weeping until I lost consciousness." Zhao Qifeng remarked, "The intersection where your wife met with the accident is identical to the one you witnessed in your dream. If I am not mistaken, it was also a large truck that struck her." "Correct. Yes," the inebriated man replied with a gentle nod, tears cascading down to the ground beneath his cheeks. Zhao Qifeng's deduction stemmed from the unfolding of the dream as well as the realities of the situation. In a bustling metropolis, vehicles are subject to speed limits, rendering the likelihood of accidents quite low. Even if they occur, they seldom result in fatalities, especially given that most vehicles are private cars, which, under normal circumstances, do not pose a significant threat to life. The inebriated man's dream transpired on the outer ring road, where only large trucks would traverse, as most cities prohibit heavy vehicles from entering urban areas due to their potential to damage road surfaces. Additionally, their handling capabilities are inferior to those of private cars, making them a considerable risk if they were to lose control. In summary, only one scenario could account for this tragic convergence. A fully loaded truck, when it loses control, transforms into a ferocious beast, a torrent of destruction whose impact and devastation are beyond imagination. After I have cremated my wife and arranged everything, I once again found myself in that dream, once more witnessing your demise beneath the wheels of a vehicle. Your skull shattered, your eyes wide open, gazing at me. I was still following a throng of indifferent pedestrians, traversing the crosswalk, when that little girl once again grasped my hand, urging me to retrieve your remains. I hold deep affection for my wife, yet my love for my child surpasses all. I cannot bear the thought of my child facing any harm, not even a modicum. At this point, the inebriated man had clenched his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth echoing, clearly displaying his heightened agitation. Li Zifeng quietly inquired, "If you do not recognize me and have only seen me in your dreams, how can you possibly locate me in reality? What nonsense is this?" Both Li Zifeng and Zhao Qifeng were utterly perplexed. Li Zifeng earnestly responded, "Sir, I wish to confirm once more, you are not jesting, are you?" The drunken man suddenly bellowed, "Because of that damn dream. My wife is dead. Do I appear to be in a mood for jest? Please, 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 take a seat. I did not mean to offend you. I simply wanted to clarify. If I have caused offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Li Zifeng soothed the inebriated man, urging him to recline back onto the sofa. This dream was no ordinary affair. The little girl within it not only disclosed Li Zifeng's address but also seemed to possess knowledge of his lack of family. This situation was fraught with intrigue, leaving Li Zifeng utterly astonished. Indeed, there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains. Had he encountered some formidable figure? Li Zifeng queried. "So, you have come to Jiangzhou to await the moment when, within these 10 days, you can retrieve my remains, correct?" The drunken man nodded, affirming, "Yes, wherever you wish to meet your end, I shall certainly assist in collecting your remains, but I will not permit my son to face any danger." Understood. Both Li Zifeng and Zhao Qifeng grasped the gravity of the drunken man's dream, a peculiar development. In his initial dream, he was disobedient, resulting in his wife's tragic accident. Should he continue down this path of defiance, it could lead to the death of his son or his parents, a fate he could never accept. Thus, he had come to Jiangzhou, seeking out Li Zifeng, prepared to await the moment that Li Zifeng would be struck by a vehicle, so he could tend to the aftermath. Li Zifeng proposed, "How about this? Do you have a place to stay? If not, I can arrange accommodations for you. Before I venture anywhere, I will inform you. Should I meet an untimely end one day, I would appreciate your assistance in collecting my remains, if you would be so kind." The drunken man, clearly in a foul mood, had indulged in drink, yet upon hearing Li Zifeng's words, he huffed in agreement. After arranging suitable lodging for the inebriated man, the two settled in the office, engaging in deep conversation throughout the night. Li Zifeng remarked, "Old friend, you have traveled far and wide, experienced much. How credible do you find such dreams?" Zhao Qifeng replied, "To speak frankly, I have never encountered a dream of this nature. The concept of dreams coming true is merely a fanciful notion of beautiful aspirations. Typically, the events within dreams do not manifest in reality. Yet this dream has indeed materialized. Could it be that he has encountered someone like Chenbo, a person capable of foreseeing the future? Perhaps a sage has predicted my inevitable demise, thus dispatching him to collect my remains?" While such words may be uttered, Li Zifeng himself felt an immediate dissonance, for this was merely a dream. No one in reality has ever engaged in conversation with a drunken man. It is as if the inebriate has encountered no one, relying solely on his imagination to conjure these visions. Is this not absurd? The drunkard cannot foresee the future. Otherwise, his wife would not have perished in a car accident. Li Zifeng pondered. Could there truly be a phenomenon of prophetic dreams? The pressing question remains, who delivered this message to him? Who could accurately predict my demise in a vehicular mishap? This matter is extraordinary, a quintessentially perplexing dream, Zhao Qifeng asserted, regardless of the circumstances. For the next few days, we shall refrain from seeking the water monster in Yunnan. Let us temporarily set aside your quest for memories. This dream must be resolved first. I am eager to uncover who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Perhaps we should consult Eagle Eye. That fellow seems to possess a remarkable ability to see far and wide, Li Zifeng whispered. Zhao Qifeng replied, No, we must keep this matter under wraps. It is unwise to disclose it. As it could heighten our peril, I am reminded of something. What is it? Chao Qingfeng continued. You have studied under me for many years, and we have established 3 principles and 4 unresolved matters. Correct. Furthermore, we are unable to unravel our own dreams. As the saying goes, a healer cannot heal themselves. Thus, there are many dreams we are powerless to interpret, especially the 4 unresolved matters I have identified, which pertain to realms we should not encroach upon. Li Zifeng grew increasingly curious and inquired, what realms are these? Have you heard of the marriage dream? Chao Qifeng asked earnestly. Li Zifeng shook his head and replied, the dream interpreters beneath the overpass are nothing but charlatans, merely deceiving for a pittance, relying on a book of Zhou Gong's interpretations to scrape by. I doubt they have even perused much of its contents. They possess no true skill if there is a master in the dream interpretation field. It is undoubtedly you. If you have never encountered such a concept, how could I have? Please, enlighten me. Chao Qifeng nodded, leaning in closer. The marriage dream, also referred to as the false dream, completely deviates from the 15 dream categories passed down by the ancients. As the name suggests, it is not your own dream, but rather someone else's dream, grafted onto you. Hence it is also called a false dream. I do not comprehend. Li Zifeng shook his head. There exists a distinct possibility. Although our actions rarely provoke enemies, and the notion of ghost hunting generally does not offend anyone, there is a saying, fellow practitioners are rivals. The one capable of inducing a marriage dream must be a dream interpreter of even greater prowess than I. If they genuinely seek to entangle us, we may find ourselves at an impasse, and will have to confront it head-on. Chao Qifeng shared his concerns, yet worry is futile. One must meet force with force. Li Zifeng remarked. The drunkard was quite clear. He stated that I would perish in a car accident within 10 days if I remain indoors, either at home or at the office. I refuse to believe that anyone could drive a vehicle up the heights of a technologically advanced building to bring about my end. Chao Qifeng replied, that need not be the case. Do you recall the blood marrow elixir I provided you? You can extract it and store it in a smaller vessel to carry with you at all times. Agreed. With a plan established, both men felt a sense of assurance, and thus remained unperturbed. The following day, Chao Qingfeng ventured out on errands while Li Zifeng and Zhao Xingyue remained at the company. The inebriated man continued to reside at the hotel, with no other task than to await Li Zifeng's demise, after which he would carry away Li Zifeng's lifeless body, as it was the charge entrusted to him by the little girl from his dreams. Strangely, over the past 2 days, the number of customers had dwindled significantly, with only a few sporadic visitors each day. Zhao Xingyue had hoped to engage Li Zifeng in a conversation about ghosts and spirits, but he flatly declined. Bored and restless, Zhao Xingyue picked up a web novel titled Dream Interpreter and began to read aloud, exclaiming, Brother Feng, have you read this book? It's incredibly well written. Li Zifeng cast a sidelong glance and replied, I have read it. The quality is indeed high, but the author is not as handsome as I am. Just then, a courier from Shunfeng knocked on the glass door and entered, inquiring, May I ask who Mr. Li Zifeng is? I am. He responded, Here is your package. Please sign for it. Upon opening the parcel, Li Zifeng discovered a letter tucked inside, which piqued his curiosity. Why send a letter via courier? Was it from a great distance? He tore open the envelope and, upon reading the first line, sensed something amiss. He swiftly turned to avoid Zhao Xingyue's gaze, prompting her to huff and mutter about his stinginess. The letter read, Mr. Li Zifeng, you are likely aware of the peculiarities of your own body, and you should also know that if you were to die, you would forget everything from your past. Am I correct? I am delighted to communicate with you. I have been searching for you for many years and have investigated your life extensively. Recently, I learned of your quest for memory, which is truly wonderful. I am acquainted with you and know many details about your life. While I cannot guarantee to recount your entire existence, I can certainly share a portion of it. Shall we strike a bargain? If you relinquish your heart to me, I will reveal what you have endured and disclose who your true friends and foes are. Though you would perish without your heart, your formidable regenerative abilities will surely grow anew. Stronger heart. You would lose your memories, yet you could begin anew. I will still narrate your past experiences as a kind, patient grandmother recounts stories, and I vow to clarify everything for you. Just consider the merits of this exchange. You may doubt my sincerity, that is understandable. However, first, take a look at the last page. Handle it with care, and do not damage it. Li Zifeng immediately flipped to the last page, which was yellowed with age, suggesting it was from long ago. It read, April 23, 1942. After the resounding victory at Renankiang, I have observed that some Japanese soldiers, despite being shot, exhibit no fear of pain and resist with remarkable tenacity. After our engagement in Burma, I encountered several groups of Japanese troops displaying this phenomenon. Consequently, I reported to my commanding officer, who instructed me to dispatch a reconnaissance team to gather intelligence. On April 29th, the reconnaissance team returned, bearing a precious hand-drawn map. Hidden within a remote mountainous area lay a clandestine laboratory operated by the Japanese military, where they conducted live experiments on prisoners of war. Small contingents of Japanese soldiers traversed the vicinity daily. I surmised that these soldiers had ingested certain drugs or received injections of some concoction. The urgent priority was to obliterate the laboratory and liberate our comrades imprisoned within its confines. On May 2 ND, the commander placed immense significance on this intelligence, thus assembling a 7-member suicide squad, designated 2-8. These 7 individuals were all bereft of parents, wives, or children, equipped with the most advanced weaponry, and ordered to demolish the laboratory and rescue the captives. While attempting to recover any classified documents from within, they were armed with 6 Thompson submachine guns, 1 M1903 Springfield rifle, 7 M1911 pistols, several NKLLA-1 grenades, and a single 60mm bazooka. As for the girl from Shandong, I shan't dwell on her at this moment. A deceased person ought not to be remembered by anyone, for such thoughts only amplify the pain of their passing. My demise will remain unknown to all, as if I had never truly lived. Now, devoid of parents, I offer my life for my country, so that my fellow comrades may have parents, wives, and children to fight for those unable to take up arms. Though my life may be as inconsequential as a feather, I shall perish with purpose. 4. Final words, May 2, 1942. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, Li Zifeng heard a voice inquire, "Have you given it any thought?" Chapter 060. The Clown. Li Zifeng replied coldly, "Who are you?" "Oh, why does it matter who I am?" "Hee, I merely wish to know what you have decided. Let me know once you have made up your mind, for I am rather impatient." The deep male voice spoke in an irritatingly sarcastic tone, which was quite unsettling. "Where did you acquire that last entry of the diary? Tell me." Li Zifeng understood that the contents of this diary chronicled events just before the expeditionary forces were to undertake their mission. The crux of the matter was, who had penned this diary? Li Zifeng bellowed, "Tell me now." His furious outburst seemed to shake the entire shop, causing Zhao Xingyue to drop her novel onto the sofa in fright. "Oh dear, why are you so fierce? You frighten me. If you keep this up, I shan't pay you any mind." The tone was infuriatingly condescending, and had the individual been before Li Zifeng, he would have undoubtedly pressed his head down and delivered a sound thrashing. Suppressing his rage, Li Zifeng nodded and said, "All right, I will ask you one last time. Where did you obtain this diary? Now, that's the spirit. As for the diary, you needn't inquire about its source. Just read it attentively, multiple times, especially scrutinize the handwriting, and you will understand." This man left an impression on Li Zifeng's mind as a flamboyant dandy. Li Zifeng inquired again, "Who are you?" "Look further back. There are more of my glamorous photos." "Hee, a unique collection, shared only with you." The call ended, and Li Zifeng, stifling his temper, focused intently on the diary once more. This diary is not a mere photocopy, it is an authentic manuscript, bearing the marks of time for at least 70 years. As he perused its contents, Li Zifeng increasingly felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered not this particular diary, but these very words before. These phrases evoked a strong sense of recognition. Yet they seemed to elude him, as if a vital spark of inspiration were missing, leaving him unable to recall where he had seen them previously. Zhao Xingyue cautiously approached, stealing a glance before whispering, "Is this a letter from Boss Zhao to you?" Startled, Zhao Xingyue placed her hands over her heart and exclaimed, "Oh, Feng Ge, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I merely came to offer comfort." "No, I'm not angry. What did you just say? A letter from Boss Zhao?" Li Zifeng furrowed his brow in confusion. Zhao Xingyue pointed at the diary, saying, "Isn't this written by Boss Zhao?" After a few moments of silence, Li Zifeng's eyes widened suddenly. He dashed to the cash register, retrieving the ledger to begin rifling through it. He compared the notes made by Zhao Qifeng, including client information, against the diary meticulously. 10 minutes later, Li Zifeng was utterly astonished. While mouths may deceive, handwriting cannot. Certain habits, once formed, become lifelong traits. Each individual possesses their own distinctive script, and unless one is a master of calligraphy, it is exceedingly difficult to alter one's handwriting at will. This is precisely why personal signatures and thumbprints are required on contracts. Could it be that this diary was indeed penned by Zhao Qifeng? Li Zifeng murmured to himself. If so, then Zhao Qifeng was also a member of the 7-man assault team in the expeditionary force of yesteryear. Li Zifeng recalled that he was the captain, Zhao Qifeng had written in the diary that the battalion commander personally appointed him as the death squad leader, implying that Li Zifeng had held the rank of battalion commander in that expeditionary unit. Li Zifeng pondered, had Zhao Qifeng deceived him? Had he truly lived for over 70 years? If that were the case, then Zhao Qifeng would be privy to everything Li Zifeng had experienced. Why had he not shared this with him? Why did he feign ignorance? Was he perhaps lurking nearby, orchestrating some insidious plot? A chill ran down Li Zifeng's spine. A person devoid of memories resembled a colossal infant, outwardly formidable. Yet with an intellect nearing zero, such a person could be easily bullied and deceived, for they possessed no past, no memories, and no sense of impending danger. Setting aside the diary, Li Zifeng continued to read on, discovering a letter that stated, "You know, with each death, you lose all memories of your former life. Therefore, I wish to pose a question. Who was the first person you saw upon your last rebirth? The moment you opened your eyes, now, following this line of inquiry, why was it him that you encountered first? Was it truly mere chance?" Li Zifeng's mind was on the verge of bursting, for in his recollections, the first person he encountered was Zhao Qifeng at that time. He was begging, clad in tattered rags, wandering through a dilapidated mountain village. It was there that he crossed paths with Zhao Qifeng, and the two had once fought over a mere half-piece of bread. In the depths of his thoughts, Li Zifeng pondered, indeed, why was Zhao Qifeng the first person I met? Before encountering Zhao Qifeng, I hold no memories. In other words, prior to our meeting, I had just experienced death. Li Zifeng was no fool. By this line of reasoning, it was clear that his last demise was at the hands of Zhao Qifeng. With a thud, a stack of letters slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Li Zifeng's hands trembled, his mental state gradually unraveling as darkness encroached upon his vision. He found himself unable to trust anything in this world, not even the glass of water before him, struggling to suppress his shock. He perused all the letters, and at the end, there was an additional printed image, a jester, tiptoeing with a mask, its eerie smile sending shivers down one's spine. My handsome. This was the only phrase beneath the jester's visage. Where did you acquire these items? Li Zifeng inquired coldly. The jester replied, that is none of your concern, as long as it is all genuine. If you doubt it, why not ask Zhao Qifeng? You can show him everything in this envelope for verification. Let us see how he spins his web of lies. That would surely be entertaining. Li Zifeng finally questioned, what do you desire my heart for? The jester retorted, oh, I simply wish for your dear little heart. Why inquire further? How embarrassing. To hell with your embarrassment. Can you not speak plainly? Li Zifeng trembled with rage, unable to contain himself any longer. The jester's manner of speech was undoubtedly intentional. After a brief pause, the jester's voice returned to a semblance of normalcy. I suffer from an ailment that your blood cannot cure. Only your heart will suffice. Do you understand? Chapter 061. The Last Death. Zhao Xingyue wore a frightened expression, discreetly pointing at Li Zifeng as if to say, do not cause a commotion. Zhao Qifeng sensed the shift in atmosphere. It was rare to see Zhao Xingyue so serious. He suppressed his playful demeanor and asked, old friend, what troubles you? I've never seen you so incensed. Indeed, Li Zifeng was known for his good temper, but that was merely because he had yet to encounter anything that could ignite his anger. Sitting in silence, he contemplated for a long while, ultimately deciding that it was time for an honest conversation. After all, years of brotherly camaraderie should not go unspoken. Otherwise, clarity might forever elude them. Li Zifeng grasped the diary and handed it to Zhao Qifeng, saying, old friend, take a look for yourself. Zhao Qifeng accepted it, glancing at the pages, and immediately shuddered. The hand gripping the diary trembled as he carefully cradled it in his palms, slowly taking a seat. An eerie silence enveloped the company. Time seemed to stand still, as if the clock had ceased its ticking. After an indeterminate period, the sound of Zhao Qifeng's sobs echoed through the office. Old friend, did you write this? Li Zifeng inquired softly. Wiping away his tears with his sleeve, Zhao Qifeng nodded and sighed deeply. That night, I never dared to imagine I would survive, let alone reach this day. This diary, without a doubt, was penned by Zhao Qifeng, who does not attempt to feign innocence but rather admits it outright. Zhao Qifeng states, old friend, I carried this diary with me. I lost it during the raid on the Japanese underground laboratory back in the day. Logically speaking, you must have come into possession of a diary, yet how is it that there is only this single page? Li Zifeng replies calmly, old friend, you have persistently claimed to assist me in recovering lost memories. Yet it appears that you are fully aware of the events we have endured together, while choosing not to disclose them to me. How many years have you deceived me? Zhao Qifeng's eyes brim with tears. Yet due to this fellow's undeniable acting prowess, Li Zifeng hesitates to trust that he is genuinely in anguish. Zhao Qifeng continues, Old friend, do you comprehend the cost of surviving amidst the bloodshed of battle? Our brothers perished. Only the two of us remained alive in the assault team. For all these years, I have sought out others, yet to no avail. Do you realize the horrific fates they met? Do you understand why I hold you in such high esteem? Li Zifeng remains silent. Chao Qingfeng collapses, kneeling upon the ground, and begins to weep uncontrollably. It was a hell on earth. How many lives were taken? Our brothers have all died. I can reveal everything to you, except for the memories of those days, for I fear it would cause you pain. Li Zifeng supports Chao Qingfeng, embracing him and gently patting his back. These sorrows may be beyond Li Zifeng's comprehension, as he lacks the memories of those times and cannot empathize fully, yet he knows that emerging from a pile of corpses must have been agonizing. Major, in truth, surviving. Is far more painful than dying. Chao Qingfeng's voice falters in tears. I dare not dream. Whenever I do, I see the smiles of my brothers, the horrifying images of them being blown apart by shells. That girl from Shandong, I once vowed to marry her. After the war, I sought her out, yet unbeknownst to me, she had spent many years searching for me as well. When I finally found her, she was already in her 60s. I have missed a life that any normal person would have lived. I have become a shadow of my former self, neither human nor ghost, and I still long for her. The letter from the clown had previously stated that Chao Qingfeng also deceived Li Zifeng with blood, which is why he never disclosed his true identity. Whether Li Zifeng believes this is secondary. He is still inclined to lay everything bare. Some matters, if left unspoken, breed mutual suspicion, and such suspicion can linger for a lifetime. It is all in the past, all in the past, Li Zifeng reassures him, gently patting Chao Qingfeng's shoulder. Once Chao Qingfeng's emotions stabilize, Li Zifeng hands him the letter. After Chao Qingfeng finishes reading, Li Zifeng remarks, "Old friend, if I am not mistaken, this clown is none other than the Dreamweaver, the individual you claim to be more formidable than yourself." However, Chao Qingfeng does not engage with this topic but softly states, "The clown's hint is not mistaken. Your last demise was caused by my own hand." Ah! Li Zifeng remains steadfast, while Zhao Xingyue gasps in shock. Li Zifeng nods, saying, "It is of no consequence. You need not explain." Chao Qingfeng looks up and asks, "Do you believe me?" "Haha, my dear cousin. How could I possibly doubt you? The clown merely seeks to sow discord. As the clown himself has stated, we have endured together since the days of war, fighting valiantly side by side. Given the depth of our shared experiences, it is inconceivable that you would seek to deceive me now. Once brothers in the resistance, we entrusted our lives to one another. What, pray tell, could we possibly have left to suspect in this lifetime?" With his eyes shimmering with fervor, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stood upright and rendered a crisp military salute, exclaiming, "Major, I now comprehend why you have ascended to the rank of company commander and why you lead the death squad with such prowess. I also understand why I have willingly remained by your side all these years." Li Zifeng chuckled, "If you were to kill me, it would surely be for a reason that I can accept. Likewise, I have no desire to pry into the past, for it is bygone and holds no significance, does it?" "Indeed," Zhao Qingfeng replied, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Li Zifeng remained the esteemed figure who inspired unwavering loyalty among the brothers of the death squad. "Cousin, come, let us sit and converse. If I am not mistaken, you too require my blood to sustain your youthful vigor, do you not?" Li Zifeng inquired. Zhao Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Li Zifeng then pierced his own fingertip with a knife, allowing blood to flow forth, and remarked with a smile, "If memory serves me right, it has been quite some time since you last received my blood. At this rate, might you not transform overnight into an octogenarian? Haha, come, drink." After consuming the blood, Zhao Qingfeng's complexion visibly brightened, and he appeared rejuvenated. For a moment, he seemed at a loss for words. Li Zifeng declared, "You shall always be my brother, my dearest cousin. Let us speak no more of it. Whatever may arise, we shall face it together. Now, let us devise a plan to deal with this clown. Dreams of marriage are a realm Zhao Qingfeng has yet to explore, yet this clown seems capable of navigating it. Undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Chapter 62. The rapid corruption of power. Zhao Xingyue received a phone call and hurriedly departed, likely to collect some delivery. The two conspired on how to confront this clown and compel him to reveal himself. They were suddenly interrupted by the sound of applause from outside. Clap, clap, clap. Then came a voice. "How touching. The bond of brotherhood is indeed profound, stronger than gold. Oh, forgive my lack of culture. I am unsure if my words are appropriate." Hee. Upon hearing this tone, Li Zifeng felt an immediate sense of alarm and instinctively reached for the magic goat dagger concealed at his waist, glaring at the newcomer. clad in a black trench coat. With a mask obscuring his face and round-framed sunglasses perched upon his nose, topped with a gentleman's hat, this figure was bizarrely dressed, even in the mild weather, and donned black leather gloves, wrapping himself in an air of mystery. Oh, do not be afraid. May I ask, is this the dream interpreter's domain? This individual was undoubtedly the clown, while Li Zifeng had encountered arrogance before. He had never witnessed such unabashed audacity. He plopped down with a carefree demeanor. And upon observing Li Zifeng and Zhao Qingfeng's rigid stares, he added, "Do not be alarmed. I am but a customer. Please, have a seat." The two exchanged glances and took their seats across from the clown, who was so thoroughly bundled up that his appearance remained obscured from view. Li Zifeng coldly remarked, "I was contemplating how to find you, yet I never anticipated you would deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Are you seeking a premature demise?" The clown, momentarily taken aback, mechanically tilted his head, extending his right index finger to point at the void. "Indeed, Li Zifeng, you are quite astute that I truly am seeking a premature demise. What shall I do about it?" Li Zifeng, known for his straightforward disposition, was poised to charge forward upon hearing this, but Zhao Qifeng firmly grasped his shoulder, chuckling, "A guest is a guest. Are you here to interpret dreams or to exorcise spirits?" "What? Spirits? How frightening. Where are they?" The clown wrapped his arms around his chest, glancing nervously left and right. After a brief moment, he added, "I fear ghosts. Let us forego exorcising them and instead delve into dream interpretation. I have a dream about which I am eager to uncover the truth. Would that be acceptable?" Just as these words escaped his lips, Li Zifeng roared, "No way." He was ready to bolt, the demonic dagger thirsting for blood, poised to strike. Throughout this tumultuous scene, the clown remained motionless, a serene smile gracing his face even as the dagger neared his forehead. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, Zhao Qifeng suddenly yanked Li Zifeng back, lifting him into the air and directing his gaze toward the cat cage, where a pale yellow kitten resided. "Look at it. How adorable. Much like you," he said, casting a sidelong glance at Li Zifeng. Fuming with indignation, Li Zifeng was acutely aware that Zhao Qingfeng sensed the situation was far from straightforward. The clown dared to extend his head into their space. Surely he possessed some formidable skills. Impulsiveness was ill-advised. The clown carefully opened the iron cage, gingerly lifting the kitten with one hand, repeatedly stroking its back. The kitten purred contentedly in his palm, gradually closing its eyes as it drifted towards slumber. At that very moment, the clown, with his right hand concealed by a mask, bit through his glove. His hands, riddled with warts and resembling the back of a toad, were laid bare before the onlookers. Zhao Xingyue recoiled in terror, prompting Zhao Qingfeng to signal her to depart hastily. Alas, the clown sighed, using his grotesque hand to gently caress the kitten. The instant his palm made contact, the kitten melted away, leaving only a pile of bones, its form still resembling that of a sleeping creature. The clown donned his glove once more and, cradling the skeletal remains in his left hand, gazed at them with admiration. "Behold, how exquisite. It resembles a piece of medieval art, truly captivating." With that, he delicately placed the cat's bones upon Li Zifeng's desk, grinning, "Consider this a gift. A token of our first meeting." Li Zifeng was utterly flabbergasted, grateful that Zhao Qifeng had restrained him earlier. Otherwise, the object on his desk would not have been mere cat bones but rather his own, despite possessing formidable regenerative abilities. They paled in comparison to the clown's overwhelming corrosive power. Both men understood they were no match for the clown. "Hee, why so stiff-faced? I am but a customer here to spend money. Do not be afraid." The jester leaned back, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Zhao Qifeng remarked, "All right, share your dream, and I shall assist you in deciphering it." Li Zifeng rose to close the shop's door, simultaneously erecting a sign that proclaimed a temporary cessation of business. "No, please continue." Zhao Qingfeng urged that in that time, I was pursuing a girl. It seemed I had won her affection, yet perhaps I had not. She was the belle of our class, truly exquisite. When she smiled, two charming dimples graced her cheeks. Utterly enchanting. The jester became ensnared in the nostalgia of the class beauty's smile, lost in reverie. The two companions dared not interrupt his daydream, opting instead to wait in silence. I departed from school and found myself seated by the riverbank, or rather, reclining there. Then, I spotted her father, riding an electric scooter, escorting her along the embankment towards her school. She, seated behind him, caught sight of me and smiled. Oh, that smile was simply delightful, with two deep dimples adorning her lovely face, truly breathtaking. Oh, no, that's not quite right. I misspoke. This dream of mine did not commence with this narrative. This is merely a segment of it.my sincerest apologies. Allow me to start anew. The jester gestured animatedly, shaking his head as if in a frenzy. His limbs flailing expressively. That time, I was still in elementary school. Yes, elementary school that I spent 20 cents at a roadside lottery run by an elderly lady, and to my astonishment, I won the grand prize. A toy gun. Ha ha ha, it was remarkable. Unfortunately, the gun was devoid of ammunition. Thus, I ventured to purchase some bullets at the convenience store near the school. When I inquired about bullets, the shopkeeper handed me a box of firecrackers. Claiming they could serve as ammunition, I tried them out, but alas, they were ineffective for causing any harm. Faced with no other options, I departed. Later, my cousin was drilling a well and unearthed 3 bullets. I loaded them into my gun. How fortuitous. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, it was a revolver capable of holding 6 rounds, though 3 would suffice. However, upon arriving at school, I discovered I was late. The classroom was filled with students, front and back. There was no space left for me that I had no choice but to sit in the front. ROWTO my misfortune, a bully, who frequently tormented me, also lacked a seat. What could I do, being the easy target that I was? He plopped himself down on my lap, causing my legs to go numb. I merely chuckled and reassured him that it was all right, smiling brightly just as I am now. The teacher had brought a large color television from his home, and we were to watch a film, creating a lively atmosphere as many gathered to watch. Habitually, I reached into my pocket and discovered that my toy gun was missing, along with several packets of spicy snacks and rice crackers. I pondered where I had placed my bag. A short while later, at this point, the jester smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, I recall now. I had left it in the last row. I cannot be certain if I placed it there myself or if someone pilfered it. Regardless, my bag ended up there. What do you think of that?" Li Zifeng and Zhao Qifeng exchanged glances, remaining silent. As for me, I proceeded to the last row. Before leaving, I turned to my cousin beside me and said, "If they dare to strike me, you must unleash your submachine gun and eliminate them all. All right?" My cousin nodded in agreement, assuring me, "Don't worry, brother." He was quite timid, even more so than I. Subsequently, I made my way to the back row, where I spotted the 7 or 8 individuals who frequently bullied me. On their desks lay an open packet of crispy rice snacks, while a few other desks displayed remnants of half-eaten spicy strips. My heart sank. I realized my bag had been rummaged through. However, I chose to ignore them and began searching through my drawer for my bag. Upon finding it, I discovered it was empty. That moment, one of my usual tormentors, with a sneering grin, mockingly asked, "Lost your bag?" What was inside? I had no intention of engaging with him, but to my dismay, he slapped me and taunted, "With your pathetic demeanor. How dare you even think of wielding a gun? Where's the money for this week?" The fool paused for a moment, fell silent, then sighed heavily, spreading his hands as if to say, "What can I do?" I reluctantly told them, "Enjoy your snacks, just return my gun." Then, among the other bullies, one suddenly stood tall, brandishing my revolver, aiming it at my head, and shouted, "You want the gun, huh? You coward, dare to wield one." Bang, bang, bang. The clown pointed his right hand like a pistol at his forehead, mimicking 3 gunshots, his head jerking back thrice in succession. Afterward, he spread his hands and said, and thus, I was shot dead by him thrice. I lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear, clutching my head. It hurt so much. Oh, it hurt terribly. As he recounted this, the clown covered his own head, swaying left and right, as if truly suffering from a splitting headache. Nevertheless, I remained conscious, sensing that I had not entirely succumbed to death. At that moment, my cousin rushed over. Yes, the very coward, even more timid than I. He wielded a submachine gun, vanquishing all the bullies in the last row. Their bellies ripped open, intestines strewn across the floor, their heads riddled with bullet holes. Ha! I felt such joy. Once the clown finished his tale, he astonishingly leaped to his feet, dancing about in sheer exuberance. Li Zifeng swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "This clown must be a psychological deviant or perhaps mentally unstable." Zhao Qingfeng whispered, "Is this your dream?" Li Zifeng replied, "No blood is needed. Dreams can be interpreted nonetheless." The clown, gleefully leaning in, nearly pressing his forehead against Li Zifeng's face, asked in a childlike tone, "Really?" Li Zifeng shifted back slightly and said, "China is a gun-free nation. Thus, from a realistic standpoint, your dream is entirely illogical and chaotic. However, dreams are merely reflections of your subconscious, of which you are unaware." The clown paused, clapping his hands repeatedly in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. Please continue." As he spoke, The clown stood up, poured himself a glass of water, yet did not drink it. Li Zifeng added, "Let's begin with your crush, the class beauty. According to your dream, you may have pursued her, but ultimately did not end up together. However, the reflections of your dream suggest that you harbor no regrets." "Well said. That girl is already married and has 2 children. She is living a blissful life, and I am genuinely happy for her." Continuing on, Li Zifeng remarked, "Furthermore, you were pinned down by a bully in your dreams. Are you certain that the tormentor who bullied you is sitting on your lap?" "Correct." The clown nodded, and Li Zifeng continued, "This indicates that he frequently bullied you. You were timid and dare not resist, thus allowing him to sit on your lap while you endure it. Now, let us discuss the incident regarding your lost gun. You cannot recall how your bag ended up in the back seat, nor when your gun went missing. This suggests that during your school days, you lost something, and the person who stole your belongings must have been the bully who once tormented you. You lost a gun. Through the lens of your dream, this signifies an important item, suggesting that you lost something significant in your school days as well. You were shot, yet your cousin avenged you by killing all those bullies, who met a tragic end. If I am not mistaken, you likely do not have a cousin, or perhaps your cousin never attended school with you. This is a reflection of your psyche. It is your later self who eliminated them, leading to their grim demise. Otherwise, your dream would not have progressed to this point." Chapter 064. The interview before the clown could respond, Li Zifeng continued, "You were shot 3 times in the head and lay on the ground. Yet you did not die. You retained consciousness. As you mentioned, you felt dead, yet you remained aware, indicating your profound disappointment with your current life. It is as if your existence is engulfed in darkness. Indeed, you may wish to escape life, but there are still matters, perhaps one or several, that you have yet to complete. Until those are resolved, you may not desire to perish. Am I correct?" The clown suddenly ceased his frivolous demeanor, nodding earnestly and stating, "It turns out the one who understands me best is you. You can discern all my thoughts and plans for the remainder of my life from a single dream. That is quite remarkable. Just a little trick. I've embarrassed myself." Li Zifeng replied flatly. In truth, Li Zifeng's proficiency in dream interpretation surpasses that of Zhao Qingfeng in psychological analysis. Zhao Qingfeng excels in blood-based dream interpretation, gaining insights from a client's blood to ascertain their experiences. Even if he speaks nonsensically, the client feels his words resonate. Li Zifeng, on the other hand, primarily relies on the subconscious of dreams and psychological deduction to elucidate the dreamscapes for his clients. In essence, their approaches to dream interpretation differ significantly, each with its own strengths. Zhao Qingfeng inquired, "Having interpreted the dream, is there anything else?" The clown paused, chuckling. "Oh, you are in such a hurry to send me away. Can't we simply chat?" Li Zifeng replied. "Dream interpretations are always welcome. For casual banter, please visit the underpass in the city center, where dream interpreters will gladly engage you for just 10 yuan until sunset." The clown burst into laughter, then rose, extending his index finger to point at Li Zifeng in the air, saying, "I am growing more intrigued by you. Be sure to save your heart for me." With a flourish of his trench coat, the clown swayed as he departed the company, heading toward the elevator. Phew! As the 2 individuals exhaled simultaneously, the atmosphere was charged with tension, reminiscent of standing on the brink of a formidable battle. Fortunately, the clown harbored no intentions of violence. Instead, he sought to unravel a singular dream. Regardless of his formidable prowess, even if he were to marry a dream, it remained an enigma he could not decipher. For it was a dream of his own making. There exists a saying, "A healer cannot heal themselves," which bears a resemblance to the realm of dream interpretation. No matter how skilled a dream interpreter may be, they will forever be unable to unravel their own dreams. This sensation can be likened to the inability to perceive the true visage of Mount Lu, simply because one is situated within its confines. Li Zifeng bellowed, "Should you wish to entrap me, I await your challenge, but do not involve others. Haha, I am far from finished with my game. The world deems me a pervert. Well, then I shall embrace that title." From the elevator, a voice echoed with audacious mockery. Zhao Qingfeng remarked, "This clown cannot be confronted with the mindset of an ordinary person. It is not merely that he is mentally unstable, but rather that his psychology diverges significantly from that of the average individual. Yet, despite his divergence, he must still be recognized as a person, and therein lies a grave error he has committed. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle, in a confrontation. The information revealed by both parties ought to be minimized. Akin to skilled combatants who typically conceal their true strength, no one launches their ultimate technique at the outset, for that would be tantamount to courting death." Zhao Qingfeng, puzzled, inquired, Cousin, what do you mean? Li Zifeng elucidated. The clown's dream has unveiled his vulnerability. Did you witness his capabilities just now? Any living creature that merely grazes his skin will instantaneously decay. The rate of decomposition alarmingly swift and utterly uncontrollable. Who would dare approach such an individual? The world shuns him. Who would even think to engage with him? Over time, isolation warps one's psyche. Consider a person of strong will. If everyone accuses him of being a murderer, and he is pushed to the brink, he may very well commit murder. When a multitude points fingers, it transcends mere sorrow. It morphs into an unbearable torment. Yet, I believe the clown still harbors a glimmer of hope within him, albeit uncertain in nature and location, which we must endeavor to uncover. He mentioned wanting my heart. Perhaps possessing it could remedy his decaying ability. Let us ponder. If we were the clown, stripped of that power of decay, what would be our foremost desire? Chao Chi-feng paused, contemplating for a considerable time before responding. To indulge in a lavish feast, or perhaps to invite a beautiful woman for a dance. While we cannot precisely predict his actions, he would undoubtedly seek to accomplish what once eluded him. For instance, the notion of inviting a woman to dance, leading me to wonder if he intends to eliminate the decaying ability within him and subsequently seek out the class belle from years past, even if only for an embrace, thus departing this world without regrets. That, of course, all of this remains mere speculation. The clown's temperament is capricious, rendering his thoughts profoundly difficult to decipher. Chao Chi-feng remarked. According to the clown's intentions, he still plans to torment that drunkard. I find this troubling. Yet, the drunkard has lost his wife, but he still has a son and parents. We can at most protect the drunkard. But what of his family? How shall we address that? Li Zifeng pondered for a moment and said, Tonight, I shall arrange to meet the clown. I will shoulder my own burdens. I refuse to let innocent lives be lost because of me. I will not let him escape. It was not that Li Zifeng aspired to any lofty ideals. Rather, he could not bear to witness the demise of those unrelated to his plight, for such occurrences would envelop him in a profound sense of guilt. Zhao Chi-feng remarked, My friend, you must choose a place bustling with people tonight, ensuring the clown cannot launch a sudden attack on you. I will be on the periphery, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Li Zifeng waved his hand, leaning closer to Zhao Chi-feng, and whispered, No, the clown will not attempt to kill me for the time being. Your sole task now is to seek out the capable individuals you know and inquire about this clown. Determine who has heard of him or who has laid eyes upon him. If anyone recognizes him or can uncover his weaknesses, that information will be of utmost importance. Zhao Chi-feng nodded. The clown was indeed the most formidable individual he had ever encountered. Unmatched in his experience, he felt at a loss regarding how to confront such a menace. Though Li Zifeng was filled with fury, he remained composed and methodical in his approach, exhibiting the psychological fortitude befitting a wartime commander. As Zhao Chi-feng departed, Li Zifeng sent a message to Eagle Eye. Do you know the clown? He followed up with, I find myself in trouble and require my past memories. I need the corpse arm bone. I implore you. Will you grant it to me? Li Zifeng speculated that he might have encountered the clown in his former memories, perhaps even knowing him. Uncovering those memories now would significantly enhance his odds against the clown. As I mentioned, the corpse arm bone will be given to you when the time is right. If it is not, no amount of sacrifice on your part will avail you, replied Eagle Eye. His heart, as unyielding as stone, Li Zifeng gazed out over the entirety of Jiangzhou City, reflecting, It seems I must rely solely on myself. Chapter 065. The Demon in Hell, as night descended. Li Zifeng called to invite the clown to dinner, to which the clown readily acquiesced. Li Zifeng dressed in a sharp suit and reserved a table at a renowned Western restaurant. Prior to arriving, he felt an incessant twitch in his eyelid. Although he dismissed such superstitions, he still wished to encounter the blind woman. After all, the clown was capricious. A single misstep in conversation could provoke an uncontrollable rage. And Li Zifeng might not see the dawn of the next day, as the person who would witness it would no longer be himself. Are you off work? Shall I come find you? Li Zifeng succinctly inquired, merging his two sentences into one. In the old town, one could never find a shortage of street-side delicacies. Along the snack street, a plethora of local culinary delights dazzled the senses, promising a veritable feast for those who cherish the art of dining. The two settled at a street-side table, ordering stewed pear with rock candy and muddled noodles, relishing both food and conversation. The blind woman asked, What prompted you to seek me out tonight? Typically, it was only on weekends that Li Zifeng would message her. Today was indeed different. Li Zifeng touched his nose and smiled. I simply missed you. What? The blind woman set down her spoon, her expression akin to discovering a new world, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You are lying. This is not your character," Li Zifeng expressed. "No, I truly miss you. I simply wish to accompany you for a meal and engage in conversation." The blind girl, who was quite perceptive, inquired, "Are you preparing to go somewhere again?" "Well, it is not out of town, but rather a place I deem quite perilous." After contemplating for a moment, Li Zifeng refrained from sharing the subsequent sentences. He had come to chat with the blind girl, not to indulge in sentimentality. The blind girl fell into silence for a brief moment. Her gaze fixed on Li Zifeng. Though she could see nothing, she said, "I am unaware of the specifics of your work, but having known you for this duration, I can sense that your profession often involves danger. Does it not?" "Indeed, everyone possesses their unique means of survival, and each individual makes their own choices. That a cultured person is capable of independent thought and is not easily swayed by others. That I believe you are one of those who possess independent thinking. Hence I do not urge you to change your profession. I merely hope you will pay heed to your safety. While earning money is undoubtedly important, life is of even greater significance. As a teacher." Her words carried a certain weight. Li Zifeng gently covered the back of the blind girl's hand with his own. Their skin differed entirely. The blind girl's hand felt like a delicate bundle of cotton, soft and fragile. In contrast, Li Zifeng's hand bore the calluses of experience, not from agricultural toil, but still somewhat coarse. The blind girl sensed this and did not withdraw. "Life is not significant to me, for I shall not die. I will endure eternally in suffering. What I fear losing the most is memory, my recollections of you." Li Zifeng had no kin or ties. Losing his memory once more would not matter, as no one would recognize him. However, since his encounter with the blind girl, and after she saved him, it was as if he had tasted the sweetness of a ripe apple for the first time. He did not wish to die, nor to forget again. That experience was something he never wanted to lose. This was not a declaration of love, nor a simple yearning to rise together. It was the most genuine sentiment from a man who was not particularly eloquent. The blind girl smiled, taking hold of Li Zifeng's hand in return, and softly suggested, "Then, why not come to my home tonight? I shall await you." Li Zifeng's face instantly flushed like a cooked shrimp, turning crimson from forehead to neck, stammering, "All right." His heart raced, fearing that his tardiness might incite the clown's ire. "I apologize for my late arrival," Li Zifeng indicated with a nod once seated. The clown paused, chuckling. No. It is I who arrived too early." "So, who is treating today?" The clown leaned forward, resembling a mischievous child eager for a feast. Li Zifeng waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling. "I shall treat. Feel free to order anything from the menu." "Hee, being wealthy is delightful. I want to be your friend. In the future, I will take you along, and you will bring the money. We can go wherever we please." The clown excitedly perused the menu, ordering an exquisite bottle of red wine, 2 servings of cheese lobster, and some Kobe beef, amounting to a staggering sum of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Li Zifeng's heart sank momentarily, reflecting that the clown had perhaps gone a bit overboard. While he could afford it, it still pained him, for it was hard-earned money. The most expensive item was indeed that bottle of wine. Li Zifeng rarely indulges in alcohol, yet today he felt compelled to partake. Before the dishes were served, he addressed the matter directly. "Let us set aside our affairs for the moment. I shall not inquire how I have offended you. I simply..." Just as he uttered these words, the clown suddenly raised a finger, exuding an air of mystery, and replied, "No, you have not wronged me, but I simply wish to kill you." "Very well, let us not dwell on that for now. The individual you married in your dreams, his wife. You were the one who killed her, weren't you?" Li Zifeng squinted as he inquired. The clown interlaced his fingers, shrugged, and chuckled. "Indeed, how splendidly orchestrated was that tragic accident, now that his wife is deceased. Why do you still plan to eliminate him?" "I have never encountered such malice as yours." Li Zifeng's tone was evidently displeased. The clown paused, repeatedly tapping his finger in the air towards Li Zifeng, then nodded and exclaimed, "Well said, truly splendid. Malice, what a fitting term. Not only do I intend to slay his wife, but I also plan to end his life, and indeed, the lives of his entire family. You are utterly inhuman. You are unworthy of existence, according to the 3rd principle of the dream interpreter. One must be kind." The clown giggled. "But I am not human. I am a demon, a formidable one, hailing from the depths of hell, even seated in the opulent surroundings of a fine dining establishment." The clown remained clad in his leather trench coat, adorned with a gentleman's hat, masked, and sporting round spectacles, his entire being wrapped in an enigmatic shroud. When he laughed, his expression was obscured. Yet the peculiar tone of his voice betrayed the depths of his depravity. "Feel free to kill me, But please, do not drag others into this because of me, all right? Chapter 066. Chocolate sauce in the trash heap. Li Zifeng was not yielding. Rather, he was negotiating, should a confrontation arise. He harbored no fear, having arranged all matters in advance. Upon his death and subsequent rebirth, Chao Chi-feng would relay everything that had transpired, including the existence of a blind woman who had been awaiting him. Feigning contemplation, the clown mused momentarily before stating, "Not at all. I wish to kill you simply because it brings me joy. I desire to take your life, and killing others brings me even greater delight." What is the issue with that? Humph. Utterly ludicrous. Do you truly believe me to be so feeble-minded? You claim you can kill at will? You possess a formidable power of decay, capable of reducing all you touch to dust. Yet I am unafraid. I wield a powerful regenerative ability. Li Zifeng heightened his vigilance, prepared to swiftly draw the magic goat dagger should the situation escalate. The clown leaned in closely, nearly pressing his face against Li Zifeng's, and declared, "Precisely. It is because you do not fear my abilities that I wish to slay you and acquire your heart. For only your power can counteract my affliction. But first, you must die. Can you accept that?" In the past, perhaps, he might have acquiesced. Now, however, the answer was a resolute no. The tension between the two escalated, poised to erupt into conflict, when a waiter approached, pushing a cart laden with dishes, arranging them neatly while smiling politely. "Please, enjoy this fine cuisine. Let us eat before discussing further." The previously fraught atmosphere dissipated entirely with the clown's cheerful remark, "Li Zifeng is truly a person of equanimity." While the clown is an enigma, his character elusive and difficult to fathom, he embodies genuine unpredictability, rendering him inscrutable. During a meal, the clown removed his mask, leading Li Zifeng to initially believe that his face might be marred by some affliction. To his surprise, beneath the mask lay a visage of pristine fairness. Were one to gaze solely at the lower half of his face, they might well deem him a youthful beauty. Yet, the clown steadfastly kept his dark sunglasses perched upon his nose, concealing the upper half of his face. Li Zifeng remained silent, methodically bringing food to his mouth, while the clown, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Ah, this is delectable. It's my first time tasting this in my life. Just look at these affluent individuals, how they truly relish their lives." His words dripped with a palpable bitterness. Li Zifeng replied, "The wealth of the affluent is earned through their own toil, not simply conjured by the wind. There is no need for envy. But I do harbor envy." The clown retorted with a grin. "I genuinely wish to rid the world of the wealthy. Is that so wrong?" In that fleeting moment, Li Zifeng realized that reasoning with the clown was futile, for he had never adhered to logic. This world remains one where the strong prey upon the weak, governed by power. The clown possesses an ability that instills fear in all, allowing him to brazenly disregard reason, while others can only cede in silence. Li Zifeng nodded in understanding. The clown's fragmented words carried meaning that Li Zifeng could discern. On the table sat half a glass of chocolate sauce. The clown dipped his chopsticks into it, relished the taste, and nodded. "Yes, this is the flavor point. One day, while I was with another friend visiting him, we were playing in his yard when I stumbled upon a packet of chocolate sauce amidst the refuse." Yes, chocolate sauce, though I cannot recall the brand. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, I picked it up, but one of my companions noticed and inquired what I was doing. What could I say? I could only claim ignorance, stating I had never encountered such a thing before. However, the little packet of chocolate sauce was remarkably intact, unopened. Unable to resist, I discreetly tore a small hole and squeezed a taste into my mouth. It was exquisitely sweet, yet I neglected to wipe the chocolate from the corner of my lips, leading my companions to reveal my indulgence. They erupted into laughter, pointing at me, declaring I had consumed something from the trash heap. A chorus of laughter followed, and what could I do but join in their awkward mirth? Though I laughed heartily, a well of tears threatened to spill, yet I resolutely refused to cry in their presence. Li Zifeng softly murmured in acknowledgement, "I harbor no resentment towards my parents, nor do I blame our poverty. It is said that a lack of wealth stifles ambition, yet I had only heard of chocolate. I had never tasted it, and thus endured the mockery of others. But at least I have savored chocolate now." While speaking, the clown again dipped his fork into the chocolate, savoring another bite. "Indeed, this is the flavor." Li Zifeng quietly declared, "I wish to be your listener. I only hope you refrain from harming others because of me. Is that agreeable? Your attire today is rather expensive, is it not?" The clown abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring about his clothing. Li Zifeng paused, responding, "Wealth cannot measure all things. I wear such garments only for significant occasions." The clown remarked, "Ah, you hold me in high regard, and it brings me great joy. I am particularly fond of the pair of leather shoes on your feet." Just look at them, gleaming with luster, unmistakably crafted from genuine leather. Surely quite expensive, I presume. This conversation struck one as utterly absurd. To be dining in a Western restaurant and find oneself discussing footwear was bewildering. Li Zifeng truly found the clown's character inscrutable, making it difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, he decided to indulge the clown's topic. They're all right. I suppose that in the past, I yearned for a fine pair of shoes. Much like yours, shoes that would capture the attention of many. I mentioned this to my mother, yet I cannot recall the exact circumstances of that year. All I remember is that my mother rummaged through our belongings and unearthed a single shoe from long ago. Yes, just one, not a pair. She miraculously managed to find another shoe from some unknown place, thus completing the pair. I was elated. Wearing two mismatched shoes, ha ha ha. I was ahead of the fashion curve by at least 20 years. Nowadays, look at those young couples. They wear all sorts of mismatched pairs, couple shoes, each with deliberately different designs that my feelings back then were probably akin to those of these youngsters. Pure joy I donned my mismatched shoes and went to play with my friend, only for his sister to spot my footwear and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look, his shoes don't match." But her mother quickly silenced her, and in that moment, my joy evaporated. It turned out that my unique shoes were merely a source of ridicule to others. Yet my mother insisted they were truly beautiful. Wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, the clown lifted his foot for Li Zifeng to see. Chapter 067. The clown's art of killing. It was then that Li Zifeng noticed the clown's shoes were indeed mismatched. A fashion statement of the moment. Despite the asymmetrical designs, one could easily discern they were intentionally crafted as a single pair. I love my mother dearly. She cares for me and deceived me into believing that mismatched shoes were the most beautiful. I believed her, and I shall continue to believe until the end of time. As he spoke, the clown's right hand, gripping a fork, slowly pierced his palm, causing Li Zifeng to shudder in shock as the fork instantly turned to ashes, vanishing without a trace. To be honest, after hearing so much from the clown, Li Zifeng was utterly perplexed about what he was trying to convey. Yet, he firmly believed that the clown's words were not mere idle chatter. There was a deeper meaning behind them. I require your heart. Only your heart can quell my affliction. Only by curing this ailment can I accomplish the final task of my life. This statement was arguably the most solemn utterance in the entire conversation. Before the clown could respond, Li Zifeng continued, "If you trust me, I will seek a solution for you. Perhaps my blood can suppress your ailment, though it cannot eradicate it entirely. If it proves effective, I shall consistently provide you with blood, but only on the condition that you refrain from harming any more innocent souls. Death is a form of redemption, a salvation for the guilty. Thus, each life I claim is not innocent." The jester set down his knife and fork, took a sip of red wine, and remarked, "The taste is delightful. I shall take the remainder with me." With the wine bottle in hand, he turned and exited the fine dining establishment. It could be said that this meeting had not borne fruit. The jester remained intent on killing Li Zifeng and claiming his heart. It was merely a matter of when he would strike. However, Li Zifeng would not remain passive. If the jester truly made a move, he would fight to the death. After settling the bill and departing, as Li Zifeng was en route, not yet having reached the blind woman's residence, his phone chimed with a message. "That friend who helped you collect the corpse, you haven't seen him in quite some time, have you?" This message was likely sent by the jester, referring to the drunkard. Li Zifeng pondered that it was indeed time to check on him. This fellow had a penchant for heavy drinking, and one could only hope he hadn't encountered any unfortunate mishaps. He instructed the driver to turn around and head to the rental property. Since the drunkard intended to reside there long-term while awaiting Li Zifeng's demise, staying in a hotel would be too costly, thus he had rented a modest room for a month. Upon arriving at the rental property, Li Zifeng was immediately struck by a potent scent of blood. Alarmed, he pushed the door open, only to find the drunkard slumped over the dining table, clutching chopsticks in his right hand, strands of noodle dangling from his mouth, and the table drenched in blood. The crimson liquid dripped steadily onto the floor through the cracks of the table. The blood had yet to dry, indicating that the drunkard had only recently met his end. A fork was lodged in the drunkard's neck, and Li Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the very fork from the restaurant. Had it not been reduced to ashes in the jester's hands? How could it possibly reappear here? Could it be that the jester's abilities extended beyond mere corruption, enabling him to resurrect that which had decayed? Such power was indeed formidable. Turning away, Li Zifeng stood by the roadside and sent the jester a message. "Why do you kill? Why the hell must you do it in front of me? What have I done to provoke you? Speak, damn you." His patience, like all good temperaments, had its limits, and Li Zifeng's fury was palpable. For the jester had unmistakably committed this act with intent to torment him. It was one thing to extinguish a life, a task easily accomplished, but for a psychopathic individual that lacked thrill to torment a soul until it shatters. Now that was the most exhilarating endeavor. Startled, Li Zifeng glanced around and ultimately spotted, under the dim glow of a streetlight on the northern street, a figure seated on the ground, head tilted, phone pressed to his ear. The silhouette unmistakably belonged to the jester. The two were separated by a distance of approximately 100 meters. It would take at least 20 seconds to reach him, making it improbable to seize the jester. Thus, they stood apart across an aged street, interspersed with yellowed streetlights, one standing, the other seated, engaged in conversation. This man must die. He is an integral part of my life's scheme, and it does not conflict with my desire to procure your heart. The jester spoke softly. From such a distance, Li Zifeng could not discern any expression on the jester's face. He resembled a stone statue, the dim light casting a glow upon his gentleman's hat, exuding an ancient and eerie aura. Li Zifeng inquired, "Then why did you summon me? Do you intend to frame me?" "No. The reason I summoned you here is to witness this person's demise, and the very fact that I desire you to witness their death is to convey how profoundly I yearn for your heart. It holds immense significance for me, so much so that a mere life is utterly inconsequential." Li Zifeng gritted his teeth, articulating each word with venom. "You are truly a demon. Not every demon is born as such." With that solitary sentence, the Joker ended the call and vanished from Li Zifeng's sight. That a sudden gust of wind arose, followed by a gentle rain, as Li Zifeng wandered aimlessly through the streets. Engulfed by an overwhelming sense of futile despair, for the first time, he encountered an adversary of such formidable strength, one he could not contend with, forced instead to be led by the nose. This sensation was indeed agonizing, driving him to the brink of despair. Upon returning to the company, Li Zifeng remarked, "Cousin, please investigate the details of that drunken man over the next few days, and, if possible, ensure the safety of his children." From Li Zifeng's blood, Zhao Qingfeng gleaned everything, including the Joker's forthcoming scheme. He was a ruthless individual, one who would not hesitate to annihilate an entire family if he deemed it necessary. This was a situation that required a response. The Joker could no longer be allowed to roam unchecked. For the past few days, Zhao Xingyue had been fixated on a cat skeleton, her mind ensnared in a state of stupor. She was genuinely terrified, having never encountered such a person before. Zhao Qifeng continuously comforted her, taking her out for meals and shopping, which gradually improved her condition. Li Zifeng suddenly inquired, "By the way, cousin, do you know any magicians, the exceptionally talented kind?" Chapter 068. The Eight-Armed Blue Ape. Zhao Qifeng pondered for a moment, sifting through the depths of his memories, and replied, "I do know one." "Quite remarkable. What do you need such a person for?" Li Zifeng revealed his plan, to which Zhao Qingfeng shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't work. Although that magician may not be a household name, he is certainly well known, and his appearance is recognizable to most. It would be inadvisable to enlist him for a task." Li Zifeng countered, "Isn't he a master magician? Surely he can alter his appearance? Perhaps you could take a moment to call and inquire." After contemplating this suggestion, Zhao Qingfeng nodded in agreement, considering it worth a try. The following morning, Li Zifeng received a message from the blind woman. It read, "You promised to come and keep me company while I sleep. How could you deceive me? I am not angry, merely concerned for your well-being. Only a childish girl would be angry. A mature woman only worries for the safety of others. It's all right. I have no classes this morning, and I will come by in the afternoon. If you are free, I can rest easy, restless in the office." After giving Zhao Xingyue her instructions, Li Zifeng hailed a cab to the blind woman's residence. He possessed a key to her home and quietly unlocked the door, entering the bedroom to find the blind woman already in slumber. Li Zifeng tiptoed to the edge of the bed. Her exquisitely beautiful face resembled an ancient, flawless statue, devoid of any blemish. He reached out his hand, yearning to caress her visage, but hesitated with his palm suspended in midair. Reluctant to disturb the sleeping beauty, fearful of shattering this perfect statue. As soon as he stepped inside, Zhao Qingfeng declared, "Old friend, I have brought you a remarkable individual, a top-tier magician who has garnered numerous prestigious awards and participated in many international performances. Truly an extraordinary talent." The great magician responded with a bashful smile, hurriedly waving his hand. "Oh, no, it is Zhao Boss who is truly impressive. Your dream interpretation skills are unparalleled. That I have long wished to meet you all. Yet unfortunately, I lack the means." Li Zifeng chuckled softly, refraining from any further comment, as mutual flattery in business can sometimes yield benefits. Although he was not particularly fond of such exchanges, he never interrupted. For the greatest respect one can show to another is to patiently listen to all their boasts. Greetings, master, that I must admit, I am not particularly eloquent, so I shall be direct that I require your assistance with a simple task, to meet an individual who is also a magician but lacks recognition in society. He often puts on airs in my presence, and I would like you to showcase your skills. The great magician replied, I am most grateful for the kindness bestowed upon me by various sectors of society, and I have been honored with the moniker Eight-Armed Blue Ape. My family has engaged in this trade for 3 generations, and I have become quite adept at it, Mr. Li. Should you require my services, I shall not hesitate. Though such formalities were delivered with finesse, Li Zifeng harbored a disdain for such superficial camaraderie. To put it plainly, he found it insincere and devoid of substance. Nonetheless, he never allowed his inner sentiments to surface indiscriminately. He did not mind others boasting, as long as they could deliver tangible results. Regardless of whether it was a black cat or a white cat, a good cat is one that catches mice. My education is rather limited, master, and I struggle to follow your eloquence. So let me speak plainly that I have arranged accommodations for you at a hotel over the next few days, where all expenses will be covered by me. I will notify you in advance when I require your presence, and I will provide details of the tasks ahead of time to ensure you are adequately prepared. Is that agreeable? The Eight-Armed Blue Ape nodded. No problem at all. Whatever Mr. Li wishes, I shall comply. Individuals accustomed to the ways of society are akin to those who once roamed the rivers and lakes. They share a similar ethos, setting aside other matters. One must possess exceptional verbal prowess. Otherwise, one simply cannot survive in this realm. Li Zifeng was such a person. He understood the nature of society, yet found himself unable to integrate. Fortunately, he had a good old friend. For without such a connection, his life would likely be one of hardship, devoid of friends. However, he lived life on his own terms, and as long as he found joy in it, that was sufficient. Master, if you do not mind, I would like to request a demonstration of your skills. What do you think? Li Zifeng suddenly inquired, catching the Eight-Armed Blue Ape off guard, who then nodded with a smile. Of course, that would be delightful. Zhao Qingfeng's expression turned slightly awkward. Requesting a demonstration upon first meeting was clearly a sign of distrust, somewhat akin to a slap in the face. The Eight-Armed Blue Ape, with a sense of pride, thought to himself, if you wish to test my abilities, then I shall oblige. He retrieved a silk scarf from his pocket, but before he could begin his performance, Li Zifeng interjected. No need for your props. We shall use this instead. As he spoke, Li Zifeng grasped a ballpoint pen from the counter. The Eight-Armed Blue Ape inquired. Then, Mr. Li, how would you like me to perform? I had thought Mr. Li desired something more, but is this all? Clearly, a grand magician resorting to such rudimentary tricks seems to feel underestimated by others. Li Zifeng nodded earnestly, indicating that for now, this would suffice. Zhao Xingyue, astonished, covered her mouth and exclaimed, Wow, master, how did you accomplish that? The Eight-Armed Ape twirled his wrist, and suddenly, a resplendent rose materialized in his palm. With a beaming smile, he remarked, Little sister, you are truly beautiful. This is for you. Chao Qingfeng interjected. My assistant is allergic to flowers. I shall graciously accept it. How delightful it is. As he spoke, he leaned forward, inhaling deeply. The Eight-Armed Ape, appearing to be in his 40s, with thinning hair and the demeanor of a rather greasy middle-aged man, seemed all too eager to seize any opportunity to charm the younger ladies. Chao Qingfeng felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, she was an employee of my company, and as the saying goes, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders. Can you manage it while wearing gloves? Li Zifeng inquired again. The Eight-Armed Ape nodded vigorously. Tonight, accompany me to a certain place. With that, Li Zifeng turned and departed. Chapter 069. The Dove and the Demon. As night fell, Li Zifeng proceeded with his plan, arranging to meet the clown once more. However, this time, they did not convene in an upscale Western restaurant, but rather at a roadside skewer stall. After all, a meal costing 7,000 or 8,000 is best avoided. One must not feign what one cannot sustain. The clown would certainly not indulge in modesty. If taken to a high-end restaurant, he would not hold back, ordering the most expensive items. Dining at the night market proved far more economical, allowing for an unrestricted feast. When the clown finally arrived, his first words were, did I give you quite the scare last time? Perusing the menu without lifting his gaze, the clown continued, We just met yesterday. and now you wish to see me again. Have you come to a conclusion? The incident of murder from the previous day was crystal clear. The clown aimed to coerce Li Zifeng into submission, compelling him to willingly surrender his heart. Otherwise, the ensuing events would become increasingly unbearable for him. Li Zifeng replied, I have indeed come to a conclusion, and that is to eliminate you. The clown paused, recoiling slightly, then tilted his head back, chuckling mischievously. You wish to kill me? Very well. As he spoke, he swayed from side to side, resembling someone afflicted by lice. Truly playful. Your corruptive powers are insignificant. My friend possesses abilities akin to yours. My blood can suppress his powers. Do you believe that? Li Zifeng narrowed his eyes and inquired. The clown shook his head vigorously. I do not believe it. Show me. With his chin resting on his palm, the clown feigned seriousness and asked, Do you happen to know the professor? No sooner had he spoken than he straightened up, declaring, Wait, you're trying to deceive me. You cannot possibly possess such abilities. Li Zifeng pondered silently. The clown had likely let slip a crucial detail. Even the wisest are prone to missteps, and no matter how clever one may be, errors in speech can occur. Who was this professor the clown mentioned? Before Li Zifeng could unravel his thoughts, the clown pinched a small dish used for pouring sauce, gently rubbing it in his palm a couple of times. When he opened his hand, it had transformed into a mass of black ash. The eight-armed ape's eyes widened in disbelief, silently questioning if this was truly a magic trick. In a flurry, he turned his head towards Li Zifeng, who remained silent. The eight-armed monkey, feeling the pressure, steeled himself to continue the contest. Clap, clap, clap. The clown immediately burst into applause, akin to a child witnessing a captivating performance, exclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful. Now, make this. Suddenly, the clown lifted the stool beneath him and, with a resounding thud, placed it upon the table. The surrounding diners were momentarily taken aback, fearing an impending brawl at the dining table, and quickly retreated to a safe distance. The proprietress hurried over, attempting to placate the clown, urging him to take a seat, and even providing him with a new chair. The stool, towering at more than half a person's height, was quite a sight atop the table. After all, the eight-armed monkey was merely a magician. Without props, it was utterly impossible to make such a tall stool vanish using only the dexterity of his hands, especially at such a close range. No matter how much he fidgeted, it was likely to expose the ruse. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at the clown and declared, You are simply looking for trouble. If you have the skill, then make one for me. The moment he uttered the word make, Li Zifeng shuddered, fearing that the truth would be revealed. Fortunately, the clown paid no mind and chuckled. Sure thing. The surrounding diners had ceased to notice the unfolding scene. As the clown lowered the stool, it appeared to be coated in black ink, with the inky portions gradually consuming the rest. By the time the clown's hands reached the ground, the stool had completely vanished. The eight-armed monkey was taken aback. As a magician, witnessing such a spectacle compelled him to consider the realm of magic. He suspected the clown had cheated and hastily reached out to where the clown had paused, attempting to feel for the seemingly invisible stool. Yet, after a prolonged search, all he could grasp was air. The eight-armed monkey was astonished, and Li Zifeng was alarmed. None had anticipated that the clown would prove so elusive and cunning. He might be neurotic, but he was far from foolish. What is this? The eight-armed monkey twirled his wrist, and with a flurry of sound, a white dove suddenly materialized in his palm. The clown clapped once more, exclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful. Let me see if it is real. The eight-armed monkey extended the dove to the clown. But before Li Zifeng could protest, the clown had already clasped the dove in his grasp. Li Zifeng inwardly lamented his inability to intervene. Look, how beautiful. They are the messengers that once soared through the skies, embodiments of kindness and beauty. Alas, they have encountered me. Before his words could fully escape, the dove was swiftly enveloped by a cloud of black mist. When the fog dissipated, a complete avian skeleton lay in the clown's hand. With a gulp, the eight-armed monkey swallowed hard. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the clown and then at Li Zifeng. He finally comprehended that the figure seated across from him was not merely a magician. He possessed abilities beyond the realm of human capacity. The clown chuckled. By the way, have you ever performed surgery? The eight-armed monkey shook his head. The clown continued. Have you ever seen your own skeleton? Again, the eight-armed monkey shook his head. The clown, with an air of mystery, inquired, Then, would you like to see your own skeleton? I have pressing matters to attend to, so I cannot stay. Perhaps we shall meet again another time. Before he could finish his sentence, the eight-armed monkey rose and departed, all the while pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the perspiration from his brow. Ha ha ha, he truly is a coward, even more so than the clown devoured skewers of lamb. Laughing like a child, Li Zifeng remarked, "There's nothing more, I shall take my leave." Just as he was about to rise, the clown suddenly waved his hand and said, Hey, you're leaving without even eating. If you intend to depart, you ought to settle the bill first. I have no money. Li Zifeng placed 500 on the table and was about to stand up when the clown interjected. You think you can leave right after settling the bill? From our meeting to now, the entire affair has lasted merely 3 minutes. Even if I were a lady of the night, you ought to show me some respect and consider my feelings. Wouldn't you agree? Li Zifeng understood that leaving would not be an easy task, but he surmised that the clown likely would not make a move against him tonight. A person bold enough to confront him directly would not resort to a sneak attack. Such tactics are employed when one is outmatched. If I were capable of defeating others, why would I need to resort to ambush? With the clown present, various tricks were at play. Since I am here, I might as well enjoy a spectacle before departing. The clown retrieved his phone from his pocket, tapped it a couple of times, and handed it to Li Zifeng. The screen displayed a living room scene, likely captured by a hidden camera concealed behind a flower pot or some decorative item, where an elderly man was watching television with a child in his arms. Oh, you know what I detest the most? The clown abruptly inquired after taking a bite of enoki mushrooms. Li Zifeng shook his head. The clown continued, I loathe a certain type of person afflicted by a malady known as jealousy. I recall something from Catholicism regarding the 7 deadly sins. Was it desire? Greed? I can't quite remember. What I do recall is a term that encapsulates it. Envy. Such individuals are truly despicable. Li Zifeng nodded in agreement. With a resounding clap on the table, the clown exclaimed, That is splendid. You see, such people cannot stand to see you thrive. When you possess wealth and live well, they envy you, secretly working to undermine your success, eager to see your downfall. Conversely, should you find yourself impoverished, they will mock and scorn you, as if you can never satisfy their insatiable appetite. Tell me, what makes these people so peculiar? Li Zifeng replied coldly, Such individuals need not be acknowledged. Life is but a fleeting moment, and I believe that in this brief existence, one should strive to live splendidly. My actions, whether to engage or abstain, are not intended to gain the approval or disdain of others. With a resounding slap, the clown overturned the table, standing up to point at Li Zifeng, declaring, Well said. I damn well like you, a large man. Proclaiming his affection for another man in broad daylight created an awkward atmosphere. The surrounding diners paid little heed, assuming that this gentleman, adorned with a top hat and dark sunglasses, must be inebriated and merely expressing drunken revelry. After changing to another table, the clown resumed, In life, whether for a lifetime or merely half of it, one need not concern oneself with the judgments of others, but one must fiercely retaliate against malice. He revels in his madness, and after a decade or two, all shall pass. No. The clown extends his index finger, shaking it side to side. The knife slices through the flesh of his arm. The pain in his thigh is unknown as it strikes his face, and still, you remain oblivious to the agony. As he speaks, the clown removes his round-framed sunglasses. Li Zifeng gasps, astonished into silence. Before him lies a visage as pale as jade, a countenance strikingly handsome, yet marred by an X-shaped scar over his left eye, a scar of considerable depth, resembling 4 deep furrows. Many are aware that when injured, one requires stitches. The purpose of suturing is to draw the flesh together, rendering the wound less terrifying. Should a deep scar remain unstitched, it will inevitably become unsightly, its depth pronounced. The eyelid of the clown's left eye has also been cleaved by the scar. As he converses, his eyeball shifts, the blood vessels in the sclera starkly visible. When he blinks, the right eyelid closes, but the left merely trembles, unable to fully conceal it. Yet, his eyeball remains intact. Thus, this scar is rather peculiar. Given the force and depth of the incision, one would assume his eyeball would be irreparably damaged. Yet, astonishingly, this deep scar, nearly to the bone, has left his eye unscathed, his vision unimpaired. Quite baffling, is it not? The clown chuckles softly, donning his sunglasses once more. This scar, he confides, is of my own making. He bows his head, munching on food while whispering, I am a coward, others bully me, and I cannot fight back. What am I to do? I can only transform into a villain. They are wicked, and I shall be even more wicked. Hence I carve this scar upon my face. Hee. Now when others see me, they are instantly filled with fear. Oh, I almost lost track of time. The clown glances at his watch, reactivating his phone and handing it to Li Zifeng. saying. Li Zifeng rose, adjusting his collar against the biting wind, and turned to depart, his coat tails dancing in the breeze and rustling with a crisp sound. This was Li Zifeng's plan, to thwart the jester's scheme tonight. First, he would send Zhao Qingfeng to rescue the captives. Second, he would personally confront the jester. As for the great magician, he was merely a means to buy time. For as long as possible, the jester had been defeated, at least for this occasion. He sat at the dining table, gazing at Li Zifeng's receding figure, lost in contemplation, perhaps one of the rare moments of tranquility he had experienced. The third principle of dream interpretation, which Li Zifeng had never shared with Zhao Xingyue, was because she might not fully comprehend it. Humanity, relying on its formidable intellect, had ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain. In nature, all consumable food and animals could not escape the fate of being slain by humans. Li Zifeng bore no responsibility or obligation to intervene. After all, this was the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Nevertheless, he could strive to be as benevolent as possible, making every effort to avoid the destruction of that which could be spared. Thus, Li Zifeng was resolute in not wanting to witness the jester's relentless killings instigated by his own actions. He was determined to confront the jester to the very end. Upon returning to the company, Li Zifeng immediately dialed Qianxing. As soon as the call connected, Qianxing inquired, "Are you ready to accompany me to Yunnan to hunt the Mingshen? Let us set aside the water monster for now. I have pressing matters to attend to these days. Tell me, what exactly does that professor you mentioned do?" Chapter 071. The Dream of the Lady. What else do you know besides this? Li Zifeng pressed. Speak frankly. Honestly, I'm not well informed and my contact with him has been minimal. We met by chance. Why the sudden interest in him? Just curious, Li Zifeng replied. After hanging up, Li Zifeng pondered whether the professor referred to by the jester was the same individual mentioned by Qianxing. Analyzing the names literally, the professor mentioned by the jester might be a code name, akin to Hawkeye. He certainly did not go by the name Hawkeye, for he possessed the ability to see far and wide, observing the actions of others. Conversely, Qianxing's reference to the professor was not a mere code name but denoted a genuine academic. Determining whether they were the same person could not rely solely on conjecture or intuition. Li Zifeng had thwarted the jester's murderous plot, which initially aimed to force Li Zifeng to witness the disintegration of a drunken man's family through a mobile surveillance feed, to behold the demise of the drunken man's children and parents in a horrific explosion. However, Li Zifeng had dispatched Zhao Qifeng ahead of time to prevent this tragedy from occurring. Consequently, the jester would undoubtedly seek revenge. As Li Zifeng firmly believed he was a man of relentless vengeance who would not simply let this transgression go unpunished. He instructed Zhao Qifeng over the phone to remain at the drunken man's residence for an extended period, ensuring the safety of the drunken man's children. From Zhao Qifeng, he learned that the children were still unaware of their parents' demise, as their elders had kept the truth hidden. Yet, the truth would eventually come to light. It could not remain concealed forever. The following day, Li Zifeng arrived at the company early, opened the glass door, and sat beside the coffee table to brew tea. Each morning, he prepared a pot of fine tea to welcome the earliest of guests. Outside, two individuals were queuing, and upon spotting Li Zifeng, they hastily made their way inside. "Master, you have finally arrived. I have a dream that I would like you to interpret," spoke a middle-aged man. The other, a fashionable lady with cascading waves of hair, waved her hand and exclaimed, "Pay, pay, pay. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? I was clearly in line before you, so how dare you jump ahead?" Just as Li Zifeng was about to respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Noticing it was a call from Zhao Xingyue, he opted not to answer, placing it aside with a smile. "Well then, ladies first. Let us attend to this lovely lady's dream interpretation, shall we?" Although the middle-aged man appeared reluctant, he conceded, acknowledging her earlier arrival, and fell silent. Once seated, Li Zifeng inquired, "What dream did you experience? Please, do share." "Master, it is as follows. I typically have little to occupy my time, merely indulging in mobile games. One day, I dreamed of meeting a charming young man within the game, who was not only skilled at gaming but also possessed a delightful way with words and often kept me company. However, our acquaintance was limited to the virtual realm. I had only seen his photograph and never met him in person. One day, he came to town on a business trip and sought me out for some fun. Li Zifeng nodded. Please continue. I got myself ready, but for some inexplicable reason, part of my makeup had gone missing, which left me quite anxious. With no other option, I hastily applied some makeup and went out with him. We first dined together, during which he regaled me with jokes that kept me laughing. Afterward, we went to see a movie. It was quite romantic. and we held hands. However, nothing further transpired. He attempted to kiss me, but I did not allow it. Li Zifeng interjected, "Are you married in real life?" "Indeed. I am married and have 2 children," the lady replied without hesitation, seemingly well-versed in the rules of dream interpretation. "Very well. Please continue." Li Zifeng encouraged at this point. The lady lowered her gaze, for even though it was merely a dream, it was still somewhat difficult to articulate, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Li Zifeng reassured her, "There is no need for concern. Even if you had committed murder, you may speak freely here. This is a sanctuary for all secrets and dreams. While I may guide you towards the right path, rest assured, I will never betray your confidences. This is the code of a dream interpreter." Then the 2 of us went to a hotel, where I felt quite anxious. He suggested I take a shower first, and I called my husband, informing him that I would be working late, to which he asked no further questions. When I emerged from the shower, I discovered he had stripped down and was nestled under the covers, his head concealed beneath the pristine white hotel duvet. I wrapped myself in a towel and approached the bed, intending to suggest he take a shower as well. To my surprise, he suddenly burst forth from the covers, his face covered in hair, resembling that of a monkey, and 4 sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. He lunged at me, attempting to bite, and I was utterly terrified. It was at that moment that I awoke. The dream ended, and thus began the work of interpretation. Go on, he prompted. "First, please tell me, in real life, do you indeed have friends you met through gaming, akin to the handsome figure you encountered in your dream, who is skilled at gaming and often keeps you company?" The lady nodded in affirmation. Li Zifeng pressed further, "Is there a degree of disharmony between you and your husband in certain aspects?" The young woman paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she nodded and replied, "On average, once every 2 months. I feel as though he no longer loves me." The young woman looked surprised and nodded earnestly. "So, did you agree?" This was the final question posed by Li Zifeng. She lightly bit her lip and confessed, "I agreed yesterday. He said he would come to see me next week." Li Zifeng rose, clasping his hands behind his back, and remarked, "Very well, I shall now begin to interpret your dreams." Chapter 072. The meaning of life. Li Zifeng waved his hand dismissively, stating that sometimes it was applicable and other times it was not. "First and foremost, I empathize with your familial circumstances, from your attire and demeanor, including the revelations within your dreams. I can sense that life has not been particularly kind to you. At least not as joyful as one might wish." The young woman nodded in agreement. Li Zifeng continued, "I have no girlfriend, nor do I possess a wife or children, at least, within the confines of my current memories. I lack these experiences. However, this does not preclude my understanding of the so-called 7-year itch. For instance, the outfit you are wearing today appears to be of good quality, and I suspect it was not acquired at a trivial price. I personally believe that before coming to me for dream interpretation, you meticulously selected and adorned yourself. Perhaps you often do so when venturing out for shopping or meeting others. You are a refined woman." The young woman nodded once more. "Now, let us follow the thread of your attire. Before you purchased it, it hung there, exuding an air of luxury, sophistication, and elegance, which you found immensely appealing and desired to possess. Ultimately, you acquired it, and upon wearing it for the first time, you felt akin to a princess in a castle or a star on the red carpet. You were immensely pleased. However, when you donned it for the second, third, or even 100th time, as you familiarized yourself with its every detail, you may have discovered that it was not as flawless as you had initially imagined. Perhaps you noticed some loose threads or fading colors, leading you to realize that it was not indeed the epitome of perfection, but rather had its imperfections. Li Zifeng paused for a moment, turning to her earnestly. "However, these so-called flaws were always present from the start. You simply focused on its beauty while overlooking its shortcomings. As time passed, and the excitement of your new acquisition waned, you began to notice these imperfections more acutely. It is common for even the most exquisite garments to eventually wear on one's nerves. Yet it is imperative to understand that clothing is not merely for ostentation, but rather serves the purpose of covering oneself. The essence must not change. The same applies to thoughts. Every couple and every family will inevitably return to tranquility once the initial passion fades. This is life. This is love. It is not a grand spectacle, but rather the mundane realities of daily living. Do you comprehend?" Li Zifeng inquired, leaning in with a gentle tone. His words were delivered with great tact and courtesy. Yet, the young woman shook her head in confusion, indicating her lack of understanding. Li Zifeng nearly collapsed in despair, for when it came to female clients, especially regarding matters of privacy, he preferred to be less explicit. After all, everyone has their pride. There is a significant difference between being straightforward and being foolishly blunt. Li Zifeng spoke plainly, but he was far from foolish. Allow me to be forthright. Should I utter anything that displeases you? Kindly point it out, and I shall rectify it. Is that agreeable? Yes, please feel free to speak. The young lady clutched her handbag tightly. Li Zifeng remarked, life after marriage tends to be rather mundane. The majority of individuals in this world are quite ordinary, lacking the wealth that begets grandiose or exceedingly romantic lives. Each day, you find yourself in the company of a man or a woman, engaging in the simple routines of dining, sleeping, and tending to children. You witness their most disheveled state upon waking, and even find one person showering while the other uses the restroom. Over time, such familiarity breeds indifference that I cannot discern the nature of your husband. Nor do I wish to pry. Should he have done something to unsettle you, divorce remains an option. However, if your sentiments stem solely from the perceived dullness of marital life and a yearning for the thrill akin to donning a new garment, I advise you to exercise caution before proceeding. The young lady lowered her head, evidently comprehending his words. Li Zifeng continued, there is nothing shameful in your situation. Truthfully, you are not alone in this. Countless individuals engage in extramarital affairs and infidelity, with many more hidden from view. The human heart is restless, and each person's journey is unique. What others choose to do is their own affair. However, you must deliberate on your own actions, for you alone will reap the rewards or suffer the consequences. No one else will bear your burdens. The young lady wept, exclaiming, I feel as though I am living a life of solitude. I can no longer endure it. I have often fantasized about infidelity. Yet I lack the courage that I have always been honest, having dated only one man until marriage. Now, my days consist solely of working to provide and raising children, a monotonous cycle that renders my life exceedingly dull and devoid of meaning. Do you find my life interesting? Meaning, he replied, is an elusive concept, impossible to quantify, as each individual possesses their own unique criteria. You may choose to pursue what you find interesting, and that is entirely permissible. My sole counsel is this. Whatever path you embark upon, strive for a clear conscience. If you feel no inner conflict and regard it as inconsequential, then proceed without reservation. Li Zifeng, a dream interpreter rather than a moral arbiter. Refrain from imposing moralistic judgments, encouraging everyone to pursue their desires, provided they do not harm others. Then, could you offer me some guidance? May I choose to meet him? The young lady, her eyes swollen from weeping, inquired softly. Li Zifeng paused, extending his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. I cannot provide you with advice, regardless of gender. As long as you are human, you must possess the ability to think independently. With a deep sigh, he shook his head, murmuring to himself, whose life is devoid of anguish. Outside, a middle-aged man, upon seeing the young lady depart, promptly pushed open the door and scampered inside, offering a cigarette while chuckling. Master, here, please have a smoke. I have a dream. Could you help me interpret it? Please, take a seat. Li Zifeng gestured invitingly. Just as the middle-aged man sat down, before he could speak, Li Zifeng's phone rang, displaying a familiar yet unfamiliar number. His expression instantly turning grave. Is there something you need? Laughter echoed through the telephone, a cacophony of mirth. Is something the matter? Of course, something is amiss. How is business today? The clown gesticulated animatedly, reminiscent of a child afflicted with hyperactivity. No small talk. Just as Li Zifeng was about to terminate the call, a voice resonated. Brother phone, save me. Chapter 073. The gradually darkening sky. The voice belonged to Zhao Xingyue, who, it turned out, had failed to arrive for work on time today because she had been kidnapped by the clown. The clown chuckled heartily. Oh, what a beautiful girl. What a pity she is about to meet her demise. Are you even human? If you want to confront me, do it openly. Stop with these underhanded tactics. Li Zifeng bellowed, causing the middle-aged man to tremble, the cigarette falling from his grasp. I am confronting you openly. Otherwise, you would have perished in your sleep long ago, wouldn't you? Look at how angry you are. It brings me such joy. Come on, keep shouting. The angrier you get, the happier I become. The clown never displayed anger, nor did he ever reveal any negative emotions, at least not in public. Here, I've sent you the address. Let me check the time. You have about 10 minutes left. If you're late, she will become dumpling filling. Farewell, beautiful. The call ended, and a text message read, People's Cinema, rooftop. The People's Cinema was an aging building in the urban area. Constructed in the 1980s, Its 6 stories, once the tallest in the vicinity, it had basked in glory for many years. But as time progressed, the city evolved rapidly, with skyscrapers of 30 to 40 stories now commonplace. Leaving the people's cinema in a state of decay, forgotten by all that a taxi ride would likely be too slow. So Li Zifeng hopped on a nearby geared bicycle, swiftly navigating through the city, arriving at the base of the people's cinema in roughly 5 or 6 minutes. The old building lacked an elevator, and he sprinted up 6 flights of stairs, panting heavily, utterly drained of energy. This was likely the clown's scheme, deliberately choosing a rooftop without an elevator, knowing that Li Zifeng would rush to save her, exhausting himself in the process, rendering him helpless when he arrived, like meat on a chopping block, to be sliced at will. Bursting onto the rooftop, he flung open the iron door, revealing a desolate scene that in the northwest corner of the rooftop. Zhao Xingyue was bound hand and foot, laid upon a wooden board secured by a rope. Below the rope, an incense coil smoldered, ominously close to severing the line, while the board began to slide downward. Zhao Xingyue's eyes widened as she shook her head vigorously at Li Zifeng, signaling for him not to approach. Yet, Li Zifeng could not afford to hesitate. He propelled himself forward, only to discover that Zhao Xingyue was not only bound but also adhered to the board with transparent tape, rendering her predicament inextricable. In an instant, she would plummet alongside the wooden board. Li Zifeng kicked the mosquito coil away with a swift motion, and at that very moment, the taut rope could no longer withstand the mounting pressure. Resulting in a sudden snap, Li Zifeng lunged toward the other end of the board, pinning down Zhao Xingyue. The two of them, one inside and the other outside, momentarily hovered at the edge of the rooftop like a seesaw. Zhao Xingyue's eyes filled with tears as she shook her head incessantly. Li Zifeng gritted his teeth and commanded, "Stay still." The board, made of plywood, was barely 2 centimeters thick that a gentle breeze swept across the rooftop. Even the slightest movement could trigger a surge of nerves. Li Zifeng dared not exhale, pondering how to pull Zhao Xingyue up, for she was glued to the board. It was impossible to drag her alone. The entire board had to be lifted. Yet, it was evident that the wood could not endure such force. Clenching his teeth, Li Zifeng contemplated his next move when suddenly, a round of applause erupted behind him. "Oh, you really came." The clown danced cha-cha behind Li Zifeng, swaying to and fro to. Li Zifeng remained silent, not out of unwillingness, but from sheer trepidation. He could barely muster the strength to breathe, though he bit down fiercely. Wishing to turn and devour the clown, he was helpless. He had to grasp the board with all his might, veins nearly bursting on his forehead, yet he could neither loosen his grip nor dare to do so. That night, he unexpectedly encountered the one who occupied his thoughts, his feet seemingly disobeying him as they carried him home with her. The cold night breeze was forbidden from whisking her away. At the mention of her, the clown pointed a finger at Zhao Xingyue. Her melancholic gaze seemed on the verge of speaking to me. When the clown sang that line, he pointed at Li Zifeng. If there were outsiders present, they would surely deem the clown a lunatic, oblivious to the life and death crisis at hand, still lost in the throes of dance, crooning classic pop songs. "Oh, you wish to save her? Just rotate the board a little." The clown's abrupt remark accompanied a cracking sound from the center of the plywood, which appeared unable to bear the weight any longer. Li Zifeng widened his eyes and abruptly spun to the right. Zhao Xingyue, tethered at the other end, instinctively turned left, causing the board to pivot around the rooftop's edge, executing a swift 180-degree turn. Zhao Xingyue found herself on the inner side of the rooftop, while Li Zifeng's body dangled precariously over the outer edge. "Wow, you truly dare." The clown halted his dance, astonished as he gazed at Li Zifeng. Crack! A sudden gust of wind swept in, and the plywood abruptly fractured, sending Li Zifeng plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Back facing downward, spiraling as he fell, looking up at the heavens, Li Zifeng beheld the clown peering down from the rooftop's edge, his smile radiant, while a flock of white doves soared past, casting a stark contrast against the clown's figure. An ironic sight indeed. He was a demon, a thoroughly infernal creature. Even in death, "I shall slay you." Li Zifeng roared into the void, and with a resounding thud, he crashed heavily to the ground, startling passers-by into screams as they hurriedly fled. As the vast sky and white clouds gradually dissipated, the daylight slowly dimmed, and Li Zifeng could no longer endure the weight of his eyelids. Gently closing his eyes, Chapter 074. Adrenaline. The rhythm of his heart distinctly slowed, and Li Zifeng began to feel a tingling sensation in his hands and feet that he yearned to move, yet found himself unable to do so. The onlookers around him pointed at Li Zifeng. some whispering to one another, while others clicked their tongues in disapproval. Through the narrow slits of his eyelids, Li Zifeng barely discerned the gathering crowd, growing ever larger. He could no longer withstand the weakening beat of his heart. Just as he was about to succumb to darkness, a familiar figure rushed across the street. "Old buddy, hold on," Chao Qingfeng bellowed, breaking through the throng. With one hand, he lifted Li Zifeng and produced a syringe-equipped vial from his pocket. Driving the needle forcefully into Li Zifeng's heart with a swift motion, administering the medication in an instant. Thump, thump, thump. As if responding to a call, his heart rate began to accelerate, and the numbness in Li Zifeng's limbs gradually subsided. He opened his eyes to gaze at Chao Qingfeng, weakly uttering, "Old buddy, don't speak, don't talk, don't talk." Chao Qingfeng swallowed hard, holding Li Zifeng securely as he allowed him to gradually recover. After 2 or 3 minutes, Li Zifeng regained his strength, and the bleeding wounds upon his body began to heal, causing passers-by to widen their eyes in astonishment and encircle them. An elderly man among the crowd shouted hoarsely, "How much for that medication? I'll buy it. Get back." Chao Qingfeng thrust the crowd aside, swiftly leading Li Zifeng toward the rooftop of the People's Cinema. The crowd, bewildered, assumed the medication was responsible for Li Zifeng's rapid recovery. However, the true reason lay in his unique physiology. He possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability, so formidable that it allowed him to heal wounds rapidly, even reviving from fatal injuries. Yet, this power bore a grave flaw. Upon resurrection, he would lose all prior memories. Fortunately, at the brink of death, Chao Qingfeng arrived in time. After administering aid to Li Zifeng, the two hastily pursued the clown, only to find the rooftop of the People's Cinema deserted, save for a note left behind on the ground. 1.3 After freeing Zhao Xingyue, she collapsed into Chao Qingfeng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Chao Qingfeng gently patted her back, offering continual comfort, while Li Zifeng muttered softly, 1 to 3, what does that mean? The clown's actions were shrouded in enigma, and the significance of 1 to 3 eluded immediate comprehension. Thankfully, all three remained unscathed, which was the most favorable outcome. Upon returning to the company, Li Zifeng remarked, "I never anticipated this clown to be so despicable, targeting a defenseless woman." Chao Qingfeng replied, "When dealing with a clown, conventional methods will not suffice. It is akin to a dog biting us. We would not retaliate by biting back, but rather with bricks or clubs. Li Zifeng nodded in agreement. Since he abides by no principles, we shall adhere to none either. However, even if we were to consider abducting his family, one might wonder if he has any family at all. In recent days, I have enlisted the help of certain friends to investigate this clown, seeking to uncover any information about him, endeavoring for a thorough inquiry." Zhao Qingfeng turned away, and Li Zifeng inquired, "Cousin, what exactly did you inject me with?" Zhao Qingfeng replied, "Oh, that was adrenaline. Is that true?" Li Zifeng questioned, somewhat skeptical, for after the injection, he felt invigorated, walking with an unusual fervor. A stark contrast to his prior state. Although it could be attributed to the lingering effects of the drug, the sensation felt distinctly different. Zhao Qingfeng paused, nodding in affirmation, "Indeed, it is not the blood marrow serum. While that substance is incredibly potent, it carries side effects and should not be recklessly administered unless one is at the brink of death. Prior to your demise, your heart rate will slow, and once it comes to a complete halt, your memories will fade. However, before long, your heart may resume its rhythm, and at that moment, you would be revived, albeit devoid of any recollection." The clarity of his explanation stemmed from the fact that during Li Zifeng's last death, Zhao Qingfeng was the one who intervened, a fact no longer veiled between them. Yet, the reasons behind Zhao Qingfeng's actions remained unspoken. Neither wished to delve into that territory, sharing an unspoken understanding and mutual trust as brothers in life and death. No sooner had Zhao Qingfeng departed than another customer, awaiting a dream interpretation, entered the shop that he hurriedly exclaimed, "Ah, master, are you finished?" Having waited the entire morning, Li Zifeng responded, "What dream did you have that makes you so eager for an interpretation?" The middle-aged man scratched his head and chuckled, "It's rather peculiar. Allow me to explain that I found myself at a train station, standing in the waiting hall with my parents. The place was bustling with people from all corners. Many laborers carrying burlap sacks filled with blankets and pillows, seated on the floor and occupying every inch of space. We had no place to sit or stand, so we waited in a somewhat peripheral spot. While waiting, I unexpectedly encountered a middle school classmate. I had never pursued her, and we rarely spoke, but upon seeing her this time, I noticed she had become exceptionally beautiful and well-groomed. I engaged her in conversation, exchanged QQ and WeChat details, and inquired about her destination. She mentioned she was heading to Xi'an to assist with her parents' business. After chatting for a while, as she was about to leave, I gently patted her shoulder and said, "Take care on your journey." She responded with a soft and smiled. Continuing onward, as we boarded the train, I suddenly realized my grandmother was also present. It struck me then that she is over 80 years old. Once we had boarded, I discovered that my parents had purchased tickets for a green train, and we only had standing tickets, no seats. My parents, in their 40s, were in their prime, while I, at 17 or 18, still had my vigor. However, my grandmother, being in her 80s, would surely struggle to stand for an entire night. Consequently, my parents took her to the dining car to secure a seat. Watching my grandmother settle down brought me immense joy. Li Zifeng nodded. My grandmother, noticing my fatigue from standing, wished for me to take a seat. Yet the attendant refused, stating that a single ticket permitted only one occupant. With no alternatives available, I found myself seated on the aisle floor. Each time the attendant wheeled the cart past, I had to hastily rise, which was quite discomforting. However, this was not the most distressing part. Rather, it was the presence of a young girl in the dining area, roughly my age, who sat upon a white chair, her gaze fixed upon me. I felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Despite being of the same age, she occupied a seat while I remained on the ground. I longed for a place to sit, yet my parents lacked the financial means. Burdened by debts that rendered me speechless, the intensity of her stare made my face flush with embarrassment, and I lowered my head in self-doubt. I vowed that no matter how impoverished I might become in the future, I would never again endure the indignity of standing on a train. With determination, the middle-aged man spread his hands and declared, "That's it. Is that all?" Li Zifeng asked, bewildered. What was strange about this dream? Chapter 075. The writer, the middle-aged man, replied, "The peculiarity lies within this dream itself. Everything that transpired within it bears no relation to me whatsoever. I am over 40, have rarely traveled far, and have worked at a newspaper since graduation. I do not recognize that girl. My grandmother has long since passed, and my parents are not impoverished nor in debt. Yet, everything feels eerily familiar, as if I have lived through it all. Is that not strange?" Li Zifeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the meaning behind his words. Moments later, enlightenment struck him. Marriage dreams. Once again, it was someone else's dream, now grafted onto this middle-aged man's mind. Indeed, it must be the work of a jester. Frankly speaking, Li Zifeng found it increasingly difficult to fabricate a narrative, as such matters defy imagination. The truth is, this phenomenon is known as a marriage dream, a transfer of another's dreams into his consciousness. Yet, would anyone believe such a tale if shared? Even if someone did, was there any merit in discussing it? The human mind is a wondrous entity, capable of conjuring fascinating subconscious thoughts. Ultimately, it is inconsequential and should not be taken to heart. Li Zifeng brushed it off casually. The writer responded earnestly, but it felt remarkably real, as if I had truly experienced it. I can vividly recall the girl's appearance, along with the faces of my grandmother and parents. Yet this is certainly not me. At this point, a spark of inspiration flashed through Li Zifeng's mind. He clasped the writer's shoulders with excitement and exclaimed, "You remember it distinctly?" "Yes. Indeed," the writer replied, bewildered by Li Zifeng's sudden enthusiasm. "Can you draw?" Li Zifeng asked eagerly. The writer chuckled and patted his chest, stating, "I took an elective course in college. I consider my artistic skills to be quite impressive. What do you have in mind?" "That's great. But how does this relate to dream interpretation?" the writer inquired. Li Zifeng slapped his thigh and declared, "It is profoundly related. If you sketch it out, I can determine whether it resembles a previous client of a dream interpreter or if it was a deliberate act by a fellow colleague. Both are possibilities." "All right, please provide me with a pencil. I shall commence drawing immediately, and once I finish, do observe closely." Li Zifeng promptly instructed Zhao Xingyue to procure all the necessary materials, drawing board, brushes, paper, and so forth. It must be said, the artistic prowess of this writer is indeed commendable. It is evident that he possesses a deep affinity for sketching. In just over half an hour, he completed his first piece. "Who is this?" Li Zifeng inquired, tilting his head as he held it in his hand. The writer replied, "This is my father from my dreams." Li Zifeng gazed down, beholding a benevolent man, although he did not comprehend physiognomy. It was clear from the features that he exuded kindness and warmth. "Now, draw your mother, the one from your dreams." After approximately 2 hours, the writer had rendered his dream parents and grandmother in their entirety. Li Zifeng scrutinized the sketches, lost in contemplation. The writer softly asked, "Master, Have you discerned anything? Growing somewhat irritated, the writer was met with Li Zifeng's hasty response. As for today's dream interpretation, I shall not charge a penny. In the future, should you or your acquaintances seek my counsel, a flat 20% discount shall apply. If one could boast of being acquainted with the foremost dream interpreter of Jiangzhou and merely mention his name to receive such a discount, one could imagine the prestige it would bestow, a most gratifying indulgence of vanity. The writer's face blossomed with delight as he nodded vigorously. Absolutely, I shall portray her at once, ensuring that every nuance of her expression is captured. After scrutinizing the 4 sketches, Zhao Qingfeng snapped a photo with his phone and remarked, I shall ask a friend to investigate. Their connections are quite formidable, spanning various fields. Perhaps they can unearth something of value. However, I am uncertain if these are indeed the parents of the clown. Regarding the dream of marriage, there seems to be no necessity to divulge one's true experiences or visions, does there? For a demon like the clown, who is universally reviled, such actions would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, the two decided to deliberate further before proceeding. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to the 10th customer, they prepared to close for the day. Unexpectedly, another individual arrived, one whom Li Zifeng vaguely recognized from a previous dream interpretation session, thus he was undoubtedly aware of the established rules. Only 10 clients are accepted daily. And today was at capacity. With a polite smile, Li Zifeng prepared to shut the door. The newcomer was a man of similar age to Li Zifeng, around 27 or 28, sporting a trendy bowl haircut. Reminiscent of styles commonly seen on short video platforms, paired with tight-fitting trousers, often featured in head-shaking videos that many seem to enjoy. Li Zifeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, murmuring, if your live stream is not averse to being banned, feel free to broadcast freely. But I must warn you, what I practice is considered superstitious. Should you promote this during your stream, it may not bode well for you. His tone was relatively tactful. The young streamer appeared conflicted. With the stream off, he would forfeit gifts and donations, yet should he keep the camera rolling and Li Zifeng utter something inappropriate, his stream could be shut down in an instant. After much deliberation, he said, Brother, let us take our time discussing. If anything feels amiss, we shall halt immediately. Does that sound agreeable? Li Zifeng felt a twinge of annoyance but managed to contain it, nodding in agreement. Very well, tell me about your dream. What seems to be the issue? Chapter 76. The young streamer, it was like this. Brother, I dreamt that I was taking a train, a green train. As soon as the words left my lips, Li Zifeng shuddered, and the young streamer inquired, Brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Please continue. The train was incredibly crowded. There was hardly any space to stand, so I stayed close to my parents. Just as he reached this point, Li Zifeng interjected, The parents in your dream are not the same as your real parents, are they? A flurry of 666 comments erupted on the live stream. Li Zifeng waved his hand. Please continue with your dream. I stood with my parents for the entire night. Oh, I was utterly exhausted. When I finally got off the train, my legs felt as though they might break. By then, night had fallen, and we took a bus to a very distant place. The suburbs, where there were only residential houses. We settled into a small room. It was quite uncomfortable. A space of less than 10 square meters. I huddled there, dreaming of a girl, a remarkably beautiful one, with flowing long hair. I missed her dearly. Yes, go on. Then, I found a job at a travel agency, which was rather uneventful. I merely answered calls or delivered plane tickets and so forth. Suddenly, one day, I received a phone call from a woman. And then, the young streamer spread his hands. That's it. Nothing more? The comments on the phone screen flooded in, questioning what was peculiar about it, asserting it was just an ordinary dream. Li Zifeng remarked. I understand your point. The strangeness of your dream lies in the fact that it is not drawn from your own experiences. You have never taken a green train, your family is probably not impoverished, and you have never lived in a cramped 10-square-meter rental. That girl may be beautiful, yet in reality, you do not know her. Am I correct? Yes, the young streamer exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Brother, that's exactly what I meant. None of this is my experience. I've never had such a bizarre dream in my life. Yet, it felt exceptionally real. Li Zifeng picked up 4 sketches from the table and handed them over, stating, if I'm not mistaken, there is also an elderly lady, over 80 years old, accompanying you. She is your grandmother in the dream, isn't she? Oh my, brother, you are incredible. I only caught a glimpse of that old lady, which is why I hadn't planned to mention it. How did you know? That's not the key point. The crucial aspect is that upon seeing those 4 sketches, the young streamer was utterly astonished, his breathing noticeably heavy, exclaiming, Brother, you are not human. You are simply divine. Yet, some comments read, did you two plan this beforehand? It's rather childish. Nevertheless, the majority of comments were spamming 666. Zhao Xingyue leaned curiously towards the phone screen, bending down to take a closer look, and even tossed her hair back towards the camera. Instantly, the live stream's comments exploded. So fair, so lovely, 666. Bend down a bit more, wait. Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Xingyue. I am also a dream interpreter. If anyone has had any peculiar dreams, or dreams of significance that they wish to remember, feel free to come find us at the technology building. What initially appeared to be a mere coincidence of a dream, from the perspective of the live streaming audience, seemed to be a meticulously orchestrated performance, a theatrical act intended solely to elevate the profile of this dream interpretation company. Upon concluding his statement, he struck a pose for the camera, feeling rather dashing in his own estimation. However, the barrage of comments in the chat was overwhelmingly insistent, urging for the female dream interpreter to take the stage. That you're blocking my view of the game. Move aside quickly. With a flick of his wrist, Chao Chi-Feng departed, muttering to himself, such a lack of decorum is truly terrifying. After dismissing the young streamer, Zhao Xingyue clearly remained unsatisfied and approached Li Zifeng, suggesting, Brother Feng, why don't we start our own live stream? Earning money is so effortless. I barely showed my face, and they showered me with several virtual gifts. Chao Qingfeng scoffed, enough of that. Do you truly believe they are watching you for your looks? Did you not notice the comments raving about the great plays? What do you mean? Zhao Xingyue inquired, tilting her head. The World Cup just concluded, and everyone's discussing the excellent goal scored. Chao Qingfeng brewed a pot of hot tea. As the two sat across from each other, Li Zifeng asked, have you made any progress on the investigation? Chao Chi-Feng shook his head, indicating that it would take several days, just as he poured himself a cup of tea. Yet to take a sip, another customer arrived. This individual, in his 30s, was impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, complete with a tie and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Unmistakably a high-ranking official from a prominent corporation. Excuse me, is this the dream interpretation service? He politely inquired, tapping on the glass door, his face adorned with a professional smile. We're closing for the day. Please come back tomorrow. Li Zifeng curtly responded, to his surprise. The man replied, I'm exceedingly busy with work and can only come here after hours or during breaks. I fear if I come tomorrow, you might be closed again. If I take just 2 minutes of your time. Would you kindly listen to my dream? It is rather peculiar, and without an explanation, I doubt I will sleep well. Exchanging glances, Chao Qingfeng stood up and said, all right, please continue. Well, I dreamed that I was residing in a small rental apartment. Scarcely 10 square meters, dark and damp. At this point, both men were taken aback, and Li Zifeng hastily moved closer. Please, go on. I received a call from a woman, inviting me to meet her. She lived quite far away, requiring me to take a vehicle. Just before I left, I felt an ominous premonition because my eyelids were twitching incessantly, yet I went anyway. Li Zifeng pressed, and then, hurry up. Actually, she was a young married woman living in Tianjin, who specialized in breeding dogs. Those prestigious breeds, like Labradors and Huskies. You know, certain pedigrees are quite valuable, and wealthy individuals do not mind spending on them. Hence she was quite profitable. However, her romantic life was tumultuous, having divorced her husband and drowning her sorrows in bars. Eventually, we met, and she invited me to join her for some leisure. Chao Qingfeng asked, what kind of leisure? The bespectacled gentleman replied, well, it pertains to the more intimate aspects of relationships. Please, continue. Li Zifeng gestured, urging him to elaborate. I traveled by train, as my residence is not far from Tianjin. However, upon my arrival, I found myself wandering around the train station, too apprehensive to proceed. A kind woman nearby noticed my shivering and inquired if I would like to purchase some steaming hot dog buri buns. I was tempted to buy them, yet my funds were limited, and I hesitated to spend frivolously. Eventually, I found myself squatting outside the public restroom, lost in contemplation for quite some time, paralyzed by an inexplicable fear that prevented me from approaching the woman. It wasn't that she was particularly intimidating, nor was it a matter of morality. Rather, I was gripped by a strange trepidation that I did not wish to be kept, nor did I want to accept such a proposition. I could not articulate this feeling, but it felt weak and cowardly, as if I were a thorough coward. Later, I dashed out of the train station, aimlessly wandering without direction, until I found myself in front of a church. Inside, I encountered a man dressed in a suit, leaning on a crow-headed cane, and then I fainted, only to awaken shortly thereafter. Li Zifeng remarked, this dream isn't your own, is it? The man with the golden-rimmed glasses paused and replied, Indeed, that is the case. This dream feels strangely familiar, and I can recall much of what transpired within it, yet it is not my experience. I have never lived in a rental property, nor have I known any wealthy women. I am not lacking in funds either. This dream is truly bizarre. When I mentioned it to my colleagues, they all said that Jiaozhou's foremost dream interpreter is exceptionally skilled and suggested I seek an interpretation. Perhaps to uncover some strange occurrences, as the saying goes. One dreams of what one thinks about during the day. Dreams, after all, are not a reflection of your actual life, right? They can serve as an extension of your subconscious fantasies, representing things you once desired or still yearn for but have yet to attain, such as a voluptuous matron. Chao Chi-feng squinted and smiled knowingly. The man with the golden glasses adjusted his frames, somewhat embarrassed, and said, This Chao Chi-feng patted his shoulder, raised an eyebrow, and quietly remarked, We are all men here. There is no shame in it. If you like something, pursue it. I understood, and I thanked them. Sometimes smooth talking and earnest nonsense can indeed be of use. Much like Chao Chi-feng's inadvertent wisdom. Li Zifeng commented, Your explanation is the most convincing, even though it is fabricated. Chao Chi-feng turned his head and said, No, my friend, do not overestimate these impeccably dressed individuals. You may think they appear particularly respectable, but let me tell you, once in bed, their antics will leave your eyes wide with shock. As human beings, they possess their own desires and harbor darkness, which they simply do not reveal to the public. This conjecture was certainly not unfounded. The dreams of the three individuals were interconnected, undoubtedly showcasing the art of intertwined dreams. However, as it stood, this dream did not reveal any significant details, and the clown had not clarified anything either. The evening progressed until around 8 or 9 o'clock, and several customers arrived, but there were no signs of intertwined dreams. Just as we were preparing to close, Li Zifeng suddenly received a video message. Upon opening it, he was instantly filled with rage, trembling all over. What's wrong with you, my friend? Chao Chi-feng noticed an anomaly and approached. Upon a mere glance, a loud clap resonated as he struck the glass coffee table, exclaiming, This fellow is nothing short of a beast. In the video, the jester stood in a familiar living room, dancing with wild abandon, while the lifeless bodies of 2 children and an elderly man sprawled on the sofa. Blood trickled from the old man's neck, dripping onto the floor beneath. This was the implication of the jester's note. 1 to 3. Li Zifeng sighed heavily and collapsed onto the sofa. The so-called 1 to 3 referred to Zhao Xingyue and the remaining family of the drunken man. In essence, it posed a dilemma. If one chose to save their female assistant, the drunken man's family would perish. Conversely, if the drunken man's family were to live, Zhao Xingyue would meet her demise. My dear friend, I implore you to hasten your efforts and dispatch someone to locate these 4 sketches at once. Li Zifeng gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with determination. Outside the door, an individual appeared silently. This time, he bore no playful demeanor, nor did he jest. He merely leaned against the glass door and in a flat tone remarked, Is it painful? Li Zifeng was taken aback, then swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, charging forward without a moment's hesitation, aiming for the jester's chest. The jester, with a flick of his trench coat, evaded like a nimble bat, simultaneously executing a spinning kick that sent Li Zifeng reeling. The force of the kick was overwhelming, rendering Li Zifeng unable to control his body as he crashed against the cash register. I have no desire to engage you in combat, for when I do, it will signify your demise. You cannot defeat me, and neither can your foolish companions. I am here tonight merely to ask you one question. Do you suffer? Li Zifeng roared. What the hell did I ever do to provoke you? Speak. Chapter 078. A benevolent lie. Li Zifeng remained silent, prompting the jester to inquire further. The deceased drunken man bears no connection to you, nor does his wife, his 2 children, or his father. Why then should you feel anguish? Did you truly believe I murdered his entire family out of a desire to torment you? No, you overestimate your significance. There is but one soul in this world worthy of such actions, and as long as she is pleased, I would not hesitate to slay 1,000. The catch is, she would never permit me to take a life. Instead, she would counsel me to embrace good, and if you were aware that you had merely 3 days left to live, what would you choose to do? Each individual's decision may vary greatly. Dear friend, I have gathered the information. I will organize the details. Please meet me at the encounter CAF. I shall be waiting for you in the private room on the 2nd floor. Every word spoken by Zhao Chi-feng exuded excitement. As night fell, Li Zifeng drove swiftly to the encounter CAF, where he soon met the already arrived Zhao Chi-feng on the 2nd floor. Without further ado, Zhao Qingfeng laid open the contents of the dossier he held, producing a stack of documents, and stated, "These 4 sketches, 3 of them have been identified." Picking up the first sketch, he remarked, "This man is named Zhang Wenfa. He was a farmer who later engaged in small businesses. But he died unexpectedly a few years ago, with the cause of death still undetermined." Lifting the second sketch, he continued, "This elderly lady is named Wang Yi. She is over 90 years old and still resides here." As he held up the third sketch, he explained, "This woman is Lu Xiaohua. She suffers from a severe illness and may not have long to live. Currently, she is recuperating in a church in her hometown and may soon pass away." Li Zifeng then grasped the fourth sketch and inquired, "Who is this girl, and what of the clown? What is their connection to these individuals?" Zhao Qifeng produced a selfie depicting a young man in a cap, holding takeout, standing in a dimly lit elevator. Capturing his reflection in the mirror, the phone obscured half his face, and the yellowish light made it difficult to discern his features. That he stated, "This delivery boy is none other than the clown from years ago. Based on the name of the restaurant on his attire, I specifically dispatched someone to investigate. The clown's real name is Zhang Liang. Moreover, Zhang Liang is the child of this couple, and that elderly lady is his grandmother. As for the girl, he once pursued her, albeit without openly expressing his feelings, essentially harboring a secret affection. From the information I have gathered, those who knew him described him as timid and conflict-averse, and noted his remarkable honesty, often speaking little, solely engrossed in his work." Li Zifeng expressed his astonishment. "Is this truly the same clown we encountered? The disparity is staggering. One is a man who revels in chaos, dancing amidst a pool of blood, while the other is a timid, taciturn delivery boy. How can they possibly be the same person? No one has ever seen the clown's true face." Yet Li Zifeng's mind lingered on the image of the lower half of the clown's face. Comparing it to the photograph, he felt a striking resemblance. If this delivery boy is indeed the clown of yesteryear, the transformation is utterly remarkable. What could have transpired in his life to render him thus? Li Zifeng stated, "Please provide me with the address where the clown's mother is currently recuperating. I shall pay her a visit tomorrow morning." The address was not far, situated in a small town in the countryside. The following morning, Li Zifeng drove to the church in the town, only to discover that the church was quite substantial in size. After all, land in rural areas is not excessively expensive, and since it was built on their own property, more funds could be allocated to the church's renovation. Today was not a weekend, so there were not many attendees present to pray and listen to the gospel. Li Zifeng sat quietly in the hall, hands clasped together, for a moment before making his way to the church's backyard to inquire about a person named Lu Xiaohua, an elderly lady. Upon noticing Li Zifeng carrying 2 boxes of gifts, assumed he was visiting a patient. She led him to a row of single-story houses, pushed open the door, and called out, "Xiaohua, someone has come to see you." Inside the modest room, there was merely a bed, a table, and a water heater. On the table lay several somewhat withered apples. Seeing the woman on the bed struggling to rise, Li Zifeng quickly set down the gifts and rushed to support her. As he approached, he realized that the woman was only in her 50s, her complexion pale, lips colorless, and she bore a distinctly unhealthy appearance. "Hello, Andy. I am a friend of Zhang Liang," Li Zifeng said gently as he helped her lean back against the pillow. She managed to muster a faint smile and inquired, "What is your name? You must be tired from your long journey. Let me get you a glass of water." No. "Annie, please sit down. I can manage myself," Li Zifeng quickly replied, picking up the teapot from the floor to pour 2 cups of hot water, one placed on the table and the other by the bedside. "Annie, where is Zhang Liang now?" he asked. Lu Xiaohua responded, "He is working in Guangdong, at an electronics factory. He says the pay is quite good, around 3,000 to 4,000 a month, and he sends money back home every month. Unfortunately, it's of no use now." Alas, as for Lu Xiaohua's ailment, Li Zifeng found it inappropriate to inquire further, but he was certain that the clown must be Zhang Liang to verify his information. He had accessed the surveillance footage from the dream shop the previous night and printed a screenshot. Though the face was not discernible, the figure of the clown was quite clear. "Andy, is this Zhang Liang?" Li Zifeng asked, presenting the photograph. Lu Xiaohua, perhaps slightly nearsighted, squinted from a distance and exclaimed, "Yes, that's him. He never grows up, still so childish. Look at the clothes he wears, they're just like a child's. He should be 28 this year." Haha. As she spoke, Lu Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with nostalgia, filled with the universal and profound love of a mother for her distant child. What mother does not wish for her child to succeed? Indeed, Lu Xiaohua fell into a reverie, tears of joy glistening in her eyes as she nodded repeatedly, affirming that Liang had indeed made something of himself. Li Zifeng then produced a small vial from his pocket, stating, "Auntie, this is the most advanced medicine imported from the United States. It will surely be effective for your condition. You may drink it at any time. In truth, it was not medicine but Li Zifeng's own blood, whose remarkable regenerative properties could indeed cure many ailments. Despite her illness, Lu Xiaohua insisted on rising to wash a few apples for Li Zifeng. He encouraged her to remain seated while he took it upon himself. Just as he bent down to wash the apples, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Li Zifeng turned his head in shock. The clown stood at the entrance. The implication was clear. He intended to take Li Zifeng outside. The two strolled out of the small house, and the clown, gritting his teeth, sneered, "I never expected this. I underestimated you, managing to find this place." Li Zifeng replied, "It's rather inappropriate for two grown men to stand under the sun, especially right in the center of the yard. Indeed, it is inappropriate. Follow me." The clown accompanied Li Zifeng into the church, where they took their seats in the last row, gazing ahead at the statue of Jesus. Appearing as two complete strangers, in deference to the elderly women at the front who were engaged in prayer, their voices were but a whisper. I found myself perplexed by the transformation of an honest, reticent individual into this state, which prompted my visit in search of answers. Have I found them? No. Li Zifeng cast a glance at the statue of Jesus before bowing his head in prayer. Despite his lack of faith in any doctrine, from a neutral standpoint, you are correct. There exists a limit to everything, even to the act of killing. The clown raised his gaze towards the priest who had just entered, saying, "My grandfather was a man of integrity, yet during the Cultural Revolution, he was dragged out and mercilessly criticized, subjected to ear-pulling and kicking. My father was also an honest man. When others sought to partner with him in business, they deceived him, robbing him of all his wealth and ultimately plotting his demise. I reported it to the authorities, but no leads emerged. My mother, a good woman, used to run a small business selling noodles on the street. When a homeless man passed by, salivating at the sight, she would offer him a bowl without asking for payment. I do not speak of my parents to boast. I truly cannot perceive any malevolence in their character. Only goodness, an abundance of goodness. Yet, my father's kindness led to his life being taken, for he was too trusting, making him an easy target for those who wished him harm. My mother's goodness allowed her to be deceived, receiving counterfeit money and facing unpaid debts. As others exploited her kindness and honesty, she was unable to voice her grievances, let alone engage in arguments. My parents raised me with the belief that I should avoid trouble and nurture a kind heart. As a result, I was bullied and beaten during my school years. Upon graduation, I faced similar mistreatment from seasoned employees who relegated me to the dirtiest, heaviest tasks. I remained indifferent, yet they still sought to humiliate me. The girls would shy away from me, leaving me bewildered by their disdain. Is it merely because I am timid and weak? Is it a foregone conclusion that those who are meek and honest are destined to be looked down upon? Li Zifeng fell silent, grappling with what to say next. You, who sit in your lofty halls, indulging in rich delicacies, espousing your so-called 3 principles of dream interpretation, have indeed formulated sound guidelines that I admire. Yet, there are times when they do not apply to our society. You must understand that regardless of how far society progresses, at its core, it remains human, and humanity is fraught with greed, arrogance, and jealousy, flaws that can never be eradicated. Your 3 principles represent an idealized realm. The true world is harsh, and you are no child. You will come to understand this, Li Zifeng then remarked. In the film's 7 Deadly Sins, there is a line that states, "This world is not beautiful, but it is worth our struggle." Have you heard of it? Thus, I strive. I fight for the ideals within my heart. Hence, that family of 5 must perish, and so too must you. Your demise is necessitated by my need for your heart to restrain my peculiar affliction. Li Zifeng fell into silence as the priest's prayers commenced. Though I could speak in the tongues of multitudes and the language of angels, without love, I would merely be a clanging gong or a resounding cymbal. If I possessed the gift of prophecy, understood all mysteries and knowledge, and had faith sufficient to move mountains, yet lacked love, I would be of no account. Should I distribute all my possessions to the poor and surrender my body to be burned, yet have no love, it would profit me nothing. In the moment the sunlight was poised to illuminate the jester, he, enveloped in darkness, slowly bowed his head, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Amen." Rising, he departed. The sunlight grew increasingly blinding, and Li Zifeng also gradually lowered his head. That shaft of light elongated his shadow, casting it upon the long table. For a fleeting moment, Li Zifeng felt akin to an innocent child, naively believing that all in this world was splendid, and what constituted this splendor might stem from a lack of exposure to darkness. Now that he had encountered darkness, its impact rendered him unable to gaze upon beauty once more. Did he yearn to recover his past memories? If he could restore the recollections of the past 70 years. Understanding what he had endured, perhaps he would engage in deeper contemplation regarding good and evil in this world itself. Chapter 080. The Knot of the Heart. Upon returning to the Dream Interpretation Company, Li Zifeng received a text message from the jester. My mother has recovered from her grave illness, and she is overjoyed. She prepared for me the tomato and egg noodles I adored in my childhood. In the face of my wishes, I find my mother's life to be paramount. Between us, there exists no enmity, only gratitude that I owe you a life. Yet I suspect I shall never have the opportunity to repay that debt. To speak frankly, aside from the family of my adversary, I have never wantonly taken the life of an innocent dot on the cinema rooftop. It was merely to amuse you while simultaneously diverting Zhao Qifeng. I never imagined you would truly wager your life for another's. I admire your courage. Li Zifeng was filled with profound emotions, realizing that the jester's burdensome knot was eternally tied to his mother. Perhaps their family's excessive kindness had rendered them victims of cruelty across 3 generations. As the adage goes, extremes inevitably lead to reversal. The jester, an exceedingly gentle lamb, had transformed into a merciless wolf under duress. The jester avenged his parents, yet his final wish remained unfulfilled. This wish necessitated the restraint of his affliction. Li Zifeng inquired further, could you enlighten me as to why you desire my heart? If possible, I would endeavor to fulfill your ultimate wish. I merely wish to wash my mother's feet before she departs from this world. Nothing more. Li Zifeng remained in silence for a protracted period. Seated alone by the window, gazing out at half of Jiangzhou, lost in contemplation. Villains, unencumbered and fearless, do they possess no weaknesses? Indeed, they do. The greatest fear of a villain lies in the exposure of their benevolence. Once they reveal their kindness, it becomes exceedingly difficult for them to revert to malice. The clown suffers from a peculiar affliction. His skin cannot come into contact with any living being, lest he be reduced to mere dust. In a desperate bid to wash his mother's feet before her passing, the clown dares not touch her soles directly. Thus, he resolves to kill Li Zifeng, intending to use his heart to alleviate his strange malady. As for the drunken family, their demise is not a consequence of Li Zifeng's actions, for the clown harbors a deep-seated enmity towards them, and he brought them into the fold merely to fulfill his grim purpose. It is evident that the clown has no desire to continue living. He is singularly focused on seeking death. Upon acquiring Li Zifeng's heart, his affliction would be suppressed, yet he would transform into an ordinary man, one defenseless against his enemies should they come for him. Perhaps he wishes to find a quiet place to perish after burying his mother. Little did Li Zifeng anticipate that his kind visit to the clown's mother would completely alter the course of a life. At least the clown would no longer be consumed by nihilism and a singular desire for bloodshed. There are indeed good souls in this world. Should one require assistance, I am but a call away. Tears brimmed in Li Zifeng's eyes, yet a satisfied smile remained on his face. He was acutely aware that shadowy hands lurked behind him, intent on his demise. Not to mention the encounter with the formidable Mijiao, who had been grievously injured and fled, remaining unseen ever since, his vitality severely depleted. It is unlikely he would make an appearance before fully recovering. The clown's appearance was fortuitous, and the resolution of the matter equally so. The clown seated in the church bore little resemblance to the one who had committed murder on the rooftop. Yet, they were both manifestations of his own life. He indeed wished to kill Li Zifeng, but that impulse had waned. Presently, the only known adversary was Mijiao. Zhao Qifeng hesitated for a moment before saying, when we entered Myanmar for battle, we lacked precise maps. The Japanese, the British, and our Chinese expeditionary force fought in utter disarray. During the momentous victory at Renankiang, some soldiers among the Japanese displayed an alarming disregard for death and pain. The higher-ups grew suspicious and dispatched scouts. I recorded all these events in my diary. What about the events prior? Li Zifeng pressed. Before, we were not well acquainted. You were a company commander, while I was merely a squad leader in the 2nd Battalion. Essentially a pawn sent to face death. When the assault team was formed, you personally selected the members, including me. You asserted that after this battle, we would all earn military merit, but the paramount goal was to protect our homeland, for our parents, wives, children, and for the countless compatriots who share our fate. Truth be told, I was reluctant to participate, as assembling a 7-man assault team to seek out laboratories within the vast territories occupied by the Japanese was perilous. A mere encounter with a small contingent of Japanese forces could spell annihilation for us all. The portrayals of the Japanese in media may seem foolish, but real warfare is far from such. The Japanese possess high combat quality, indoctrinated by militarism, often fighting to the death, making it exceedingly difficult to capture them alive. And yet, why did you choose to go? Li Zifeng inquired. Chao Qingfeng remarked. Back in the days when our 7-member assault team infiltrated the demolition lab. We rescued numerous captives, including locals from Myanmar, Chinese individuals, and several comfort women from South Korea. However, when reinforcements from the Japanese army arrived, our survival seemed bleak that we were compelled to detonate the lab prematurely. Out of the 7 of us, 3 perished instantly, meeting a gruesome fate. Li Zifeng lit a cigarette and patted Chao Qingfeng on the shoulder, sensing an unmistakable shift in his tone. At that moment, only 4 of us survived. You, me, Chao Lianfeng, and Gu Lei. Chao was the artilleryman, and Gu was the sniper. We were among the elite of our regiment. Yet, 3 of us fell victim to the explosion. Entombed beneath the rubble of the underground lab, with all our data obliterated. When I regained consciousness, I discovered my injuries had healed. In the darkness, I vowed to survive and reunite with the main forces. I painstakingly cleared the shattered concrete, my hands drenched in blood, until I emerged from the earth like a cicada. Li Zifeng inquired. Then why did you kill me? Can we discuss this? Chapter 081. The origin of the mysterious ability, Chao Qingfeng replied. I hope you do not hold it against me. Rest assured, the mere fact that I can pose this question means I harbor no anger. Please, go on. Li Zifeng responded candidly, both in thought and speech. Chao Qingfeng continued. When I encountered you, you were a beggar, utterly ignorant, consuming anything that came your way. Your mind possessed not a shred of knowledge. Tell me, is it not a waste of air for such a person to exist? Li Zifeng nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. At that time, my appearance must have looked at least 50 years old. Though my aging was gradual, it persisted. I required human blood. Nothing else would suffice. We were in a desolate area, and killing you would raise no alarms, for who would care about the demise of a vagrant? Li Zifeng chuckled. So, you sought to procure some human blood by eliminating someone seemingly devoid of purpose in this world. Akin to an extraneous part of a machine, correct? Chao Qingfeng shook his head. No, there are no useless individuals in this world, nor are there redundant components in a machine. Yet, some parts, when absent, do not hinder the machine's operation. At that time, you were precisely such a person. After I killed you and had merely taken a few sips of Indeed, I firmly believe that the 3 of you are still alive. Yet I never imagined this to be true. Over the years, I have been in search of Chao Lianfeng and Gu Lei, but have found no clues. Perhaps they perished within the confines of the laboratory. Or maybe they escaped to live out their days in peace, or perhaps they have long since passed away. Li Zifeng inquired. So, our extraordinary abilities only manifested after the destruction of the underground laboratory. Correct. Indeed. I replied. What exactly was that laboratory used for? Li Zifeng pressed further. Chao Qingfeng responded. I have a rough idea. It was likely a biochemical facility, conducting experiments on living subjects. The prisoners of war were frequently used for live experiments, where they would be injected with substances and their transformations observed. All the technical personnel within were eliminated by us, and a vast array of confidential documents was also incinerated. The vials and flasks of potions were shattered, leaving a chaotic scene, and I believe that it was the inhalation of those chemical mixtures that inadvertently granted us our current abilities. That is indeed a possibility. Chao Qingfeng nodded. However, acquiring Ying's remains is proving to be elusive. Li Zifeng continued. What about the clown? He managed to obtain your battlefield journal. Could he have been one of the prisoners in that underground laboratory decades ago? Chao Qingfeng shook his head, stating, that is unlikely. Why do you think so? Consider this. The clown sought out individuals to share dreams with us, while also recounting his own experiences, including the trains he had traveled on, the places he had visited, the ages of his parents and grandmother, as well as the girl he once pursued. These are memories from several years ago. If the clown were indeed a prisoner from 70 or 80 years ago, how could he possibly be alive today? How could he have experienced all of this? Li Zifeng remarked. So, the clown is an anomaly. His abilities, or rather his peculiar affliction, are difficult to trace, but he should be unrelated to this matter. Precisely. Aside from the clown and Ku Yixing, all others we have encountered are somewhat connected to the laboratory. They possess extraordinary abilities yet, like us, exhibit distinct flaws, with an urgent need for human blood. Li Zifeng's remarkable regenerative capacity grants him the potential for immortality, yet any fatal injury results in the loss of his memories, a downside of the potion. Zhao Qingfeng can glean others' memories through their blood. But he too will age. These years, he has relied on Li Zifeng's blood to maintain his appearance. Ensure is exceptionally formidable, almost prescient, yet he cannot resist the ravages of time. That is his weakness. Mijialuo is even more powerful, capable of altering his form, yet his physique is exceedingly frail, unable to overpower even a robust man. Shashingui can shift his size at will, yet his visage is grotesque and unchangeable, rendering him unable to face his beloved for a lifetime. Xingyan possesses immense strength, yet his erratic nature forces him to remain in hiding, living in a state that is neither human nor ghost. In essence, the potions from the underground laboratory, whether they were unsuccessful in their creation or inherently flawed, have imparted unique abilities to those infected, alongside clear disadvantages. Li Zifeng silently prayed. May there not exist an individual who is flawless, endowed with all the powers of the potions yet devoid of weaknesses, for that would truly be terrifying. The two individuals conversed throughout the morning, finally clarifying the current circumstances. Ku Yeshing and Chen Bo, akin to the Joker, seemingly bore no connection to the biochemical agents from the laboratory of Ur. However, the origins of their abilities remain shrouded in uncertainty. The sole method to recover memories at present involves a journey to Yunnan, where they intend to slay the mythical water monster, employing its cerebral fluid to restore the memories within their minds. Though the efficacy of this approach is uncertain, possessing a plan is preferable to being devoid of one. Li Zifeng often pondered his past experiences. Even the Joker insisted that he must unearth his memories. The Joker must possess knowledge of who lurked in the shadows, wishing for his demise. Li Zifeng remarked, "Old friend, I will reach out to Ku Yeshing in the next few days. We shall prepare to venture to Yunnan and confront the water monster together." Zhao Qifeng nodded, responding, "Remember to bring the blood marrow elixir I provided. It was specially concocted by a German expert based on our blood. It is potent, yet currently unstable, carrying certain side effects. Do not utilize it unless faced with dire circumstances." Chapter 082. Qianxue before departing for Yunnan. Li Zifeng sought one final communication with the Joker, hoping for insights that might prove beneficial. The unseen puppeteers were numerous, their intentions unmistakably clear: to extinguish Li Zifeng's life or to acquire his blood through any conceivable means. Those afflicted by the blood jade elixir sought his lifeblood, a motive easily understood. Yet, what of those lurking in the shadows? What purpose would Li Zifeng's blood serve them? Having arranged the time for their journey to Yunnan, Li Zifeng arrived at the company early, finding Ku Yeshing already present. To ascertain the authenticity of Ku Yeshing, Li Zifeng drew a knife and sliced into his fingertip. Upon witnessing the emergence of green blood, he then used his own blood to aid in the healing of the wound. Ku Yeshing quipped, "You are quite meticulous." Li Zifeng, however, replied earnestly, "One cannot afford to be careless in such matters." Although that Mijialuo possesses no abilities beyond transformation, this singular skill suffices to deceive the eyes of all. After waiting for over half an hour, Zhao Qifeng had yet to arrive. Li Zifeng called, only to be met with a message indicating the phone was off. When Zhao Xingyue finally arrived, she bore a letter. "Boss Chow instructed me to deliver this to you," she said softly, presenting it with both hands. Perplexed, Li Zifeng opened the note, recognizing Zhao Qingfeng's handwriting. It read, "Old friend, I have encountered an unexpected matter and cannot accompany you to Yunnan. The water monster must be slain by your own hand. Ensure you take the blood marrow elixir, inject it into your veins during a life or death moment, and it shall aid you in overcoming the peril." There are in the depths of darkness, a pair of eyes fixated intently on Li Zifeng and Zhao Qingfeng, monitoring their every move. Should the two venture together to Yunnan, it is likely that Zhao Qifeng would encounter numerous obstacles that might hinder his actions. Consequently, he severed all means of contact, ensuring that any traces of his presence were meticulously erased, thereby undertaking the mission alone. As for the nature of these tasks, Zhao Qifeng insisted that it was not convenient to disclose such information, and one could surmise that it was indeed something best left unsaid. The words of a comrade in arms, forged through the fires of battle, are undoubtedly deserving of trust. Old Xiao has matters to attend to. We can proceed without him, Li Zifeng declared, sealing the letter and igniting it with a lighter. Holding it in his hand as he watched it turn to ashes, his skin, slightly scorched, cracked momentarily before returning to its healthy state. Ku Yeshing remained silent. The tickets had long been procured, and the two made their way to the airport. In the waiting lounge, as they settled into their seats, a charming young lady nearby smiled and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Qianxue. Li Zifeng paused, glancing around, while Ku Yexing quickly interjected. Oh, I forgot to mention. I specifically invited her to accompany us. She specializes in marine biology and has invented many advanced technological instruments. Her expertise will undoubtedly aid us in our endeavor to capture the water creature. Qianxue's delicate hand lingered in the air, awaiting Li Zifeng's response. A surge of irritation welled within him as he retorted, You call for assistance without prior notice. What does this mean? Ku Yexing sensed the discomfort and hastily replied, I was in a rush before our departure and forgot to inform you. She is a disciple of a notable expert. With her assistance, we will surely achieve greater results with less effort. This is also to help you in your quest for memories. Li Zifeng extended his hand, furrowing his brow, and offered a perfunctory handshake to Qianxue. This woman, with her ponytail and form-fitting attire, possessed strikingly bright eyes. A narrow face and a sharp chin, commonly referred to as a fox face, she exuded an air of refinement and agility that made Li Zifeng wary, sensing that she was not to be underestimated. From that moment on, he resolved to exercise greater caution. After all, he had merely used 3 drops of blood to save the mother of a bearded man, while Ku Yexing had gone to great lengths to assist him. Utilizing various connections to explore methods of recovering memories, such fervor seemed a tad excessive. To bring in a new ally without prior notice for this operation was perplexing. Once aboard the plane, Li Zifeng turned to ask, By the way, what is your field of expertise? Qianxue squinted and smiled, resembling a playful little fox as she replied softly, Marine biology. What do you study? Fish. Li Zifeng scratched his head and continued, I am not reckless, and I hope you can forgive my ignorance. What is your primary role in this endeavor? His words, though perhaps a bit offensive, were spoken with candor. He had always expressed his thoughts directly, albeit with a semblance of politeness. Qianxue replied, Simply put, I will provide you with all the high-tech equipment necessary and assist you in eliminating the water creature. Li Zifeng pressed further, but equipment and operations require funding. Why are you so invested in my affairs? Qianxue chuckled, narrowing her eyes. Mr. Li, do you not trust me? No worries. I appreciate your straightforwardness, and I am equally candid. Allow me to inform you that after slaying the water monster, we will each take what we need. You desire the monster's intellect, while I require its carcass. How does that sound? Very well. May our collaboration be fruitful. Li Zifeng closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. However, Qianxue had more to say. Mr. Li, do not be in haste to sleep. I must first warn you that the Mingshan water monster is exceptionally clever, possessing an intelligence comparable to that of a 20-year-old adult male. Slaying it will not be an easy feat, and one must be prepared to pay a steep price, perhaps even with one's life. You must consider this carefully. With you by my side, I am confident I shall remain unscathed. Ha ha ha. Mr. Li, you are indeed astute. Chapter 083. The plan for 3 assaults an airplane is arguably the fastest means of transportation currently available. After a journey of over 3 hours, the 3 of them found themselves standing at Kunming Chanshui Airport. Once they disembarked, both Kai-Shing and Li Zifeng could no longer contain themselves. While waiting for their ride, they lit cigarettes, preparing to ask a nearby individual for a light, when Qianxue approached, offering a lit cigarette. Here, the 2 ignited their cigarettes, and Li Zifeng inquired, You smoke as well? Qianxue flicked off the ash and replied, Is it so surprising for a girl to smoke? As they stood in a line, taking puffs, the sight was indeed quite impressive. Just as they were about to board their vehicle, a young man, seemingly in a rush to catch a flight, dashed past Li Zifeng and collided with him. Li Zifeng nearly stumbled to the ground, and the young man, clutching his forehead, repeatedly apologized. Are you all right? Li Zifeng asked. The man shook his head vigorously, about to leave, when Qianxue abruptly flicked away the cigarette, but sprinted forward, leapt into the air, and executed a scissor kick that ensnared the young man's neck, throwing him to the ground, and then pinning him down with her knee. Both Li Zifeng and Kai-Shing were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Qianxue, he merely bumped into me. There was no need to subdue him so forcefully. Just as he was about to assist, Qianxue revealed the wallet she had retrieved from behind him. Li Zifeng's eyes widened in realization as he patted his pockets. Understanding dawned upon him. So, you 2 possess quite a few skills, I see. Qianxue tilted her head and replied, Of course, there are far too many lecherous men who wish to take advantage of me. Without some means of self-defense, how could I manage? It must be said that her previous swift kick could have easily brought even Li Zifeng down. After renting a vehicle, Qianxue skillfully drove them to the location where their equipment was stored. This time, they had a considerable amount of gear, predominantly diving equipment and underwater weaponry, such as SPR goons that asked for the location of the Mingxin water monster. Li Zifeng refrained from probing too deeply. Trusting that Kai Xing would lead the way, he had gathered a wealth of information on the creature, which was known to be quite formidable. In the water, it was akin to a deity. Rumored to be capable of creating illusions, true or not, it was uncertain. With approximately 70% of Yunnan being mountainous terrain, as they traversed the roads, it felt as if the clouds above were drawing nearer to the ground. After a day of travel, they finally arrived in the city of Fengqing by nightfall, intending to rest there for the evening. By tomorrow, they should be able to reach the wild lake. The three were rather particular about their accommodations, each opting for their own room, ensuring a degree of privacy. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Li Zifeng opened it to find Qianxue standing there. She was still dressed in a snug outfit, her hair tied up in a ponytail. Noticing Li Zifeng frozen at the doorway, she smiled playfully and said, "Are you just going to stand there? Don't you plan on letting me in for a moment? Is there something you need?" Li Zifeng replied, not intending to step aside. A solitary man and woman in a room at night could easily invite gossip. Qianxue nodded, acknowledging that there was indeed a matter at hand. "Then come in," he said, stepping aside to close the door behind her. Qianxue made herself comfortable, sitting at the edge of the bed, and remarked, "Li Zifeng, the renowned dream interpreter of Jiangzhou, I have heard much about you and long to meet you. Yet opportunities have eluded me. I must confess, I detest flattery. You may have heard that I can be rather abrasive, with a penchant for speaking bluntly. Li Zifeng was quite straightforward in his response. If you have something to discuss, please proceed. If you are here merely for idle chatter, I lack the energy for that at the moment." "Why so stern? A true man should embrace a hint of charm," Qianxue teased, lightly stroking Li Zifeng's shoulder. He turned away, moving to the window and drawing the curtains open. "Ah, what a fine man you are. Such a rarity," Qianxue sighed, then added, "All right, close the curtains again. Let us get down to business." As Li Zifeng was about to light a cigarette, Qianxue said, "While you're at it, could you light one for me as well?" He handed her a cigarette, cautioning, "Don't try any tricks with me. Just get to the point." Holding the cigarette delicately, she raised her pinky and stated, "Tomorrow, I must confront the Mingxin water monster. There are several matters I need to clarify with you. These details are for your ears only. Do not disclose them to anyone else, understood?" Li Zifeng narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Not even Ku Yuxing. No, it was originally Ku Yuxing's plan, but now it felt as though there was an intention to exclude him. Li Zifeng sensed something amiss, yet he refrained from interrupting, allowing Qianxue to continue. "The Mingxin water monster is formidable. You will not stand a chance against it in the water. However, I have studied numerous marine creatures, many of which are unheard of monsters. I possess sonar detectors and a toxin that can affect its neural functions. Tomorrow, I will provide you with substantial equipment, but since it will be your first time diving, you may not succeed in defeating it immediately. Therefore, I have devised a 3-phase plan for your underwater incursions. Go on," Li Zifeng replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Qianxue elaborated, "For your first dive, you will seek the lair of the Mingxin water monster. If all goes well, you might be able to injure it directly with my specially crafted electronic harpoon gun. Should that fail, you must resurface before your oxygen runs out, as your robust physique consumes oxygen rapidly. Your time cannot exceed 30 minutes. Continue that if the initial attack proves ineffective. During your second foray, I will equip you with neurotoxins. Your body possesses formidable self-healing capabilities, so carrying some toxins will pose no threat to you. If the Mingxin attacks you underwater, you can counter with these toxins, and I will provide you with the necessary apparatus for their deployment." "Understood." Qianxue took a deep breath, extinguished her cigarette, and while exhaling the smoke, she remarked, "If the first 2 attempts prove futile, the third wave will necessitate the use of electronic mines, which I have personally developed. They are equipped with electronic sensors. Should you engage in close combat in the water, you will stand no chance against them. They will detonate the mines attached to you." "What?" Li Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head. "Is this a suicidal charge?" Chapter 084. Strange Actions. Qianxue waved her hand dismissively. "But fear not. The electronic mines are specially designed and will not kill you. At worst, they will merely render you unconscious. However, the water monster will also be stunned, and I will subsequently retrieve you." Li Zifeng pondered for a long moment before suddenly stating, "Wait, based on your 3 plans, it seems none of them necessitate killing the water monster, correct?" Qianxue replied, "Of course, Eliminating the water monster would render its brain fluid useless to you, leading us to a futile endeavor that a spark of realization ignited in Li Zifeng's mind, and he chuckled. Hold on, you seem to know me quite well. Chinchua paused, then laughed softly. Naturally, Mr. Li, your reputation precedes you, and your skills are remarkable. I hold a great interest in you. Yet, no matter how well you know me, you cannot possibly comprehend how a deceased water monster could be of no assistance to me. Li Zifeng squinted and inquired. The atmosphere instantly cooled, and after a prolonged silence, Chinchua finally responded. In any case, trust me. Only by following my plan can you defeat the Ming Shun, or else you will stand no chance against it. How do you possess such extensive knowledge of the Ming Shun? Li Zifeng pressed further. After bidding farewell to Chinchua, Li Zifeng silently nodded to himself, realizing that what Chao Qingfeng had asserted was entirely accurate. Their circumstances were not merely characterized by eavesdropping walls. They were under constant surveillance, 24 hours a day. The ability to obtain the water monster's brain fluid and extract its memories was not Li Zifeng's, but rather Chao Qingfeng's. Since their blood had mingled, Li Zifeng had inherited some of Chao Qingfeng's abilities, while Chao Qingfeng, in turn, had been influenced by Li Zifeng's formidable cells, thus maintaining a youthful appearance that in the eyes of outsiders. Li Zifeng was most renowned for his dream interpretation, albeit limited to that domain, without grasping its true essence. However, Chinchua articulated this process with complete accuracy and was fully aware of Li Zifeng's background, which left him deep in thought. The sudden appearance of an outsider who seemed to know him intimately, while he remained oblivious to the adversary lurking in the shadows, was decidedly disconcerting. Moreover, a careful analysis of their recent conversation revealed that Chinchua's primary intent was to advise against killing the water monster. Capturing the Ming Shun alive was imperative. Li Zifeng, however, was indifferent to this. If his life were in peril, even without seeking memories, he would still have to eliminate the Ming Shun. Yet, following Chinchua's approach would surely lead to a different outcome. As the long, sleepless night dragged on, Li Zifeng quietly summoned Ku Yesheng to his room. Ku Yesheng inquired, "What is the matter at this late hour? It is of utmost importance. Tell me, who exactly is this Chinchua?" Ku Yesheng replied, "She is merely the esteemed disciple of the professor." Li Zifeng scoffed, "A professor of neurology and hematology with a disciple in marine biology. Isn't that a rather vast leap? Though my education may be lacking, this strikes me as quite peculiar." Ku Yesheng replied, "I'm not entirely sure. In any case, this individual was introduced to me by the professor as his prized pupil, claiming he could assist you this time. Your good intentions are duly noted, but what is the professor's motive for exerting such effort on my behalf, given that we are not related?" Li Zifeng pressed further. "Well, the professor isn't solely aiding you. He is also pursuing his own academic research. The blood and neural structure of the water monster must surely differ from that of humans. By capturing the creature, you would obtain the brain matter you seek, while they would glean valuable insights from the study, creating a mutually beneficial partnership," Ku Yesheng explained. His reasoning sounded flawless and indeed conveyed that very notion. Yet Li Zifeng remained cautious and queried, "Do you believe it would be better to capture the water monster alive or to eliminate it outright?" Ku Yesheng pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us eliminate it. It has been terrorizing this area, allegedly claiming numerous lives according to local legends. Capturing it alive would be quite the challenge. If you could vanquish it in the water, that would be ideal. I believe you possess that capability." Li Zifeng discerned the crux of the issue. This operation was under Ku Yesheng's leadership, orchestrating the collaboration between two parties, himself and the professor, both of whom were to be liaised by Ku Yesheng. However, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Ku Yesheng had become an outsider. The professor's team harbored their own ulterior motives, seeking to capture the mythical water monster alive, the purpose of which remained undisclosed to Li Zifeng and would likely not be revealed to Ku Yesheng either. For Li Zifeng, whether the water monster was to be captured or killed was ultimately inconsequential, as long as it aided him in recovering his memories. Yet, it was evident that the fate of the water monster, whether it lived or perished, had become a pivotal concern. Meanwhile, Ku Yesheng remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding intricacies. The professor might be manipulating him, or perhaps Li Zifeng, or potentially both. Li Zifeng realized he could not afford to be complacent this time. He felt the vial of brain matter in his possession. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would prioritize injecting it to safeguard his life. His memories could not be lost again, given the multitude of recent events and the myriad of hidden forces at play. The prospect of losing his memories once more would obliterate any chance of resurgence, leaving him utterly vulnerable. The following morning, the trio set off early to the wild lake. En route, Li Zifeng managed to catch up on sleep. Awakening to find the vehicle stationed halfway up a mountain, Qian Shui remarked, "We must proceed on foot from here." Shouldering their gear, the three descended the mountain towards the wilderness lake. Nearby, a few scattered houses indicated the presence of a village, while the surrounding emerald hills and drifting clouds painted a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. From a distance, the sound of water reached their ears, and peering ahead, they spotted several wild ducks frolicking in the water. Before me lies a lake, roughly the size of a football field, resembling a mirror embedded within the valley of the mountains. The water is exceptionally clear, with visibility extending 3 to 5 meters. Schools of small fish swim about the shore, embodying a sense of tranquility. 3 individuals stand at the water's edge, akin to ants resting beside a vast mirror. Cuxing, breaking the silence, suggests, "Shall I venture down first to scout the path?" Without waiting for a response, he dons an oxygen tank, foregoing a diving suit, and plunges directly into the water. Li Zifeng remarks, "What is this fellow in such a rush for? Is he not afraid of the legendary water monster?" Li Zifeng harbors uncertainty regarding Cuxing's capabilities, wondering how he has suddenly grown so audacious. After all, isn't the mythical creature said to lurk within this very lake? A warning sign stands at a distance, cautioning against the water monster's peril, and the desolation of the area underscores the severity of the threat. What has come over Cuxing? Chapter 085. The Vanished Water Ghost. Li Zifeng turns to Qianxue and inquires, "Wait, didn't we come here to hunt the water monster? I would search for memories while you conduct research, correct?" Qianxue nods affirmatively. "Then why is he in such a hurry?" Li Zifeng feels a sense of bewilderment. Qianxue chuckles. "Who can say? Perhaps he is an adept swimmer, or maybe he simply fears not for his life." While speaking, Qianxue organizes her diving equipment and instructs Li Zifeng on what to do once submerged. At that moment, Qianxue's phone buzzes. Upon checking, she finds a text message that reads, "The old man can barely hold on to no matter what. We must capture the water monster alive. This is an order." Qianxue's expression tightens, but she quickly regains her composure. After equipping Li Zifeng with an electronic spear gun, she explains its use, adding, "The tip of this spear contains a potent tranquilizer. Once we capture the water monster, we must bring it to the surface." Cuxing shakes his head, stating, "I found nothing. The monster may be resting or hiding somewhere that I swam a lap around, and aside from a few skeletal remains at the lake's bottom, I discovered nothing else." "Very well, I shall investigate," declares Li Zifeng. He dons his diving mask, slips into flippers, straps on the oxygen tank, and hangs the electronic spear gun. This advanced gear, provided by Qianxue, is indeed impressive. With a splash, Li Zifeng leans back into the water, the frigid lake enveloping him instantly. His scalp tingles as he widens his eyes, activating his underwater flashlight to search for any signs of the lake bed. The surface temperature of the water is manageable, but the deeper he descends, the colder it becomes, making it somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, the lake is not particularly deep, reaching only about 10 meters, gliding quietly to the bottom. Li Zifeng scans the area, his flashlight casting a laser-like beam as it sweeps through the water. Exhaling slowly, he releases a stream of bubbles from his breathing apparatus, then inhales deeply from the oxygen tank. Indeed, there are some human bones and the remains of cattle and sheep at the bottom, accompanied by numerous plankton. Occasionally, a large fish glides past him, yet the elusive water monster remains unseen. To claim that the water monster is a mere myth would be implausible. After all, the legends surrounding this site are well known to us. He pondered. Li Zifeng suddenly noticed a dark cave beneath a massive stone at the lake's bottom, where a few small fish occasionally darted in and out. He found the cave to be rather eerie, prompting him to slowly adjust his feet and swim closer. Raising his flashlight, he illuminated the interior, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness, suggesting that the cave was not straight and contained bends. Glancing at his oxygen gauge, he noted he had at least 20 minutes of air left. Li Zifeng ventured inside, though the cave was narrow, barely allowing him to turn his body. The moment he entered, he felt a sudden and rapid change in the water flow behind him. In the water, sound was non-existent, leaving an absolute silence in his ears, yet he sensed something in the distance accelerating towards him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly curled into a ball within the cave, repositioned his head and feet, and swam back towards the entrance. As he reached the cave's mouth, the instant his flashlight illuminated the outside, a ghastly face appeared, startling Li Zifeng to the point where he nearly expelled his breathing apparatus. With a loud puff, a stream of bubbles escaped his mouth as he saw the ghastly figure wielding a wooden spike. Thrusting it violently towards his chest, the cave was too narrow for him to evade, yet the resistance of water provided him a slight advantage. Despite the speed of the wooden spike, he managed to grab it just in time, preventing it from piercing his chest. Upon closer inspection, he beheld the ghastly visage, infested with parasites, its other half decayed and blackened, resembling a corpse submerged for years. However, its body was different, covered in barnacles, yet with an area on its shoulder that was unnaturally smooth. Glimmering like fish scales under the flashlight's beam. If his deductions were correct, this creature was indeed the fabled water monster known as the Mingshan, and this cave was likely its lair. Seeing his territory encroached upon, it could not resist striking back. With his left hand gripping the wooden spike, Li Zifeng relinquished his diving flashlight and drew an electronic spear gun, aiming it at the Mingshan's chest and firing. The firing speed of the spear gun was incomparable to that of the wooden spike, yet the Mingshan seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, evading the shot by swiftly sidestepping the moment Li Zifeng pulled the trigger. In a bewildering twist, it vanished into thin water. Yes, it simply disappeared. Before Li Zifeng's eyes, it transformed into a mass of air within the water, ceasing to exist. With wide eyes, Li Zifeng hurriedly swam out of the cave, propelling himself frantically towards the lake's surface. Just as he ascended halfway, he felt a sudden tightening around his ankle, unmistakably gripped by a powerful hand that yanked him downward with force. Was this not the infamous method of the water ghost's killings? Li Zifeng shone his flashlight downwards, acutely aware of hands tugging at his ankle and the noticeable change in the water's flow. Yet when he glanced down, there was nothing, no one below him. The pulling force persisted, indicating that the Mingshan could become nearly transparent while submerged. This was no mere water monster. It was undoubtedly a ghost, a water ghost. Regardless of its utility, Li Zifeng, relying solely on instinct, launched another electronic harpoon towards the location of the mythical creature, Mingshan. With a swift whoosh, it sliced through the air, only to witness a plume of greenish blood dispersing in the lake, suggesting a possible hit. Yet, the form of Mingshan remained elusive. Seizing this precious moment, Li Zifeng hastily swam towards the lake's surface, emerging with his head above water before propelling himself towards the shore. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "What in the world is this madness? I'm done with this." Qianxue, taken aback, inquired, "What happened?" "The appearance of that water monster, Mingshan, is entirely different from what you've captured in photographs or heard described. Its right cheek is covered with parasites resembling tiny shells. Do you know what an oyster shell looks like? Or a whale? They are densely packed with those tiny shells, akin to a wasp nest. Do you understand?" Qianxue nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Li Zifeng to continue. "One side of its face is a mass of those shell-like parasites, while the other side boasts skin as dark as fish scales, entirely enveloped in aquatic plants, which I suspect are also parasitic." It truly sent chills down my spine. From the perspective of ordinary human aesthetics, such a creature is indeed terrifying, particularly for those with a fear of clusters. They would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the sight. Moreover, it possesses the unsettling ability to vanish suddenly beneath the water. If I were to descend again, it would surely spell doomed. In a moment of urgency, Li Zifeng rolled up his pant leg, exclaiming, "Look!" "What?" Both Qianxue and Ku Yesheng were visibly startled. Li Zifeng glanced down and was equally horrified, gasping, "How could this be?" Chapter 086. The severed breathing apparatus upon Li Zifeng's ankle. A distinct handprint of blood was evident, reminiscent of a capillary rupture caused by extreme pressure. It was clear that the water monster, Mingshan, had gripped his ankle with tremendous force, intending to drag him to his demise. To be frank, Li Zifeng himself was unsure how he had escaped, perhaps propelled by sheer desperation and instinctive strength in a life-or-death scenario. However, after his initial encounter with Mingshan, he felt utterly devoid of hope for survival. The crux of the matter was that Qianxue had insisted on capturing it alive, which seemed utterly implausible at that moment. Li Zifeng was burdened by concern. He did not wish to forget the blind girl, nor the purity of her spirit. Hence he was reluctant to embrace death. "Mr. Li, please trust in the equipment developed by my company. It will ensure your absolute safety," Qianxue urged. "Impossible, unless we kill the monster. As for capturing it alive, I truly lack the capability. Perhaps you should seek alternative solutions." Li Zifeng deliberately voiced this in front of Qianxue, intending to convey this stark reality. To his surprise, Qianxue gasped, while Ku Yixing quickly interjected, "What? Capturing the water monster alive? That is far too perilous. Let us focus on eliminating it instead." The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of unease, as each individual harbored their own ulterior motives. Contemplating how best to maximize their personal interests, Qianxue remarked, "Mr. Li, should you assist us with this endeavor, we shall exert every effort to aid you in your subsequent quest for memory." Tio speak candidly. Our research team is immensely substantial, uniting the most advanced technologies the world currently has to offer. Tio simplify. Our primary focus lies in the realm of life sciences. We delve into all matters related to the human body, brain, blood, genes, and cells. Thus, aiding you in the pursuit of memory should pose no significant challenge. It must be said, this temptation is indeed considerable. In the pursuit of memory, Li Zifeng tends to place his faith in more scientific approaches. As for the practice of capturing water spirits to obtain cerebral fluid, it cannot merely be deemed superstition. Rather, it is largely a matter of fortune, and none can assert with certainty its efficacy. After much contemplation, Li Zifeng touched his nose and declared, "I shall descend once more and see what I can accomplish." The advanced electronic harpoon, it appears, is incapable of harming the water spirit. That on this occasion, Li Zifeng equipped himself with poison, along with an underwater launcher. Just before submerging again, he inquired, "I cannot guarantee a successful capture, and should my life be endangered, I will choose to eliminate it." Qianxue replied, "Please strive to capture it alive. That if you aid us in this matter, we shall undoubtedly assist you in return." Li Zifeng re-entered the water, one hand grasping the diving flashlight, and the other tightly holding the poison injector. Should he encounter the water spirit again, he would not hesitate to unleash the full contents of the syringe. Whether it would slay it or merely incapacitate, it would be of little consequence. Having undergone their initial confrontation, both parties possessed a slight understanding of each other's abilities. In truth, the water monster was not particularly formidable. It merely thrived within its aquatic domain, where it wielded considerable prowess. On land, it would likely stand no chance of retaliation. Li Zifeng cautiously glided along the lakebed, ever vigilant, prepared to illuminate any disturbance in the water surrounding him, denying the creature any opportunity for ambush. Silently drifting along the lake's depths, the only sounds accompanying him were the rhythmic bubbles of inhalation and exhalation, the world enveloped in a tranquil stillness akin to an eternal night. Li Zifeng resembled a serpent lurking in the shadows, slowly coiling his form in anticipation of his prey's arrival. However, this time, the elusive water spirit failed to reveal itself. After searching for over 20 minutes, Li Zifeng found no trace of the creature. As he passed a rocky cavern on the lakebed, he hesitated at the entrance, sensing that the water spirit was not concealed within. Just as his oxygen supply dwindled to critical levels, he determined it prudent to surface. As he prepared to ascend, a sharp pain gripped his ankle. The familiar sensation returned as the water spirit stealthily seized hold of him once more. With a swift motion, Li Zifeng aimed at the humanoid liquid and discharged the toxin. His eyes confirmed the accuracy of his aim, as the poison struck true, swiftly infiltrating the fluid form. The mass of humanoid liquid began to shift, gradually turning green, revealing the aquatic vegetation entwined around it. From its legs to its chest, the form emerged, ultimately exposing its visage, half adorned with tiny shell parasites, half resembling the skin of a black fish. The monstrous creature known as the Mingshan re-emerged in its true form. Struck by venom, writhing in agony, yet seething with rage, It unleashed a furious roar as it lunged towards Li Zifeng. Desperately, Li Zifeng kicked his legs in an attempt to escape this treacherous aquatic realm. But his abilities paled in comparison to those of the Mingshan. The creature surged forward with astonishing speed, nearly appearing in the blink of an eye, and tackled Li Zifeng, yanking away his oxygen tube. In that instant, bubbles erupted from Li Zifeng's mouth, and the Mingshan had no intention of relinquishing its grip. It clamped down on Li Zifeng's neck, its hands tightening in a bid to suffocate him at the lake's bottom. Realizing that wasting precious moments searching for his breathing apparatus would likely lead to his demise at the hands of the Mingshan, Li Zifeng gritted his teeth and grasped the Mingshan's neck with determination. With a powerful kick of his legs, he rolled over and executed a headlock maneuver, using his robust arms to secure the creature's neck. In that moment, the contest was one of breath-holding. Although Li Zifeng was an adept swimmer, his skills were no match for the Mingshan, a being of the water, akin to a fish. Competing against a fish in the depths was undoubtedly unwise. Li Zifeng intended to choke the creature into submission. However, the Mingshan was not to be underestimated. It convulsed violently and vanished once again, leaving Li Zifeng clutching at what felt like mere air, evaporating into nothingness. Disaster struck. Chapter 087. The Luminous Eyes. The Mingxin's prowess allowed it to escape once more, turning the tables as it ensnared Li Zifeng in a headlock of its OWL. Li Zifeng struggled in vain, bubbles gurgling from his mouth as his face flushed crimson from the effort. If this continued, he would surely drown in the lake's depths. He yearned to flee, yet the Mingxin's grip was unyielding, leaving him no chance of escape. He sought to strike, but the creature could vanish in an instant, rendering any attempt futile. This was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor, and he found himself questioning the sanity of his decision to plunge into the water a second time. The two remained locked in a stalemate for more than a minute, and Li Zifeng's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead as he neared the brink of collapse. If fortune did not intervene, he would meet his end once more beneath the lake's surface. At that moment, a bolder, more terrifying thought crept into his mind. If I perish in these waters, will I be reborn? In the time it takes for my physical form to be restored, will the Mingxin consume me? If it devoured me piece by piece, breaking down my organs into its belly, what would become of my powerful regenerative cells under the corrosive force of its gastric acid? Surely, they could not reconstruct a living being from mere remnants of flesh. With that thought, dread began to envelop him. Li Zifeng suddenly felt ensnared in a vast trap. The consequences of confronting the Mingxin were far graver than he had ever anticipated. Should he perish on land, he would first need to ensure that his body sustained no fatal damage before a complete resurrection could occur. But to die in water meant that he would likely not survive long enough to be reborn, as he would be devoured by fish and shrimp. I must live. Death is a universal fear, and in the face of extreme terror, Li Zifeng unleashed an extraordinary force. He grasped the weed-laden arms of the phantom water monster, lowered his head with fervor, and bit down fiercely, summoning the utmost strength he had ever known, managing to tear away a piece of flesh from the creature. Instantly, a familiar greenish blood clouded the water, and the arm that had tightly gripped Li Zifeng's throat loosened its hold. Seizing this fleeting moment, Li Zifeng hastened to ascend, hoping to breach the surface just as his strength and oxygen dwindled. Yet, the water, merely a dozen meters high, felt as distant as paradise. Just a few meters away, he could already perceive the sunlight glimmering in his vision. Unable to contain himself any longer, he began to gulp down air, bubbles escaping from his mouth, and his body involuntarily sank deeper. It was over. Farewell, old friend Tio, that pure and virtuous girl. May you encounter another man who, like me, will cherish you sincerely. Li Zifeng slowly closed his eyes. He felt the water around him tremble violently. Suddenly, a pair of powerful hands seized his breathing apparatus and forcefully inserted it into his mouth. In that instant, the rush of oxygen ignited his consciousness, and he opened his eyes wide, inhaling deeply while expelling the excess lake water. With oxygen replenishing his system, he gradually regained his composure, perplexed as to who had come to his aid. Was it Qian Xue or Qian who had descended to assist him? Scanning his surroundings, he saw nothing but a pair of glowing eyes piercing through the darkness of the lake. A shiver coursed through him as he expelled another mouthful of oxygen. Drawing closer, he discerned that the figure was another person equipped with diving gear and a mask, their eyes radiating brilliance, akin to two tactical spotlights emerging from the depths. Suddenly, that person signaled with tactical hand gestures, conveying, "Follow me. I shall help you vanquish the foe." Li Zifeng was momentarily stunned. He had never learned this form of communication, yet he comprehended it instinctively, suggesting that these concepts resided deep within his subconscious. Following this luminous-eyed ally, the two descended once more towards the lake's depths, determined to locate the phantom water monster. Having been afflicted by a high-tech toxin, the creature may have been capable of stirring chaos moments before. But now, with the toxin's onset, it could only evade, devoid of any means to retaliate. They swam to the rocky cave where the monster had sought refuge, and the figure made a dangerous gesture before slipping inside. Shortly thereafter, they emerged, dragging the phantom water monster, its hands bound in reverse by handcuffs. Li Zifeng signaled inquiringly. "Who are you?" The stranger responded with familiar gestures. "A friend," delivering the unconscious monster into Li Zifeng's hands. The figure then swam deeper into the abyss, concealing themselves from sight. Li Zifeng could not discern the stranger's features, for their eyes shone with an intensity that resembled two formidable sources of white light, and their face was obscured by the diving mask, rendering their appearance a mystery. Furthermore, the stranger cautioned Li Zifeng to refrain from speaking of this day's events to anyone. indicating a desire to keep their existence hidden. Qianxue was taken aback, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Mr. Li, you truly live up to your reputation. Impressive indeed." After speaking, she approached, fixating her gaze upon the Mingxun water monster. Under the scorching sun, the green, slimy weeds that covered the creature swiftly withered and fell away, revealing skin resembling fish scales that had been scraped clean. Moreover, this fish-like skin appeared to be drying at an alarming rate, visibly decaying and emanating a faint odor of rot. Qianxing hurriedly rushed over, shouting, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, he splashed water onto the Mingxun water monster. The creature's rapidly decaying skin began to heal upon contact with the lake water. But once the water source dried up, the decay would resume, a most peculiar phenomenon. What on earth do you intend to do?" Qianxing asked, eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to Qianxue. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, saying, "You are well aware of how difficult it is to capture the Mingxun water monster. Only Li Zifeng possesses the ability to do so, and you are cognizant of this fact. Thus, he has succeeded." With that, Qianxue dashed forward, delivering a fierce kick to Qianxing's neck, sending him staggering backward, while she seized the Mingxun water monster and tossed it into a large water bag that had been prepared in advance. Within the confines of the bag, the creature's body slowly began to regrow its weeds, and what was once a near-dead state now appeared to have been preserved. "No. You are deceiving me. Are you truly deceiving me? This is not how it should be," Qianxing bellowed, charging toward Qianxue. Li Zifeng, crouched by the lakeside, was utterly bewildered, pondering the meaning of it all. Wasn't the capture of the water monster Qianxing's directive, now that it has been caught? Why is he so frantic? Qianxue scoffed, "You are but a useless fool if you wish to live. Remain still and do not move." She then produced a small walkie-talkie, declaring, "Mission accomplished. Send someone to retrieve the water monster." Qianxing shouted desperately at Li Zifeng, "Brother, save me. They are deceiving me, and they are deceiving you as well. Stop her. Do not let her take the water monster away. Please, I beg you." His voice was frantic, and Li Zifeng, confused, scratched his head and asked, "What game are you playing? That is not a water monster. It is my elder brother. His name is Kazhujin. They are deceiving you, and have deceived me too. Please save my brother. I will kneel before you." Qianxing's eyes turned red, and he became frenzied, repeatedly bowing his head against the rocky shore, causing blood to ooze from his wounds. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Li Zifeng. He recalled that when he had wounded the water monster, it had indeed bled green blood, just as Qianxing had described. Qianxing, in despair, pleaded, "I have deceived you. I am not human. You may kill me if you wish, but I implore you to save my brother. I beg you." The spectral creature known as the Mingxun water monster lay within the water pouch. Its feeble head emerging weakly, one half of its face was encrusted with tiny shells, while the other bore the grim visage of fish skin, a murky gray-black hue. Its eyes were visible, albeit unsettling, and its voice was barely a whisper as it uttered, "Brother, do not blame yourself. The fact that we have survived to this day is nothing short of a miracle." Qianxue scoffed coldly, retorting, "You people are hardly deserving of pity, especially you." This he was directed pointedly at Li Zifeng. To slay the Mingxun water monster in search of memories was a plan we had divulged to Ku Yuxing. "Do you understand why?" Qianxue, with her hands clasped behind her back, stood proudly at the water's edge, declaring, "Ku Yuxing seeks our assistance, yearning to liberate his brother from this lake, wishing to escape the label of a water monster that haunts him. He is trapped in this aquatic realm, subsisting on foul fish and decaying shrimp, engulfed by endless darkness. He is filled with dread and loathing, yet he cannot leave the water, for to do so would mean certain decay. Thus, we informed Ku Yuxing that Li Zifeng, once part of the expeditionary forces, possessed blood with formidable regenerative abilities. If he were consumed, it would control his brother's monstrous affliction. The outcome? He believed it." Li Zifeng narrowed his eyes and said, "So, Ku Yuxing approached me, proclaiming that by slaying the Mingxun water monster and obtaining its cerebral fluid, I could recover my memories, and he brazenly presented the so-called red-headed documents to deceive me?" As he spoke, Ku Yuxing hung his head in shame, unable to lift it. "Indeed, all of this had been my suggestion. How splendid, isn't it?" In essence, the factions of Qianxue, Ku Yuxing, and Li Zifeng were interlinked through mutual exploitation. Yet in the end, the victor remained Qianxue. Li Zifeng's intention was to reclaim his memories, prompting him to hunt the Mingxun water monster. Ku Yuxing's goal was to manipulate Li Zifeng into slaying the water monster. secretly aiming to eliminate him so that his own brother could feast upon him, thereby alleviating his own affliction. Qianxua's aim was to capture the Ming Shun water monster alive, but she had stated that no one but Li Zifeng could achieve this, indicating that she had outmaneuvered both Ku Yixing and Li Zifeng. Reflecting on that time when the bearded figure lacked blood, I realized that every instance of Ku Yixing's eager assistance had been a revelation for Li Zifeng. The true puppeteer behind the scenes was none other than the seemingly aloof Qianxua. All of the bizarre occurrences I had encountered from the beginning were orchestrated by you. You exerted such effort merely to lead me to Yunnan, to assist you in capturing the Ming Shun water monster, who is none other than Ku Yixing's brother, Ku Zhoujun. Li Zifeng inquired. There is an ancient adage, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. Ku Yixing is the cicada, believing himself to be the mantis, unaware that an oriole is lurking behind him. As Qianxua spoke, two men clad in black descended from the mountain. Donning suits and sunglasses, their bodies equipped with walkie-talkies, their gait unmistakably marked them as seasoned fighters. Li Zifeng replied with a cold laugh. Perhaps you are unaware that behind the oriole, there is a hunter aiming with a gun. With that, Li Zifeng unleashed a thunderous roar and charged at Qianxua, soaring through the air, and unleashed a powerful strike aimed at her chest. Should he connect, it would surely leave her grievously wounded and gasping for breath. Due to the previous struggle with the water monster, which had depleted much of his strength, and considering that Qianxua was an adept fighter in her own right, it could be said that Li Zifeng stood little chance. However, he understood that Qianxua had meticulously plotted this grand deception over an extended period, her shadowy manipulations only revealing themselves today. The significance of the Ming Shun water monster could not be underestimated. Although he was unaware of their intentions concerning its capture, he knew he could not allow them to succeed. Gritting his teeth, Li Zifeng rose with determination, but as he attempted to charge once more, a surge within his abdomen forced him to expel a copious amount of blood with a loud splatter. Qianxua's kick had likely injured his internal organs, showcasing her formidable power. Her abilities rivaled those of elite operatives. Akin to the talents cultivated by the KGB and MI6, she was no ordinary foe. Two suited men, carrying a water bag, prepared to depart. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Zifeng declared through clenched teeth, "Today, if I do not perish, you shall not succeed." With that, he retrieved a vial of blood marrow potion from his pocket, casting a meaningful glance before aiming it at his heart, plunging it in with a sharp thrust. With a forceful push of his thumb, he injected the potion into his body. Li Zifeng's eyes widened dramatically, his mouth agape, as if to vomit. A powerful surge of energy coursed through him, tumultuously shaking his insides, threatening to rupture. Strange patterns intermittently flickered across his skin, and his clothing began to tear as his muscles swelled. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength, akin to an ancient dragon yearning to break free from its chains. With a thunderous roar, Li Zifeng unleashed the explosive power within him, striking a nearby boulder with a mighty punch, shattering it into fragments and leaving onlookers in stunned silence. "You all must flee. I will hold him back," Qianxua urgently shouted. Chapter 089. The second immortal. Li Zifeng lunged forward, astonishingly propelling himself 7 or 8 meters toward Qianxua, delivering a powerful punch. Qianxua raised her arms to defend herself, but with a series of sickening cracks, her bones shattered under the impact. In agony, she staggered back, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. "Hurry and escape," she cried out to the two men in black. Li Zifeng clenched his teeth, declaring, "No one is leaving today." He moved with unparalleled agility, never having felt such potent strength coursing through him. The wind howled past his ears as he sprinted. The two men in black, taken aback by his ferocity, hastily drew their firearms and aimed at him. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets struck Li Zifeng's face and nearly bare chest, yet the impact was akin to hitting iron. The bullets merely ricocheted off his skin, falling harmlessly to the ground. The men in black, realizing Li Zifeng propelled himself forward, legs outstretched in pursuit, as the pickup truck's speed surged higher with each passing moment. Li Zifeng's pace quickened, and when the vehicle reached 60 miles per hour, he managed to closely tail it. Just as he was about to close the gap, the audacious driver, displaying remarkable skill, wildly maneuvered the steering wheel on the mountain road, maintaining an unyielding speed. Ahead, a fork in the road appeared. One side led to an intact bridge, while the other descended into a fractured old path. The driver, in a daring gamble, veered towards the broken bridge. In an instant, as the vehicle charged towards the entrance of the road, it soared into the air. After tracing a perfect arc in the sky, there was a thunderous crash, and the truck swayed momentarily before vanishing at the road's end. Li Zifeng, undeterred, pressed on without a hint of hesitation. The moment he reached the edge of the broken bridge, he leapt with ferocity, resembling an eagle soaring through the vast expanse, ascending to a height of over 10 meters. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined he could leap so high. With a resounding thud upon landing, his feet shattered the concrete surface, sending enormous cracks radiating in all directions. Yet he felt no pain. Continuing his relentless pursuit, just as he was about to catch up to the pickup, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Ku Yeshing. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him. He thought, this is not good. Reluctantly, Li Zifeng halted to answer the call. Just as he was on the verge of intercepting the pickup, this unforeseen interruption arose. Although he and Ku Yeshing could hardly be considered true friends, the latter had been deceiving him all along. However, Qian Shui was well aware of Li Zifeng's weakness, his deep-rooted loyalty to friendship. You know how long I've endured this?" Li Zifeng asked through gritted teeth. Qian Shui remained silent. "That I know that behind all the bizarre occurrences I have faced, there must be a pair of unseen hands at work. I don't know who they are, nor their intentions. But I remain ever vigilant, always cautious. Yet, I never expected to fall into your trap. You resorted to what I believe is the most despicable tactic, using the sincerity of friendship to orchestrate deceit." With a soft clatter, the dagger in Qian Shui's hand fell, and she crumpled to the ground, utterly weakened. Having absorbed Li Zifeng's punch, in a moment of trepidation, Kai Xing recoiled, meekly confessing, "My brother and I were once prisoners of war in the clandestine laboratory of the Burmese Imperial Army. After you obliterated the facility, we miraculously managed to escape, yet we have since been afflicted with a peculiar ailment. My brother possesses the gift of eternal youth, but he must remain submerged in water. Otherwise, his skin will rapidly decay. As for me, I do not share in his youthfulness, which is why he appears to be 20 while I seem to be 40. For many years, I have survived on his blood." Recently, a man who claimed to be a professor approached me, asserting that he could assist my brother in emerging from that lake. You are already aware of the subsequent events. Once again, we find ourselves entangled with the prisoners of war from that fateful laboratory. It seems that all these bizarre occurrences are linked to the extraordinary mission undertaken by the expeditionary force. Kai Xing continued. "No, the desire to eliminate Zhang Yan is driven by my personal vendetta. In the prisoner camp, the translator often wielded his authority with arrogance, frequently brutalizing us and treating us as less than human. Thus, I have harbored resentment for so long, which led me to exploit your assistance to bring about his demise.